It breaks my heart to say this. It saddens me to the depths. But here we are. It seems only right to do it this way. To go out with the final efforts echoed throughout TESL history. This is our only chance. This is our final stand. So here we are. Hallo und herzlich willkommen. Greetings and welcome to the farewell TESL tournament.
Huge.
If he doesn't do it, I'll be shocked. You're not going to really find another target consistently.
You have to go for this. You're just praying for no bread prophecies.
Please don't hack me. He's like, yeah, I expected that.
If it was anything but a Vigilant Ancestor, you have to think it was going to be Marauder coming down.
The payoff, that 14 life
There's
already.
a prophecy. That's huge.
Harpy?
Oh my God, that's a huge prophecy.
Yeah.
You know, Harpy is a pretty big deal, but it is not nearly as bad as it could have been.
The Harpy does allow.
Oh, okay,
wow.
now it is. Now it is actually that bad.
This one goes to hand.
Yeah, you don't really need that one. Oh,
my bad.
I guess.
It's actually that bad.
And Karen Kanzul now doesn't have a board.
The Nords must.
Oh, now he's going for the Vanguard here. He's really going to get all this 9 damage.
It's a lot of damage. He will end up losing this Ash Berserker after this, but...
Oh, okay, so that's not going to deal with it by itself, but that is...
Sharpshooter Scout's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
could have.
Oh my God, Disciple plus the, oh, this was a great sharpshooter draw.
Yeah, it really was.
That was an amazing sharpshooter draw.
This is a full clear and a ton of draws.
So notice if you will, he could have silenced and gone for the 2-3 against the Skulk and then traded the Nord in. He could have had one more thing on board, but he wants the draw.
Poor Nord Firebrand all alone. TESL is the closing of the window we were just talking about.
Yeah, this is going to be guards in both lanes.
I don't think there's anything. I think
Sours. I mean,
I think Please Don't Hack Me is going to be the world's first Elder Scrolls Legends Master Series champion.
Wow.
As Karakhan Zul concedes, Please Don't Hack Me wins the Master Series.
There wasn't a silence, or else we would have seen that on the lava Atronach. So knowing that Boom's Life has to top deck a silence to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, I think you would need to have exactly like Sentinel Battle Mace and a Swift Strike here to have a real shot at lethal. We already know one of those cards is not either one of those. Here comes Alfie Conjurer, can deal with the 1-2 with ease. Belligerent Giant's gonna come down, bounce the Thorn Hiss Mage back, and Storm Atronach's gonna solidify a 3-0.
Yeah, in the finals,
3-0 for Thuldir.
Wins emphatically. We heard a lot of players today say, I am afraid of Thuldir.
Yeah.
This is why.
Is this bloody Conjuring ever going to be played?
Next turn it will.
Okay, and this is going to look like game for...
Yeah, that's what we want.
But I do believe.
The problem is more whether or not.
Ah, so this is what the experiments is for. And the winner of the TESL Summer Tournament number 2 is Nocturnal, going 9-5 with a 64.3% win rate after today. Yeah, and that is a pretty good rip here.
And then you're dead from board. And completed yet the City Talker wins the entire final stage, 8-4.
If you're Ross, are you worried about dying here? There's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 plus 5 is not enough. I'll develop Apprentice Necro to get back the Trapper.
And that is lethal. If you attack with Trapper first and then Cliff Racer, then you can skip the rune. And then Respire Draw in the first place with almost 70%. Impressive.
Howdy folks, and welcome to the Elder Scrolls Legends Masters Series Tournament. I am Justin Larson, and I'm joined by my good buddy Charmer. Howdy folks, and welcome back. Howdy folks, and welcome back. Howdy folks, and welcome. Howdy folks, and welcome back. Howdy folks, and welcome to the Elder Scrolls Legends Masters Series.
Howdy folks, Justin here. Very pleased to be joined by my good friend Charmer. How are you doing today?
Miserable. However, things are looking up because I get to do a broadcast with you for the Elder Scrolls Legends. I feel like I'm traveling back in time, man.
Absolutely, and it's also kind of interesting. I'm having the exact opposite experience. Things were going great for me until I heard your voice.
Yeah, I have that effect, but with that in mind, we are here to cast a tournament, and so we should first welcome everybody to this farewell tournament. And I want to give a special shout out to Night Dark Wolf for putting this together, and also, we should take a look at this bracket that we have on the screen to see our top 8 competitors that we have left. That's right, we are here in the quarterfinals. We have 8 players left. This was after a 64-player bracket. And I would just like to cover the folks who have made it this far. We have Fluffy, Ross Pierre Dole, Thuldir, former world champion, Fellerin.
That's true.
That's right. Avenged Fish. I almost said Avenged Fist for some reason, but I think that's just because I feel like I would want to punch myself in the face.
Brother, leave your personal life out of this. We don't need you avenging all the fisting.
Yeah, exactly. We also have Person of Secrets, former competitor from the Master Series as well. Folks might remember from the really iconic play against Please Don't Hack Me, where they properly got what they needed to win and then had the misplay. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go back and Google it. It's a time capsule. It is a wonderful moment. The final two of our top 8, however, are I Like Pasta, again, mainstay in the community for many years, and Fearwolf. So this is a pretty decent top 8, all things considered, when we've got, you know, former world champions and Master Series competitors here.
Absolutely. We've got international representation. We've got people who have been part of this community for a long time, a short time. It is the perfect way to say farewell to the Elder Scrolls Legends, which is what we're here to do today.
That is indeed what we are here to do today. Now, with that in mind, this is the top 8, but as I alluded earlier, we had a top 64 to get to this point, and we are going to take a quick look at how the players got here. Now, some of them on this side of the bracket did start with a bye, but that is not any knock against them, of course, because they kept winning after that. So Fluffy with a 3-0 victory over the Quayan. Then we had Pachoki with a victory as well. Ross Pierre has a 3-2 victory over, I believe that's a Jaeger Bombastic, which is just a fun, punny name. That was a close one, but then did get that 3-0 sweep against Dedoin Cred.
Look, you know, for those of us in the audience who might not know and your co-host, why don't you tell us who Bai is and why they're such a terrible player?
Well, it's because they go a little too down the middle, if you will. They're a little spread equally. They don't have a dedicated strategy. They're not one or the other. They are Bai. So that's why they keep losing. But that's okay. We love them regardless.
Excellent observation, my friend, and thank you for clarifying that.
Who gave us a microphone again? I don't think that this is going to go well at all. But again, with that being said, here we see this is where Thuldir did eventually go through the ranks, came out on top, did not get that coveted victory against the Bai, but in typical Thuldir fashion continues to just win games. And I think I would say that as we look at that top 8, I would say Thuldir might even be the favorite, because for those who don't remember, back during the Master Series, not only did he compete in both of them and won one of them, but did so on jet lag because of travel issues back at those events. And so kind of person that can just win games in his sleep.
Absolutely. Clutching on his journey up to this bracket, makes his way through Ovaz, Shadowaz, who I assume has some sort of connection to the Vengeful Fisting, and in the end, a name I cannot pronounce, but a fellow German.
And then as far as how Fellerin made it to the top 8 here, we again have somebody who did not get the luxury to have that bye, but did have the 3-0 victory over Air Oregon, and then a close series going 3-2 against Joe Bob 62911. Not to be confused, of course, with Joe Bob 62912. And then again,
his name out of your mouth.
A close series once again against Mir Sorsa, and Fellerin did get that 3-2 victory there.
I want to give a quick shout out because we have Yum Yum, longtime moderator of the Elder Scrolls Legends subreddit, dedicated member of the community for a very long time. It is wonderful to see him participating in this farewell tournament.
Well, if we're giving shout outs, though they did not make it to the top 8, I would also like to give a shout out to Emma Kayla, a well-known competitor from the community. They performed very well in the early rounds, but did ultimately lose to Avenged Fish. Again, Fish, not Fist. I apologize for my early misspeak. Avenged Fish does get the victory over Emma Kayla, and then again, a squeaky 3-2 series against Silver Marauder to secure their spot in the top 8.
I'm not sure if you've even paying close attention to this, but civil marauding now illegal in the United States. So I'm glad that this is how this turned out.
Yeah, and perhaps one of the more marquee matchups that is outside of the top 8, this bracket had none other than Turquoise Link, the Australian dynamo that many remembers from streaming and also the Master Series, as well as Person of Secrets. And while they started on opposite ends of this bracket, they did meet and play against each other to secure that top 8 spot. And Person of Secrets did take that 3-2-0, but still happy to see that Turquoise Link came back and participated in this event, because again, he was another mainstay in the community, a real innovator when it came to deck building, and was just a wonderful person to meet at QuakeCon.
Absolutely. I mean, it's unfortunate for for fans of Turquoise that he didn't make it any further than this, but fantastic to see him showing up. And it speaks to the quality of players we're dealing with here, that somebody beats him and proceeds on.
And then this was the journey of I Like Pasta. Gotta love that round one matchup between someone who loves pasta and a sweet roll. Turns out pasta is better than pastry, as I Like Pasta got that 3-0 victory. Then proceeded to get a victory over Dr. Mind Bender. Turns out bended macaroni better than Dr. Mind Bender. Then to get that top 8 secured a 3-0 victory over a Rumpin Rufus. So that is how I Like Pasta made it to the top 8.
Rumpin Rufus sounds like another source of vengeful fisting. I mean, a lot of that on this ladder we're seeing here today.
Yeah, and just to keep it on theme here, the Fearwolf path to the top 8 started with a round 1 victory over Lover Drive. Also had a 3-0 victory against Peterus 20. And then again, a 3-0 victory over Sniffix 4. What I want to point out here is that Fearwolf has yet to even drop a game. So that is going to be something that we need to pay attention to as this tournament progresses. I was saying Thuldir might be the favorite, but not dropping a game is really impressive.
That is an incredible streak that he made there into this bracket.
With that, we see again, this is our top 8 bracket. This is for all the marbles at this point, quite literally, because we can't run another tournament ever again. This will be the final champion for the Elder Scrolls Legends. I did want to say that we're going to be starting, of course, with our first quarterfinals. Myself, Justin, we will be casting this match. This will be Fluffy versus RPD. However, we have some fantastic casters joining you for the rest of the tournament as well. So that second quarters match is going to be casted by none other than Endazoa and Silverfuse, both mainstays in the community. The third quarterfinal match will be TDC Jason, again, somebody who played in the first Master Series and then ended up working on the game. TDC Jason will be joined by Please Don't Hack Me. I love that Hack Me will be casting that Person of Secrets matchup because, again, if you haven't seen that interaction, go Google it. And then that fourth one, the fourth quarters will be casted by Core Data and Karakan Jewel, who, again, fantastic player, participated in both Master Series and also just a stand-up guy.
And this is a stacked list of casters, right? You have 7 fantastic Elder Scrolls Legends players and then me joining you for the final World Championship.
I would say that you're a fantastic Elder Scrolls Legends player. If the goal is to donate somebody a 12/12 and then kill it, if you're trying to hunt your white whale, then I would say you're an absolutely fantastic player there, Justin.
Well, then by that metric, I absolutely am, and I am happy to be standing on the shoulders of giants with the other legends.
All right. So as we're looking at some of the statistics from the first day of the tournament here, we have quite an interesting split between the dual color decks and the tri-color decks. So again, we've got 103 decks that were just your traditional classes. When the game launched, we just had the 2 color decks available. Those were the 10 classes that were within the game. And then, of course, we added the houses, which introduced 3 color options. For a long time, it was pretty well thought that all of the best decks were going to be tricolor. There was a bit of a dominant period for that. But what I see here is a lot of diversity with an almost down the middle split.
And that is an absolutely fascinating thing. Sort of speaks to the quality of the game design throughout the length of this game, that with every card available to us, every card that was ever made for the Elder Scrolls Legends, we still feature almost a 50-50 split here. And you're right, there was a lot of Doom posting, Doom saying about what it was going to be. Oh, 3 colors always better, more options, more options. But you know, that larger deck requirement, reducing the consistency of your draws, seems to be something a lot of players here are taking into consideration.
Now, as we take a look at some of the representation of the dual color decks, we see Assassin and Battle Mage there at the top. Not that much of a surprise for me, as those decks can be very aggressive, but they're also very versatile classes because you can play them in a mid-range style as well. Following that, we have Archer, and then my old favorite, Trusty Sorcerer. And then after that, you know, you were talking about the balance, right? 4 decks with 9 times representation: Warrior, Mage, Monk, and Scout.
Absolutely. It is really cool to see that warrior, mage, monk, and scout. I'm personally a little favorite of scout. I'm going to be rooting for whoever the scout players are in this tournament, but it just incredibly impressive to see. And then, of course, spell sword, which sucks.
No bias whatsoever.
Absolutely not. But I don't really like my creatures being destroyed. They have a tendency to do that. So.
All right. And now as we take a look at what the tricolor representation was, we have House Daggeth coming in at the #1 spot with 18 decks brought to the event. Again, this is a really versatile house. You're taking what I was describing as potentially the two most versatile classes and then combining them. So this is not that much of a shock to me. If you're somebody who likes Battle Mage or you're somebody who likes Assassin, why not play them both as one of the decks you bring to the event? And then after that, we kind of have a steady trickle down. It's Guildsworn, Telvanni, Tribunal, the Empire, Ebonheart, and then Halalu. And I will say, if there's one surprise to me, it's just that Halalu is so far down, but I think that's because of some of the changes that were made. There was a period of time in this game where the House Halalu was widely considered the best deck in the game, but oh, how the mighty have fallen.
I remember a lot of Halalu representation in the first Masters Series tournament. I want to point out one of the things that stands out to me looking at this is the top 4 all featuring intelligence, and I'm wondering if they're playing some of the same cards or if they're just approaching different aspects of that color, which can do a lot of kind of really crafty things.
Well, it's a good thing that you mentioned that, because we have this attributes present graphic where we can point out that, yes, intelligence is the most represented stat. Again, this is for the tournament, not representative of the population of the United States. Then we have agility, strength, endurance, and then willpower coming in at the 5th spot.
Most played House Dagoth. What do you make of that, brother?
As I said before, I think that it makes sense when you look at your best 2 color combinations were Assassin and Battle Mage, and so why not play both? But also when you again think of just raw power, raw card power that was available to House Daggeth, whether it's, you know, the big Daggeth legendary himself or some of those tricolor cards that are just a mess of keywords. I think that's the real thing, right? When you're looking at value and you're looking at what House Dagoth brings, it's just keyword soup, and sometimes that is good enough to get the job done.
Absolutely, absolutely. A lot of wards, a lot of last gasps, a lot of aggression that is hard to remove from the board.
A lot of charge.
Time to fight.
That's one.
That's one. So outside of that, obviously, as you're going down, what is at least apparent to me is we have all of this intelligence, as you said. And another thing that's worth pointing out is intelligence is another popular one because it's a good source of spot removal. It's also a good source of just being a finisher, you know, lightning bolt being iconic in the game. It's something that I think that you want to include in your decks when possible. But once you kind of take out the intelligence factor, what stands out to me is that we still have a lot of strength showing up in these top areas as well.
Because it's time to fight, right?
It is in fact always time to fight.
How do you not have the drop ready?
I mean, I always have it ready, but I just sometimes I want to say it. I still think my biggest regret was not having my own version of me saying time to fight ever in the game files, man. That's what I wanted. I wanted a custom time to fight.
I remember bothering some of the Sparky Pants people about reporting a voice line for something, and they're like, "Are you in a voice actors guild?" And I was like, "What the hell is a voice actors guild?"
Yeah, Peter, I'm sorry for bothering you. If you're watching this, I'm sorry, but I would have done it. I would have jumped through the hoops. All right, so let's take a look at the most banned classes / I guess houses, if you will. We'll just say attribute combinations from the qualifying rounds of the tournament here. And there are some interesting things that are both surprises as well as stuff I'm just not surprised about. So starting with what I'm not surprised about, Justin, here we have Assassin and House Daggeth as the most banned. And I'm fully on board with this because what I'm seeing is like, hey, Assassin can be problematic. And then when you give it a third attribute, well, it's still problematic.
Absolutely. It turns out that if you add Dagoth himself to Assassin, you still have a huge problem to face.
And one of the things that jumps out at me as perhaps a bit more shocking, however, is that when we deviate from those two, our next kind of like tier, right? Because we had 9 times
Right.
bans for those two, and then we have 8 for Guildsworn, Archer, and House Telvanni. Now, Telvanni, not a surprise, because that's, again, Assassin plus something. And then we have Guildsworn, which is like Battle Mage with something. And then we have Archer, but Battle Mage was actually banned significantly less. And so I'm kind of wondering what it is specifically where people are like, okay, the Guildsworn is more problematic as opposed to Battle Mage, because Battle Mage historically has had a lot of power both in mid-range game plans, or you can go with like a heavy prophecy variant, and people don't seem to be fearing it.
It does seem sometimes Battle Mage, at least historically, has felt like a bit of a glass cannon, easy to disrupt. Do you think that maybe the lack of Battle Mage bans are people thinking, hey, I have this sort of pivot kind of control ability to take things out of the Battle Mage that's going to disrupt them enough that I can steal a win?
Yeah, I suppose it could be that. One of the other things that unfortunately this doesn't tell the story about, and I do wonder, is whether or not the lineups that people brought were ones where they brought, say, Battle Mage, Daggeth, and Assassin as all part of it. And then in those situations, well, you have to pick one, and maybe the ones you're worried about are the more like Assassin honed variants, right? Assassin, Daggeth, Telvanni. In which case, you're going to have to pick your poison, and I guess, well, maybe Battle Mage is a little bit easier, but this was still kind of surprising when you consider that Tribunal and Empire, for example, were still banned more often than Battle Mage was.
A lot more sense to my suggestion, and next time we could probably save a little bit of airspace by you just telling me I'm stupid.
We could do that, but that's less fun for the audience. Speaking of things that are fun for the audience, however, we have actual like smart people, aka the players in the event, with interviews that were done. So we're going to take a moment here and hear from our players from the event. Don't go anywhere. The interviews are coming now.
Starting interviews with Fluffy and Rospidol. Reading Rospidol's answers is Wolf. When did you start playing?
I started playing in October 2019. I remember it was right after the Oblivion expansion got released, but before they patched the invasion decks for the first time.
In 2016. Played a lot of different games in between and had long breaks in between though. What was your all-time favorite deck?
That's a really tough choice for me. Lots of different things, but I liked events more than anything. So there's a spell sword that I built to win a lot of the old formats that a lot of people didn't play spell sword, and it was kind of fun beating control mage and other stuff with really a control type spell sword.
I think old control mage before elusive schemers and manticore nerfs. What do you think is your highest achievement in TESL?
I think I'm the undisputed event king. I have more number 1 overall finishes and top 10 finishes in events by a wide margin over really any other player. And, I really like the events because you had to build decks to fit lane changes or the cards that were allowed in that format. And, I think it was kind of nice that you only got a set number of losses, so the more you played didn't necessarily mean a higher placement, so it was every game counted.
Securing both top 1 and top 2 spots on the ladder at the end of May 2014 season. How did you prepare for the farewell tournament?
I didn't, other than playing Legends all the time because I love that game. I think I have about 55,000 wins on my main account, and I would have played it 55,000 more. So I just, other than just playing the game and enjoying it, not a lot.
Just playing the ladder for the most part. Some scrims, but very little. What is your lineup?
My lineup's a hodgepodge of lists that I love from over the years. They're very competitive. I think they'll look a little different than what a lot of the players will bring. They're mostly mid-type lists, which I think lends itself to the most interesting gameplay with your opponent.
Decks that I feel very comfortable with. With right hand, they have a game against anything and can win any matchup. What do you think of your next opponent and their lineup?
I think Ross Pyridal is one of the best players of all time. He's certainly quite accomplished. All his decks look really strong. I think they're actually fairly well matched with mine, so it should make for some pretty competitive games.
I don't know much about this player. We matched maybe 3 times on the ladder ever. His decks are interesting. Whom are you most afraid to face?
No one, mostly because I don't necessarily believe anyone's better than me at it. But if I have to pick my current opponent, because if I don't beat him, then I won't get to play anyone else. I also think Boulder is a really terrific player, and hopefully I'll get to play him.
So dear. Is there anything else you would like to add?
Just that it's been an honor to be a part of TESL, and thank you for putting this on and for the casters to support it. It's really too bad the game is bidding farewell, but it's been so much fun, and I wish I could keep playing.
Shout out to NDV for organizing this event. Good luck, everyone.
Hey guys, Corrado here, and we're going to be very quickly going over the deck list that the players have brought. So we're going to be taking a look first at K Fluffy's lineup. K Fluffy is on Assassin, Dagoth, Halalu, and Ebonheart. And the first list is going to be this mid-troll Assassin. This is one of Fluffy's pet decks. Looks a bit weird because it is a bit weird, but it is, in the simplest terms, a very slow mid-range assassin looking to curve out in the early game, land a Nalfi Conjurer, and kind of just control games. You're going to be seeing a few interesting choices in here, including 3 copies of Nest of Vipers, a fan favorite card that is just kind of not great, but hopefully we get to see it cast once or twice here over the course of this tournament. And the second deck he brought is a Dagoth Red Mountain list. Red Mountain, one of my pet cards, so very happy to see Red Mountain represented here. A slightly interesting list. We're not seeing some of the more common things like Vigilant Ancestor. Instead, we are seeing 2 copies of Chorus Reaper and 3 copies of Fallen Esther Reaver in the top end. A little bit better when they're discounted by Red Mountain. Not standard inclusions, but interesting nonetheless. Next up, we have a mid-range Halalu list. This one is a relatively standard mid-range list. We're seeing the standard Halalu early game of Moral Trader, Pawnbroker into the solid mid-range or like solid mid-game, things like Anasi, Tyr, Scourge, Leaf Lurkers, and Cliff Razors. And then we're trying to end the game with cards such as Supreme Dragon, Belligerent Giant, Raz, and 1 copy of Unstoppable Rage just as a little treat. And the last deck is going to be a mid-grow Ebonheart. Again, I think this is another one of Fluffy's pet decks. We're seeing 1 copy of Skirmisher's Elixir here in the 4-drop slot, just as a fun little include. But other than that, it's a relatively aggressive Ebonheart list that's looking to end the game out on turn 5 and turn 6. A very aggressive deck. We've got like 3 copies of Swift Strike in here, as well as some interesting prophecy choices, let's just say, with the Werebats. Rasputal has brought Archer, Guildsworn, Halalu, and Empire. So the Archer deck is a standard mid-range archer looking to play some early threats and kind of just keep curving out with decent on-raid threats, things like Ashlander Punisher, Cliff Razor. You're looking to have some amount of interaction with Leaf Lurker and Shearpoint, and then closing out the game with Raz and again another 1 copy of Unstoppable Rage. A lot of 1 copies of Rage in some of these decks. The next deck is going to be a mid-rage Guildsworn. Again, one of my all-time favorite decks. Very happy to see it represented here. Ross has brought a very concise build. 1 copy of Monastic Champion is an interesting include instead of 2 copies of Oathman. Oathman, the more kind of normal 5-drop. Monastic Champion is an interesting one just as a solid mid-range threat, as well as a decent rage target against slightly more aggressive decks. And the next deck is going to be the Aggro Halalu. Again, another very interesting bring. Aggro Halalu's fallen out of metagame quite a lot over the years, but I think being brought in this tournament lineup is an interesting choice as a slightly worse, but a sort of an adjacent Empire Aggro deck. So a very interesting bring, and I'm very excited to see this played. And the fourth and final deck is Empire Aggro. So this is one of the scary meta boogeymen. Ever since Darkmane came out, it has been a force to be reckoned with, especially in tournament, just having the extra activator on turn 2 for your Oathmans. A fairly standard looking list. A lot of players have brought some very interesting builds of Empire, some curving higher than others. We'll see in this deck like no copies of Wily Kiva. There is no copies of Dawnbreaker. So just interesting, you'll see Dawnbreaker and Wily Kiva in some of the other lists. It's just very interesting to see how people have opted to build their Empires. But yeah, it's going to be a solid list nonetheless. I'm expecting to see quite a bit of Empire in some of these matches. But with that, we'll pass it back to Charmer for the games.
We are going to be covering Fluffy taking on Ross Pierre Dole. And what stands out to me is, even though we were saying, hey, intelligence has a lot of representation in the field, RPD only brought 1 deck with it.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting sort of contrarian approach to this. You know, personally, I'm always rooting for the underdog. I want to see the creative kind of off-the-wall stuff win. So I got to tell you, just right off the bat, I'm rooting for the weird lack of intelligence over here, not just because I myself lack it.
That's fair. That's fair. One of the things I want to point out, if you are not familiar with the tournament rules, or if this is perhaps the first event that you're tuning into because you just really wanted to hear our voices for some reason, This is, of course, where players will bring 4 decks. They get to ban 1, and then you have to win 3 out of the next 5 games, which is conquest style. So once you have won with one of your decks, it's gone. You got to win with the rest of them in your lineup. And so with that in mind, as I look at this RPD list, what do you think the chances are going to be that Fluffy chooses Guildsworn as the ban, knowing that that's the only intelligence deck?
That would be a really interesting move. And when you're faced with, I mean, well, when you're faced with this blind ban option, right, you have a lot of pressure to make the right choice, sort of in the dark, right? Sort of in the dark. You got to go with your gut to some extent, right? Why not pick out the single intelligence deck? That way you never play around lightning bolt. You can just turn off certain parts of your brain that might be on high alert otherwise.
I can certainly see that. I will also say, as somebody who did take a peek at the deck lists that Fluffy brought, it does also appear that most of the lists are a bit aggressive in nature. So the only other thing that I would consider with that ban is that there's a lot of very important prophecy cards that have the potential to exist in that Guildsworn list. So when you look at it from that perspective, it's not just the lightning bolt, but when you talk about playing around things, Javelin is of course iconic as far as prophecy cards go, but there's been Guildsworn prophecy decks where you've just jammed as many in as possible. Not saying that is 100% what is being ran on the other side for RPD, but it is something that I would be considering when I was presented with these options.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, do we apply the same logic with bans when we're looking at Fluffy stuff? When we're pretending to be Ross, when we're picking out something to eliminate from Fluffy, do we eliminate House Lalu to eliminate all of the willpower? Do we eliminate Assassin to eliminate the only 2-color deck? I mean, maybe there's some thought that increasing the inconsistency of draws is an advantage that Ross could make.
I think it's an interesting question. I will say, again, as somebody who did kind of take a peek at the deck lists, one of the things that stuck out to me is that RPD has brought a list where they can deal with aggressive decks pretty well. What I noticed is there is a healthy amount of both control options as well as prophecy cards. So I would think that I would consider banning the Assassin in this matchup, if only because the other options, while they can be aggressive, are less likely to also contain any sorts of burst damage. And hey, I've been away for a while, but we nailed this. I feel really justified right now. I was just going to say, I think that when you have the defensive nature of the decks that RPD has, what you want to prevent is just losing by accident. And so I would take away the deck that had the most burst damage.
I love that. I love that we are still on our game. And by we, of course, I mean you, but I love the Assassin ban. I love the Guildsworn ban. I cannot wait to see how these two stack up on the field.
All right. So this animation, for the folks watching at home, is not a mulligan of sorts. This is just where we are seeing some of the key cards that will be represented by the decks that these players have brought to this particular matchup. That's why it's going from deck to deck. So again, we have Fluffy taking on RPD.
This is exciting. This is exciting.
Of course, that Guildsworn deck that just popped up on the animation was banned, so we won't get to see that. But hey, look,
I see
charge.
Mud Crabs.
Yeah, you saw Mud Crabs in charge. What could go wrong? All right, now we are actually jumping into the game, and it looks like we're going to start off with an Empire list of RPD taking on the Ebonheart Pact list of Fluffy.
This is the moment that we have been waiting for the entirety of this game. This is the final World Championship, and it begins here.
All right, so I think it was a pretty easy mulligan here from the perspective of Fluffy when you consider that there were no early plays. And with the Ring of Magicka, you definitely wanted to find something you could play. We also see that they got lucky and they found that Mournhold Trader, which is a big unit that you can play early on. But RPD, man after my own heart, does have a 1-drop. I always was preaching, hey, you got to have some number of 1-drops because you can't always have the Ring of Magicka.
No, and Mournhold Trader represents 4, 8, maybe even 12 damage uncontested in this early game. That could be absolutely enormous. But it also, we were talking about RPD sort of like more controlling strategy. The ability to lay down that small little roadblock that the 1-drop friend brings along with them could be huge as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how we get this mute used, because we know that there will be the option for a guard to come down, which could potentially slow down a Mournhold Trader, and you could use it to go through the guard. But you also, if you're worried about the trader dying and giving back a unit, you do have the option where you can mute your own Mournhold Trader, and then you don't give your opponent the drawback for starting with that 4/4. So we are going to see actually 2 guards come down now, 1 on each side.
Wow, I love this. What do you make? What do you make of RPD swinging there? I know it's 1 damage, but with the prophecy system, it could matter.
It could. I think that I'm okay with it when you know that you have a handful of things that have 1 attack, strictly because you're not going to run into situations where you're going to accidentally trigger a rune break. If you had something where you had your own Mournhold Trader or something where you might be swinging for 4, I would be a little more concerned, but overall here, I think I'm fine with bringing you to the cusp and then making the decision based on the board state whether to continue forward.
That makes a lot of sense. And then we just saw Mudcrab Merchants deliver a potentially enormous control card to RPD in the form of that 7-drop that's going to reduce the health of the enemies in that lane. That could shut something down.
Absolutely. On the other side, though, however, Fluffy here has a very interesting hand when you're looking at the options. We have the Mail, which could keep alive some units, but we also have that Withered Hand Cultist, and I like that play. You're going to turn around and make things more expensive for both players when you're talking about actions, but when you only have Mute in your hand, I think that you're fine with that. And we do have we have the Empire Oathman trigger giving double bonuses here.
That is a lot of buffs across the board, and RPD has apparently decided he's the beatdown deck.
Yeah, you might not have been familiar with this, but this appears to be the kind of Empire weenie list. This is something that was ran to a lot of success during the second Masters series, or at least versions of this list. I believe Thuldir was a big fan of this list during that time as well. So this is something where you're trying to kind of go wide, and then there's a number of cards that will buff your entire board in a beneficial way.
RPD featuring a lot of control over in the field lane. Fluffy has made no attempt to contest it since turn 1, when that 1-drop that you were singing the praises of made its debut. I mean, that single 1-drop card has shaped the direction of this entire match.
Ooh, okay. We hit the dual card Cloak and Dagger, which of course splits into 2. And with that, interesting, the presence of just that 1 Mournhold Trader with the guard was enough to slow down the attack by that 4/4. Which will now leave Fluffy with the option to decide, do I want to deal with that, or will I just continue to push face? There's a big risk here. Does decide to go face. Okay, I was going to say there is a big risk because what you're doing is you're cracking a bunch of runes.
It's over. It's over. Shields are down. It's over.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
We have a victory. I was wondering if there was going to be some hesitation, because any prophecy that was a trigger there would have been enough to potentially slow that down. But sometimes you just say, if they got it, and you go. And so Fluffy taking round 1 with a very successful piloting of House Dagoth, or excuse me, Ebonheart.
We saw RPD get kind of punished for the aggressive stance there. It doesn't seem like he was aware of just how much Fluffy could push in 1 turn.
Well, it's hard to account for 6 extra burst damage from hand, but again, that is the power of charge. It's why it was always my favorite keyword in the game. And again, with that, Fluffy goes up game 1 with a victory with the Ebonheart pack.
All right, so I mean, what a incredibly fast-paced, like small, decisions matter first match between 2 obviously incredible players. I mean, can you fault any of their plays in that game, or was it simply just bad luck or the right draws for the winning player?
I think that it was a little bit of good luck and good draws for the winning player. One of the things that went Fluffy's way is we had double Mournhold Trader start, which now we're seeing on the side of Ross. It's very aggressive. It's something that you want to find early. But also, again, as I said, when you have the 4/4 charger with weapons that you can put on them, it does give you some extra reach. It allowed them to go around that rune. But the reason I also say some luck on their side is because we saw 0 prophecy triggers throughout. However, things have changed now because we have no early game plays up until this top deck. If it was not a gambler top deck here, we would have had many turns where Fluffy was doing nothing this game, and that would have been disastrous.
That is an absolutely brutal kind of draw where you're just bricked like that. You really do not want to see that, especially playing something like House Halalu, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is normally a deck where you're going to come out a little bit faster. I will say, however, this appears to be the more mid-range variant and not what we were accustomed to during the heyday of Halalu. And what I'm kind of basing that on is we saw the rapid shots, but we also see Murkwater Scourge. We have the Cradle Crush. These are your units where you're usually trying to take advantage of cards with Curse and Leaf Lurker, things like that. We do have a decision to make here.
We do. Yeah, this is this is a big turn, right? This is sort of like last game's turn where the decision to go face might not have been or could have been punished. This is Fluffy needs to make the right call here, right?
Yeah, so they are going to do what I was kind of hoping they were going to do, which is you had the lane changing card, and when you utilize that, if you take this trade into the Mournhold Trader, you will trade, and while that's economically normally not the greatest, you do also get the guard on the one side. Then you can play this one on the other. Yes, you're still going to end up taking some damage in all likelihood this turn, but you do at least stem the bleeding, which is what you want. You had a really slow start this game.
Absolutely, and you know, look, Cradle Crush representing. Ooh, okay, that's huge. That's huge.
Yeah, that is massive.
Yeah, absolutely.
So when you're factoring in, you know, earlier I was saying, hey, you want with some of these decks to also have these like low cost cards because they can trigger certain effects for you. Completing that contract because of the backing of the cloak does mean that you get the completed contract, but also the curse as well, which are 2 0 cost options when you need to, you know, turn on some of your options. Things like Surin Pawnbroker that we see in the hand of Fluffy at the moment.
Well, we also see Rift Thane here. One of my favorite cards, my favorite OG cards, because of its flexibility, potentially coming in clutch here, right? The ability to put down a 2/4 guard because he's behind in life could represent more control when he's pretty interested, I have to imagine, at this point in gaining some control of the board.
I will say this is a lot of fun, and it's definitely a like blast from the past for me personally, because I'm really enjoying seeing a lot of the cards that I used to love playing, but I'm also like taken aback when I see them with some of the changes. I keep staring at like Murkwater Scourge, for example, going, wait, I remember that having different stats. Oh, that's right, they nerfed it.
Absolutely. I did a double take and had to ask myself what exactly that was.
Yep. That was one of the monthly cards that was very powerful when it released. All right.
Absolutely.
With that in mind, RPD still on the offensive here, but is starting to potentially lose steam. When you're looking at just the sheer board presence, obviously things are in favor of Fluffy at this point, which you would expect. They've been focusing on just value trades because of the slow start. I will say, however, the Archer lists do have the ability to extend their reach a bit. And so while you are behind, what I'm looking at, for example, is we've got that belligerent giant in hand with the ring that could come down and bounce something just for tempo. But then with the overwhelm on the following turn, some combination of dagger plus swift strike could be enough to just end the game. They're going to keep that last ring charge instead of opting to use the contract to reduce the cost. But they do get the bounce and the 4 damage from the trader.
We're looking at potential uninterrupted lethal with the swift strike here.
Well, yeah, potentially. It would still be interrupted if that first rune break
Absolutely. Could hit a
would
prop.
trigger. Yeah.
Turns out I don't know what the word uninterrupted means.
So uninterrupted would just mean that there was no opportunity for a prophecy to hose you. So in
No
game
part of
one,
my
for
thing-
example, when you swing for the full 6 and you kind of jump that last rune,
Yeah.
it's just over. But here we would see even with Swift Strike, that first attack would give it the possibility to hose it. And
Absolutely.
wow, all right, so this was a big play.
Yeah. Not in the clear by any stretch of the imagination, but Fluffy doing his best to sort of gain control of the situation here. Sort of like my attempts to sound like I know what I'm doing.
Well, I was just about to say we could still see we could still see a victory here. And yeah, I was gonna say we're waiting to see if that prophecy triggers, and if not, the Swift Strike will get the job done. All right, we have a series split now. RPD coming back. RPD slower on the start in game one. However, it was Fluffy who was really struggling to find some board presence at the start of game two. And that means we have victories for both players. Archer now gone, so just the tricolor decks left for RPD. Similarly, House, Hlaalu, and Dagoth still available for Fluffy, but we have a 1-1 split.
How much of this match do you think was sort of like determined by that sort of bricked opening hand that Fluffy had?
I mean, I would say a fair amount of it, but also I cannot stress enough, when either side has a start with Mournhold Trader and the other player does not have like good immediate answers, you're gonna have a bad time. So I will say in this particular instance, I would say it's a little bit of both, right? Like you want to have a good start, but like this is a good example, right? RPD, they have a start, but it's 5th Legion Trainer, and yes, this is going to buff all of the other units that are coming after it, but you're not like completely in the hole. Whereas if this was a Mournhold Trader, you're eating 4 damage or potentially more immediately following, right? Which is just straight up a bad time.
I love Fluffy's hand right now. I gotta say, this I mean, just discarded Tyr, obviously, but like Cloud Resolutionist, Tyr, the Archer, the Giant, these are some of the best control options available to Crusader. I know he's playing Hlaalu. These are Crusader cards. Sets himself up for the ability to pivot very quickly if he falls behind.
I will also point out, because you just mentioned a lot of cards, for example, that had prophecy on them. We haven't seen prophecy triggers so far, which is another big part of the game, and will hopefully move some things around. It's pretty easy to have a linear victory when there's nothing being done to interrupt the flow of a game state.
Well, let me ask you this, as the expert in the game here. Let's keep it real. You're the expert in the game here. The lack of prophecy, does that mean that God is dead?
No, because God was never alive. It was God's, right? We know that the Elder Scrolls universe has several deities.
Right. We do. We got Mudcrab Merchant here. What are we gonna get to mess this game up? Old Salty's Assault, and what is that? The Adept. I love the art on that Adept card, I gotta tell you. I'm saying it like that, of course, because I don't know what the card does.
Okay, that's fair. Do you know what Young Mammoth does? I feel like that's one you know.
Well, look, I used to take a lot of drugs. Of course I know what a Young Mammoth does.
All right, fair enough. All right, I was gonna say we're gonna see this trigger. Oh, okay. We got the trigger on the Pawnbroker, which does give us an actual usable 0 drop here, which could be beneficial.
Absolutely. I mean, even if it's just a 1-1, the ability to start screwing around with whatever RPD is doing in the field lane could be enormous.
Well, even going a step further, when you factor in next turn with the ring, you could run into a situation where you can assign that 1 damage to something that has 3 health over there, and then play Cradle Crush, which would have cleared that lane up. That would be outstanding. However, the Mudcrab infestation has come down and really thrown things for a loop here. This is not looking good. If you are
Absolutely.
Fluffy, I would be a little bit worried. And now we're at the point where we're actually burning cards in hand because we're at maximum capacity.
Right.
Going to get as much damage in as we can, and then maybe hope
Huge
and
giant.
pray that
That's a
this is
huge.
enough.
Let me ask you this, Charmer. I know that you're a little bit of an expert because of your own experience with crab infestations. Is this a card that's going to shape some of this tournament to come?
Listen, you always have to account for crabs, all right? And if you're not accounting for it, then you should see a doctor because it is worthy of accounting for. It's a really powerful play. As all things, whenever you're playing a board-centric game like the Elder Scrolls Legends, what you want is presence on the board. So when you can play something that will give you that, even if it's unpredictable value, whenever it's just value, as we saw with the pawn brick, or for example, you're going to have a good time, right? It's something that you want to be playing or having an answer for.
Oh, that makes sense. I don't know that it frequently follows having a good time to have a crab infestation, but I respect your position on this. We just have different tastes.
Well, to be fair, it's been many years since I have had endless crab legs at Red Lobster, but
right, that's what we're
I
talking
remember
about.
it being a good time.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
All right, double pawnbroker here, giving a lot of value to RPD, but hit the same 0 drop both times, which is not what you're hoping for. And now wisely stopping before you trigger that last rune, but is it enough?
Yeah,
because we only have to go through 1 rune here.
It's over. It's over.
And that's it.
Wow. Yeah, you had a great observation about the sort of aggressive slant of a lot of these decks. We have seen some very fast matches here so far.
We have, and what's interesting, as I said before, is that we haven't seen prophecies, right? When I was looking at this matchup, I got to be honest, what I was expecting was a lot of back and forth because both players were bringing enough prophecy that I thought it would matter more. But I guess if you're just lucky, right? Like sometimes just not hitting the thing that you don't want to hit is enough to win some games, and that's what we're seeing.
I want to give another shout out here. This one is to the amazing little animation that features around these boxes right before we get the check or the X. That is where the entire budget for this tournament went, and I think it was well spent.
Oh, absolutely. I would hope that they get the same effects for the next Marvel movie because it would drastically improve things.
Did you even see Captain America?
I have not yet. I have to get a babysitter these days to go see films, but I am happy to report that I do have somebody lined up for Sunday, and I am hoping that I can con Sophie into going. What we're going to see here is likely a ward crafter. Now, the question here is, do you want to compete? Do you want to contest for this field lane? And I was going to say, I think the answer is yes, with that rapid shot in hand. We do also, of course, have the Murkwater Scourge as well, if you don't want to use it right away and maybe you just want to use a curse later, but I would recommend... but the ward is eaten.
Yes, that is enormous because Fluffy had so many options there between the Gatekeeper, the Rapid Shot, so many options to sort of contest what's going on there. Now Fluffy has fallen way behind.
Yes, way behind indeed. However, we do have some options. We can take this value trade. We still get the 2/2 over here. We have the Rapid Shot, which we can use to pull the ward off, as well as Skaven Pyromancer. So behind, but not completely out of it quite yet.
No,
we do use that Rapid Shot.
Holding on for a little extra Skaven Pyromancer value. A risky choice could be huge. Instead, laying down Astrid.
And the illusionist says, hey, wait, first prophecy, let's go.
Absolutely. Enormous. It's Cloudress Illusionist, an absolutely huge card. But what a series of plays right there.
All right, we do have Garnag coming down. RPD knows they are the aggressor, and all right, the salt is back.
Salt is a way of life.
And Jarl Balgruuf, oh my god. If Jarl Balgruuf wins this game for somebody, I'll donate $100 to charity.
All right, we have
I'm ready
the
for it. Oh god.
the crabs doing the damage there. Sheer Point will eat one. Garnag takes the trade, and then just a pass from Fluffy. You pointed out earlier, hey, maybe we don't attack to accidentally break those runes, and that is exactly what we're seeing now. But I will say it makes more sense here because, again, we have some units that have that 4 attack value. We're much closer to where you could break a rune in such a fashion.
Fun fact about Garnag, I revealed that card and dressed up like Garnag.
I remember that.
Yeah. I didn't until I saw the card, but now I do.
Yeah, Sheer Point Dragon, great dragon. I got to reveal a wildfire dragon that caused an uproar in the community because it had 4 legs instead of 2. Interesting that we see that guard going down on the opposite side, perhaps signaling, hey, I don't want to have this just get auto traded into a 2-1 when I have this Skaven here, so I will play this. I will, however, say that also gives RPD some additional information, right? Because if you're Ross, you're going, okay, why would they do that? And so now, will we see Ross also play to the field lane or just continue to jam over there? And we have the apprentice go over there to the field. Oh, apprentice into the crab is such a good pull.
It is. That is enormous. Just more options, more card draw. Ross sitting in a really interesting position here. Fluffy with a full hand of cards. Ross has to be paranoid that there are any number of possible answers in sort of precarious position.
Yeah, this is still going to be a pretty good turn. We do have the option to use the Scourge Curse to take out the 1 remaining Shadow Lane unit, and then we get that value trade against the crab. So RPD kind of exploded on the board, but Fluffy had all of the right answers there. And we might see Fluffy stabilizing soon.
Absolutely. Let me go back to this thing about the 4-legged dragon. My understanding of the works of George Orwell is that 4 legs are good and 2 legs are bad. What exactly is the problem here?
Well, traditionally in the Elder Scrolls universe lore, their dragons don't have 4 legs like some European incarnations do. And so when I teased the dragon, I wrote this really cool write-up, and I just posted the art part with the reveal of the actual card coming later. And instead of everyone being like, hey man, this is a cool short story you wrote, everyone was like, oh, 4 legs, literally unplayable, blah. You know, it's not unplayable though. Sheer Point Dragon, also notably just 2 legs.
I never really paid much attention to the appendages of these dragons. I guess it speaks to what we were talking about earlier. You and I just have different taste.
Yeah, that's fair. Little bit interesting that they decided to use the Harpy on the 3 attack unit. That signals, you know what? I'm going to take damage either way, so I want you to force a potential prophecy. No hit this time, but Fluffy has been a little bit luckier this time around.
Oh god, he's hovering over Jarl Balgruuf. No, we don't need the mammoth. We need the Jarl. We don't need
No. We're sending the Cliff Racer, man. That bird, it's got a scream. Hey, Memory Wraith. That's a card that you and I remember.
That's right. It's got Banish.
It's got Banish. We did a commercial for that.
We did. Hey guys, Billy Mays here.
All right, so we have a situation where Fluffy is just kind of praying, saying, okay, if Ross doesn't have a way to deal this final 2 damage, we might claw back. However, we do have Old Salty once again, which does have the option to provide the crab that would deal damage at the end of the turn. Now, that wouldn't be enough to finish them off, but instead we are going to go with the Jarl.
And you know what? I got to say, Fluffy must be holding on some, like, Stronghold Eradicator. Very unique set of text. Okay, Baron Zaya, huge too.
Yeah, but we don't have a way to get that immediate value.
No, we do not. We got Belligerent Giant. That is not going to do it either. Unless I don't know, I can barely read, so maybe it can, but I don't think it does.
No, we are just a little bit short. So you could have a situation where the Giant could bounce the Jarl, the Dragon could trade into the Guard, and that would take up your Shadow Lane. And then you'd have 2 trades in the field lane, but that would still leave that 2/2 Cliff Racer, which would be enough. And so we are just going to be going to the all-important Game 5 of the series. We are going down to the wire.
What a fantastic way to start this tournament. I am legitimately excited at this point to see how this wraps up in this match.
I'm just excited we finally got to see some prophecy triggers. I was beginning to worry that we weren't going to see the single most important mechanic of the game, but we did, and now we get House Dagoth versus House Halalu. Again, two decks which over the history of the game have had a lot of success, a lot of ups and downs, so I wouldn't have it any other way.
Absolutely. This is exciting, man. This is it. We're going to see Dagoth this is an omen. We saw Dagoth himself blessing this one. That hand is fucking crap.
Okay. Fluffy at least found a 2-drop, but this is not going to be good for them. When I'm looking at this start, buddy, it's time to fight. We got the Orc Clan Captain. We've got the Nord Firebrand.
It is
Come
time
on,
to fight.
Do it. Just give me the aggression, RPD.
Let's see.
Yes. No.
Interesting choice. What do you make of that?
I think the concern, it could be something where you want to save that Nord to potentially trade with something. I still would have liked to have seen the additional damage there, but okay. Or perhaps they just want to get rid of it with the Gambler.
Right. Interesting choice there. We have a Khajiit making potions here.
Making potions.
Making cuppies. There's no way that most of the audience for this has any idea what that reference is because of their age.
And yet, because of the intonation, I know exactly. If you're young and you don't know what we're talking about, just like Google Polyshore. That's
all right. He got the draws. That's huge. You're always worried you put that card down, you don't get the draw. He got the draw.
But now you're faced with that decision of what do you do with it? We have the Pit Lion, but we don't have it active. So with that in mind, we're probably looking at something like a Trapper plus the Dark, right? To use our 3 resources, unless we wanted to go up to 4. Okay. So we're going to go up to 4 by just playing the Trapper. I like this because you want, I think, that Pit Lion in the field lane. Anything they put down to contest the field lane, it would trade with, and you want to try to keep the clan captain alive. However, we've got some pretty good answers available. The Scourge could generate a curse to deal with it. We also have the Archer, which will provide the guard, and that is the option we're going to go for. But then we also have that Murkwater Witch lying back there as well. A lot of control tools available to Fluffy, and when I'm looking at that Felinesti Reaver as well, we could see some big swings in board state here.
I gotta say, we see RPD using the incorrect art for Hive Defender.
Oh yeah, because he's not wearing the suit.
Right, the Dapper Defender. We don't see the yeah. Do not see the Dapper Defender. We do see Charth Reaper, one of my favorite cards.
And that crushing blow there as well.
Again, different tastes, but yes, the crushing blow. Charth Reaper, I gotta say this. You may not remember this because I haven't repeated it enough recently, but I won the very first Elder Scrolls Legends tournament. Charth Reaper, a part of that deck. That was a playable card.
You won the first one? Man, I
won the
think
very
you've ever told me that.
Yeah, I know. It's shocking, isn't it? Yeah.
And yet you were calling me the expert.
Well, I try to stay humble. If anybody knows anything about me, it's that I am the most humble person on this fucking planet.
Well, we got to balance out my just absolute massive ego, or my confidence knows no bounds. Crushing Blow is going to take down that defender, and then we're going to have the Gatekeeper come down to help block up that field lane a little bit. A little bit interesting when you consider it's in this position where you were trying to gum up the Dark. You're going to get punished because of the Illusionist, but also when I'm looking at it, If you would have went the other way, the trapper by itself wouldn't have been enough to kill the gatekeeper, and that 2 damage would have forced a prophecy trigger potentially, right? At least a rune break.
Yeah.
So I'm
see
not
it.
saying it's wrong, but I will kind of keep that in the back of my mind going forward.
But if Love and Cloud Resolutionist is wrong, then I don't want to be right.
Wait, did you hear that?
Marked man.
That made more sense cooler in my head. Shit, dude, do you remember that weatherman thing that I tried to do at the World Championship?
Yeah, boy do I ever. I remember the weatherman, and I remember during rehearsal where I did the NASCAR promo.
Oh man. Oh god. Well, how could they not find better casters than us?
I don't know, but we do have I was gonna say a massive unit that is getting a bit out of control. Does go back to the 2-3, but when you consider 4 extra damage was generated there, what an insane amount of value. The Reaver does finally come down, which does clean up one side of the board, but you're low on health. We do, I was about to say, have the Divine Fervor. Man, do you remember when that card used to cost 4?
I do. That was a card you hated to see come down. You hated, or at least I hated to see come down. This could be it. We could have our first advancement right here, right now.
Well, Ross, you could see kind of the flicking there, I think, was going, man, if I just had anything with charge, if I just had anything to get me out of this. That was not the case. Now, if you are Fluffy right now, you're just trying to not die until you can get the Dagoth online, because that would give you access to some drain, some life gain.
And
this is going to be a tall order, though.
That look, now that we're in our 40s, isn't trying not to die just so relatable?
Yeah, but it's also so exhausting, right? And so we could see the mental toll occur with Fluffy here.
I am so tired all the time.
I'm just tired, boss. All right, Fluffy, thinking through the options here, want to make sure that you're not missing something. It's one of those situations where you really wish that you just had more resources available because you have the Skaven plus the Reaver. And instead, we just get the emote and the pass, and that means Ross Pierre Dole, RPD, will be our first player to advance out of the quarterfinals.
Huge shout out to RPD for clutching the final game in that series. That was, if this is what we're in store for the rest of this series, this sort of tight back and forth, I'm thrilled.
Yeah, I wouldn't have it any other way. Like I said, I'm happy we finally got to see some prophecies. We got to see some good decks featured, a little bit of everything there. Would love to see some of these other matchups, so I will for sure be tuning into them. Thuldir, again, all-star. I cannot wait to see Jason and Hackney cast the Person of Secrets matchup. I fell in love with Karakhan Jewel the moment that we introduced him to like an outdoors store here, that first time he visited Texas. So I will check in on that one as well.
He was a cool guy, I have to agree. We are in it. We are in the end of this, not just this tournament, we are in the end of this game. You got thoughts about that?
Yeah, and I have spoken to my therapist at length about how everything is finite and ends and how that depresses me. So, you know, thanks for the reminder. But something that's not ending soon is this broadcast. And so you don't want to go anywhere. We're going to be taking a short break. And then when we come back, you're going to have more Elder Scrolls Legends action. So don't go anywhere.
Have you ever thought of playing mid-range move in Scout? Or what will you do if Encano wouldn't be unique? Maybe you just wanted to play Rage on a stick. Well, here's your chance. Play Heroes of 40 now. I'm here with Respidor after the first quarterfinals in the Farewell Tournament's top 8 bracket. Congratulations on your victory against Fluffy.
Thank you.
You chose match 3 to highlight, the Empire match against Lalu. And in this match, I noticed that in the first 2 matches you were able to push Fluffy into Shadow. And then in match 3, he chose to play the Gambler in Shadow lane instead of developing it in a field where you only had the 5th Legion trainer, so he could have traded with that next turn, but he chose to go Shadow, and then you were able to set up a field with trainer and the Hunting Spirit. And then you play Macro Merchant.
And that gave me Salty Assault. But the next turn I drew the only one of copy of the 2/1 crab, so my Salty only summoned 3 units instead of 4. I was really sad about it. I would probably win this game if I didn't draw it, because on the final turn I think I had 8 damage on board. I could sacrifice Hunting Spirit to get 11, and then the captain. So yeah, I was 1 damage off lethal on the final turn if he didn't get the prophecy, and I would win the Hunting Spirit buff. So that 2/1 that I drew actually mattered. That was sad.
Yeah, it was a close match, and also if he doesn't have Cradle, like after you've played Old Celtics, then he has just Cradle and is able to clear your Shadow Lane.
Yeah, and also I played Salty Shadow Lane, so I get 2 units in Shadow, 1 in field. I should have played the other way around, get 2 units in field, 1 in Shadow, so this way Crandall Crash isn't so devastating, and I still have lethal next turn because I have 1 more unit. Yeah, it was very close game. I don't know if I played it correctly. Probably, yeah, definitely the Salty was misplay on the wrong lane.
Yeah, and in the end, he was able to skip your own with Cradle and Crusader's Assault, so he won that match, but you won the best of 5. It was a perfect way to start off today's matches with a best of 5 going to 5 matches, so congratulations on your victory again.
Hey, I'm Solarfuse, and welcome back to the quarterfinals, Thuldir vs. Fellerin, where I'll be casting with Indazoa today. So how you doing, Indazoa?
I'm good. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for casting with me. This is exciting.
Yeah, so, everyone's kind of getting a chance to say their goodbyes, and Indazoa and I we first met when we were playing actually in the Masters quarterfinals, so it's kind of cool. It's like a little loop here of ending with doing the quarterfinals for the Farewell TESL tournament.
Yeah, this is a very nice send off, and I'm happy to be here with you doing it. This is a cool end to this TESL part of the story.
Thuldir and Fellerin are known to each other on the ladder, and they both know about each other. So let's go ahead and take a look at the interviews of these players' thoughts before we get into this match.
Starting interview with Fellerin and Thuldir. Reading the answers is Nighthawk. When did you start playing? Approximately 8 years ago. July 2029. Question. What was your all-time favorite deck? Fellerin. Dragon Warrior. What do you think is your highest achievement in TESL? Thuldir. My favorite moment was winning the Masters Series at QuakeCon in 2019. Empire Tokens has a special place in my heart since then, because it won the first 2 rounds against Flo and Kirkenzul, almost single-handedly, and got banned in the final by Boomslife. I was the only one to bring Empire to the tournament too. Fellerin. Winning the last ladder in December 2014 on my alt Uketsuke. How did you prepare for the farewell tournament? Thuldir's answer. Mostly by playing my decks on ladder and refining them. Fellerin's answer. Tried out many different decks, on ladder and in scrims. There is, however, too much greed on ladder, which should be taken into consideration too. What is your lineup? Thuldir's answer. Initially my plan was to bring basically 4 times the same midrange scout deck and its 3 color variations. But Control Tervani just felt stronger than the midrange version I was toying with. And I was expecting a lot of goblins, so I decided to play another deck with Negation in Tribunal, and only 2 of the midrange scout decks stayed in my lineup. Expecting the Control Telvanni to be banned in most rounds, I brought a lineup of 3 midrange decks. There is exactly 1 card present in all 4 of my decks, by the way, the Gatekeeper. Fellerin's answer. First deck is Mid Assassin, my slowest and most original deck. Second, Zero Deal Krebs, a popular deck type Rossbeardol has won plenty of months with on ladder. I was playing 3 copies of every crab there, until he suggested me to run fewer of them, which improved its win rate. Third is Goblin Scout, my signature deck that I have used for all of my high ladder placements. I consider it the best deck in the game. Fourth is Mid Sorcerer, simple and strong. What do you think of your next opponent and their lineup? Thuldir's answer. Fellerin is an excellent player who finished number 1 on the ladder last month. He's been very strong on his Goblin Scout deck, and I have lost to him on that a couple of times. One thing that strikes me as odd is the absence of Monhol Trader in his green decks. Fellerin's answer. A not too greedy Talvani with 3 decks that have a good mix of offense and defense. Can't remember seeing such an Ebenhard before, but the other 3 are common decks with a touch of his personal taste. Whom are you most afraid to face? Thuldir's answer. I'm happy to play against anyone. Everyone who made it to the top 8 is an excellent player. Historically, I'm thinking of Inez and Traitor Joe as some of the best players. Fellerin's answer. There's no secrets. His lineup seems good versus mine, although it can be hard to tell without trying it out. Also, I'm 1-6 with 17% win rate against him on ladder. Last we played was in 2020 though. Let's hope someone will take him down. Is there anything else you would like to add? Thuldir's answer. It has been an engaging hunt. Fellerin's answer. Watch Attack on Titan if you haven't already.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to another set of deck breakdowns. I'm Core, and we're going to be taking a look at Thuldir's and Fellerin's lineups. So first up, we're going to be taking a look at Thuldir, who brought a Ebonheart, a Tribunal, a Telvanni, and an Empire. So the Ebonheart list that Thuldir has brought is a slightly more interesting one. It is a mid-grow move Ebonheart. Move, not really an archetype seen inside Ebonheart all that much, generally kind of more kept to monk-based strategies thanks to cards like Darkmane. But interesting to see it brought here. Like I said, slightly more mid-grow in the fact that it's curving high enough to be playing 3 copies of Shearpoint and 2 copies of Belligerent. It's going to be really interesting to see this played. I'm not sure what to expect out of it, but it should be interesting. Next up, we have a mid-range Tribunal list. This is a deck most people should be familiar with, one of the more potent mid-range decks on the ladder, capable of going toe-to-toe with most mid-range and control decks. thanks to its incredibly flexible suite of removal in the form of like Edict of Azura and Fingers of the Mountain. We do see one copy of Umaril in the deck, which is not a common include, but a super interesting one. It's a nice little value piece. Next up, we have a control Telvanni list. So this is not a altar, nor is it a conscription control Telvanni. This is a hard Aelid Guardian Devatal Experiments control deck. This is sort of a greed killer in the way this operates. You're looking to control the early game ramp up into Aelid Guardians and then just keep copying them with Devatal Experiments. Super interested to see this one. I'm not sure how it's going to fare against the more aggressive metagame that I'm expecting to see here. And last but not least, we have a Empire deck, but not the Empire deck you're expecting. This is mid-grow Empire as opposed to the more standardized aggro Empire. We're curving up as far as Shearpoint Dragon, and again, another Umaril. But yeah, we're not running any of the token stuff. It's very interesting. It's a little bit heavier than most of the aggro Empires, as you can see with, like, again, the 3 copies of Shearpoint, 3 copies of Monastic Champion. An interesting choice to bring in the face of the more standardized versions of Empire, but I'm interested to see how it plays out. So on Felrin's side, they have brought Assassin, Sorcerer, Scout, and Empire. And we're going to start off by looking at the Assassin deck. This is a mid-range Assassin. Very pleased to see the representation of these classic dual-color green mid-range decks. Kind of see a bit of a resurgence here in this tournament. Like between Assassin and Archer, we've seen a number of them from a number of players, which is really, really refreshing to see. Relatively standard stuff, looking to play out your early game 2-drops, curve up into Mighty Conjuring and Alfie Conjurer, and then seal the game up with an Ankan or a Tazcat. Next up, we have a mid-range Sorcerer deck. Another interesting take on a mid-sorc. Most builds generally go mono-blue, whereas this are not quite mono-blue, but like blue-heavy. Whereas Felrin has opted for a more purple-heavy build of the deck. We're seeing 3 copies of Shadowfen Priest as well, which is a very interesting tech choice, or meta choice rather, likely to deal with the Divine Fervors coming out of the likes of Empire, as well as silencing some of the more aggressive creatures or potentially Swords of Revenge. But yeah, just an interesting take on mid-sorc. And next up, we have Goblin Scout. Relatively standard, nothing too out of place in this deck. Slightly heavier on the purple than most other Goblin Scout decks, but overall, fairly normal. And last but not least, we have the Aggro Empire. This is closer to the build of Aggro Empire I tend to run, with the 3 copies of All Salties as well as the Crab package. Just for the extra token bodies to soak up some of the buffs from Mercenary Captain, from Divine Fervor, and from your Oathman, as well as giving you a little bit of extra value with things like Apprentice Necromancer and Darkmane. But we'll pass it back to Silverfuse and end up for the games.
So Thilder has 3 tricolor decks, which is interesting to see. He's spoken about his love for the Empire deck, so it's not really surprising to see him bring that. While Feathering, on the other hand, here has 3 dual color decks and then a single Empire as well. Overall, do any of these decks strike you as interesting, Indo?
Yeah, there definitely are some interesting ones. I mean, so one thing that I'll bring up is the Empire list, because the Empire lists are quite different between the 2 players in a way that's quite interesting. Thuldir is one of his signature achievements, I would say, apart from just winning the Master Series, is in the Master Series that he won was the Empire list that he brought to that tournament. He was the only player in that tournament to bring an Empire list. And importantly, I would say that in the years that have followed, it's so happened that aggressive Empire lists have become either consensus best deck or, certainly in the conversation for best deck across most top players. And that really wasn't something that was understood at the time. So Thuldir was one of the first people to really catch on to that, I think, especially after Apprentice Necromancer got printed and all that. So anyway, but their lists are quite different, and so I would say that Fellerin's list is more of a new school version of Empire, which is quite interesting. We see his inclusion of Old Salty's Assault in the Empire list, which is something that was popularized, I think, in part by Ross Peerdal, who's another very, very high-level, very skilled player who played in the summer tournament series that is also run by the same organizer as this tournament. So yeah, those are some cool lists, and they're different from each other. Thuldir's is more of a mid-rangey kind of build with Shearpoint Dragons, which is quite different than like an Old Salty's Assault, more token aggro build. So that's cool. Some other things to note: I wouldn't historically purely think of Thuldir as a control player so much. I mean, I think there are.
Thilder can play it all.
Yeah, exactly. The greats are greats because they can be flexible and play what's needed. But I was surprised to see that in the meta has been so tempo oriented in the past few years that it was, at least among the top players, that it was a bit surprising for me to see him bring the control Telvanni and the mid range Tribunal, but they're certainly super strong decks, and it's cool to see. I also think his Ebonheart is really interesting, and I mean that in a positive way. I think you see the inclusion of some of these cards. I want to give the example here of his Ebonheart list includes both Fighter's Guild Recruit and Gloomlurker. At the surface level, those cards seem like they're kind of doing opposite things and would go in opposite decks, right? To I think like mid-level player, in the sense that one of them is much more aggressively slanted in the Gloomlurker, and one of them is more defensively slanted in the Fighter's Guild Recruit. What the best players can see is the way that these cards can interact and perform similar roles. So both of these cards are good at protecting your other threats, and having diversity in your deck list such that you're able to adapt to different game states and perform different things, but also be able to do the same thing in different ways depending on the matchup and the game state is really valuable. This is something that like I personally really learned from Karakonzul, who's another one of the all-time greats in TESL, who was really known for having these deck lists with like lots of seemingly kind of like random but not random at all, like 1 and 2 of cards. And I think this Ebonheart list is kind of in that vein, where it has a lot of these disparate pieces that come together and work towards a common goal, but do so in a very counterintuitive way that feels almost like you're looking at AlphaGo or something. Yeah, anyway, there's my spiel. And then Felerin's lists are I think in some ways more straightforward to the contemporary meta, with both the Empire that's more in the Rospier Doll vein, as well as the Goblin Scout, which Fellerin is probably best known as a Goblin Scout player, but they have gotten rank 1 on ladder with a number of times. I think it's interesting because there were tons of Assassin lists in this tournament, but Assassin has so many different ways you can build it, and I quite like that they've gone in a more mid-range type of build. Building Assassin more as a mid-range deck with burst finish is the way that I have come to enjoy it in recent years, so it's cool to see that. And this sorcerer list is, stock standard mid-range sorcerer, play stuff on curve and kill them. So there's my spiel.
And Dizo and I both are huge deck nerds, and we could probably sit here and talk about these deck lists for hours. And I do have a couple things I wanted to add as well. One of the things is that, as Indizoa brought up, is that Thilder has a lot more 1 and 2 ofs in his deck. And when I played with them previously on the list, we were really big on that with Thilder and Michaela and I believe Frogger as well. Just like a lot of us, we really found that we liked having 2 and 1 ofs in our deck, and as Indizoa mentioned, for the reason of just the abilities that they have, but also kind of the idea is, if I'm happy to see a card in my hand, every couple games or so, then I want to kind of see that in my deck as well. However, if I see it multiple in my hand, I'm unhappy about it, then I know that the game is already in a bad spot, and then that's part of the reason of like why I won't have a 3 of some cards. And just, it is about looking at consistency, and there's some cards you don't want to have consistently in your game each time. So seeing that is a lot different than Fellerin, where when I look at Fellerin's decks, I mean, it's generally 3 ofs with a few exceptions, very few exceptions, I would say. And one other thing that Felder has pointed out about Fellerin's decks is, in his green decks, he does not run Mournhold Trader, which is usually considered a staple in green decks.
Yes, yeah, there's a number of interesting inclusions from both players. I think Tholier pointing out the lack of Mournhold Trader is definitely, it is surprising. Basically, I look at Mournhold Trader as like one of the highest ceiling cards in the game, but it also is a bit of a glass cannon. Darkmane, which is one of the newer cards that came out even after the last expansion for TESL. It was one of the kind of like bonus cards that had been planned to be released, and then after Maintenance Mode was announced, it got released. So it's new to the like post second Master Series world. So Darkmane is a super strong card, and one of the defining features, I would say, of the Aggro Empire deck. It's also one of the main reasons to play like Aggro Dominion or Hlalu. On the surface level, it's it might seem like it's kind of hard to proc that, as like it needs its entire lane to get filled in order for it to actually move. But anytime it does, it is backbreaking and game swinging, because a 2-mana 4/3 drain is just wild, and there's all kinds of things you can do with it, like playing it into shadow. Like it's a good way to retake field lane counterintuitively, particularly in these decks that have just tons and tons of 1-drops in them. When you combine it with things like Marked Man, it's a lot easier to trigger this than you might otherwise think, and it can swing races in a huge way. And you can even do things like moving it back and forth if you're able to fill both lanes and get it to like 6 or 8 power. Super strong card, super strong in combination with Swift Strike. Was there anything else that jumped out to you, Silver, from these lists that you were curious about?
That was the main one. I just wanted a quick highlight. I thought it was cute how Thulder has two. So there's Eastmarch Crusader in it 2 times, but there's 2 different deck arts, and it's just like, you know what? He was like, you know what? Why not both? It's my last tournament. I want to see both of them. I just thought that was kind of fun. So let's go ahead and get on to the bans. Each player gets 1 ban. This is Conquest format. Conquest meaning that each deck needs to win and that there's 1 ban with it. So generally you want to ban a deck that you know it will essentially get a free win against your decks, and then you're able to have a plan for the rest of them. So looking at these into Zoa, if you were Thulder, what deck would you be most afraid of from Feller in here?
I have what maybe a boring answer, but I think is like a relevant and representative answer about the meta. And Night Dark Wolf and I, who's the tournament organizer of this tournament, were talking about this a bit before we started recording. I think if I'm Thuldir, I'm banning Aggro Empire, and I think if I'm Fellerin, I'm banning Empire. I think Thuldir is kind of the progenitor of this deck, and that's what he is most known for, and I think respect banning it is sensible. And I also think that Fellerin has kind of the new school, most optimized version of. I mean, it's debatable, right? But it has one of the more optimized kind of current versions of the list set up. So I think I would not be surprised if we see both of them ban that, though we could see other things. The Empire is just, it's durable. It's hard for control decks to deal with because it creates a large quantity of threats, and they get large enough that like you can't necessarily ice storm them away. So I think that Thuldir's lineup particularly is going to have a hard time against this Empire list. So I think it even if Fellerin, the main reason that I'm saying you should ban it from Thuldir is because it's a respect ban. I think in the other direction, I think Thuldir should ban Empire because it is a particularly good matchup into his lineup. What about you? Do you disagree? Do you have any?
I did lean toward both of those myself, as well as the fact that I kind of like the idea of a tricolor versus a dual color. I thought that would just be kind of fun. I think if you weren't to ban those two, then Fellerin might look at potentially banning the House Telvanni, as it is one of the more greedy lists that we see between these 2 players. Overall, these players brought pretty tame list, and because they're going for more of this mid-range stuff overall, the Telvanni probably does have a favorable matchup into a lot of Fellerin decks. However, on the other end too, if that wasn't going to be the ban, Fellerin banning the Empire, as you said, a respect ban, and you also know that Thuldir wants to play this, is I would not be surprised if we just saw another respect ban of banning the Goblins from Fellerin. I mean, Thuldir knows that that's one of the common things, and he said we played against each other on ladder on it quite a bit, and that it's gotten him a few times. However, I think Fellerin has noted that Thuldir has still been favored in those matchups. So it would be a little fun if we saw a respect ban from one and not the other. Really, it makes sense to go either way on those, between the respect ban and also just, it looks like we have it here. House Telvanni, I am correct. Yes. And the Scout, one respect ban, I guess. So Thuldir actually has the respect ban, and Fellerin said this Telvanni deck is going to, it's going to be a little bit too free of a win with how, greedy it is and having good matchups into him. And we will get to see the Empires. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, I think both of these Empire lists are very strong, and we're going to see some of the high powers things in the format. I agree with what you're saying, and I think you have really excellent points about the Telvanni and about it having strong matchups. It is one of the better anti-aggro control classes. So I would say like it's actually something that I ended up when I brought aggro lineups to the summer tournament series that Night Dark Wolf ran, and I ended up banning Telvanni over Empire sometimes for this exact reason, because of the matchup into some of the aggro lists. So I think this is like a super sensible ban as well. I'm just scared of Thuldir on Empire. I don't know. That's
well, the good news is it is Conquest, so once it wins, it's done for. I must say I am feeling really proud that I got these bans right on the last one. I still all got it apparently. But yeah, I think they all, all those made sense from what we would see from these players. So really excited to get into this game. If you're queuing up here as Solder, are you taking this Empire to be like, all right, I'm gonna take my free win and get into the next game? If you believe, I mean, it's not really a free win against any of these players. I want to be very clear.
It's interesting. I mean, I think that it's okay. You can argue either way, right? I think saving your comfort for last is fine. But I also can see just getting it out of the way. Strategically, like sometimes you'll have particular decks that have particular strong and weak matchups, but I think most of the decks have game against each other. I don't see there being like too much of a matchup discrepancy where you're like really targeting getting a certain deck in a certain matchup here. But I don't know if you disagree with that. Is there a particular deck matchup that you're like afraid of, or is there a deck that you think needs to queue into a certain other deck to actually get its win?
I think that Fellerin wants to avoid Tribunal. I think I would probably just take either, like you said, a comfort pick or one that you're a little bit more afraid of. Thulder, if I remember correctly in the past, tend to go with one that he just wanted to get out of the way. And here we are, Farewell TESL Tournament quarterfinals, Fellerin versus Thulder, and we have the Sorcerer into the Empire. So Thulder did go with his comfort pick here, and Mudcrab Merchant. Could we tell you some stories about this Mudcrab Merchant card? It has been a staple in so many decks since it was released, but more so, it has brought some of the most memorable moments in the Master Series as well as the Masters qualifiers as well. We saw some things that a lot of players would say should not happen in the game, but it did bring some really interesting times. So with this hand, a 1 cost, 4 cost, 5 cost, wouldn't be surprised if we see the outsides here pitched.
Yeah, think of the content. The content.
Yeah, I mean,
Also,
well, you
do
have
you
your...
remember when this card was a 1/3? Oh my lord!
Yeah.
On release.
A 1/3, and then you put a scimitar on this thing, and it's just like, where did this thing come from?
What do you even do? Yeah.
So he does keep the Varin here, which I wasn't expecting, but out of 75 cards, it's a card that he was like, I want to see this card, so I'm gonna go ahead and keep it. And he does have the 1-drop and see Lord of the Arena or Dormont Centurion.
Oh no.
And this is all where Mudcrab strikes again.
I mean, I guess Thuldir has the what's the card called that gives your whole board +1/+1 and guard. So you could in theory defensive Bruma. So you could in theory like defensive Bruma Dormant Centurion, like, because if this game goes to turn 11, I don't even know, but
yeah, I was thinking a similar thing is if this game goes to turn 11 and you have to play overall a pretty slow tempo game or a slow tempo card, it's probably not a good idea. However, it is just kind of a break for both players here. And we do see one of my favorite cards, Luzra. I really like Luzra.
I want to say too, I'm really actually quite surprised by this fair and keep from Thuldir. I would understand it more on the ring. But I think like off ring, it's definitely risky, and it says something about, like, as you're mentioning, just how much Thuldir values this card in this matchup, in this aggressive matchup. It's something too where I think Farron is a card that on release, myself and a lot of my teammates rated as like an incredibly strong card, was one of the cards you're most excited for from the set. But with time, I've definitely cooled on it quite a bit, and this is a card that some of the like Eastern European and like Slavic contingency are much lower on, and really I've kind of come to agree with Aini that I'm not as high on the card these days, and don't include it in a lot of my lists. I just value the card draw from runes and the prophecy chance, even though the ability to swing races is with the 5 life king can matter in some situations. I think it also can be game losing not getting the cards sometimes. So, but the 4/6 body is just great. So when you have it on curve, it can be nice for sure.
Yeah, it is funny that you say that because I had a very similar thought on Varen. I remember also with the listeners that we were like, this card is sick. Like, this card will just win you games sometimes. And then after taking a break from TESL and then coming back, actually, I was like, this card isn't really that good. And I was like, am I misremembering stuff here? And then kind of seeing that you came, like, maybe not that good is the best saying for it, but just like this card was overvalued at the time. Of course, I do remember times where it has won games, but because rune breaking is so just core to TESL and critical, like the whole game is built around this idea, especially when you're needing to get cards. The time that Varen came in clutch was when you were in a race with someone else, and so that is what Builder was expecting here. And like you said, I'm still a bit surprised with him keeping it, with the fact that he didn't, if he had like his 1, 2, 3 or like kind of like some of the already established, but the fact that he pitched you know, his other, it was some 4-cost card and got Edict of Zura here.
Yep.
It just made his curve really awkward, especially off ring. If he was on ring, like, you know, he could kind of be okay with this, but his hand right now, and I mean, it's just not what you want to see from this deck at the start. But I mean, it's Soldier playing Empire. Like, he can make mistakes, but he has a lot more experience on this deck than I do. So
Yes.
I'm sure he had a game plan behind it.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the thing, right? Is sometimes you have to take calculated risks, and this is a situation where the holder said, you know what, this card is valuable enough that I'm going to take the risk that I'm still going to hit my curve even with keeping this 4-drop. And unfortunately, you know, this Dormant Centurion, it is a card that cost 3 mana on turn 3, but essentially Thuldir missed his turn 3 play, right? Like this card isn't really meaningfully impacting the board. So now Thuldir's in a tempo hole, and you know it's gonna have to claw his way out of it, being just not having trade priority in field. And so if Valorant has any combat tricks, like any word crafters, that kind of thing, we'll always have trade priority in order to dictate what trades into what and that kind of thing.
Something to note here is Fellerin's hand is also a little bit clunky too. We see 2 Alfiq's Conjures in this hand, although on ring, but doesn't really have a great play here. I mean, I can't see quite what that 3 cost in the top right is that he just drew into, but so
Discerning Thief
is up there. Yeah, so a 3/4 body. So this is Varen playing right now, saying like, all right, this is why we kept this card. If you smash runes, I'm gonna heal up, but also you have a 4/6 body that you have to deal with, and it is one of the few things that here could kind of contest this mammoth. The young mammoth card just been a staple in so many of these purple decks, the big bodies here.
Yeah, so I mean, Varen's gonna trade for like 1.5 cards here, right? So, you know, essentially like 4 mana for 4 mana, because Young Mammoth is 3 mana and half a Word Crafter is like 1 mana, so essentially 4 mana for 4 mana. But I would say that, you know, Floater's gonna be pretty happy with that, just because it's, oh, actually with the dagger, oh, I'm really surprised that Fellerin ate the 3/5 there. But
Yeah,
I guess we're seeing that Fellerin is valuing breaking the runes and denying Thuldir the cards here, so is okay with giving Thuldir trade priority with the Varen and wants to deny the cards instead.
Yeah, that is very, like, it does make sense. It's interesting to see, and we're seeing that downside of Varen here, where we know that Thuldir has this clunky hand. You know, Fellerin saw the 3-drop miss here, so saying like, hey, I know your hand is a little bit bricked, you're not able to do the tokens or go wide the way that you want to, so we're just gonna keep punishing you here.
It's worth noting too that Thuldir's particular list is a little bit more mid-rangey than some of the like contemporary super go wide Empire lists. So I think Thuldir's running 3 SharePoint Dragons, and the card that he pitched that we were forgetting in the beginning of this game was Grey Fox, I believe. Which is another, like, you know, kind of value piece that's good at extending resources in these kind of mid to longer range games. Even this I'm blanking on what the 6/5 is called, but monastery something.
Yeah, Monster
Monastic champion. Yeah, is more of a mid-range card. It's found its home in like mid-range tribunal and those kinds of lists. So this is slanted a little bit heavier and taller than a lot of Empire lists, and so we'll have more game against. Like oftentimes going into these double Alfiq turns, you'd be really scared that the blue player is going to be stabilized and just have too much value. But there's enough meat here that Thuldir might have a fighting chance, though it's still hard being behind in field lane like this.
So we saw the Discerning Thief go ahead and discard the Makrat champion card. So really kind of worked out for Fellerin there. And Thuldir did get some value from a Sentry as well, considering that, he got this from a 1-drop. But here comes the Alfiq Conjurer, one of my all-time favorite cards in TESL. It's such a cool card. And, I mean, if you're Thuldir here, there's not much you can do.
We have so awkward.
So awkward, yes. I don't even really know where to begin here. Just, missing your early curve is just so rough, especially offering. I want to note that Thuldir has 18-2 cost in this deck, 16-3 cost, and 17-4 cost. So missing on a 3 was pretty unexpected for this deck overall. Yeah. I mean, it's a tight spot here. I don't even know what you look to do here. So,
yeah, this is interesting. I think I would have, my gut would have been to just develop the Fervor and try to double spell with the Sancpet later and get value. But it looks like Thuldir decides that, needs the Sancpet tempo now. Yeah, I would have looked at going 3-drop, 4-drop next turn, but maybe that's just way too slow and you just die to face damage if you do that.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit slow. I think he probably is trying to save this edict here for potentially bigger things like Mighty Conjuring in the future, for instance, but it's a little too far in the future currently. It's a really tough spot. We've all been here before. It's not fun at all. So we do see the Empire Oathman here, just gonna give a little buff because we can't activate it completely since we only have yellow, no green on. No green. Do we put another Alfiq Conjuring out here?
It's solid. This is a solid option. I'm a little bit surprised by this Empire Oathman coming out in Shadow. I think developing the Oathman, if you're gonna take the Gabble line, makes sense. But this feels like Thuldir committing to a racing line, which is a little bit scary given just how much pressure Fellerin has. But maybe Thuldir thinks that it's too far gone to play for field control.
Option.
And you just have to go for the race. Yeah.
Yeah, well, also too, just the potential of another taunt or guard coming out being an issue. But like you said, it seems like this is kind of it's a bit of a desperate play that Thuldir likely feels like he has to make to have a chance in this game.
Yep.
We see a Crown Quartermaster drawn, what will be discarded here.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I would lean towards Discerning Thief. Yeah, Fellerin agrees. Yeah.
Yeah, this Crown Quartermaster is just one of the strongest cards in the game, and still, even though it's rated pretty high, it's still somehow underrated. Just the ability to have discard fodder in some cases, adding an extra attack, just that little bit of reach, and as a 1-drop, just 1-drops that can have value throughout the entire game are just so critical overall.
It's an incredibly flexible card for sure.
And Thuldir does make himself look like in a little bit better spot after that. It was a bit of a slower turn from Fellerin here. I think it's what he had to do, but now I feel less scared for Thuldir, so that's good for him on this.
Yeah, I think the Emmerich ended up being vulnerable to that edict. Yes, edict that was saved. So that was a nice tempo swing for Thuldir there for sure.
Yep. And that's something that I really learned when watching Please Don't Hack Me play Telvanni in the past, of how often he would always develop creatures and then really save his spells until the very end. So then you have those kind of like get out of jail free cards. If you use them too early, then oftentimes you'll just be a little bit too behind. So that's why you see these top players who will develop before throwing out their spells and allowing runes to be broken, getting more resources to work with.
Yes, and I think it's some of this too has to do with just mana efficiency and tempo, right? Where you can't afford to use a 4-mana removal spell on a 2 or a 3 drop when you could be answering a 6 drop like an Emmerich, right? So it's giving yourself the outs to get back in a swinging tempo in that way is super important.
So we will see the Divine Forever come down here, as it's the only option to get a good trade here. And I assume we'll see the Sank Pet come down as well, just because we're getting quite close to the lethal range if we don't see it.
Yes, and Alfie Conjure is when it makes a 7/5 ward, it's just so hard to answer efficiently. There's almost no like clean answers in the game for it. But you know, Thulder's got a pretty solid one here in the Sank Pet, a 3/3 Sank Pet for the Storm Atronach. It requiring both the Crown World Quartermasters to trade into the Sank Pet if Philarin doesn't want to go face is a heavy cost to pay for sure.
Yep, and we do see we do get to see the Awakened Dreamer dream a little bit and get +1/1 here, as we do have a 5 attack creature. I thought that was always a fun mechanic that they introduced into the game.
The Awakened Dreamer is a very cool card. I agree with that. It's neat. TESL has so many of these like French vanilla cards, these cards that are like perfectly serviceable just for their stats at their mana cost, but have like slight upsides, and it gave you so many deck building options where you have all these different flavors of 2-mana 2/3s and 3/2s that have just like a little bit more that they do. And green in particular has a bunch too, like Certain Pawnbroker is another really cool one, I think. Though maybe that's like Mudcrab Merchant, maybe a controversial take, but I think there's a lot of really cool 2-drops in the game like that.
Yeah, that's one of the many reasons that makes this game special, is it didn't have to be over the top flashy, but you also had a different game each time, and the way that the cards interact is different each time. Like, because of cards like Awakened Dreamer, for instance, where you get those small upsides, and it makes you have that one extra step on deciding what you play for that reason. And it also makes deck building really interesting, where it's not just these vanilla cards where you throw one in, you're like, okay, well, I had this Empire Oathman that buffs everything, so they're more likely to get the Awakened Dreamer to go up. Oh, and we do see the silence here, and it will be a rune skip into a defeat for Thulder. The Sorcerer gets the win. Thulder's Empire not quite able to do it for him this time. So if you're Thulder here, you're looking to queue in this Empire again, knowing that your hand really wasn't that great, and that you're still confident this deck can get the win. However, though, this means that Philarin's looking to play his own Empire or the Assassin. So potentially, do you, as Thulder, look at taking this Tribunal Temple and hoping that you get the Assassin matchup?
It's hard, you know. I think that as Thulder, I'm scared of any of my decks into the opposing Empire. So I feel like it's likely that we're gonna have to just like sweep the Assassin, which you know is a tough ask. I think sticking to your comfort is totally reasonable. You know, even if you just want to get the best match score you can, and independent of whether you win the match or not, like it makes sense to just stick with what you know best. But I don't know. Do you disagree?
I mean, I think being comfortable and confident on your deck is really important. I think that mindset is important, as well as the fact that, as we saw, you know, mulligans make a big difference, understanding the way that your deck interacts with your opponent's deck. And I do think that you're correct that sweeping the Assassin is Thulder's best play here. So regardless, I mean, you have to get a win with all of these. So even if you do get behind on the next Empire one, you have a shot of doing the, you know, sweeping the Assassin, as you said. That's the really interesting thing and cool thing about Conquest, is you have to win with every deck. So if you have a single weak link that has a tough time, then your opponent does have a way to kind of target that. I think as Thulder, because of that reasoning, you don't really need to try to force a matchup. However, I would consider how confident he feels on Empire versus Assassin. I think there's a good chance that Valorant is going to take his own Empire. I think that's the most thing that Builder needs to look at, though, is what's the game plan now?
Yeah, and I'll say it too, just before we move on to the next game, that was a nice line at the end of the game for Valorant there. Like, it was a good lethal spot and clean play. I mean, both players, I think, really we're seeing high level play, and it's nice to see in the send off tournament that the level that the game has gotten to is quite high, and we're seeing really strong play from these players. So I'm excited for the rest of the match for sure.
Yep. So let's go ahead and get into this next game. And Thulder says, I will be bringing the Tribunal with, I do think it's for the hopes of maybe getting the Assassin matchup, since it was a 50-50. But Fellerin saying, this Empire has been working pretty well for me too. So I'm going to go ahead and bring that into the match. Thulder here having a much better curve already. It'll be interesting to see what he keeps. This Crown Quartermaster in hand. I mean, how good do you feel when you see a Crown Quartermaster in your starting hand in Zoa?
Especially offering, oh my lord. I think like this is one of the things that's really interesting, is that TESL is a game where historically people have said that having the ring is maybe an advantage going second, but I think that the game developed to a place where when you have one drops, sometimes it can actually be advantageous to be the player that's going first and getting that first development if you have a card like this Crown Quartermaster that can trade efficiently into a lot of 2-drops. And that just says something about how strong the card is, that it can flip the script on, ordinarily the game being slightly favored to the player who goes second. I think with cards like this, it might even be to the advantage to go first.
Yeah, actually, when I was playing ladder this past month, Ian Bits was watching me play, and there were a couple times where I had this Crown Quartermaster offering, and he was like, wow, this is kind of crazy how much you just won the game because you had Crown Quartermaster offering. It was definitely cases where he did flip the script and said, all right, the ring doesn't matter that much because I got a nice curve into 1-drop. And Thulder does keep his entire hand here too, as he does have the 1, 2, 3. However, it's not like a very high tempo hand, but it has a lot of value.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, Sentinel Reclaimer is a card that I think a lot of its power is in its flexibility, because you can play it as a body early. It's not really like what you want to be doing. It's at its best usually more later in the game when you're you getting bursts out of the items more immediately. But it's still a perfectly serviceable 3. So I think this is just kind of like a low variance play from Thulder. Like, yeah, it's 1, 2, 3. I'll keep my 1, 2, 3 even if it's not the ideal 3-drop.
Oh yeah, you would definitely want to trade it out with other things in the deck, as it has the body of a 2 cost. However, as you said, the upside is a lot of flexibility, and Fellerin's Empire deck here does have a lot of things that you want to trade into. So needing to have, like, just not risking. Like I said, if you could say, hey, I'll trade my 3 cost for a 3 cost, you would do it, but you could easily trade it for something that would put you in a lot of trouble.
Yes. So Fellerin here, we got a lot of options. We have 2 2-drops and 2 1-drops on the ring. We've Aldalot the Assassin, we have Brotherhood Suspect, we have Marked Man, and we have Crab Ankle Snapper, and Fellerin goes for the double 1-drop.
Yep, not too surprising to see that. Something that I know you have pointed out in the past is just how important these turn 1s can be in TESL, and that's just interesting compared to a lot of other card games where often times there isn't really that much to do. But in TESL, especially on these low curve decks, the difference in deciding between different 1-drops or what you use on the ring, typically we are seeing development in the field lane, so that's less of an issue, but there is just a lot that goes into every turn in TESL, and that's just always been one of the things I've really enjoyed about the game, especially aggro, which is generally considered like the brain dead deck of other games. In TESL, that's never been the case.
No, absolutely. TESL is so complex with the sequencing of creatures and how they match up into one another, and I think Fellerin navigated that first turn very well. Played 2 creatures that both matched up well into the Crown Quartermaster, a 4 health creature that could trade efficiently into Crown Quartermaster even if it got a Still Dagger to get to 3 power, or the Marked Man, which is a 1/1 which trades efficiently into a 2/1. So it was a very nice opening play by Fellerin, and put them in a stronger position than I think they would have been if they developed either of the 2-drops.
So here we had the trade where Builder had a really good answer having this lethal creature into this 2/4. It was an ideal scenario for him. And he also has the completed contract now, so he kind of has a little bit of ring power of his own, getting the extra magicka when he is available. However, this is that slower tempo turn that we talked about earlier, where we do have a 2-3. The good news is it can be buffed up in the future, and there isn't a great trade for it right now. So it'll be interesting to see what Fellerin does with this next turn.
Yeah, and Fellerin has, at the ready here, Empire Recruiter, I think that's what this 2-3 is called, and I think another one of the standout cards of the Empire aggro deck, and we're going to see why here, because Fellerin's going to be able to protect it with this makeshift defense from the marked man, and keep getting value. It's just a couple extra 1/1s that are even 2/1s because of the Fifth Legion Trainer is just so much incremental advantage.
And empties his hand here more or less. So Thilder does have a lot of board to respond to, and unfortunately doesn't have a great way to do it.
Yeah, it's worth noting too that even if Thilder did have one of the classic Tribunal 4-drops, like for the 4/5 guard, what is it called? There's Hive Defender is the 3/6 guard, but the 4/5 is Emperor's Blade. The Alvalathi development by Fellerin here, instead of the Ankle Snapper, is very well suited to bust down any potential guards that were developed. So Fellerin doesn't know Thilder's hand, doesn't know that Thilder doesn't have one of those cards, but developed in a very smart way where they were ready to break through the typical defenses that a Tribunal deck would deploy on turn 4.
And look at this top deck from Fellerin. A Divine Fervor just absolutely crushing here.
Oh my lord, yeah, this is disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, if you could go select a card from your deck, that's what you would take.
Oh yeah,
This
100% of the time, yes.
So just so much value here coming out of this. On top of that, we're getting the extra token, a nice 3/2. That's just what's so much fun about these token decks, is having these 1/1s power up to 3/2s, being able to go wide. We do have a reduction in spells here from Thilder. However, this Divine Fervor doesn't really have an answer, is the big thing. And we're going to go ahead and see, it looks like, I would assume this Mighty Conjuring is going to come out. Or actually, no, well, with this lethal, it just isn't really possible. It's just such a tough spot.
This Alvalathi is doing so much work this game.
And this is kind of like what we highlighted earlier, was that generally you would see this 1/2 lethal creature and be like, you know what, that's like not high enough tempo for what my deck is trying to do. But as Indazoa brought up when talking about decks earlier, it's just like you have to think about the way that these cards interact and what they're doing. Lethals take care of guards. What does Empire really hate dealing with? Guards. So that's why this Alvalathi has so much value here. And we do see that Mighty Conjuring, and it's just one of the ways to slow things down. Thilder knows that there aren't many cards in the hand for Fellerin here. If Fellerin does find a way to reload, it kind of spells a lot of trouble. However, if there isn't, Thilder would be able to get out of this, potentially with this on the back of this Mighty Conjuring, getting a 2-for-1. And we do see the Empire Oathman being hovered here, and just so much value from this. If it, I've just, so many buffs.
So many buffs. And I think too, as Fellerin, what I would like to see happen is to make the trades first, and you get the Empire Oathman buff on the token that the Recruiter will spawn. You miss out on the 5th Legion Trainer buff, but you get an extra point of health on the token, which I don't know if it's actually going to matter, but minor sequencing point. We'll see what they decide.
And we do see the Empire Oathman come out now, and first has to decide which one to trade. We do see the 5th Legion Trainer be the one. We get the token. I mean, it just has so much value here. It's this little 2 card, as we talked about, the little upsides from these 2-mana 2/3 cards are just huge. I mean, the value that this card has generated has been incredible.
Interesting too to see Fellerin deciding to get the 4 damage face and not trade off with Iron. I think some players might be scared of the spell cost reduction giving a lot of value, but Fellerin recognizing with a near empty hand that it's important to just try to get over the line and push any bit of damage you can. There's not much resource extension left, so needs to just ride this Empire Recruiter to victory.
Yes, I definitely like how he went face here. And although Fellerin, being a good player that he is, did take a look at everything and decide, all right, this is faces the place. Wasn't just mindlessly bashing in, hoping that it'd work out. Also did the math here to leave Thilder right at 11.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, Thilder just really in a tough spot. There's really no great answers here. Just even in general, I mean, the start that Fellerin had was incredible.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that the Empire aggro deck has so many starts like this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, you don't always get your Divine Fervor. I mean, this was a particularly nice game, but there's so many of these super high value 2-drops for the Empire aggro deck. You know, whether it's a Dark Man, whether it's an Empire Recruiter, whether it's both, there's a lot you can do. There's a reason this deck is so feared.
Yeah, although you wouldn't quite call it like a true high roll in a sense, because this deck consistently does have these really strong starts.
Yes.
It wasn't.
That's what I was trying to get at. Is that like that like, yes, this was like a very strong gate run out for this deck, but this deck just is very strong. It does strong things pretty consistently.
So there is lethal on the board here. However, Thilder is running a couple of prophecies. A notable one would be Cloud Rest Illusionist, would definitely put a big turn into this game.
Mm-hmm.
We have lightning bolts in here as well. We have 2 javelins. I mean, there's a lot of potential prophecies here that Thilder could get that could turn this game around for him.
Yeah, it is still close. You know, it's hard to fight through a fervor like this, but with a prophecy or two, it could be possible. And here's a harpy off the top.
Yep. One of the other strong staple blue cards that we see, Warcrafter and Harpy. Every blue card, or every blue deck pretty much runs these cards just because they are so strong, and you see why in this game exactly, despite Thilder being behind. It is one of the few options that lets him get back into this game. So we no longer have lethal here because of this Harpy. And we do see that trade with Iron here.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna make Thilder's defensive Bruma potential out a lot harder. You know, I think that was one of the main ways that we could see a stabilization coming, and now it's gonna be a lot harder to make that happen. There's just so much power in the Shadow Lane here.
Yeah, and then on top of that, if this rune had been broken and we saw, as I said, like that Cloud Rest Illusionist getting a body on the board would have been a big difference here. And Thilder just doesn't quite have a way to react to this. I mean, even if he had an Ice Storm in his hand, it still wouldn't be enough.
Yep. And this defensive Bruma does allow the field lane to trade off, but we're I guess technically on board Fellerin is 1 off lethal, right? Am I miscounting? I think Fellerin's 1 off lethal.
Yeah. 1 off lethal. Only 5.
And there it is. and there's even a rune skip
there
here.
It is.
Yeah,
yes.
there's even a rune skip.
Man, what a top deck master. And I want to know too, despite this Divine Fervor definitely was a backbreaker, but from the start, I would still say Fellerin was still, even if this hadn't been drawn, I would say Fellerin overall was still going to be in favor quite a bit.
Yes.
But
we didn't see an
Rogue's
Altis
Camel's
Assault or
back.
anything come down, but yes,
Yeah.
Enough of these big buffs on the go wide board, and
so we do see Fellerin take a victory in game number 2. Thilder must try to 3-0 this assassin. The assassin has to be able to punch through for the win at the end. Thilder, he'll probably take this temple again, is what I'm guessing. This Tribunal Temple, saying that this is one of my better matchups into this. I know I have to win with everything, but the other case could be he'd be like, I'm really comfortable in Empire, but I think the way that he went about it earlier is he was hoping the temple would be against the assassin and not against the Empire here. So I wouldn't be surprised if he takes the temple again, but as we said earlier, you have to win with all of them, so it doesn't matter that much. It's just kind of what you feel like is going to work at the time.
yeah, I'm really interested to see this assassin in action. It's quite a different list than a lot of the assassins you see. I mean, I think a lot of the more mid-range assassins you see these days with like the mono blue variant tournament. But this is like a triple sheer point dragon assassin list, so it's quite a bit of top end with Sai Sahan, Mighty Conjuring, Tazcad. So I'm interested to see how it plays out. There still is a little bit of a Swift Strike, Sentinel Reclaimer, OTK action going on, but much more interactive than a lot of assassin lists. So I think this is gonna be tough for Thuldir to reverse sweep this, but I think it's possible. If anyone can do it, Thuldir can.
Yep, definitely a tough list to go into, just because it does have some burst ability, and it is, as you said, not like what you typically are used to seeing, and it does have a good amount of ratio between Tazcad, Onkano, and other options. So Thuldir here goes ahead and said, you know what, the first two didn't work, I'm gonna play all my decks in this tournament no matter what. So he brings out the Ebonheart.
Oh, it keeps the Shadow Shift. Interesting.
Yeah, typically what we see from players is ditching the Shadow Shift and hoping to draw it later in the game in favor of wanting to get low cost drops. On top of that too, he is on the ring. He gets the Sower Revenge and the Awakened Dreamer. Happy to see that Awakened Dreamer again, as we talked about earlier. It's one of my... I really like this card as a 2-drop. Simple, but just a lot of fun.
I wonder if we're going to see Thuldir open in the Shadow Lane with the Shadow Shift and try to bait Fellerin to follow. It's a trick that, you know, sometimes gets people, but sometimes people just say, okay, you want to race me? I'm just going to develop field anyway, and we're just in a race. But so Thuldir takes the more tried and true line, does develop field, doesn't go for any shenanigans with the Shadow Shift from Shadow Lane.
I think on top of this, I don't think usually Thuldir isn't the kind that tries to do that little bait, but on top of that, his mind probably changes with the drawing of this Corner Club Gambler here, as you want to be able to protect it with the Shadow Shift potentially, or if you were to put in the field lane, being able to further develop and take the field lane away if possible.
Yeah, and Fellerin doesn't have charge creatures on 3 or anything, right? So it is assuming this 2/3 is able to trade off with what Fellerin develops, then in theory the Corner Club Gambler could come down and field even. But seeing that Fellerin has this Word Crafter, that, you know, that's probably gonna be too risky, and that would mean the Gambler would have to come down Shadow still. We'll see what Fellerin ends up developing though.
Yeah, we have the Sheerpoint Dragon, the Temple Conjurer, and their Ward Crafter. So, just generally not things that you really want to drop on 2 alone. We do have the Awakened Dreamer as well, so we might see an Awakened Dreamer into Awakened Dreamer.
A little bit of a mirror match.
Yep, taking his time here, trying to decide what the best line is, as really you don't see Ebonheart near as often, so kind of has to look through that deck list and decide, like, hey, do I get punished by putting this here? And
I really respect just opening the 2/3 and saving the word on the Word Crafter. You can use that to try to trick a trade at some point when you have more of the advantage. I think oftentimes people say, oh, well, Word Crafter is just the stronger 2-drop. I'm just going to start with that. But saving the word for a more advantageous moment can be where you can get more of a tempo swing is a nice idea. So it makes sense that Fellerin took some time thinking through that line, and I like where they ended up. This is an interesting decision about what to discard here on this Gambler. The Sower is definitely a counterintuitive choice, but I think it makes some sense. They're accepting that he's more of the control, and like what this says to me anyway is that he's not looking as much to race, and he's looking to just dominate the board and get into a favorable position on the board using the Cradle Crush Giant and the Shadow Shift with the Gambler to retake field.
Yeah, and I will still call him the Candy Crush Giant, as our community has fondly named him. So they know that is the only copy of it in this deck. So being able to potentially trick, usually when you see a one-of like this in the deck as Fellerin, like, you might consider it, but your main thought isn't like, oh no, I have to be worried about Candy Crush Giant, and that's when we can see potentially getting a big play with it.
Yeah, it's another one of the big values of running these kind of 1 and 2 of copies of things, is that you get to a place where it is not correct for your opponent to play around it, and that makes the value of it much stronger. When you have a full play set of a card in your deck, it's oftentimes correct for your opponent to play assuming you have it, but when there's only 1 in the deck, like it's if you try to play around all odds. Yeah, if you try to play around all your opponent's 1-ofs, like, you're not gonna have a good time. So it creates advantageous situations for you where your opponents aren't playing around your cards.
Yeah, so being able to have value by just being in there, and that's the big thing too about open deck lists. When you're on the ladder and you don't see the deck list, you don't know about these one-ups, but it makes in these tournaments one-ups being even more valuable for the reason that you're saying is like you cannot always play around everything your opponent puts out because it's just simply incorrect to at some point. And we do see the rapid fire shot to clear here, isn't able to get that draw. However, I mean, Thulder's hand is fine for the point being, and on this ring does have a little bit of a way. And we do have another shadow shift here as well, so should be fine on cards. Feller in here draws that TASL, which can't be used for a while. So makes his hand kind of awkward here. There isn't really a solid choice at 4 mana. That's brutal.
This is a clunker for sure. But the thing to note is that, like, assuming that Fellerin gets to keep playing this game, I mean, this is just going to be banger after banger, right? You have turn 5 Temple Conjurer into turn 6 Alfiq, which is just the 1-2 punch classic curve. You got SharePoint Dragon for interaction, TASL to top it off. So, I mean, yes, this turn you're looking at essentially passing the turn, and that is scary. But if Thuldir isn't able to really capitalize off of this missed turn 4 play, Fellerin's gonna have just so many hits for the rest of the game.
Yes. And really, this isn't really a very quick play from Thuldir either. As we said, he is taking more of that control line here with his deck, recognizing that he is the control deck. So really, Fellerin's not getting a huge punishment here. There isn't really a development that said like, okay, your plan isn't going to work out anymore. So I expect this Temper Conjurer to come down, still looking at the Gray Fox just because he drew it. But it really has a nice curve from here on out.
Yeah, I don't think there's much of great to get out of Thuldir's discard pile. So with the Gray Fox, so I imagine this is just a Temple Conjure. But still, I totally respect taking the time when you're in a tournament like this. You want to think through your plays and be happy with what you decided. So big respect for taking the time.
Yes, and there is that Gatekeeper. As Thuldir noted, he is playing purple in all of his decks, and he has Gatekeeper in all of his decks.
That is an interesting note, because I think purple historically is not like one of the more celebrated or popular colors. So it's cool to see Thuldir leaning into that in his lineup. And Gatekeeper is a very strong card in purple for sure.
Yeah, it also has a really nice premium as well. I've always enjoyed the rain. Nice and serene. So Thuldir actually taking the aggressive step here, and we'll see that SharePoint Dragon really taking control of this field lane.
Yeah, so this is, I think, Thuldir kind of reacting to Fellerin missing that turn 4 and trying to leverage the advantage in field lane and see if he can ride it into a victory. It also makes some sense because if Fellerin commits to the race and goes Shadow here, this Cradle Crush is just going to be ridiculous in the Shadow lane. But we'll see that, unfortunately for Thuldir, active Alfiq Conjurer on turn 6 is a beating. It's just so hard to deal with this card.
Yeah, I love this card so much. It was one of my favorite cards being released. And as we said, a 7/5 with Ward, on top of that being protected by a 3/3 guard. Oh, it's just so much to deal with, and there's just no clean way of dealing with this card, especially when it does get its activator.
Yeah, and this time, in the prior game that we saw the 7/5 come out of an Alfiq, there was a Sanctuary Pet to shackle a 7/5, but this game there's no such shackle, so it's going to be hard to deal with. Thuldir's hand, which does not line up well into what Fellerin has deployed. I think Thuldir is set up for a good racing situation, and Fellerin said, "Nope, I just have the field control. I have the King of Field in Alfiq, or Queen. I don't know."
And once again, Thuldir saying like, I have to be aggressor now after this 4 drop. The 4 was missed earlier, and seeing really these 1-card plays from Fellerin where he is playing very mid-rangey right now. Despite Thuldir not having an ideal hand to race, I mean, really this deck isn't one that is looking to race. Like, you would love to see like his Haunting Spirit, for instance, but a lot of this is kind of more of a control direction, and just he's not seeing what you would want to take advantage of that 4-drop miss that Fellerin had earlier.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? We were talking about how Thuldir was playing out the early turns in a way to kind of recognize, oh, I'm the control, and I'm gonna kind of play for board positioning and a longer game. But then with Feller missing the turn 4, and then with this like just heavy hand of hitters, Thuldir saying, okay, no, actually, I need to be the aggressor, and switching gears like that, is a really important skill to have, to not just tunnel vision on a certain game plan that you have from the beginning and to adapt your game plan as you go. So nice to see that from one of the world's best for sure.
Yeah, that's a skill that's really tough to have. Like, sometimes it might seem obvious of like, oh, they missed their 4-drop, but just the knowledge of the deck comes into play there, and there's multiple cases where Thuldir has been able to execute on this along with the other top players in this tournament.
And that's one of the things that I think is really nice about playing these mid-range decks too, which both of these players brought, a lot of these more mid-speed decks to this event. Is it gives you the ability to adapt and adjust your pace of play depending on the game state.
So we do have a number of decisions here now that we've drawn this Archer's Gambit. We have the Shadow Shift as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we do see the Shadow Shift come down. And for another Shadow Shift, that's the third one this game.
There's a lot of movement effects, and this is a pretty nice critical crush in the Shadow Lane. It's still 8 damage coming, looking back at you, but this prophecy might be a problem.
Oh, and it's a strong one. Not ideal to see here.
Yeah.
I mean, we see it on the right side. That gets a little bit better, but I mean, Fellerin, noticing like, hey, I gotta do something about this field lane. It's gonna beat me down.
Yep. This is one of the things that's really powerful about prophecies, is being able to reset field control and get trade priority back, because ordinarily you need a charge creature to do that, or like some shackle effects, but with the prophecy you can also have that opportunity to actually choose what's trading into what in the field lane again once you've lost control there.
Yeah, really huge prophecy here for Fellerin. Makes this a lot easier than it was going to be.
We don't want to like overblow it too, right? I mean, it's not like it's a javelin or a cloud rest or something.
Yeah.
I mean, it could, a Bitterfish Witch is a meaningful swing, but it's
not game ending by any means. There's no nail in the coffin here or anything like that. Thuldir's still in a fine spot overall.
Yeah, I mean, Thuldir's at 26, right? So it has established this race pressure, and it's on Fellerin to survive and find a way through.
Now, on top of that, Thuldir has multiple ways of maneuvering his units, as we said, or his creatures, as we said earlier, and also drawing. And on top of that, this Gatekeeper could come in handy as well.
Yes, Gatekeeper is very nice when you force your opponent into a racing situation. So, which is naturally what Assassin is going to tend to do, is to try to leverage the burst tools like the Swift Strike or the Arcana that we see in hand, to turn these like mid-range games into quick finishes, so the Gatekeeper can shut down a lot of those lines very effectively.
Goodbye.
Yep, and we'll see rune number 1 broken for a Mournhold Trader. And still taking his time here, Fellerin is. Do you think we'll see the Oncano here to deal with this Candy Crush potentially?
I think so. I think as long as you can set up lethal with Tascad the next turn, it's worth doing. And I believe that you can. It does feel a little bit awkward to hit to exactly 15, but still, I think you have to clear the Cradle Crush, the Candy Crush, as we would like to say.
So that was a big turn from Fellerin. Was able to clear put a lot of pressure on Thuldir here, and really making Thuldir having to be the one to react. And this Oncano, just the pressure that it puts in this field lane, it's tough.
Yeah, it's worth noting too that even if Thuldir clears everything in the field lane, Fellerin has exactly lethal through Shadow with 5+4+6 from the Tascad in hand is 15. So it's gonna be tricky for Thuldir to find a line that actually survives the Tascad.
Yeah, it's really rough here. I don't know. This 2/2 is it definitely put in its work. That's for sure.
Yeah, but I think with a movement effect to move one of these 3 power creatures into the shadow lane and trade off, and then a gatekeeper to block the Unkano,
Yep.
or the 5/3, either or. I think there are ways to survive here.
Yes. So we see that first bit of movement here, and we draw into another Apex Predator that doesn't do much for us, unfortunately. We'll see the trade-off here. Another trade. Wormhole Trader and the Gatekeeper. So enough to live here.
Yep, I think this was a nice line from Thuldir. It was a difficult position. Feller and applied a lot of pressure there, but this feels somewhat stable. The Tascad or the Steel Dagger can clear the Gatekeeper and keep applying pressure, so not out of the woods yet. This Wordcrafter also can be quite devastating.
As she always is.
Mhm.
So here we talked about this Mournhold Trader card earlier, where it does have some really nice stats, but when it dies, it does leave a 2/1 guard here, which could be a little bit awkward for Thuldir, but still having the body to be able to trade with the Springster Mage is the most important part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the hard thing for Thuldir is that we're not going to see, like, I don't think Thuldir can pressure lethal the following turn, which means then Felorn has another turn after this as well.
So hovering this Murkwater here.
Life totals are getting very precariously low here. Remember, this is match point. If Felorn closes this game, Thuldir is out of the tournament.
And the Leaf Lurker comes down. Good trade here. And yeah, we both have the same reaction there. That was also a 1 copy of Leaf Lurker. Both players, funny enough, in this deck were running a single Leaf Lurker, and you can see the value that came down through there. But oftentimes, running multiple of those doesn't get that same value, but that 1 of copy once again just being absolutely critical here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is looking
8 life with a Tascad on the other hand. This is tough.
Yeah, I mean, being able to draw on Kano and Tascad is just, it's a good feeling. It's a dual color deck, so I won't complain too much about it. It feels a lot worse when it's in a tricolor deck, but still, just getting your unique legendaries in cases like this is just so powerful.
I like this line from Thuldir a lot, getting the double heal. I think a lot of players would have gone for the Shearpoint Dragon, but healing the 4 life here I think is slightly better in a racing situation than removing 3 power from the board.
Yep. It's one of those small increments and decisions that makes all the difference. However, though, there is the Tascad, and it will be skipping that last rune. Thuldir just not quite able to find a way to push through here. Thuldir taking the quarterfinals 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, I think a well-played match by both players, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Very impressive. It's a huge accomplishment for Feller, and again, a very strong player, but, Thuldir having that second Master Series under his belt, makes him one of the more accomplished players in TESL. So it's a huge thing for Fellerin to take him down 3-0. It's got to feel good, and to do so in the farewell tournament is a nice send-off for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Thuldir will still be known as one of the great players in TESL, and so being able to take him down, especially here where, Thuldir has been pretty active playing ladder and stuff, and some of the skills, they just don't go away. That's the reality of it, is even when you're rusty at TESL, some of the skills that we saw Thuldir and Fellerin both execute in this, that we talked about multiple times, of just like, this is why they are at the level that they are. It's these small micro decisions that makes a difference between these players, and just seeing them both play solid games overall to end their TESL careers, it was really great to be able to see that.
Yes, and thank you so much again, Silver, for doing this and casting with me. This has been a ton of fun. Up next, we're gonna have our third quarterfinals, which is gonna be Avenged Fish versus Person of Secrets. And in the end, we're seeing that Fellerin is queuing up to play against Ross Pierdahl, who I mentioned earlier when we were talking about the deck list, is one of the more influential and successful players in recent times, kind of during the post-maintenance mode era. So that's a huge matchup to look forward to, and I think Fellerin versus Ross Pierdahl is going to be a really exciting semifinal.
Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll go ahead and toss it to the next match and the next set of casters. Thanks for being here.
I'm here with Fellerin after the second quarterfinals. Congratulations on your win against Trulder. It was a trio.
Yes, thank you.
Your next match is against Respidral or Fluffy.
Mm-hmm.
And although the stream viewers already know which one is it, you don't know yet. So what do you think? What are your chances into them?
Oh, I mean, they are both very strong players, like absolute top of ladder players, and it's very boring answer, but I think it's eventually just more or less 50-50, even if it's 55 to somebody, these games can go either way. It's not like anybody has got some only full aggro or full control lineups that would be very polarized against somebody else. These are all decks that can win every game or can lose every game. Yeah, Fluffy is playing a little bit, well, let's say, more questionable or rarely seen cards, so his decks are more unique, I suppose. With Ross I have played and scrimmed more, so his decks are more familiar to me, but yeah, let's say I'm afraid of Ross more.
Alright, so you chose match 2, the one you played on Empire against Tudor's Tribunal to Spotlight. In this match, you find an aggressive start and you have Farewell to back it up. But then Tudor has Aaron in the Shadow lane and plays Conjuring on 6. And at this point, everyone is watching and sees that you have an Advaloti Assassin. But without that, the game would have been able to turn back into Tudor's favor. So it's not a pick that I usually see in Empire, so how did you end up on going there?
Yeah, I have this game open right here. Actually, with open deck lists, it's quite different compared to ladder because you know exactly what you can and cannot expect from your opponent. For example, the Tribunal he was running triple execute. So that was something I was already afraid from the very beginning, but I never saw any executes. He got his completed contract and actually on turn 4 he's running also triple Fingers of the Mountain, so they can be played for 4 mana if you have completed contract, but he didn't have them either. And then he played Iron, and on turn 5 we can see the Atronach already, which was made cheaper by 1 by Iron and by 1 by completed contract. So it was, by first glance, very weird play to play it on field where I had a small lethal creature. But he was obviously afraid that he wouldn't win the face race. Well, without the Prophecy Javelin, he definitely wouldn't have won it. But playing it to field seemed to me a little bit like a surrendering move, that there's nothing else I can do. Not going to hope for a miracle Prophecy Javelin, and well, even that wouldn't be a guaranteed win for him.
Yeah, in the end he got a Prophecy Harpy that stopped lethal for a turn. You still had the lead in Shadow Lane, but then you tubbed into Mercenary Captain.
Yeah, I had exactly 11 on the board, so there was this decision point that, well, obviously if there's no prophecies I have lethal, but he's running triple Harpy, triple Bolt, that which do I think would come? Because one of my big creatures would die to Bolt, and maybe it would be natural to attack with it first, but I actually attacked first with my tricolor card to summon another to recruit. Because I figured that even if I hit a Bolt, then I can still win the game with another recruit. I had Fervor on the board, and his deck doesn't have any effective support removal, only edicts. But well, it's the whole almost same cost as Fervor itself to play an edict. So yeah, I valued this recruit highly, and it was indeed not Bolt but Harpy, so I chose the correct big unit to attack with first. And then, since I had no lethal, I had still one recruit to attack with. It was another dilemma: should I attack face and break his last rune, or trade into iron? But yeah, again, I figured he hasn't played any defense of Bruma cards yet, and well, that would be big for him, because then iron would have one more health than my recruit has attack. If he played defense of Bruma, I saw that like my only way to lose the game, so I took the trade there, and indeed he had Bruma. So again, two correct choices. Didn't have Bolt, had Harpy, and had Bruma, so two lucky guesses there. Played everything into Shadow, and that was it. I had just such a big lead that there was nothing to do in that game. So
you
yeah.
had good hands in all of the matches, but Tilder had a good hand in 2 of the matches. So I'm sure that after a trio, everyone will be looking at you and watching how you progress through the bracket. So let's meet after the semifinals.
All right, welcome back to the TESL Elder Scrolls Legends Farewell Tournament. This is the quarterfinals, the third match of the quarterfinals, and we're going to watch Person Secrets match off against Avenged Fish. My name is Jason Hager, or TDC Jason, as I was known in the game, and I'm joined with Please Don't Hack Me.
Yeah, hello.
How you doing, Hack Me?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm excited for this match.
Well, first, tell me just a little bit about your lore so the folks know who you are.
Yeah. So I did win the first QuakeCon. So before that, it was I kind of started playing the game seriously during Houses of Morrowind. I was known for a one-tricking scout, and I didn't play tournaments. Then I started playing in the warp metas, and then 2 months later, they announced QuakeCon. That was my official lore. But after QuakeCon, I didn't play as much. But my most proud thing I did in TESL isn't even winning the tournament, but it's the article I wrote, because I put a lot of effort into that one. Nobody read it. That's my lore. Sorry?
I said I don't remember that one.
Exactly my point.
And I'm TDC Jason. I got top 4 in the first QuakeCon, and then I was employed by Sparky Pants and worked on the final 3.5-ish sets of the game. So I'll bring a little bit of a development view, and feel free to blame me for Invade. My shoulders are broad; I could take it. And let's get into it. Let's go ahead and hop over to interviews of the players, and then we'll get into the action.
When did you start playing? I started playing back in 2019, I believe, right before the game went into maintenance mode.
Yeah, so card games in general. Oh, maybe I should say this is Person of Secrets. Thanks for being interested in my tournament. I started playing card games when I was very young. I'm talking about like the base set of Pokemon just came out. But I started becoming more serious around maybe 2004, 2005. I was still pretty young, but I was playing a regional level Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe around 2011 or 12. I'm tired of doing that kind of thing, but Legends gave me an opportunity to start playing digitally and playing competitive in the digital card game scene. And I've been playing Legends since it was released.
What was your all-time favorite deck? Singleton Telvanni.
So there's a lot of great mage decks. The old ones, like what Blackfall made, using Manacora. And that sort of evolved into some of the good Tribunal decks, like mid-range Tribunal, that I enjoy. But the all-time favorite is probably Support Mage. I think the only person that I've seen playing this deck, I've been playing it since very early on, and I like it because it's like a rebellious way to hit back at the game. Because the problem with the old Mage decks was that there started to be a lot of value cards that are printed that Mage can't really do anything about if it's playing fairly. So you can think cards like Hissgrove that became a nuisance. Cards like Parthenax, I think, were designed to get rid of the card advantage metagame. And to hit back at that, I come up with the Support Mage, which generates so many cards if somebody can't do anything about it. It has life gain, which is very important. It used to be that people played the Prophecy that gains you 5 life. That's how the game used to be. And it's actually still important to gain life. I think the elixirs are very good in that deck. And then another big important factor is it has a combo finish. So if your opponent's just leaving you alone, sometimes you combo off, you get 8/8s. You can transform them into Ankanu and do even more damage, or get Lenef and search for the finisher. So, people can't just leave it alone too much. They have to interact with you. They can't just do their big value thing, but you can still be good against their infinite value combos.
What do you think is your highest achievement in TESL? In my opinion, my highest achievement is multiple 27 event finishes.
Yeah, I would say probably my participation in the Masters Series. This is the biggest tournament that they do for Legends. Maybe the highest achievement is winning that event. And, the first Master qualifier, that was really exciting to win, just because it was sort of the start of things. I know they did, I think, a QuakeCon tournament before that, but it really wasn't well advertised. I've had a couple 27-0 runs in the Gauntlet. So this was Pauper Gauntlet and Noble Gauntlet. And that's sort of important to me because those gauntlets, they're like lower power level. and I like to think that I'm better when everyone's playing with like fair cards. So this serves as evidence to me.
How did you prepare for the farewell tournament? I did not have time to prepare for the tournament. I simply grabbed a couple of competitive decks that I enjoy. Hindsight, I wish I had at least taken the time to optimize the decks that I chose to bring.
I didn't do anything. I just go through my decks and see what I used before that I liked.
What is your lineup? Midrange Battle Mage, one of my all-time favorite decks to play. It's good, it's always been good. Cyrodiil Krebs, my personal edition of Vivek, love the card as it's won me games and of course the Tescat Baghdadi. So a little bit greedier than some lists, but I find it paying off. Dagoth, a little bit of a dated list but I love it. Brotherhood Slayers to up the numbers of prophecies. Really just Battle Mage with heal and couple zingers. My bud is still chilling there at 6 and the Mighty Conjuring because why not? This one I did amend before the tourney to take off some of the really greedy top end I had originally. Moose added because you are often ahead. Rage Guildsworn, not reinventing the wheel here. Varian is nuts, I will die on that hill. The good old strategy of taking a great deck and slotting in some slutty unique legendaries, baby. Lilia, Tyr, criminally underplayed. College of Winterhold because why not? Everything else is pretty standard.
Yeah, so we'll just start with Tribunal. This is the card, or this is the deck that nobody really likes to play against. And because nobody likes to play against this deck, I made a couple of other decks that are very similar. That would be the Dagoth, and that would be the Telvanni. So I try to style those decks in a similar way, where they can play certain mid-range strategies. And there's also in these decks some pet cards that maybe not everyone uses for mana acceleration, like Astrid, the Blackwood Distiller, the 5-drop Torval Extortionist, nobody uses. But these are cards that if the opponent doesn't know too much about them and doesn't respect them, they can get you a big advantage. So I'm happy to include those. They have the high end that I like to use, especially cards like Blood Magic Lord, or cards like the Giants. Belligerent Giant is really good in Dagoth. But anyhow, again, those are styled sort of try to make a tribunal deck that people aren't going to necessarily ban or be afraid of, but it's still very powerful. Lastly is the deck I already talked about, the Support Mage being my favorite deck. I have to use it.
What do you think of your next opponent and their lineup? My next opponent is Person of Secrets. I know he's very good. The Support Mage definitely stands out amongst the other mid-range sub-decks. I am quite confident about my chances. A lot of my decks can struggle with anything that goes faster, and he hasn't chosen that as a strategy. I do respect him as a player. I know I can't rely on any glaring misplays.
Yeah, so this is Avenged Fish, NPO. I've been going through their decks and I see some cards, some card choices that I think I can exploit to my advantage. But overall, I'm not too sure. I'm sure because they're a good player, we'll have a tough fought match. I noticed that they're part of the clan system in the game, so I have to think anybody that's still in the clans, they're an active player. And I'm not an active player, so they might have some advantage and knowing the metagame better than myself. But at the same time, because I use some strange card choices, they may not be familiar with this type of thing, and they'll have to be able to think on their feet and combat it wisely. If not, maybe I'll win.
Whom are you most afraid to face? Probably Rospidol. I know the right answer here is Tuldir. I have a lot of matches over the last couple of years at the top legend with Ross and in tournaments. So from a personal standpoint, it's him that I am worried about.
Looking through, it's definitely going to be I like pasta, and I can tell by just looking at their decks that there's going to be games if we play that they could just win by default, just because of the card choices alone, and just because of how the tempo in the early game works in Elder Scrolls Legends. So I think they get the most free wins for me. We've played before in the tournament setting. This was Master Series, and I think the top 4. I did overcome them, but it was a really hard-fought match. It was sort of had some controversial moments as well with Mudcrab Merchant, but again, they're more than capable player, and that's the person who I think is most likely to beat me.
Is there anything else you would like to add? Not really, other than the game has gotten me through some rough times, including an extensive period of homelessness. Part of that was the Old Master series as well, and so it's super cool to see you guys come back to cast these. I still fall asleep to those votes all the time. And a shout to the MPO members who have helped me over the years. It's been great to share the game with a great group for like-minded individuals.
The biggest thing that I've seen is that people are asking where to go next. And this is on every single forum that I've participated in for Legends. Wherever it's talked about, people are wondering where to go next. And there's always this conversation for all the digital card games. And my answer is what I did. I didn't worry about where to go next. While Legends was not in maintenance mode, and they showed us the roadmap, I actually already predicted a year ahead of time that they would be stopping support for the game, so I was prepared. And at that time, I had a very unhealthy obsession with the digital card games. I was playing 5 at the same time. But I was prepared. And because of what I saw happen in Legends and every single other digital card game that I was playing at the time, which they all died, I have to say the answer is don't go anywhere. Do something else. Don't worry about the next flavor of the month game. Don't worry about, the video game industry and what product you're going to consume from them. Do something else that's productive, that helps you. Read a book, make art, go to a concert, literally anything, go work out, start a family, anything else.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Cordata again, bringing you another set of deck breakdowns, this time for Avenged Fish and Person of Secrets. So, Avenged Fish has brought a Battle Mage, a Guildsworn, a Dagoth, and an Empire, and we're going to be taking a look here at the Battle Mage first. So this is a fairly standard mid-range Battle Mage. Not too much really to talk about here. It's what you expect out of mid-range Battle Mage. 2 copies of Lesser Ward at the bottom end is a slightly more interesting tech choice. Not every deck runs Lesser Wards. Also, 2 copies of Doomfang Ally kind of fallen out of favor over the last couple of years, but nice to see it back. And then we have 1 copy of Aspect of Hircine at the top end, which has become a lot more standardized. Actually, recently, Aspect of Hircine was a card that hadn't seen too much play for a long time, but it's nice to see it's starting to get having its day in the sun in mid-range Battle Mage. And next up we have the Guildsworn. So this is an interesting version of Rage Guildsworn. This is a more controlling version of Rage Guildsworn. Not too much early game to speak of, but you're curving super high into Mighty Conjuring and Kano. 3 copies of Rage. You've got Aspect of Hircine, Red Year, and Marak. Some interesting tech choices in the middle of the deck here. We've got Delidia, we've got a College of Winterhold, as well as Varen Aquilarios. We're seeing a lot of Varen in this tournament, actually, and I'm not sure how to feel about it. It's a card that has upside in certain matches, but has severe downsides in others. It's very much a double-edged sword, so we're going to be very interested to see how that plays out. Next up, we have the Dagoth list. This is a very standard, again, mid-range Dagoth list. Playing all the standard 2 and 3 drops, curving all the way up into your hands of Dagoth, Syl, Belligerent Giant, Raz, and Kano. And again, 1 cheeky little copy of Unstoppable Rage just as a treat. And finally, we have Empire Aggro. Another slightly different version of Empire Aggro. Again, runs the Crab package, which I believe is the more normal version nowadays. But interestingly, it's got a copy of Vivek just in the 5-drop stop there as a potential end game option, which is very interesting. But other than that, fairly standard looking stuff. Also has a copy of Varen, which might be a bit of a hindrance in the aggro mirror, but we'll see. Next up, on Person of Secret side, we have a Mage, a Dagoth, a Tribunal, and a Telvanni. So we'll start off with the Mage list, and this is Support Control Mage, a very interesting looking version of Support Control Mage, looking to basically outvalue the opponent with a series of supports, things like Altar of Despair, Orb of Vermina, Goldbrand. Just some interesting tech choices in here as well, in the form of, well, the Wabbajack for one, and 1 copy of Conjuration Tutor, which I'm guessing is to go alongside the Altar. And then we have a mid-range Dagoth list. Relatively standard-looking mid-range Dagoth. 1 or 2 interesting choices in here, such as Torval Extortionist. And they are also running 2 copies of Unstoppable Rage to potentially get people out of nowhere. And next up, we have a mid-range Tribunal list. Relatively standard mid-range Tribunal. Interesting to see Queen's Captain chosen as the top end instead of 1 copy of Manticora, which I think is a bit more common. But overall, looks fairly solid. Some interesting mid-game choices such as Thievical Shadowfruit, as well as Crushing Blow. Crushing Blow not really seen in this style of deck that often, but I'm interested to see how this one plays out. And finally, we have a mid-range Telvanni list. Again, this one is there's a lot of interesting choices in here. Again, 3 copies of Torvald Executionist, 3 copies of Hollow Death Priest, 2 copies of Blood Magic Lord in the top end, which I find very, very strange for a mid-range deck. Blood Magic Lord not really seen in mid-range, at least not since we had like Core Set with like mid-range Scout, but even then it's more of a ramp or control top end. So I'm interested to see how it functions in here. There is value to be had in the Blood Magic spells, but I think like on-day Sorcerer would be a much better option. But again, I'm interested to see how this one plays out. But we'll pass it over to Jason and Hackmeat for the games.
All right, we're back to look at what the decks are that our players have, so we can discuss the banning, because the format requires you to ban one of your opponent's decks going in. So Hackme, here's the list.
So,
what are you thinking?
Well, first I will go from Fish's perspective, and I'll leave Person of Secrets perspective, because I have a long history with Person of Secrets, and I absolutely know that you should always ban his Tribunal, because that's his favorite deck by far. Like if he was on ladder, that's the only deck he would. The only reason he plays the other decks is because it's a tournament format. So you should always ban it. Not even if it's slightly suboptimal to target his Tribunal, you win the mental.
See, I would ban the support mage that he has for the same reason, because I know that playing that deck would bring him a lot of joy, and joy killing is one of the best parts of a tournament like this. So how about how about over here with Avenge Fish? What do you get rid of?
This one's kind of hard. The decks are kind of similar. I would probably go for a tricolor deck just because they're a little more high rolly. But on the other hand, Battle Mage is very consistent. I think I would go for probably the slowest one, just because I don't think Person of Secrets fears getting rushed. He hates it when aggro decks have 2 resources. So I would probably pick Guildsworn, I think.
My perspective is slightly different. So a lot of Person of Secrets decks are either mid or control combo-y. I feel like with the lineup, I would like to play against the other mid control decks that Avenged Fish has, to make sure that we just have a lot of grindy games, and my experience can kind of win out. Avenged Fish started playing right toward the end of the content of the game, so Person of Secrets has a lot of experience, and that Empire of Cyrodiil deck is a go wide rush deck. So it's the only one that's like kind of truly aggressive. I mean, the Battle Mage can be, but the Empire is really it's really low to the ground. So I think I'd probably ban that one. But yeah, I don't know. I think either way, it should be pretty good.
Yeah, I think you make a reasonable point about Empire. I think that's a pretty good ban. I don't think you would ban either of the other two, though. I would be surprised if you banned the Battle Mage, especially.
And look at that. You were right on getting rid of that Tribunal. Looks like it was banned. So must have maybe Avenged Fish knew what you knew. And it looks like I was right with the Empire going down. So we're going to get a lot of mid action. We are going to see a lot of Alfeeks in this matchup, it looks like.
I don't think that's a matchup issue. I think we are seeing a lot of in just tournaments now. Like, I think that's just what we're going to be seeing.
And from a dev standpoint, we wanted mid to re-emerge, and Alfeek definitely did it. And this is proof for sure.
All right, you were right about the Empire ban, and I think that's a good call. I think your reasons are very valid, because Empire is one of the harder decks to control decks for sure.
Yeah, it's that ever since I saw Thaldir win with it years ago, I'm a little scared of that Empire rush. But and for us as viewers, now we are going to get an opportunity to maybe see the support mage in action. So
yeah, I'm actually excited. I want to see some support mage content. Oh, Blood Magic Lord.
I know, right? That's so wild that it's mid. All right, so we're into the first matchup. It looks like we have the kind of mid Telvanni, not like purely control, versus the Guildsworn mid. With, I think that was the one with some rages at the top end. So it should be interesting.
I can't see Person of Secret's hand very clearly. Can you tell what those cards are?
Yeah, I can. It's Luzra, and it looks like a Fighters Guild initiate. So a bunch of 2-drops. And the Temple Conjurer that makes the
Oh,
Alfiq
yeah,
fodder.
yeah. Temple. All right. I could see the Luzra, but I wasn't sure about the other two.
Yeah, not a great draw, especially when you don't have the ring. It's super awkward. Oh yeah, just a bunch of 2s and then an Abner Tharn. Yeah, but I guess that we're just in a pass fest generally here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this hand, you wouldn't be able to tell who's the slower deck here.
That's right. It's unfortunate that the Luzra won't get any true value here, since I'm
Yeah,
assuming
but
it's
after
going
the
to get
nerf,
executed.
Luzra's value doesn't really matter anymore. Before the nerf, it was a pretty absurd card, though.
Agreed.
I had like a ton of moments just doing absurd stuff just with Luzra. I would Luzra into Mana Marco, into enemy Abner Tharn, into Alfiq's. Oh my.
I will give a shout out to had opportunity to design the Abner Tharn card, so I'm real happy that one went over well.
Oh, that was
Although
my...
it seems like a no-brainer.
I do like Abner a lot. As you know, I'm a Nixok Telvanni player. I have probably played more Abner Tharns than almost anybody else.
Yeah, I remember PV asking me why do you think it's going to be so fun to just copy a summon? Like, everyone loves that. Like, it's just more candy. It's so good. You can't have too much. All right, so we're in this mid fight where no one's gonna break runes until when? Turn 6?
And I do want to add, I play the decks with the most diverse Abner usages.
Excellent. So from the Shadow Lane, looks like we're actually gonna push and start getting a little bit of pressure.
This is a most interesting hand by Avenged Fish.
And Abnar is so good against an opposing belligerent
And
giant.
you do see that person is about to eat some pain from the...
I guess that's not the biggest deal in the world.
It is pretty good because it does help Progress survive here. But
you're right.
Person is about to eat some dirt from this losing the field lane right here, most likely.
Yep.
Oh,
that's a great Fighters Guild there.
That is a I've been cutting Fighters Guild lately, but this is one of the best Fighters Guilds I've seen in recent years.
All right.
Most likely, he's just gonna belligerent giant the Fighters Guild, I imagine, and then trade it into the 2/2.
That makes sense. Just a good value trade, and then trade the 1s. And do you break a rune?
I mean, I think you probably have to. I mean, it is 4 damage. Oh, okay.
It's tough.
So he's
you
gonna
kind of want
take
to starve
slow.
options. It looks like, yeah.
Yeah.
But the hands are so big. You have infinite options already. Might as well make them nervous.
Yeah. Actually, I am gonna mention my article here. I have a very extensive section discussing the value of damage. What would you do here? I don't know.
I would be careful of make sure that Abner Tharn into the lane with the belligerent if you're trying to hold serve, but it makes sense. You just get the 8/8.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate that there's hard removal, but sometimes you don't have it. It's a removal check.
Yeah. Here you're obviously gonna belly the Conjuring again, and now this is a lot of damage. Person, if he doesn't prophecy here, like a better player would, he's gonna suffer.
He has 2 more Fighters Guilds, and he has 2
I'd say he misplayed by not prophesying there. I think he misplayed.
And this is a decent Fighters Guild.
Yeah, but it's still 5 damage, even if that does what you want it to. This is gonna be a very painful game. With Fish's hand, I don't expect him to fail to kill, but I mean, surely you just slap Earthbone and Hive, I imagine.
Yeah, that's what I would assume.
Are there any Leaf Lurkers? You probably just don't even...
No Leaf Lurkers, and there's also no Vipers, so you probably I was gonna say you play Field to just start developing over there and like build an advantage.
No Viper? Wait, so there's just nothing that can even kill this belligerent? Okay. Instinctively, like without looking at the deck list, I would assume you would go Shadow just to protect the belly because I'm used to Vipers.
He could have drawn Channeled Storm, or like there's a few different direct removals, and there's some Sanctuary pets, but yeah, I remember how much you love Viper. Not in this one.
I mean, it's not. I don't even like Viper. It's just that it's one of the only options he has.
Yeah, I don't know. He's on the back foot, so a lot of his cards are win more cards in this list. So
Yeah. Also, you mentioned Channeled Storm. Like Channeled Storm was a reason to even consider going Shadow and going Face, just so it's not in Channeled Storm range. But I mean, putting it at 11 much better.
wow, this is gonna be a blowout now. Yeah, now it's just a hope that
Yeah,
that there was
now
no
it's
removal,
lethal.
and now it's
Yeah. Now this is just direct lethal without prophecy. But I mean, there are 2 runes. You can't skip both. I think I would go to and not even try to skip a rune here just to get 7 damage.
Yep, just get it out there.
Because you definitely don't want the first prophecy to cost you the 7 damage over.
In your worst case scenario, like there's no ice storms or anything that you could possibly
Those,
look at.
those bellies are pretty brutal.
Yeah, runner belly. It's rough. All right, so we have 1. So in the Conquest format, my understanding is that each of the players have to win with all of their remaining decks. So Avenge Fish, checkmark.
Yeah, and that puts the Guildsworn out.
So Purse of Secrets can be, disappointing and just play Telvanni again, hoping for support mage. What do you think?
I mean, surely, unless this is a sweep, Personal Secrets will get around to the mage.
let's make sure it happens. Come on, let's do this.
There isn't really much. There isn't really much in the way of strategy in terms of actually picking your deck in Conquest, because
there's a little bit, because sometimes you want opportunities to beat the decks before your opponent's deck is gone.
Yeah, unless you can like get lucky and snipe the right matchup by predicting what they play. But for the most part, once
agreed. It's mostly a push. It's like just
it's mostly just
shaving.
guessing.
Yeah.
A lot. It's mostly just guessing.
It's super satisfying when they choose the exact one that you thought they would, though.
Did you hear that?
Oh, that was a great comeback to the Crown Quartermaster.
I think when I was facing you, I think like the matchups were pretty much the same. Like I don't think it mattered.
No, my decks were real samey.
Like when I played against you, I think it was basically like your Telvanni's gonna win sooner or later anyway.
That was the year where
I don't remember if it was Telvanni.
Where a bunch of people had the Telvanni combo deck and just prayed that it got banned every round because a lot of folks didn't know how to play it quite well enough.
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
Person was one of those. That was Person of Secrets was one of those.
Person was the victim of that circumstance, so we won't bring that one up too much. But I did hear that Person was able to defeat the Nixox in the previous round with Turquoise Link. So good job on good job on your your comeuppance years later, Person. Congrats.
Yeah, but I mean, Nixox is much worse than it used to be.
Agreed. Yeah. It's not the same beast at all. Okay, so we got the Alchemist, right? Tower Alchemist. Yeah. I love it.
That is the highest priority target in support mage.
Yeah, it is the deck.
Yeah, you cannot let this thing live. And Battle Mage is not the best at removing though.
That's true. This is a pretty awkward hand for adding additional pressure. It's also super risky with how. This is gonna be.
That was my issue with playing Battle Mage in general. It feels very. Like it feels like it has all, but you don't always have all the tools at the same time. So it can be kind of awkward trying to get your game plan in.
Yeah, your the variance is such that like you always it feels like it suffers from like all monkeys and no bananas sometimes, where like you get all of the load to the ground stuff and the tempo stuff, but then don't get the value stuff, or vice versa, and then you're too slow to actually come back because you don't have any like pure removal.
Well, sometimes not even that. It's more, well, not more, but like there are times when you have the bottom and the top, but it's just not the right fit for the matchup.
You're
Cards you
right.
have.
Some of them are much better with one another. Is this
Like
one?
some of the early game cards are better in some matchups, and some of them are better in others, and it can be very, disappointing sometimes. Okay, I mean here you have the bolt, you have no other options. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good point. That's the case for any deck that's going to base itself on Breton Conjurer. It is a mid deck, but it is so much a combo deck because of the way that those will start turning into 5/5s. So yeah, that part of the deck was not drawn, but now we're into the world of Alfiq and the cat. And
yeah, but with Elfiq on its own is definitely not gonna be that much pressure on its own unless you get a good belly following it up here. Alfiq is strong, but usually you wanna lead into it and then follow up. And right now we have kinda neither.
yeah, it doesn't really start it. It really is one of those things that, like, as a mid archetype card, kind of establishes that that just single removals aren't going to stop you anymore. But but like actually stoking the fire and getting that aggro started, not where you want to be. Especially with how ugly this is. When they can use the support and choose not to.
I mean, there's I don't think there's any mathematical downside to using it.
Yeah, probably not. Like, it would even be better to have used it here in case the crown was going to attack, because then it's like a perfect down to 25 rune. Because clearly, Person of Secrets just wants cards. They're both kind of card starved here.
I mean, yeah, it's just there's like if you don't use it, they can choose what to take the damage over the rune, and then if you don't use it, they can always take it. Right?
Yeah, sometimes there are weird breakpoints in the values, but I agree. Generally, they should be used.
Like they have two attack on their units, so you're not changing anything except
that was a
giving
weird
all
that
the
was a weird
decisions
use.
in their hands. Yeah, and using it here is very strange. Instead, maybe he's afraid of doing too much damage, but that was a 6 mana health potion or elixir. I don't remember the name exactly.
Yeah, and it's very clear that there's 3 Dawn's Wraths in this.
Yeah, we were talking about Fish's hand, but he top decked the Conjurer and Person just passed turn 6. So, I mean,
You're right. No, this is looking real rough.
Secret's hand is definitely much worse.
That was a great ward, and I mean we can see the hand and know that the Ice Storm is coming, but that is a absolutely huge ward on the 5/3.
Yeah, that was very smart. Very heads. I mean, like it's there's no situation that ward is like there's nothing that punishes that ward. There's only upside where you play around Ice Storm. So that was, even if Person doesn't have it, that's a precise ward to play.
Yeah.
That many players would easily forget to do just in the heat of the game.
Yeah, especially when there's so many other little tricks and direct combat interactions, but doing it as a preventative to sweep here is pretty great. The Firebolt can help a little bit, but so it looks like
many players are used to holding their ward for an insta trade, for example, because they don't want to quote unquote burn it on the enemy's removal where it's wasted. But in a case like this where you have a bigger hard removal target, there's no downside at all.
Oh, do you think that? I guess not. Oh, we're gonna get some. That's right.
We're gonna get some potion plugging, but
yes.
I'm not sure that does anything.
It's potion time. Yeah, Shadow, and let's get that makeshift defenses field. What do you think?
Altar is such a classic card.
It is. Oh, it was one of the first build arounds that I truly obsessed over. I can't imagine how many thousands of games I've played with Altar of Despair.
Thousands with Altar? Surely you're exaggerating.
I mean, I think I have. Before the game concluded, I think I have 12,000 ladder wins around that, and I know that it felt like I played years worth of Altar of Despair.
So that lightning bolt does directly telegraph Ice Storm.
For sure. Good call. Ooh, that's a really good.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna Ice Storm, you're not. You have 2 mana left for Harpy. There's not really much you're saving it. You get by playing it.
Do you think
And
it's
I
turned the
think,
corner? Do you think that the corner has been turned?
I think there's chances. I wouldn't say it's confirmed yet because, well, he does. I mean, his hand isn't that fast at doing the thing. But I mean, yeah, considering that Fish didn't have anything for the Ice Storm, maybe. Okay, I mean, you
We got a
probably
Cradle
Cradle.
Crush.
Then
Yep. And now we're playing honest. We're playing one,
yeah,
one for one removal.
but we do have a lot of health. I think Person definitely has. I don't think Fish has the gas to finish a Person off with this much health.
Yep.
Even
Gets an opportunity to take a turn off to get the altar going.
well, this. Oh yeah, he still has the makeshift defenses. That's right. You can even harpy. Yeah.
I say the harpy seems like a real good target right now.
Oh, he doesn't even have a 1-drop. He just doesn't care.
That's very funny. And there is one marked man in the deck, so
Yeah,
he just drew the one. That's right. Oh,
But I mean,
bye altar.
Yeah, we as the casters knew that was going.
Yep.
But I still don't think that's. I mean, he doesn't really. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I mean,
It's time to make some more sweet rolls, I think. What do you think?
Yeah.
Now we have 10.
But we are at 10 mana. I don't know if we can play it this turn. It's probably just Dawns and Firebolt on the Harpy. Even though it feels pretty terrible to Firebolt Harpy, I think you just want the health here. And then because you do get to play. Oh, that's a cast. Okay, I misread that card. I thought that was the Cauldron Keeper. I did not see that clearly. Okay, that does change things.
Interesting spot here. So.
Mm-hmm. So he has no Cauldron Keeper, which does make the altar in his. I thought all he needed to do was buy time and play Cauldron Keeper altar in one turn, but it's not the case.
All right. Didn't have the full hand knowledge that trading Harpies was pretty good there for fear of the Firebolt. So
yeah,
the Harpy's going to be able to come in on the Cradle, finish with Firebolt, and then Dawn's Wrath. Oh, but I guess not. Not if he Harpies over. Good.
Harpy. Okay.
And now let the chaos.
Is that a
reign.
Wabbajack? Oh my.
That is a Wabbajack.
Oh my goodness. I'm not mentally prepared for this. I don't know which way this game's gonna go. Even with hand knowledge.
You know, that reminds me of when we looked at the statistics of what cards were played the most by players generally. It wasn't even close. What do you think the #1 card that was played in TESL for years was?
Okay, well, like in a deck or in a game?
Yeah, just in general. Like let's say let's say unique card that was found in deck lists playing on the client. What was the #1 that we'd see? Speaking
I'm
of
gonna guess Mundus though.
You got it. You got it. Perfect. Well sniped. People love those effects. People like love the random stuff.
No, actually, okay. So when I was a new player, like day one, I looked at Mundus and I thought it was OP.
Yeah.
Because I thought keywords were OP. Because it's like charges. These are OP. Like if you think about it, as a noob, you get into as a total noob, you look at cards and here you a few factors. You see their cost, stats, and keywords. So more keywords should always be good. And now you play one card and all your cards have one keyword. That sounds overpowered as fuck.
You're right. Oh no. It's is it over?
And then my friend who knew how card games worked was like, why would you play that? That's a stupid card. Just play Divine Fervor. And I was like, oh. And I didn't understand until he just beat me every game by playing Divine Fervor. And I was like, wait.
Consistent value and reliability is good in card games.
Knowing what's gonna happen.
Did you see that move? He
Yeah,
destroyed
he just gave up
both of them.
Which makes sense.
That was a big move.
He was in range of 4. That's the only way to be in range of 4. I mean, to get out of 4 range.
Oh my gosh.
Also, did he just Wabbajack into a Scuttler?
He did. Scuttler was the result. Oh no. Oh, Shrieking Harpy. Look at how good Person Secrets is doing staying
Yeah,
alive here.
he did need that because now that does let him alter as well.
Oh no, do the other
You,
altar
you
first.
have to,
Yes.
yeah, you have to get your sweet roll first.
The very natural altar into a Wabajack. Getting ready to happen.
Now, the interesting thing is, I think in other games. Oh.
Oh my.
Wait, he didn't use the other altar first. Oh, what's in it? Was it just another harpy?
There is. Oh, is there another harpy that they were saving for?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe.
If it is a harpy, it makes sense.
Yeah, if that's a really cool play. But I mean, you would have had the 2 on the other one the next turn. It seems like you want to get to your Tower Alchemist
So
faster.
this isn't even the best because he doesn't want to break this room.
Oh my gosh, harpies for days, and he doesn't have the harpy to go get.
Oh, now
disaster.
he doesn't get it from altar. Does he just get sweet rolls now?
Yeah, it's like sweet rolls until Tower Alchemist.
Oh, not playing the
no.
harpy.
Oh.
Oh.
That was very funny. Oh my goodness.
No, but surely you. Oh, that does improve the harpy targeting, but I don't know if that was worth the risk. Because if you got a big unit, you don't get the attack from your dragon, right?
Yeah. No, it was definitely risky, but all things Wabajack is risky. So
that's not incorrect. But
all right.
usually,
Shackled
if
sweet
you
roll.
have a shitty unit, you can't, especially a sweet roll, you can't really miss.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, now you can't even use the Tower Alchemist value.
Now we have, but now it's into meat and potatoes time because
Yeah,
the next one starts turning things into elusive schemers.
Oh.
And drawing
Oh,
cards.
but you have no targets. This okay. You have to sack the Tower Alchemist.
Yeah, get rid of the alchemist. That thing doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Good.
Good.
Precise is the word I'll use.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
He's out of alchemists. Is that his only 3-drop? Oh. Okay, so that's
Nice.
Wait, he's getting.
You can
the
do it multiple
steam.
times because of the Cauldron Keeper. So keep him moving, keep him rolling.
Yeah, and now
Can clear the ward away.
now we get a 5.
Oh my, and get to keep going. Oh wow, like the
And
combo.
Fish has no cards. Fish has no cards. This is definitely looking rosy.
We're getting a Conjuration Tutor. Are
I
we getting?
think the last 2 turns are, as you called it, turning the corner that we did not have before.
That's right.
Oh no.
I mean, Wabajack.
Oh yeah, now it's
Eternal Dragon.
now it's definitely.
Yeah, because now the altars are getting.
Oh right, he got the
biggies.
3rd cast from the 2nd keeper. Right, I actually forgot. Oh my god, he got the 2nd. Forgot about that feature. I forgot about the 3rd cast. I was like, how did he?
This is all that we could have asked.
Oh no, he can't get the 2nd. Oh wait, unless he gets the unit.
He's gonna. Yeah, he'll get a crapper here. Let's see. It's happening.
Oh,
there's a crapper. 2 crappers.
Oh yeah, that's.
Oh, so brutal.
Now it's over. Now it's over. Now. Oh, he doubled the value. Oh my god. Oh, it's so. This is peak cinema.
That being said, still not like at a ton of health. Weird things can
Yeah,
happen.
but how are you gonna kill him with 1 card per turn here?
No clue. Well, at least there's another 8/8.
Yeah, but they can break it. They have 2 units on both lanes.
I agree. It's not good.
Well, it does
we
have
have
both.
we have an Oncano and then Lanith as
It
the
does
top
put a
end
buff
here.
funky and feel. Oh no, there's an ice storm. Okay. Yeah, no, you just ice storm here. After trading into the frost actual or not. Okay, he
I feel
hits
like
those.
in my head, in the history of watching Person Secrets play, I feel like there's just so much mage and blue that he's played. So Cunning Mage is like the #1 card I associate in my head with Person Secrets. I don't know if I'm right or not, but
Well, I mean,
yeah,
with the
I remember.
cunning mage, that does give him some options. So he doesn't have the ice storm anymore. He can firebolt the ward and use his altars. Good target. Wait, you said there's an Ancana on.
Yeah, no, this is looking real rough.
Yeah.
Like, there's no safety in terms of health coming.
You
Not
don't
until
need
Laneth.
no, but nine is more than enough as long
Exactly.
as runes. He can easily build 30 damage on board. Oh.
And then we're gonna get a.
Oh wait, this is so much smarter than what I had in mind.
You're getting the Oncano. Yep.
This is so much smarter than what I had in mind.
It's gonna take like an Oncano into a lightning bolt to win it.
No, but yeah, I mean he'd have to top deck both in a row without before person gets 30 damage. I mean technically he doesn't have to top deck the lightning bolt. It can be
There's a lot of breakthrough too. So like even clearing some of this, some like splash damage and breaking a rune might happen. But I agree.
I think
this is pretty lucky.
Yeah, I think 9 health is going to lock it in most cases, unless Person of Secret, unless Avenged Fish pulls a Karakon.
I was saying, we were just talking about before the match, Karakonzul with that like 1 out of 55.
You would literally have to pull Karakon odds to have a chance at this.
Oh,
that's not gonna do it. Not enough mana.
There's no. There's no possible, is there?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Yep, it's over. Wow, well done, Person of Secrets. Well.
Oh wait, Fish didn't even have 3 lightning bolts in his deck. He played 1.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so that was mathematically impossible to prevent.
Well, there we go. Knotted up at 1.
That was a great support mage win, by the way. It wasn't easy. It was very on edge and very precisely done. Many others would not have found the chance to turn that around, even with the same draw. So.
Yeah, and that's really everything that we want out of the Elder Scrolls Legends. It was just like nip and tuck, lots of little efficiencies, and then big old swings with a Wabbajack.
And we definitely do want it to be on the edge. We don't want easy wins; those are boring.
Exactly. Yeah, the drama is what the people
So
want.
now,
Get them going.
but the downside is we get no more support mage content. So what do you want to see next?
Well, that Telvanni is ridiculous. And not ridiculous in terms of the decisions, but like some of the like the mid aggro that's coming out of that Telvanni is very non-standard. So you're gonna see the Torval Extortionist. There's a couple of those in there, and that one can make for some very spicy high variance games. So
well, it's just a really good unit, I think.
You're right. I mean, it does just have stats. All right. So let's see the next one. I'm predicting that we're going to see Dagoth versus Dagoth. What do you think?
Well, Battle Mage didn't do well. They seem to like switching decks. I think those are the both decks that haven't been played yet. So yeah, sure. I think that's pretty likely since both other decks have eaten a loss for both players. Okay, yeah, Fish is staying on the lost deck.
We were very wrong.
Fine. I think this is all good. Both of them are playing the wrong deck, the decks that lost before.
It's going to be really hard. I feel like just like the first game, if this Battle Mage gets control of the tempo, it's really not going to let go. There's just not that many like anti-tempo tools in this Telvanni. Like some of the things you'd expect that could flip the board, like Ice Storms, aren't really here. So gonna require some.
By the way,
go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that.
You're fine.
Get cut up. Was my mic falling? So my lore with Personal Secrets, which is a fun story. I faced them in tournaments 3 times, and all 3 times were in quarterfinals. So here we are.
Nice.
One was the first qualifier for the Master Series. The second was the main event, and the third was the second qualifier. I don't remember which qualifier it was, but it was one of the qualifiers for the second series.
Did you win all of them?
No, actually, I lost the first one. It was a very brutal loss. I was tilted after the first time I lost, and the time I faced him in the second Master Series qualifiers was very, very tight as you.
This is like a turning point decision of like how hard to push here. So it looks like we're gonna get a lot of broken runes, and well, maybe not. Wow, to like break your ring and then not to go for it kind of surprised me.
Yeah, I mean, we just ringed 3 times.
And don't have a
I
significant
done
board
4,
advantage or
and
health advantage. Oh, what a good lesser ward that was.
I mean, losing Alfiq is very painful because that was your biggest amount of pressure you had access to. And we
Right.
are also playing into Ice Storm is also about to be inevitable. So
There are no ice storms in this Telvanni.
oh, well, that is very good news for Fish.
Yeah,
in this
definitely.
situation. I don't expect him to break 2 here if he didn't take it last time.
I know. It's tough because, like, when are you going to win?
Oh,
how
and
is it?
Person has his Alfiq that Fish no longer. And Fish doesn't have the ring. This is looking very, very good for Person. Don't.
Oh, that's an awkward cost. Oh, and a first rune prophecy.
And another thing about Alfiq is that it's very good against a giant. 2 units.
This is turning Person Secret's way quick.
Yeah,
that hollow Death Priest just knocking out that
gonna take a
Alfiq. You're
lot.
right. That was key.
It's gonna take a lot to come back from this.
Second rune prophecy. My goodness.
2 in a row.
So this is the true. And some people talk about invade, but this is the true RNG that gets you.
No,
His first and second rune prophecy.
Prophecies are the main reason it's just so tilting to lose.
Yeah, I mean, I get from the design standpoint, it creates a lot of exciting moments and a lot of like the single point of interactivity during opposing turns. So
Yeah,
it definitely fulfills a lot of cool things. But as a hyper competitive player that wants to control everything, it creates a situation where you never want to attack.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like the thing about prophecy is that like if you have them later on, prophecy that it's for people like
Your
us.
mic's cutting out just a tiny
Okay.
bit. Just a
So
heads up.
for people like us, like we don't hit break runes until we want them to prophecy. We know it's going to be a low value.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has to be a desperate situation before.
Yeah, and the thing about like, as you said, for like us people who like to know the variables, the thing is, right, if we don't just want to control them, but like, so from a design perspective, it makes sense early on. It's a good way to introduce players to hold your damage sometimes, having. But the dichotomy it creates, where like you have this pure RNG variable that dictates whether the slower deck is going to come back and win, and against having no counter, also created a design restriction on all like removal spells worse, so that to be balanced out by the badness aggro was also it's essentially creates a side that's frustrating for both sides. Aggro getting prophesied and control having to play with worse cards. And
yeah, there's definitely some of that.
It does balance out maths like statistically, so the game wasn't unbalanced, but it created a lot of frustrating both sides. And I'm not saying that it's an easy solution, because in PvP there's always gonna be a trade-off where one side is frustrating for one and the other side is frustrating for the other. Because that's just the nature of PvP. Being hinged on a pure random factor can be rather.
Yeah, I mean, but the other argument is that like all draws are pretty random, so like there's a little bit of that. Generally, in other games that where you get to attack specifically, like Hearthstone, because of the nature of lanes, you can definitely like run players down.
Okay,
and like
hold on. This aspect top deck is very helpful. And the person is just looking at it like, oh god.
Oh no.
Does he
The
have
Harpy's in here, right?
Oh,
Okay.
does he have
Oh,
a
Channel
guard?
Storm. Nice.
Oh. He has that. Okay, never mind. This aspect will not be doing.
Are we gonna get aspect into aspect going on here?
I mean,
Wow.
I think it's over. I don't think Fish has a chance.
This is.
He has to play what, like, guard aspect into silence and hope that
Is his other out to like go charge aspect to just get some damage in?
No, I don't think you ever win with charge aspect though, because
The Telvanni deck is so.
actually no, hold on, it's the same thing because they still need a guard and you still need the top deck silence. Actually, hold on, it's kind of the same. The two kind of works out the same way. Well, no, actually, because they can charge into your aspect because you know they have, and then they're at 10, and you have, and so mathematically you know, but in this case they can't just aspect. I don't know how many silences.
Let me check. Your audio's cut out a little bit. Just a heads up.
Okay. I don't know why that is. It shouldn't be.
There's no shadow fins on.
No, I mean in
for the Avenge
Vicious deck.
Let's see. Do we have any? We have one Earthbone spinner.
Oh, that's not good. Those are not good odds. Oh, but no, wait, there are belly giants.
That's true.
Oh, never mind.
That Earthbone would be amazing right now. Okay.
Oh, wait, no, it has to be Earthbone. It has to be Earth. And it was not Earthbone. Oh, also you don't have enough mana for belly plus.
Yeah, Earthbone would have won it.
Yeah, it was, but it was the only out.
Yeah, it was a one-outer.
He's not. Fish needs to take a note from Karakon's book.
So, I mean, it also puts a situation that you're, to harken back to our prophecy discussion, players have choices right now. Like, do you want to turn your prophecies live? So, offering your throat a little bit to see whether it comes for it, because there's still outs. Drawing that Earthbone. If you get 2 or 3 draws because of the prophecy or because of runes breaking, then maybe you have a higher chance to actually get out of
Wait,
this.
1 second. There's one thing I set imprecisely, and it's that it's not just balanced by prophecy, but also just the rune system.
Yeah. I agree. It's a dance between all those. Yep. So how do you do this from person's perspective? So we have the aspect.
Okay.
So definitely
it's
not
hard
going
for me to
horse
see
race.
clearly what some of person's cards are. But,
oh wow, and it locks in the Hersian as the 12/12, right?
Yeah, it does. You can't switch it again. You can't choose. Yeah, no. I mean, there's no.
Yep.
There's nothing. There wasn't even a top deck that Fish could get here.
Yep, I
You
don't see
can't
any
even
outs
play it
other
again
than
because they just have lethal.
yeah. So we have a Tome of Alteration. What is the other reach? And it's just aspects.
He has Razam Dar that was bounced back.
Oh yeah, Razam and yep, no outs.
He can't even prophecy Harpy because it's from hand. Oh, and is that the 3? She popped the first 2 runes too. Oh my.
That's right, all 3. I mean, that's why you play them, right?
Yeah, but it's.
Well, there you go. Well done, Person of Secrets.
Yeah, well done.
I was a doubter, but you proved me wrong. Well played indeed. That was masterfully done.
You didn't realize he could just whip out 3 prophecies in 3.
I mean, that's why you play them. So, well played, and occasionally those save your hide. I know I had a Fighters Guild that mattered quite a lot against Santos Villa in our match at one of the QuakeCons, and
to be clear, I'm not trying to say he deserves to lose and he's just lucking out by prophecy. Just to be clear.
We know that you say everything with love and respect. So
it's part of the game.
Exactly.
So
no, I'm so excited to get to talk about the Elder Scrolls Legends. I just love this game so much. So I appreciate an opportunity to get to chat with you during these games and getting to see this awesome action. So we now are down to Person of Secrets needing 1 more win with House Dagoth against either Battle Mage or Dagoth. What do you think?
Dagoth is a good deck. It's gonna be tough.
The games where you get hands, especially games where you go hand, especially with the ring, like there are some really good high roll draws that are just almost impossible to beat.
To be
Dagoth
fair,
just does everything pretty well.
to be fair, hand is much more fair than it used to be.
But
It was
still very, very good.
It is. I mean, anything with Ward is good.
Exactly. Ward and splitting lanes and winning races is
Like I
wild.
think like Prankster is close to being a Dagoth.
I do agree that Prankster is.
Obviously, you know, it is a dual color and not a tricolor card, which
Okay,
makes it.
here's hoping. Let's see that we get this this mirror match of Dagoth on Dagoth action.
Yeah.
No, I'm wrong again.
It goes for the battle. I think Battle Mage is the worst deck, or the less likely to win against Dagoth.
The only reason to choose one over the other is just the emotional support side of this. So got to win with both of them. So go ahead and bring the one that you're the most familiar with because you just played it.
But I definitely want to get a better start though, just because it does feel more comfortable to know that like you got the you don't have to worry about losing with your better decks, and you know knowing the score is already locked in is good. So for example, when I was playing, I think it was against you. When you won a game with Talvani, or maybe it was against Secrets. Did you have Talvani when I played against you?
I did, but I think it was combo. But look, wait, I want to take a break and talk about Daggerfall. Look at these Daggerfalls. They're everywhere.
Daggerfalls dropped a lot in play from Morrowind, and they back in the recent patches when games have slowed down.
Yeah, and also when wards has just mattered more for blue. So like just the mid in general, mid blue red mattering, and has made just ward generally more valuable. That was one of the first cards.
I think you cunning ally here and just clear.
That sounds pretty good. So why don't you? What do you even?
You do kind of want the firebolt for your Breton, right? I mean, are there Earthbones here in Secret Stack?
I think that we might have one. No, sorry.
Are you going for the lesser ward? Oh, the rapid shot top deck is a great turn.
You're right. That is going to be a lot of tempo really quick. So one of the things that's going to happen is that that tome of alteration in your opponent's hand probably isn't going to matter for quite a while. So that's good that gets to be turned off. But now you face the reason that 3-color decks are so good. You know, we often refer to the 3-color decks as 3-color good stuff, because in order to get players to play with 3 colors and play 75 cards, you had to provide these really cool dual color cards. But I mean, I say that, and then the OG Blood Dragon gets played anyway. So maybe I'm just wrong.
Well, but the thing is, the tricolor gives up consistency for just having access better, mathematically better cards.
For sure.
So.
And in this situation where you don't have a 6, it looks like the hand might come down this next turn.
Which is completely necessary, not just because of win rate reasons, but just because normally consistency make up for the lost value by playing with, but that you don't have access.
Yep, I'm losing a little bit of you, but I'll just talk over you at the moment. Avenged is still looking okay. That harpy is going to be. Those harpies are going to be real important on the hand of Dagoth.
Yeah, because for some reason that card has a draw. Which is very, very deadly in these games.
Yeah, Drain is quite important here. Oh, look at this. So, do you do it? Do you break this rune?
No, not for 1 damage. Especially not after the last game he played.
That's true. They're all stacked up on top. So this Hand of Dagoth is going to be pushed down for days. Oh, big answer here.
This ring has come in very critically. Oh, and there's no
brutal
here.
Yep, no 5.
Yeah, and he used both his wards as well. This is very rough for this. This is looking like a 3-1.
So you can Skaven to take out the Dagoth, and then you're going to be put in a situation where your rune is going to get popped on the attack back with the Lava Atronach.
Yeah, but you Skaven lose all of your board.
Oh
Opponent
no, you're in a bad spot for sure.
and you have nothing in your hand to really help you.
You get to Daggerfall against a two defense Atronach, and then hope that they don't have. Just hope that they don't have enough. It's just gonna be a fair fight, but you've taken half their life away. So like they have to chase. Oh,
it
or
won't be 2 health. You would break the ward and not bump the rest right away.
really?
Right.
Okay. I mean, I think he's running Rage. Oh, I guess
Yeah,
we're not
but-
in Rage zone yet. Yeah. That's fair.
There's not really any reason to trade right away. Okay, so he's not going for the Skaven, which
The
I
reason
think
to
makes sense.
the reason to trade right away is for things like Cliff Racer and some other stuff, right?
Yeah,
That could,
yeah,
like,
primarily.
plunk out,
but-
or any removal that could like plunk out some of it. You know that you're gonna have to do that damage eventually to the Atronach, so
But you also know that your opponent wants to clear your lane, and you
That's
make
true.
it.
that's a good point. I mean, generally, by fighting the big breakthroughs, offering your runes up to draw cards is a really good choice.
Well, not when you only have 1 turn to kill it, and they can set up rage. But
Agreed. Yeah. Was there?
I think it's only 1 rage, though, right?
I was
think
gonna say. I think it was like I think it was a little squirrely.
I don't think you really play around rage here. I don't think it's.
No, there's 2
reasonable.
rages in Person
Oh,
Secrets.
never mind. Yeah,
That is a
I
big,
mean,
healthy hand.
I don't think you have an out here. I think it's over. Do you see any hope?
There's still going to be a lot more turns to play, and like Person Secrets is going to be in situations where runes are going to break, so it's not great. But the biggest problem is that drain.
I mean, this turn is definitely going to be Breton Skaven. There's some trading, but yeah, I mean, there's a giant ass drain, giant ass Atro. There's some potential rages you have to worry about.
Do you get the Breton down and Skaven over there?
I mean, you kind of play them in the same lane, don't you?
Let's see.
Unless he's going for home Skaven. What?
I don't think that you can totally abandon, and like you could try to own field.
No, but what if your thing just gets removed? Oh my. Okay, he does hit the 1 and 3.
It happens. Now there's a lot of pressure. That drain is going to also give you cards, and now you have some interesting prophecy outs.
Yeah, but the 1 and 3 there was very. Sometimes you just get flame Atro and you're questioning.
Yeah, spot on. That belligerent giant being able to take
That
down
is-
the drain is going to be real big.
But I mean, the flame Atro is not a small boy. Even
Agreed.
after. But
there is reach in that Dagot deck, so
I think it should put you in the safe zone health-wise. If my math checks out. Because 9 damage isn't that. I mean, you need Cliff Race? No. Wait, 9 damage is not easy.
no Cliff Racers. So it really is. The reach that we're looking at is Rezimdar and Ankanos and Tazcads, that type of reach.
Oh, not even lightning bolts?
There is 3 lightning bolts, so there's some reach there.
Okay. Oh.
Oh, that's smart. Are we gonna get that one Earthbone?
This Earthbone isn't enough.
No, it's really not. It's a
No, this is cooked, I think. Looking mighty cool.
the Breton Skaven line. Does that do?
It doesn't save you.
No, it really doesn't.
It's
just
the thing
stops
that
you from
does the most, but it's not enough.
Or you belligerent and pick up the Atronach.
I mean,
yeah,
the gap is kind of big in the board. One board is bigger than the other.
Yeah, you really want to live to some world where that Atronach gets unshackled and can put some pressure.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but
is there ever a world there? So if you bounce the hand, then there's 14 staring down. We can see that there's reach, but do you ever just risk it and be like, they have to have none of their reach, And if so, I can get them.
Well, how many cards is that they have to not have? 1, 2, 3, 6.
Like 6-ish, yeah.
Oh, very unlikely because it's not just about. Also, the fact that if they had any of those cards, would still have those cards. Because like, if you do those at any, wouldn't have played in the situations.
Yeah, you're right. That they would
By
still
the
be
way,
in the hand.
By the way, can I just ask why we don't have Cliff Racers? They're like one of the best cards in the game for any deck.
They are pretty good. They are the living lightning bolt, but yeah, none of those.
5 mana 4/4 charge. Hello.
So good.
I don't know.
All right, so the lava Atronach is gonna matter. It's probably gonna come back down, right? Do we have? And we have a Thieves Guild recruit. What is the play after you hit here? I know it's 20 health, but you have 16 on the board for Avenged Fish coming back, and there's not very many reactive things other than the lava Atronach. There's not enough reach, right? We only have 6, so you'd have to get 6 more. We have Razum Dar, so that's 4 of it. So you're left with 2 left, or you could try to tome and draw a lightning bolt.
Is that a channel storm? Oh my
my goodness. Oh, that was enormous.
Yeah, that's gonna lock it in.
Yep.
I don't know about that last 2. I don't think that was necessary.
Probably.
I mean, I don't think he could get punished for it, but I think that was a bit overkill. Yeah. I mean, without the channel storm, I think it's still unlikely because I think surely there's. His hand wasn't that bad, but with the channel storm, that's just.
if he just bricks there and doesn't get the channeled storm, it is a tough world to live in. I'm not sure. Is there?
That makes the tome pretty useless.
Yeah. Oh, but sometimes you see what you need and you take that line. So I can appreciate that.
I don't know.
Person's had some really good line calls in this match generally. So
did he need the tome? Did he if he didn't play tome channel, was he dead?
I don't know that he could have played a reactive lava Atronach as his play, but he chose the kill him line.
Yeah,
and the kill him line requires a lightning bolt or some other cheaper reactive spell, and he got one.
I feel like he was playing the lower odds because. I mean,
there you go. The thief, the Khajiit thief himself. There we go with the 3-1 victory for Person of Secrets over Avenged Fish. That was well played and well earned.
Yeah, congratulations to Person of Secrets.
What was your highlight of the match?
Definitely the support mage game, absolutely. That was the best game.
That was so great.
It's not just because it was support mage, but it was extremely close all the way.
Yeah, it was really nip
The
and tuck.
tension was high.
That was a great set of games, so thank you very much for the players. I also want to say thank you to Wolf, who's organized this, and Hackney. It was a pleasure to get to talk to you again after all these years. I love this game, and I'm glad we're getting together in this farewell tournament to get an opportunity to celebrate it.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
I'm really glad to have the chance to talk to you here, and Mr. Jason here. It's been.
You cut out right when you were getting ready to compliment me, so I'm going to ask you to repeat that.
I'm glad I was able to cast with Jason because, like you said, this game holds a close place in my heart as well.
Person Secret's making it through here, looking like going to play the winner of I Like Pasta and Frywolf. So some familiar names generally from the ladder and years of playing. So yeah, it should be a great rest of the tournament. Before we go, is there anything else that you want to say to the audience?
Well, it's definitely a farewell. If I ever talk with any of our audience again, it would be in a different setting, and it wouldn't be about TESL. So it's definitely melancholic.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely a lot of sorrow. I'll use this opportunity to plug the board games that I make with Dirtle Games. So some unmatched content, some other board games. So that's what I'm doing in the world. But TESL will always have a big part in my heart. You can't see it, but my big QuakeCon check is sitting behind me, and I advocate for TESL as the best game that I've ever played. And I'll leave you with one small anecdote from being on the development team. We did a live stream that folks got to watch, and then on the drive back from Baltimore after the live stream, I had some of the team members ask me what I was doing in the car because I was just being real quiet to myself after we had just spent a couple hours streaming with fans. And I was playing ladder because I couldn't stop playing this game. In fact, the only reason I ever designed any board games is because I deleted TESL for a year off of my phone. Thank you, TESL, and thank you for the organizers for this tournament, and I wish you all well.
Did you still remember that mid-range move I told you about? What if I tell you you can play it in Spellsword? Or that offensive guards are actually a thing? Maybe you just want your solid and reliable aggro and mid-range creatures. We have it all. Here is a 40. Play now. I'm here with Person with Secrets after the third quarterfinals in the top 8 bracket of the Farewell Tournament. You just won against Avenged Fish, so congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
The first game didn't look so good, but then in the second game you managed to come back. It was a very long and very atrocious match, and after that you were able to keep your lead, and you chose to talk about this second game.
So it shows off the power of the deck. It has a lot of removal, so you're able to go 1-for-1 most of the game and get rid of the opponent's threats. I was very lucky to get 2 of the life gain cards so that I can control my life total, draw my rune cards when I feel like I'm comfortable taking damage, or just have a high life total when I feel like I need the life. So again, I was lucky to get both of those, but you can preserve your life with the deck. And then as you saw, going into the late game, I got the advantage of my supports because they all get multiple effects. They let me search my deck for powerful cards, and they even let you do some comboing. So in the late game, again, I was lucky the opponent wasn't able to finish me with like more direct damage. And because of that happening, I was able to utilize the supports to get like a big advantage, do my combo, and put them in a bad position.
Yeah, looking at my notes, I have a few points marked in the match that were deciding points. The first that I have here is I haven't wrote anything until we get to turn 4 and turn 5, where Avenged Fish decides to not break a rune, which was indeed the correct choice. It's just hard to hold yourself back in a value-based game.
Yeah, no, he's making the right choice there by not breaking the runes. You know, you don't want to give my deck more cards because I am sort of wanting to combo, so you don't want to draw me into my combo pieces. And he's also starving me for removal that I might want, and he's wasting my mana. Right, if I don't have cards and I can't use my mana, then he might get tempos later on when I have too many cards and not enough mana.
Yeah, one thing that I noted yet is that you sacrificed your first Tower Alchemist to keep a Firebolt in hand, so you were very mindful of your removal. And after that, Avenged Fish played an Alphic in Shadow Lane, and you just pass back, which is like the most control move and my favorite move in the game, where you do nothing.
Yeah, I'd have to see what I had in my hand. Maybe it was possible that I use...
You were waiting on Dawn's Wrath, I think, because you had a Dawn's Wrath, which you had to use in the following turn, because Avenged Fish played Mighty Conjuring in field.
Yeah. Yeah, I was waiting on the Dawn's Wrath. I don't think I had drawn the Ice Storm yet. The Ice Storm was slow.
Ice Storm was later on,
And then, you know, yeah, by the time I drew that, he had already warded his Ancient Arc. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like too much pressure, and I do need to start getting my cards from the runes, so I think maybe it encouraged him to attack them. You know, he also, even though he doesn't want to attack, he can't just wait forever, right?
Yes, because you win in the long game. So
And you
another
know,
thing here is that he had Belly Giant in his hand right before you
yes.
played the Ice Storm. And he could have
Okay.
played, it would have been more money efficient to play the Belly Giant and remove one of your elixirs, but you decided to
Mhm.
keep the Belly Giant, play the Discerning Thief instead. You played the Ice Storm and the altar, and then he was able to remove your altar, the first one.
Yes. Yeah. So actually, you identify something important here because people wait to use their giants and their support removal because they want to hit the supports that like do a lot. And in this case, maybe the elixir was underestimated because I got so much life from those cards. And yeah, he lost a tempo as well, like you're saying. He didn't play the stronger card earlier on. So maybe that was a mistake. Who knows? It's hard to say sometimes because you never know what can happen with the runes and the prophecies. But it's possible. And yeah, I could tell that he was waiting to play his giant.
Yeah,
Especially, he removed it right away. And I
the
was lucky to
first
draw
time
more
I thought
altars.
it was a mistake, but Belly Giant would have died to the Ice Storm anyway, and you play the altar next turn. And then there was one point in the game where Evanfish could have won. He had played a rapid shot on his own Cunning Ally.
Yes.
And that set you up to that fireball that you have kept from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I noticed that. It was a little ironic, but he's probably thinking like he has to draw his card at some point, right? And my deck might just not play any creatures that he wants to use the rapid shot on. So, he's digging, right? He's trying to find like a better card.
So there is one thing that I have to note yet. Rabbit Jack. You roll the
Yeah.
Scuttler on the sweet roll.
Well, it got better, didn't it?
The Undying Dragon did save you afterwards, but right when I saw that Scuttler, I was like, this is the end. And then you got the Undying Dragon because by that point you were missing your elixirs. So.
Yeah, I had to use them. I think if I didn't use them, it's too risky because of the opponent's battle axe and the lightning bolts. They would have killed me. So if they just have one of those, that means I need to use both elixirs. So you're right. And yeah, I was hoping for a better card than the Scuttler, but the Wabbajack tends to give like cards that are not so good.
Yeah,
I was really lucky to get the Undying Dragon. That's actually probably what saved me, was gaining so much life off that. But yeah, you get Scuttler too, and sometimes you're happy to turn an opponent's creature into literally anything else.
And then at the end of the game, you got to top decking, both of you, and you have 2 altars, but you don't really have creatures to trigger it on. And you top deck into Cauldron Keeper, and that what sealed the game in the end.
Yeah, a couple of things. Not just the Cauldron Keeper, but Orb of Vermina being very lucky to give me the creatures that I needed to sacrifice. And not only did it give me creatures, it actually gave me a creature that made an Atronarch. So I got a free Atronarch from Conjuration Tutor. But if anyone's ever actually, I guess it's too late to say if they want to play this deck. They only have a little while now. But for the Altar of Despair, especially when you have more than one, and you only have certain creatures that they can get, it's really important to activate them in the right order. So, sacrifice the less useful thing to get like a sweet roll, and sacrifice the sweet roll to get the creature that you really want. Bouncing back and forth between the despairs.
I have a rule for high rolling. It's alright to high roll by the point you have won, because I think by the time you play the Orb of Vermina, you would have won in a few turns anyway, because you had the Cauldron Keeper and the 2 altars rolling.
Yeah, maybe.
So you were going to get to Laboratories next turn anyway.
Yes.
It was long and a good match, so congratulations again.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And I guess I will see you in the semifinals, and we'll see if you win and we get to interview again. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Farewell Tournament. I am your host Gordad and I'm joined by Karakanzul.
Hello everyone, nice to see you again.
So we're going to be casting round 4 of the first set of games here. It's going to be I Like Pasta versus Fearwolf. So the winner of this match will move on to play Person of Secrets, who won out versus Avenged Fish 3-1. But before we go to the deck breakdowns, let's first hear from our players.
Starting interview with I Like Pasta and Fearwolf. Reading Fearwolf's answers is Wolf. When did you start playing?
So I started playing early on around the end of closed beta for about a year or so. Left the game, and then when Master Series was announced, I came back. Played until shortly after the end of the second Master Series, and then joined back just like the day before they announced the shutdown of the game.
I started playing TESL Legends during the open beta launch in 2016. I was a huge Elder Scrolls fan then and now, so the moment I heard there was going to be a new Elder Scrolls game after Skyrim, I immediately tried it. I didn't think of it much at the start, but I came to love the game more than I could have ever expected. I came for the Elder Scrolls, but I stayed for the CCG. This game was my first real introduction to a competitive card game scene. What was your all-time favorite deck?
So the one which I think I'm most famous for is definitely the aggro/token crusader, which I've played a lot, not in this tournament, but in the past used to be, always in my lineups.
Without hesitation, my all-time favorite deck would be my signature archer. This deck was always able to carry me through every meta, and though I changed the deck composition once in a while after every expansion, the core cards have always remained the same. Mournhold Traitor, Skaven Pyromancer, Elderly Matron, Withered Hand Cultist, Cliff Racer, Leaf Lurker, Garnag, Belligerent Giant, Rapid Shot, and probably what makes it distinctly mine, Ayla, and one single copy of Burn and Pillage. I almost never see anyone else run these last two, so I think of them as sort of my signature cards. Most people remember me for Burn and Pillage in particular. They know me as the Burn and Pillage guy, and that makes me happy. On the other hand, no one pays much mind to Ayla, but I would say she's one of the strongest cards in the game. These cards make the deck favored against every matchup, whether it be against aggro, mid, control or otherwise, and it has remained my strongest deck throughout every expansion. What do you think is your highest achievement in TESL?
I've never been like much of a ladder grinder, so I don't have like impressive ladder finishes like some of the other guys. I would say that qualifying for the first Master Series was probably my biggest achievement as a tournament player.
Highest achievement? I'm not quite sure. It felt like Bethesda decided to end the game way too soon that it caught me off guard. I often enough had top 10 finishes. My highest finish was number 4 on the ladder, but I never thought that was good enough, considering the achievements of some other players. I wasn't in a hurry to get far or do tournaments, and when Bethesda announced that the game updates would suddenly be stopped and that TESL would be put into maintenance mode, I was so disappointed that I stopped playing for 5 years. After the duration, they then announced that the game servers will be shut down, and for that I have returned now for one last run before the end, one final season, because I truly did love the game. How did you prepare for the farewell tournament?
Since I restarted playing, was about 3 months ago, just before the announcement of shutdown. I've played ladder about 100 games a month. I always whenever I play ladder, I'm always doing it with the goal in mind of testing tournament decks. I would play some decks, see how it goes, change a few cards, keep track of the win rates, keep track of if I play a certain card, then I pretend like that card is something else, and then see which card would have performed better in this scenario, and then keep track of how many times each card performs better and tweak my decks like this.
If I had the option to enter the tournament with only one deck, my Archer, I would have. Instead, I settled for the next best thing. I brought Archer and 3 slightly different versions of Mono Green with goblins in different classes. So that's 4 decks, but really, the 3 other decks are just an altered, incomplete version of my Archer. As for practice, I just play them on the ladder. What is your lineup?
So I've move assassin, more aggro than very move synergy, and then 3 crab aggro decks: Crab Dominion, Crab Empire, and Crab Alalo.
I guess you can call my main deck Fearwolf's Archer. It is a very tempo-oriented deck. The rest is just goblins with blue, goblins with yellow, and goblins with purple. What do you think of your next opponent and their lineup?
So I'm actually extremely scared of my next opponent, Fearwolf. Not only is he a great player, but also he has a lineup which, I might be wrong as I don't have too much recent experience, so I might not be on top of matchups, but I do think that his full Goblin lineup is looking very rough on my aggro decks. I think he has three Goblin decks and one Archer with a lot of reactive tools like triple scave and just looking very tough.
My next opponent is running 3 versions of a Mudcrab deck and a Swift Strike Assassin. I know how to handle those, so I don't think it should be too much of a problem for my current lineup, in theory. I can't underestimate the player though, they are quite good. Whom are you most afraid to face?
Looking at the decks in terms of the lineups themselves, Fearwolf I think actually is the worst matchup for me decks wise. If I have to in terms of players, they're all excellent players. But if I have to choose one, it would have to be the champion himself, Tool there.
I'm not particularly worried about these players in the top 8. We all see each other on the ladder. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. At the moment, things seem pretty even on this roster. Rostbeard Doll might be slightly favored above the rest. Is there anything else you would like to add?
No, just huge thanks to you for organizing this tournament. It's great to have something like this at the end of the game that we all love.
Final words. Bethesda doesn't know that they low-key managed to create the best CCG game out there. Everyone who's played Legends competitively will tell you the same thing, that the mechanics are uncannily well designed and that the card art is beautiful. For the most part, I have only ever heard good things said about this game, a true rarity in the gaming industry. There are a few complaints here and there, but at the end of the day, there is not a single TESL Legends player I know who doesn't think of the game fondly. I wish this game could be revived one day, or I wish a successor could be made.
I Like Pasta has brought Assassin, Halalu, Dominion, and Empire. We'll take a look here at the Assassin list first, and it is, of course, Move Assassin, a deck that's not been that well represented this tournament, which is interesting. Move Assassin being one of the better move decks alongside Move Archer, which is hilarious considering Monk is the move class and no one plays it for move. But nice to see at least one move deck represented here, with the complement of 3 Building Speeds, Dune Smugglers, and Apex Predators. This is going to be one of the faster decks in the tournament, so I'm excited to see it played. Next up, we have a Aggro Halalu list. This is a crab, an All Salties token deck, looking to leverage cards like Darkmane and the buffs from Mercenary Captain as well as Divine Fervor, just to basically win on board through absurd stats. Next up, we have a Aggro Dominion, again, another Old Salties deck, looking to do roughly the same thing as the Halalu deck, but this one has a little bit more resilience thanks to the likes of Wardcrafter. Interesting to see Ghostgate Defender as well at the bottom end, a solid 1-drop creature, but also decent in aggro mirrors when it goes a bit late. And finally, we have Aggro Empire, again, the third Old Salties deck in I Like Pasta's lineup. A fairly standard looking version of Empire Aggro, nothing super interesting to point out here. This does splash or goes high enough at least to play Raz. Very aggressive lineup on the I Like Pasta side. A lot of decks are designed to basically have some redundancy in the forms of like the Dominion, the Halalu, and the Empire, all doing roughly the same thing. And next up we have Fearwolf, who brought Archer, Assassin, Monk, and Scout. I think this is the only 2-color lineup out of everyone in the top 8 here. But the Archer is a burn and pillage. I think aggro Archer is the best to describe this as. It's difficult to say. It's very aggressive, but also curves high enough with like Leaf Lurker and Belligerent Giant. Also has a random copy of Ale of the Hunters in here, as well as, like I said, the copy of Burn and Pillage. It's an interesting deck. I think this is Fearwolf's pet deck, from what I understand. So I'm interested to see how this plays out. Burn and Pillage is a card that has seen 0 play since it got nerfed from 6 mana to hit both lanes down to 5 mana and 1 lane. So very interested to see if Burn and Pillage gets cast at any point during this tournament. And next up, we have Goblin Assassin. Pretty straightforward Goblin deck, only splashing blue for the 3 copies of Warcrafter as well as Ancano. Everything else is pretty straightforward. Next up, we have a Goblin Monk. This is a 51 card. I think the last one was 51 cards as well. Again, the only yellow splash here is for Eastmarch Crusader as well as the Anasi. And finally, we have Goblin Scout, the more standardized version of Goblins. The only purple card in the deck is Aldvelothi Assassin, which is interesting because there are so many other potentially better purple cards that could have been included here, like Wingkeep Spellsword, Skin Hound, that kind of thing. It's just interesting that Aldvelothi was what was landed on. So I would love to know why. But other than that, pretty standard lineup. Very, very funny that it's 3 different goblin decks, but we'll toss it back to myself and Carol Consult for the games. I Like Pasta has brought a Move Assassin, a Aggro Halalu, Aggro Dominion, and Aggro Empire. And on Fearwolf side, we have a Tempo Archer, and then we have Goblin Assassin, Goblin Monk, and Goblin Scout.
It was like goblins. Okay, so let me tell you, I'm very excited about those matches because when you have such fast decks, every decision counts so much more. Like the game is usually lasts, I don't know, 5, 6, maximum of 10 rounds. So each decision point is so much more impactful than the long, prolonged games. So yeah, I'm excited for some exciting TESL gameplay.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people think that control matches are skill testing, when in fact, I would argue that aggro matchups, aggro mirrors specifically, are probably the most skill testing when it comes to playing the game. Because you have to know when you need to be aggressive, you have to know when you have to fight for board. You need to be very careful about giving your opponent extra resources by breaking runes too early. It becomes an incredibly skill testing match of attrition. So it is going to be really interesting to see what way these games pan out.
Definitely. And I know both I Like Past and Furwolf. I have played against them many times, in tournaments even, and I can tell you they're very good.
What would you consider banning here, actually, on these lineups?
Well, maybe if I'm from Furwolf's point of view, I would ban the Empire deck. It looks like it has a lot of comeback potential. Also, how many prophecies does it have? Just Cloud Rest? Okay, not so much.
Yeah, the highest
Maybe I would
yeah.
be thinking in terms of prophecies.
Dominion has 8, which I think is his highest prophecy count.
There you go. So probably I'll ban Dominion.
Yeah, I think for me it's either Dominion or Assassin. Assassin is very difficult to play against. The move package in general is very, very difficult when you're playing creature-based matchups because your opponent can just willy-nilly move around the board. It becomes very difficult to set up trades. Your opponent is always going to have the favorable. So I think if it's me, it's probably Assassin or Dominion.
And then from Pasta's point of view, there is the Assassin again. But I'll tell you, the Scout has I played against the fellow Scout on ladder, and the snowball potential is like you cannot catch up to it. I don't think you can make a deck that can catch up to it with the curses package and the goblins. Like if he manages to draw Skirmisher, man, it's game over. But I think I would ban the Scout because I know Furwolf has been playing the Scout a lot on ladder. And I think it's the deck that he's most comfortable with.
Yeah, Goblin Scout is a good ban candidate. I mean, all the decks are basically mono green goblins with a 1 splash for like maybe 2 cards in color. Goblins in general, if they get the curve, they can snowball incredibly fast with the Leaf Lurker as well for insurance. But honestly, I think potentially the Archer might be what I would be banning here. It has a lot of interaction. 3 copies of Skaven Pyromancer, 3 copies of Dushnik Jarl Archer, 1 copy of Burn and Pillage, which might actually become relevant if you're playing a tempo game plan. You pop 2-3 runes, and then your Burn and Pillage will kill pretty much everything in like the Dominion and the Halalu deck. I don't know. I think I would probably be looking at banning the Archer because I think the Archer has a higher chance of being semi unbeatable for maybe 1 or 2 of Pasta's decks here, but it's probably either the Scout or Archer for me.
Actually, you have a point. Burning Pillage, that's an interesting choice. I missed it when I was looking at the deck, but I'm excited about that. That game, that card hasn't seen a lot of competitive play, but also Archer has 7 prophecies.
Fearwolf has banned I Like Pasta's Assassin, so the move Assassin is gone, and I Like Pasta has banned the Goblin Assassin from Fearwolf, so fearing the double Wardcrafter and Kano over anything else in the Goblin decks.
Okay, I can respect that decision. I mean,
yeah,
Assassin is a scary deck.
It is a really difficult deck to play against. I've played against enough Assassin on ladder from the likes of like Rospir Dahl and Aros to know it's very, very difficult to deal with. I mean, even I think Endozor brought it in one of the last tournaments I had to play against him in. Just basically the combination of like, oh, Seed Anine, Dune Smuggler, Bewildering Speed, you're dead on turn 4. It can pile up pressure.
It's so difficult, right?
Yeah.
You don't know which lane to play in because they can always move away from it.
Exactly. It like I said, it makes lining up trades incredibly difficult. All right, game one. We've got Archer versus the Osa Dominion.
Okay. Wow,
Opening up.
that was a fast version. And Pasta has some decisions to make.
Yeah, you're 100% keeping Ghostgate. Oh, doesn't keep the Ghostgate. Very interesting. Okay. Opening hand from Fearwolf is a Slinking Jackal, Saran Pawnbroker, Mortal Trader. And for our like past, we have Warcrafter, Murktide Merchant, Altmer Dominion, and a Darkmane off the top. Darkmane, one of the most impactful new cards actually since the since maintenance mode. Darkmane is incredibly powerful.
Ah, that's a tough decision.
I think if
I mean, you can always run out of cards, but if you take the Yarrow, that's... You never know if the game is going to last that long.
Does take the reinforcements here.
I mean, Yarrow is arguably the better card, but reinforcement, maybe you have to think about playing a turn form something, because your hand is not looking very impactful. Like, you have low cost minions.
Yeah, I mean, reinforcement makes sense in the line of thinking that you're going to be playing Darkmane at some point, and reinforcements is a guaranteed Darkmane move. So it makes sense from an aggressive point of view to fill a lane plus get your Darkmane to move and gain some attack here. Likely just going to see probably Flameslinger or Crown Quartermaster developed here, I would imagine.
What about Flamethrower? I think I would play that.
Yeah, I think it's a toss-up between, because if you Crown Quartermaster, you dagger the Mudcrab, and you basically offer a trade in the following turn with Crown Quartermaster. But this is also, I think, a perfectly fine play.
I like saving the Ward Crafter because the Surprise Ward can have some game-changing effects. So, good wolf here. Do you pop the ward?
I think if you're probably you're taking the trade. If you're playing the Jackal here, you're trading the 1/2 here. Yeah. Because next turn you can potentially go for Dushnik Yall Archer to remove the ward if Alec Pasta doesn't do it himself here. But Pasta, we're going to see probably Crown Quartermaster plus Dagger take out the Jackal.
And you're floating one Magicka, which is fine considering that. Well, your other option is to play Quartermaster and Wardcrafter, maybe.
Yeah, that's another like decent line. The reason I'm looking at Quartermaster plus Dagger is you clear off the 4/2 and you leave behind two 2-power bodies on board, so you can potentially clear off this this trader on the following turn.
The problem is though, that's the late clear, and Furov is going to be playing some threats. And that means that you'll be playing from behind. Let's see what... Okay, he decides to go with the... Okay, that's interesting.
He's getting ready for the Imperial Reinforcements with the Darkmane next turn.
Looks like it. Okay, I like that play, the more I think about it. It makes your next turn more unpredictable. Okay, that's the... Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so now Alec Pasta can just commit potentially Baron Zaya to Shadow here. Also has Ghostgate Exalted.
Okay, the problem is, you know, you gave your opponent a Yarrow. So that means you cannot play the value game. You have to raise.
Yeah.
You are committed now.
Yeah, Alec Pasta's hand is just super awkward here.
Ghostgate Defender, that's not a card you see very often.
It's actually, it's I think potentially Endozoa's pet card. They have played it in almost every deck. It's pretty good. A 1-mana 1/3 guard already is decent versus aggro, but the ability to exalt it for like 2 extra to ping something off ends up being very relevant in aggro matches. So I do like
maybe pinging here. It's not so bad.
I mean, you can play Shadow Lane, you can exalt it, ping off the 4-2, you're left with a 1-3 and a 2-1. Doesn't quite contest.
Because on paper, that pretty much deals with his board.
We'll have to
Yep.
settle this the hard way.
And we're gonna see the exalt come out here.
Okay.
Yep.
Deserves another.
Witherhand Cultist off the top for Fearwolf.
I don't think Pasta is going to be bothered, considering he has absolutely no actions in hand. Oh, well, no, that's not true. He has reinforcements.
He has the 1 copy reinforcements here, but I don't think he's gonna really mind not being able to play it because you have Baron's Eye in hand to play. Gonna see Elderly Matron come out.
Because
And then rings around.
might be. Okay, that's impactful.
Yeah, or
It's
versus
pretty
Barragan.
much saved your Jackal. Yeah, that was a really good roll.
Yeah, that or Curse, I think. Actually, there was a few rolls up to Surround Pawnbroker there that do save a creature. You've got the Barragan, Curse, Cam.
So now reinforcements looks like it's so much better in the field lane, right? You clear 2 minions and you take control of field.
Yeah, I agree. I think you have to let this Dark Mane go at this point.
But it doesn't look pretty your next turns.
I mean, if you really want to save the Dark Mane here, you could just Anasi. But I don't think it's good enough.
Do you play the Steel Dagger here, along with reinforcements? I think reinforcements, you have to play it. You have to take control of the field lane. The Shadow lane is already lost, looks like it.
Yeah, I think it has to be reinforcements, and the dagger means that if your opponent has, say, another douche nickel in hand, it means it does trade for the pawnbroker at least. So I think it's worth daggering here. Dagger, go face for 3, play the reinforcements field. But you have to be wary of cards like Skaven Pyromancer as well coming out of Fearwolf here. We've seen he's running 3 copies in the main, so.
Oh, that's true. That's true. So,
Reinforcements
okay,
does come
it
out.
takes the line anyway.
Yeah, does go field. Opts to save the dagger.
Choose the dagger.
And it gets punished by the top deck rapid shot.
Well, maybe. We'll see. If he plays the Death Hound, because it looks like it's not a bad choice.
Yeah, it's just gonna be rapid shot trade here. It's because you have so many 2-drops in hand, you're happy to deploy.
Okay. So he chooses to raise. Double recognition. Okay, that's a most definite raise condition.
Oh, first rune, Cloud Rest. Okay. Best card in the game, Cloud Rest Illusionist.
Now he can Wardcrafter and Queen Barataya.
Yeah, so he cleans up field lane here with 2 1/1 trades. Wardcrafter.
That's such an impactful prophecy.
Yeah, Cloud Rest is by far, in my opinion, the best card in the game.
Yeah, I don't think you win without this Cloud Rest ever. Not from this position.
Yeah, I mean, like, Wardcrafter plus Baron's Eye Shadow Lane this turn. I mean, you could also Baron's Eye field lane if you really wanted to.
I think you can Baron's Eye in the field lane and force your opponent to deal with it. So, Baron's Eye. Okay, he goes Shadow. Okay, maybe he's scared of silence, actually.
Actually, yeah, is there Earthbone Spinner in the list? I never checked.
Oh, there is no silence, but there is Burn and Pillage.
It's interesting to see 0 copies of Skaven or Earthbone Spinner in the archer list here.
Absolutely no silence. Okay.
See another
So
Mournhold Trader off the top.
looks like you would have to trade 2 minions for this Cloud Rest. So this Cloud Rest ends up being 3 for 1.
Yep.
And with this balance, I know you cannot raise.
I mean, and Fearwolf knows Pasta has the dagger in hand as well, which means this Wardcrafter's taking that trade.
We must remain
See where there's a
Okay.
cultist.
And does not swing face.
So we're going to see Steel Daggers through Pawnbroker come out here.
Okay, that's interesting turn. Does that mean you're getting rid of a Nazi to play the Gambler?
No, you play the Pawnbroker and then you Gambler away
but you
the
do the
0
zero
cost.
cost.
Yeah.
Have business with House Halal.
Curse. Yeah, okay, you can get rid of that. So here, you take the trade, swing face, hope for no prophecies, play Gambler. He's down the line. That's what I would do.
Does hit
And
a prophecy here.
hit a prophecy.
Mortal Gatekeeper, yeah.
Okay, okay. He's
Close ranks. Let nothing
those
through.
fields.
Soaks up the 2/1/1s. Yeah, I don't think the buff is really relevant here.
Well, he's pretty much committing to trading the cultist.
Friendly wage.
And of course, Gambler goes Shadow, so
Yeah.
it doesn't get Cliff Racer.
And as we see, Fearwolf did top deck Cliff Rest this turn.
Yeah. Actually, Belligerent Jan here would be devastating. And he does play 3 off. But unfortunately, he did not get it.
Ooh.
Okay.
So this is, I think, very easily a Nazi Wardcrafter.
A Nazi Wardcrafter.
I think you a Nazi, you take the trade with the 6/4 with your Gambler, and then you Wardcrafter potentially a Nazi here. You could potentially mark the 2 damage on the Death Hound here to take it down to a 4/4.
Oh, there are other lines as well. You could play Shining Saints, which is going to get rid of this Blood Purse for free.
Well, let's see if we
with
can
one
find
blocker.
something useful.
Okay.
To lead off here with Reclaimer is going to go for Steel Sword plus Dagger.
Watch
And
yourself.
Warcrafter. Okay, so takes the free trade here on the Death Hound and then trades into the Trader.
And now you're not in a bad position.
I think from a second Cliff Rest off top for Fearwolf.
Okay, that's an upper hand. Damn. Like, what do you do here?
I think you're kind of boxed into just Cliff Racing for trades, right?
Cliff Racer for the 6/3?
I mean, it's either the 6/3 or you try and take control of field lane.
Yeah. Not pretty.
I mean,
Either
Garnick
way, it does feel bad, but
is in fact
yeah,
going
you
to try
have
with
to
the
stop the bleeding. You're okay. Now he can play his whole hand. It does feel kind of bad not to get any value out of an Assassin Shining Saint, but that's points on the board, and you are pushing. You have to do it. I don't think you risk a prophecy, so you don't play the dagger.
I keep a spare blade in my boot.
You did see that. Okay, he
Does risk it. We see Raz off the top here. Raz isn't going to be super relevant.
The Oriole do not waste time chatting with mortals.
So now you have Dushnik and Cliff Racer.
So you can Dushnik Shadow, Cliff Racer, clear off something in field.
Oh yeah, that stops effectively on paper. That stops your Anasi. Man, if this Anasi stole charge, it would be so much better. Yeah, you play Dushnik here. If you play Garnak, you are breaking your hand pretty much, because you have high cost cards and your opponent does not.
Okay, opposite play the Dushnik in field lane. This is better on paper because it doesn't die for free.
E-Smash is good. Okay, okay.
Finds a Harpy up the top.
So you trade, swing. There's nothing to think about, right? You trade, swing,
You trade, yeah.
You get a property, you Harpy.
I mean, you have 5, and you probably just Harpy the 4-1 here anyway, yeah. It's guarantees even with Belligerent Giant that you get through for lethal.
Yeah, and I like playing the Harpy in the field because it makes his Pyromancer worse.
Ayla Huntress off the top for Fearwolf. There's still a chance, right? You play Ayla, ping off the 2-1, play Pawnbroker, and pray you get paralyzed.
Blood running hot.
Yeah, I guess.
I think that's the only thing that keeps you alive here. Time for your runs. That's it. That's game.
Okay. Well played by Pasta. At one point, it didn't look too good for him, but this Cloud Rest, man.
Yeah, first room Cloud Rest. I stand by what I've always said, that if you're playing yellow, if you're playing any version of yellow, there should always be 3 copies of Cloud Rest in your deck.
Such a good card. Such a good card.
As we go into game 2 here, Fearwolf on the Goblin Scout and Pasta is on the Halalu.
Okay. Completely new decks. Martman, Cloudred, Smuggler. You probably keep the Martman.
I think you keep Markman. There's an argument for keeping Smuggler here as well. It does die to Curse for free, is the one problem. Does up to shift. It finds Witherhand Cultist, which is going to be really relevant to this matchup.
Oh, that's 5th Legion trainer. Knowing that, do you play the Markman?
I think you still play it just to get the body on board, because next turn you're thinking, depending on what the what Fearwolf's play is here, you're either developing Rift Lane, or if you have time, you're going to play the 5th Legion trainer plus defenses. So I think this is probably just going to be 5th Legion plus defenses.
Craft Merchant. Okay, that's a very low cost hand. Then with the 5th Legion trainer, it's so much better. You just have to find time to get it on board.
I mean, if you're past, like, do you play the Legion trainer in Shadow just to coax Fearwolf into hitting you face, so your Rift Lane is a 2-4?
I think if you're Fearwolf here, you always trade.
Is going to develop Rift Lane instead.
Okay, that's not too bad. And if he does take the favorable trade, there is a makeshift defenses.
The issue with this is Fearwolf actually does have the Bloody Hand Chef in hand, so as soon as Fearwolf draws a curse, he can start snowballing this chef. And there is no removal of any kind in Pasta's list. There's no executes. There's nothing.
No, but there is a Wither Pan coated, which makes your curses so much worse. Man, this is a really good position for pasta.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah,
But
that's
you have so many decisions for this turn. Like you could play a really big makeshift defenses here with Steel Scimitar and leave yourself susceptible to Shadow Shift. Oh, there is no Shadow Shift.
Nope, no Shadow Shift. You've got another Skulk, Bloody Hand Chef, plus Murkwater Guide in hand. So there's
Okay,
unless he
well,
top
yeah.
decks the trick.
Yeah, so then you do that, right?
Hold on. Wait, there's no Shadow Shift full stop at all in the deck. Never mind.
No, there is no Shadow Shift in
What?
the deck. You know.
I never realized.
A big Devour.
You take Devour here, I think.
Do you? I mean, you know you'll be playing Cultist.
I mean, true. I keep forgetting there's Cultist in the hand. As we see defenses come down, this does set up a two double creature trade here in Shadow, but we do see a curse top decked for Fearwolf.
That's a sad curse. I'm not sure if this was better than playing a big makeshift defenses with Steel Scimitar.
I don't think it was. I would have preferred to have seen just Cultist come down last turn. Just Cultist and Field Lane, and then on turn 4 you can develop your trainer plus your Mudcrab and defenses. You see 8 seconds scroll come down.
Okay,
Might see the curse come out here just to save the Skulk.
Yeah, but that's going to be bad against Steel Scimitar.
Yeah, so you're just going to Scimitar here, probably develop your Cultist this turn.
Yeah, you have to play Cultist here.
Yeah, because you know Fearwolf is definitely getting in for 1 pill for one of these Skulks.
So, what? Steel Scimitar, take favorable, Cultist Shadow.
I think you Cultist Field.
Cultist Field?
It's worse versus Cliff Racer, but if Fearwolf is spending a Cliff Racer to clear off a Cultist, I think you're pretty happy about that anyway. Because it's still going to be a 4/4 from the trainer.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I think taking a trade, your 3-drop for his 5-drop, does in fact go Shadow with it.
No, I like that. You have to respect goblins.
Let's see Guide come out here in field. It's going to double up a curse.
Yeah, he's getting some curses. Some 2-cost curses. And maybe you have to play one of them.
I think you have to actually ring one of the curses on this Mudcrab.
That's so bad.
It's so bad, but I think you actually might have to do it here.
The curse. Okay.
Yeah, so we get 2 curses here.
Well, the good point is that you will be removing the Cultist next turn, so that frees up your curse.
Yeah, breaks the ring for this curse. But you have to, otherwise it's just you're losing your Skulk for free here.
Okay. There's nothing to think about, trade.
I think you get him for... Yeah, you get him for 1, you play your East March, see what it draws you.
Yeah.
Finds another
merchant. Okay.
Yeah, you're just playing a bunch of 1-drops here.
No.
Nope. Develops 2-drop. Interesting.
I would play the Mudcrab. I mean, the Enraged Mudcrab is a 2/1 as well. And then you also get the Mudcrab Merchant with the potential upside.
Ooh, Skirmisher off the top.
I wonder what was the decision point here.
I think potentially just being a bit better versus Curse. Because
you're getting the Piedra?
Yeah, it replaced itself.
It gives you a random card, which is, I don't know, maybe on average is better than a random Tetra.
I mean, I agree. I would have played the 2-1 drops in place of this 2-1, but I mean, I think I like Pasta's playing around the thought of like there is a curse in the hand. I'm losing my wizard hand this turn. Maybe I just play this 3-1, hope they curse it, it replaces itself. I'm not net negative on cards here. We are just gonna see another guide plus a Murkwater Witch, I would say.
Okay, so what do you do? Bloody hand. You play Scourge? That means you're floating one Magicka.
The Scourge curse. Yeah. So yeah,
Okay. And maybe you have to get rid of the Markman, so it's not favorable.
Aspect of Hearsay.
Okay. That's an impact for Dedra.
Red Tazcat.
Okay, well, play Mudcrab first. Merchant.
Yeah, I think it's Merchant, then you get in for 5. Depending on what happens here, you take your, or you play your Gambler, and then you take your trade on the 3-1.
Read my lips.
Reachman Shaman and Brotherhood Vampire.
Well, they're both better than an enraged Mudcrab, so either one of them is going to get played.
I mean, the Vampire is going to be a, well, like a 3-4 here this turn, if he opts to take it. If he does take the trade, because 2 things are dying, right? If he takes a trade.
Yeah. But then the Rich Match Shaman is going to be a 3-2, because you don't have to take the trade before doing it. And then he's going to buff something, so that's a 4-3 as well.
Does take the Vampire, so we're probably going to see Gambler come out. So Gambler, discard the Enraged Mudcrab, take your trade, and then Brotherhood Vampire. Yeah, Gambler comes out.
Yeah, ship the Mudcrab.
Yeah, you're keeping the aspect here because you're only what, like two turns off casting it, and it is six damage from hand. So you get in for 5 damage here. No, you take a trade first because Bitterfish Wish is a card. Does in fact hit the witch. Perfect sequencing from my like pasta here. Would expect nothing less, and we're going to see Brotherhood Vampire come out here, probably in Shadow. Nope, set opts to continue to build the field lane.
Okay, that's... I mean, a Sheerpon Dragon Heal would be pretty bad.
Yeah. Sheerpon killed the 5-2.
Luckily, there is no Sheerpon Dragon, because you already have the curses, the curse.
We do have Devour.
Devour, yeah.
Your 2-2 trades for the 5-2. Fearwolf's hand is just very awkward.
But he's not in a bad position. It owes so to the I like pasta stop decks.
Yeah, I mean he's done well to like stem the bleeding from this Lalu deck. But it's just he really needs to find either Sheerpoint Dragon or Leaf Lurker. I think either or in this situation. Sheerpoint obviously would be the best draw in his deck. But you just want something to activate these curses in hand. You've got 2 Murkwater guys that are doing absolutely nothing, and a Bloody Hand Chef that you haven't had time to develop all game.
Yeah, dang. Not so good.
I mean, pretty straightforward turn here for I like Pasta, just in for 3 player 4-2.
It's not looking pretty for Pasta from this position. I mean, your opponent has 4 cards, next turn going to be 5. You're playing Rift Thane.
Does find the Sheerpoint off the top.
Yeah, that's bad.
1 turn off playing Chef plus Sheerpoint, and unfortunately, because you had to break the ring for that curse, it means your Bloody Hand Chef is going to continue to be stranded for the rest of this game, more than likely. Shadow Shift off the top.
Okay. I mean,
Get him for 3 Shadow Shift.
I don't think you can push here. Oh, next turn you have Aspect of Curse. Okay, push it.
Exactly. A second shear point off the top. Orc Clan
Orc
Captain.
Clan Captain.
This
And
is
that's
just
turn 8. Turn 7 and turn 8. Only 2 drops. You play Shadow, right?
Yeah, you have to play Shadow. It does die to shear point for free, which is unfortunate. But you know that Fearwolf has only seen 1 shear point. You know he top decked it last turn. So the odds of him having the second one so soon after, incredibly low, but unfortunately we already know he has it. But you have to develop it because it's... You have to develop it because otherwise, if you don't, you're... I don't think ever going to really be able to close this game.
Okay. Okay. Not looking bad for Fearwolf. Ready hand Chef.
Yeah, so we're just going to see Chef shear point here.
And do you shear point on the Orc?
I think you have to kill the Clan Captain. Opts not to, though. Ooh, Raz.
Ooh, that's good.
So this actually sets up lethal with Aspect of Piercing, correct? You take the trade with the 1/1, 2/2 goes face, play Raz, go face. Next turn you Aspect of Piercing and just kind of kill them.
Okay, let's do some math here.
They're taking 7 this turn. So they go to 6.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
you do.
it's lethal even with Clan Captain dead. It's lethal with the Aspect if you go Raz here.
So at that point, why don't you play the Razundar and maybe you get a 2-drop? You have lethal anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So you just Raz here. Yeah. Get him for 5 with the Raz. Finding 8. Oh, well.
Okay. And now Fearwolf does know.
Yeah, he now knows there's a task in the hand.
He knows. I beseech the gods. Okay.
Out of all the cards in the deck. I mean, we knew at least there was an Aspect in hand. Fearwolf has no idea what the Mudcrab card is. So as far as Fearwolf knows, he's just dead to this random Tazcat.
He hopes to get... Is there a healing of some kind that he can get? No. Bushwhack.
Oh, triple Bushwhack.
Nice.
Lets him clean up the board, but he's dead to the Tazcat an Aspect here.
My fight is
Yep,
done.
well done, Pasta. Like he did play really well. He did manage to find his outs. He knew that he had to play to push damage and finish this game quickly, and he did. So props to him.
It's just very funny that, of course, the Raz, the first card that flips is Tazcat.
Yeah. We know there was a Piedra.
Yeah, we knew he was dead before that. The Tazcat didn't actually matter. But yeah, it's just Empire aggro left on Pasta's side here.
And that's such a good deck.
Yeah, I think probably the best deck in the game at the minute. I think it has unseated mid-range Battle Mage.
You're not feeling too good. You have to win against this really good deck 3 times. Avoid all prophecies.
There's only 3 prophecies. It's only Cloud Rust.
Yeah, it's only Cloud Rust. Okay.
Yeah, I think if you're Fearwolf, you're probably going to look to potentially lead off Archer here, because I think Archer's the deck that's most likely going to take a game, just because of, like, with the 3 copies of Douchenik, with 3 copies of Skaven, you're able to ping down the small creatures relatively efficiently. I mean, like, the biggest things in his deck you have to worry about are, like, 4/4s, and even then, some of them are conditional, some of them don't come down to late, so I think Archer's probably the best thing to line up into this. Like I said, that 1 copy of Burn and Pillage might be relevant here. Like 2 broken runes, and that's a lane wipe.
I really want to see Burn and Pillage.
It's
I haven't seen it since it was 6 cost and hit both lanes. Yeah, as we go into game 3. And it is in fact the Archer.
Bring the Archer, yeah. Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
The opening hand for Phil of instantly mulliganed. I like Pasta's hand really, really good here. Trader and Tonic
I
Spirit.
don't know if you managed to get a glimpse of what Pharaoh's hand was, but it was double Totist and Elder Gleam Matron. Not the best hand when you're offering.
Incredibly good hand from I like Pasta here. You've got turn 1 Trader, turn 2 Spirit, turn 3 Spirit.
God.
This is a really explosive hand from I like Pasta.
Yeah. Ring Traitor, there is nothing to punish you pretty much. Oh, well, there is Jackal, but it's still so good.
Yeah, the hand from Fearwolf is looking very unfortunate. You have to play this incredibly sad Pawnbroker this turn. Double Belligerent, Douchnik Yall, and Leaf Lurker in the hand.
Also something interesting, this Archer does not respect Shadow Shift either.
Yeah, it's interesting that Fearwolf has not, in none of their green decks have they brought Shadow Shift. They did bring Rapid Shot, but no Shadow Shift. Does opt to contest field lane here, but
So there is a decision that you're playing triple cultist and you don't want to have so many actions, but Shadow Shift, it makes playing around it so awkward, and when you're with open deck lists and your opponent knows you could potentially have a Shadow Shift in hand, that makes it so much better, even if you don't have it. Just the threat of it.
You have to, it's a card you have to respect in most matchups. Like in situations, especially when like the Archer's going to be ahead and you're thinking, right, they might have Cliff Racer, they might have like Shadow Shift. I need to protect both lanes here or I die. Like it causes a lot of stress on the defending player's side. And I mean also, yeah, you've got Cultist, but it's with 3 Shadow Shift and 3 Rapid Shot, you're essentially playing a 46 card deck. Just because they're free cycles.
Yeah. But do you have to swing here and risk a prophecy? Because it looks like you're in a very good position, even without swinging, but then you know you're going to run out of gas soon. Okay, he risks the prophecy and doesn't get punished for it.
No, as
Maybe it
Fearwolf
was the
continues to
decision,
draw
I don't know.
incredibly poorly off the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to see Legion Trainer into Empire Recruiter here.
Okay, well that's, yeah.
This develops the most pressure. Because now you're threatening both lanes, and there's not a there's 2 playable cards in Fearwolf's hand here.
Damn. That's so bad.
This is one of the most TESL draws I've ever seen. Flame Spirit Dragon, though, is a big, chunky dragon, so this does absorb at least 2 attacks here. You trade with the Ponic Spirit first.
Do you trade?
I mean, I think so.
I wouldn't trade. I mean, the trades are so unfavorable that I would just go face. Let's see what I like Pasta does. I would just go face, play Haunting Spirit, Shadow, and hope I can close out the game.
Yeah.
But that's a really tough board to deal with.
Prophecy is probably going to be, Darren Coppers.
They are no challenge for the Kashin.
Maybe you can trade into the cut purse. With the Haunting Spirit?
Yeah, because you have to pilfer with this recruiter because it's too good not to.
It's too good not to, right?
Yeah, trade with Spirit. This makes Skaven so much worse as well because if they Skaven, they're just popping your Spirit.
So I guess you don't push this 1 damage risk another prophecy. You just play Haunting Spirit.
Yeah, you play Haunting Spirit and Shadow. Does push
Ooh.
damage. Interesting.
The 1 damage. Okay. So he feels like he's really out of gas if he's pushing for this 1 damage.
Yeah. See,
Okay, to be fair.
my instinct for trading there is just because you know Fearwolf, you know his hand is bad because he's played nothing all game. So my
Yeah.
instinct in trading there is you keep him in a position where he can do nothing.
What do you do here?
Cliff Racer.
Cliff Racer.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Cliff Racer.
Flame Spear into the 4-2, Cliff Racer into the Recruiter.
Yeah, that's
the only play you can make. Gambler off the top.
Okay.
Doesn't-
Okay. Well, do you get rid of Razum there?
Yeah, it doesn't line up great because the pawnbroker you have to cast something for the pawnbroker first.
The good news is he does not have an answer for the gambler. His best answer is Belligerent Giant, which is 1 turn too late. And then the second best is Rapid Shot and Leaf Worker.
Yeah, no rapid
Which
shot
is
in the hand.
either of them is not very good. So I think you have to play the gambler here. The question is, do you ship the Razumdar? And I think playing pawnbroker here is potentially better.
Yeah, I think
it's a
you're
2/2
ditching Raz.
now on the board.
Yeah, I think you're playing your 2 bodies and just ditching the Raz here because you're still you're a turn away from casting it still.
Okay,
And I think Gambler like cycling you into potentially like an old Salty's Assault here is way more impactful than the 4 damage off Raz.
Okay, so do you go face? That means your opponent is at 6. I think you go face here.
I think so, yeah. Because it doesn't really matter where the buff lands from the Haunting Spirit because you know Leaf Lurker is a card and you don't want to make yourself any more susceptible to that than you have to be. Because everything's already wounded.
And now the question, what do you ship?
Care to make a friendly wager?
Doesn't that right?
Yeah, it's gotta be Raz. Shifts,
He
okay.
does not agree.
Alright. So Leaf Lurker does clear off this Pawnbroker, but you do just die, right?
Yeah, yeah, you do die.
There is... Yeah. Skaven doesn't do it.
Well, maybe if the buff goes onto Gambler, it's not so bad.
See, the issue is wherever the buff lands, because you can play Douchnik Y'all, right? You can ping off the 2-1 and play Douchnik Y'all in Shadow. But no matter what happens, your Douchnik Y'all gets traded, so you're like 1 mana short. Because you need to be able to play Skaven plus Douchnik Y'all this turn. I think, if you really wanted to fully clear everything, or like to not die.
You're right.
Because no matter what happens here, there's always going to be 1 creature able to get through.
Okay, so you play Skaven.
Yeah, and Fearwolf knows it.
We'll see it.
Yep. That's 3-0 to I Like Pasta. Yeah, no, like, no matter what you did there, like, you have the Leaf Lurker in hand, but that's taking up your entire turn. You needed, like, a Rapid Shot or another cheap action to be able to ping off the 2-1. Otherwise, like, you needed to basically have the buff land on one of either the Gambler or the Spirit, and then Leaf Lurk it, because you then don't die to the last creature on board. You're like you've got 1 health.
Also, there is another thing. You saw your opponent ship a 2-drop when he had 2 Magicka. You're kind of expecting a charge, maybe a Cliff Racer.
Yeah, you just assume it's something impactful at that point.
So what just happened? I Like Pasta 3-0 Firbolg.
Yeah, turns out 3 Old Salties decks is better than 3 Goblins decks. We've learned that much.
Yeah. Well, at least when you get the first round Cloud Rest.
Yeah, that was I think that was like the most impactful thing that happened in this entire series was that just the first room Cloud Rest that in that game.
But I think there were some good matches. I think they both played really well. Furwolf, he did get some real poor draws, and he gets prophecy, but I think he did play well.
Yeah, I don't think the scoreline fully represents how close the games were. Because I mean, even game 2, like Fearwolf was very far ahead, and then just I like Pastor was able to pull it back and stabilize. So it was, I think, very close overall. It could have gone either way. But yeah, very good games. So I like Pasta is moving on to play against Person of Secrets, and the next matchup is going to be Ross Peerdell versus Flaren. So we will be back in 5 minutes.
I'm here with Ilak Beste after the 4th quarterfinals in the top 8 bracket of the Farewell tournament. Congratulations on your win against Fearwolf. It was a deciding sweep.
Thanks, yeah, it was an unexpected sweep.
Yeah, especially with the lineups. You both banned Assassin, which I saw that you mentioned in chat that you think that's the best class for this playstyle, so it's understandable.
Essentially, yeah, I mean, I haven't played enough recently to know, but then from the small sample I have, it looked like just overperforming.
And your next match will be against Person of Secrets. How do you feel about that matchup?
Oh, I mean, I don't know if you know, but like this, I think it's good for the content. It was the final of the first ever Master Series qualifier. It was me against Person of Secrets, and I believe I lost that game 3-1, the match 3-1. I don't remember exactly, but I think it was 3-1. Yeah. To be honest, I haven't looked too much at these decks yet because I expected so much to be out in the quarterfinals, given the full Goblin lineup. But I'm looking now. His decks are always strange, so like I think I'll need some time to process it to deck list to understand.
Yeah, you will have the time during the first semis to figure out what to ban next round.
I don't know. Look, yeah, Tribuna is always the go-to ban for aggro, but I see it doesn't have Ice Storms and Fingers there. I'll have maybe the Mage with triple Ice. I'll think about it. Yeah.
All right, and you chose match 1 to be highlighted, the Minion versus Archer. And the reason I really like that you chose this is because the Minion is good against aggro because of the heal you have, and this game showed it. And also Fearwolf's signature deck is this Archer, so it was especially heartwarming to see it as the first match in the series. My notes say that Fearwolf tries to take field lane in the early game, but you had Ultimate Flame Singer there, so you had a 1-3 warded threat in field lane, and my notes say that you have decided to play Darkmane in Shadow lane, which I was surprised about because you could have decided to play Steel Dagger on the Flamesinger and take control of field. Instead, you chose to play Darkmane. Why?
So Darkmane is kind of like I don't know if you're. I chose as one of the signature cards for my deck. I think it's really key card, and it in a way kind of helps you fight for field lane without having to put itself at risk. Darkmane key card, can help me get back into the game with a drain, but also like I think most importantly can help me like move into field lane. Let's say like he goes aggro, I get a prophecy, or I start racing in the shadow lane. I can always threaten to go back and win the field lane with the Darkmane. I think it's it's definitely not an easy decision there, but I think it was correct to go shadow.
Yeah, right afterwards you played Gustgate Defender and you tried to take back field lane. You used the summon ability on the traitor and then you got a 1-3 and a 2-1 guard in field. But he played Pawnbroker and got Orvis's Bargain, so he was able to keep control in field. And it looked really bad for you at that point. And then Fearwolf goes face. He has 2 Circle Initiates in Shadow Lane. And you hit a Prophecy and it's a Cloud Rest.
Yeah, I would say that's probably the game turning point in terms of without that, then the game is probably over on his side. But then that gave me a fighting chance for sure.
Then you play Berenzire, which is a unique card in the Dominion. So you had this single card out of the 75 And this card gave you back the tempo with the drain, and you were able to actually go face and try to stay alive while getting them to 0.
I mean, the Clouder was so perfect also because of the rest of the cards that I had, both the Warcrafter and the Burnzaya, so I was able to take a favor on the 2/3 and then guard and ward the Clouder. So effectively, that Clouder has 3/4 It was insane. That Prophecy Clouder 3/4 Fearwolf, and that probably that put me back in the game fully.
Yeah, you hit the Prophecy on 15, or I think you hit the Prophecy on 20, but the 15 Brune broke at the same attack with Burnzaya. And Fearwolf gets Gatekeeper. He plays it in field, so afterwards, field is cleared. You have Shadow Lane.
That wasn't too impactful because of they were just like 2/1s. Yeah, I think it was not that big of a prophecy.
Yeah. And then you had the Warcrafter in hand, and I think without the Warcrafter, it would have been a much even match. But with the Warcrafter, you were able to trade favorably in Shadow, and then you had both Shadow Lane and Field Lane.
2/1, quite powerful 2-mana card.
And then there is one point at which
Again, Warcrafter
it's a
was
question
rather-
if you
yeah,
can win yet, because you had to play an Asi row without the summon effect.
I think at that point, I'm never winning a slower game. I'm never winning the value game, so I have to just play out a Nasi, play out the Shining Saint, lanes to play against his Skavens and such. I think that was definitely I think it was definitely the right decision there. Yeah, just go all out.
Yeah, and at the end, there was one out for Fearwolf, and it would have changed the game, because he played a Prombooker, and the only way he would have been able to win if he gets paralyzed, and he paralyzes your Anasi.
Triple paralyze, yeah.
But he didn't get paralyzed, so you have won. We'll see how the next match goes, and if you win, I will see you again.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is going to be the first semi-final of the Farewell TESL tournament. I am joined by the one and only Endozoa.
Hello, hello. Thank you for joining and for inviting me to cast with you.
It's a pleasure. We faced a few times the tournament and a couple times on ladder, so I'm very privileged to be casting inside you today. And today we're going to be taking a look at Rospir Dahl versus Fellerin.
Yeah, this is a really exciting matchup. Both of these players are super strong. Rospir Dahl has been a quite dominant player both on ladder and also in the summer tournament series that Night Dark Wolf, who hosted this tournament, also ran. And Fellerin, the very, very strong ladder player, has finished rank 1, I think at least once or twice, but maybe more than that. So both of these players are super strong. And Fellerin also, you'll remember the other match I casted, Fellerin arguably upset Thuldir, who's the second world champion of Elder Scrolls Legends. So that was a big match. And so Fellerin's got to be feeling good in this match coming off of that win.
Absolutely. I think Thuldir was one of the favorites coming in. So to see the upset, the 3-0, specifically the 3-0, is incredible. But yeah, both players have brought some interesting lineups. Some decks that we don't often see in tournament. We're seeing a bit of a departure from like the standard tournament lineups that people had been bringing. There's very little battle mage, like almost no Dagoth. So the lineups are incredibly interesting this time around. And the first of the decks we have from Rospir Dahl, we have a mid-range archer with 1 copy of Rage. We have a mid-range Guildsworn. We have an aggro Halalu and an aggro Empire. And on Fellerin's side, we have I believe it is a mid-range assassin, a mid-range sorcerer, a goblin scout, and a aggro Empire as well. A lot of people finally kind of picking it up off the back of Darkmane, possibly being one of the most broken 2-drops in the game. Interesting to see like the uptick in the last 2 years of Empire specifically.
Yeah, we talked a lot about in the last cast I did about how Aggro Empire in recent tournaments, in the recent summer tournaments, has been really dominant. And I think in the final summer tournament, there was one phase where everyone brought exactly one deck, and I think it was like half the deck lists for that phase were Empire deck lists. So clearly a super popular and like well-respected list at this point among the top players. It's interesting to see that we have some of these more mid-rangey builds as well. I think in recent times the metagame has gotten like very aggro oriented and like a lot about race math and that kind of thing. And we're seeing some slower lists, both players playing. So there's like there's the mid-range archer variant that's kind of going a little bit taller, even as far as to include things like Shearpoint Dragons and stuff, which was popular in mid-archer back in the day, but this is, we've seen a lot of like aggro archer and things, so this is like definitely a different deck than that. And similarly, the mid-assassin is also like running Shearpoint Dragons, and as well as like Alfiks and Mighty Conjurings and stuff. So it's a pretty tall list, and cool to see these players messing around with these like slower lists as well, relatively anyway.
The thing about these mid-range lists that we're seeing people bring is that a lot of them have decent game versus aggro. Like if you look at the mid-range sorcerer, for example, 3 copies of negation, you also have the early lane tools of like Windkeep Spell Sword, as well to like initiative, as well as like Altmer Flameslinger, and then you're curving up into cards like your Alfiq. Obviously, Umril is making an appearance in pretty much every last one of Fellerin's decks. As well as like Mighty Conjuring, and we're seeing 3 copies of Shadowfen Priest, a card not super common anymore in like mid-range these days, but to see 3 copies of it in Sorcerer is very interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that that's a respect towards or like a meta read of there being a lot of Divine Fervor decks. If you're gonna bring a bunch of support removal like that, then I could see potentially maybe Fellerin's trying to not ban Empire. I don't know. It's possible Empire will still get banned, but if you're gonna make a tech choice like that, then maybe you're actually trying to beat these Divine Fervor decks and take the head-to-head matchup against them. So that's an interesting choice for sure.
Yeah, and I am obligated to mention there are 0 copies of Bone Colossus in the Sorcerer deck, so I'm incredibly disappointed.
So sad. Times have changed.
But yeah, as for bans, what would you be looking at if you're Ross and you're looking at Fellerin's lineup? What would you consider banning here? Because
let me see. It is tough. I think the respect ban would be towards the Goblin Scout. Fellerin is a known Goblin Scout player, and so I think just like it is reasonable to respect what people have the most reps on, the most practice and expertise, and what they've refined the list the most for. So I think that that's like a pretty reasonable avenue. The other avenue I could see would be banning the Empire, because it's just kind of the all around widely considered best deck in the format. doesn't necessarily mean that it's gonna like. I think Ross's lineup is such that it actually can go toe to toe with it. So like Ross's Thlalu and Empire can keep up with it in speed, and if Guildsworn gets a prophecy or two, which it has a pretty high count of at important times, then I think it can do well too. So those are the two that I would most consider. But if it's like the assassin, I wouldn't be shocked. I think the only one that I wouldn't ban as Ross would be the sorcerer, but maybe that'll be the one that gets banned and that'll look silly. So we'll see. What about you? What do you think?
I think if it was me, I'd be looking very closely at either Assassin or Empire. Empire is one of those decks that it's beatable, but it frequently just draws so well and there's so much redundancy. But the Archer, or not the Assassin, it's one of those decks that if it makes it past turn 3 or turn 4 and it's not completely off board, it's likely just going to start snowballing advantage. You're going to start having to play through Alfeix, you're going to have to start playing through Mighty Conjuring, Saisahan can pull you back into the game alongside a Sheer One Dragon if it's left unanswered. There's a lot of beef in the Assassin that if it makes it to turn 6, it's likely going to turn the corner. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Assassin banned or the Empire. Goblin Scout also does get a bit of a shout out here, but my experience versus Goblin Scout I think is very different from a lot of players. For me, it's been a very hit and miss deck. You rely so heavily on Bloody Hand Chef in the early game. Otherwise, like, a lot of your goblins just aren't that great. We only like one copy of Dust Eater Skirmisher for the one drop, so not even guaranteed I could turn 1 play, and just the stat lines in the mid game aren't great. We are seeing the 3 Haunting Spirits plus a Bleak Coast Troll, but overall, I'm not as afraid of the Scout deck as I would be of the Assassin.
Right, it's a synergy deck, so it can be more hit and miss. If you hit your 2 card combos that work together, then you can do things that are above curve, but if not, you might end up doing things that are inefficient compared to your opponent's plays. In the absence of synergy, the cards are a little bit below grade.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
that's right.
For me, it really is a toss-up between Assassin and Empire. But if you're Fellerin, what are you looking at from Ross's side?
Well, in the same way that I said that a respect ban towards Feller and Scout could make sense, I think a respect ban towards Ross's Empire could make sense. It's both the list that Ross has like worked the most on and is probably the most comfortable on, and then also arguably again best deck in the format. The counter argument to that again is that I think some of Fellerin's decks are a little bit teched to actually be able to play the matchup. So given that you have like support removal for the fervors and your sorcerer, and your decks are fairly fast, like I think that banning something else could be reasonable. I think the other thing I would think about is maybe this Guildsworn is an option. Ross's build of Guildsworn has a ton of prophecies in it, and so there's just a lot, like, if just one of those prophecies gets hit at the wrong time, it's gonna swing the game pretty frequently. I don't know. I think you could consider the Guildsworn as well. I'm not sure exactly what like the percentages are on the matchups, but it would be a reasonable shout as well, given the decks that Fellerin has brought being pretty low to the ground and not really liking playing against Cradle Crush Giants and prophecies. What about you? What do you think?
Yeah, this is again like a tough one. Empire is a lot of people's de facto ban. A lot of people don't like playing against Empire. A lot of people hate playing Empire mirrors specifically. Empire mirrors are very difficult to navigate. At least is what I've found from playing in tournament as well. In the last, like for example, the last summer tournament in I think the final stage, everyone had Empire aggro as one of the decks, and Empire mirrors are so difficult because if you make one misplay, you fall behind, and that's kind of it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see both Empires banned. But I think as a Rage Guildsworn enjoyer, it would be remiss of me to not say that it might be one of the more potent decks. Again, 17 prophecies out of 75 is a lot. That is an incredibly high prophecy count. And as you said, a single prophecy will turn the entire game on its head. But it also has probably one of the best removal suites. Like you've got Rapid Shots, you've got Channel Storms, you've got 3 Lightning Bolts, you've got your 3 Fingers, Cradle Crush. I believe there's also potentially there's no Skavens, but there is 2 Doucheniks and a Spinner. So there's a lot of ways to slowly whittle down the small, like the smaller token creatures in Empire. Like you have Rapid Shots to activate your fingers to make them cheaper, so you're clearing things a lot easier. Channel Storm can clear off things that go taller. It's just with that combined with the absurd prophecy count, it would lead me to lean to potentially ban the Guildsworn here. And we do see the bans here. So Rosperdal has banned the Goblin Scout and Fellerin has banned the Empire.
So double respect ban. I respect that.
I was about to say it. Bans make a lot of sense here. Like I said, Empire, not a matchup a lot of people want to play. Like, any early creature can snowball super quick, especially like considering Darkmane. And then Goblin Scout, if they do happen to hit Bloody Hand Chef on 2, it snowballs super quickly as well. You're heavily relying on silence, and Rosperdal is not playing any decks that run negation, so it has a terrible matchup. I'm happy to see Sorcerer this in this, but I'm surprised at the build.
Yeah, it's a less popular deck these days, but it's kind of been an old standby. It's one of the decks that in coaching I would recommend that people like learn the game on because it's just so fundamentals driven.
Hmm. We have game one here. Ross Beardell on the Archer versus Fellerin on the Assassin. We're seeing what could be a very vanilla game. This anyone who played in base set will be very familiar with mid Archer versus mid Assassin, one of the classic mid range showdowns.
Mm-hmm. And this hand from Ross is sketchy.
Oh yeah. We see Fellerin going to be opening here on Crown Quartermaster, and it's got turned to either Gambler or Sentinel, and Ross Beardell does top deck a 2-drop.
Oh wow, it's like the best 2-drop to hit too. You
Yep.
actually activate it with the curse. That's
Curse.
crazy.
And
or
a Firebrand.
Firebrand. Wow.
Yeah, so if you're Fellerin here, it's likely just going to be Ring, Corner Club, Shadow, Pitch Dagger.
Mhm. Yep.
Get some card advantage rolling here.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in Ross's deck that can answer that other than like random CERN Handbook regeneration off the rip, but I could be wrong.
Great Rush off the top.
Yep,
That's
so
it.
we're in a classic position where Assassin is positioned for the race because the Gambler encourages you to go Shadow often. And Ross is saying, no, I'm going to try to match you. My hand is not fast enough for me to commit to this race and leverage my field control. Ross gives up field willingly.
As I say, Ward Crafter, Thief, Field Recruit, and a Prankster Mage off the top here for Fellerin.
Mm-hmm. Prankster Mage, a newer card and a very nice toy for Assassin. Not only we got to see too much before the game went into maintenance mode, but super threatening card.
Saw a lot of play in mid Dagoth for a while actually. In a lot of the past summer tournaments, we'd see like 2 Prankster Mage 3-hand
Mhm.
as a common 5-drop option for Dagoth. Glad to see it kind of trickle down into Assassin. Although Assassin really hasn't seen so much play in a hot minute. At least the mid versions.
Yes, yeah, and I think the mid assassin version that I've played the most of is the like mono blue version, which still runs Alphix and stuff, but it's just a different mid range build. So it's nice to see a different build. Yeah, so Ross is really missing this middle of the curve this game. Very. Oh, and that is not helping either.
He is unfortunately getting varianced here.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that Archer has some awkwardness in the early curve. Like I was mentioning with Guildsworn, like Red's early creatures aren't the most like tempo efficient generally, so
yeah,
it's a little bit you're stretched to fill your early curve, and Archer's at its best in kind of the mid game usually.
Yeah, a lot of my problem with like mid-range red is the red 2-drop suite is terrible. Like you have cards like Circle Initiate, which is fine, but it doesn't. You have to go face. You can't just play passively if you're playing Circle Initiate. It's one of my biggest problems with like mid-range Crusader historically is the lack of good 2-drops. Which is why in like decks like Crusader, I tend to lean so heavily on Wily Kiva just as a solid 2-drop creature. We're going to see a Ring Exalted Temple Conjurer come down here for Fellerin, which is going to exert massive amounts of pressure.
Luckily for Ross, there's not a Alphix in hand yet to really press this advantage, but it's going to be pretty hard for Ross to find a Swift Strike lethal in this position.
We do see a Scourge off the top, which at least gives him something to do here. Does set up for a Cradle Crush.
It does set up very nicely for Cradle Crush, but it's so much damage you're taking off the bat, and then Assassin is generally pretty good at pushing lethal from those positions.
Yeah, like Ross knows here, he's taking at least 11 from board plus the another 4 in hand.
Yeah, I like saving the 1 life by Ross here, because you're probably gonna Cradle Crush that lane anyway. Every point matters in this situation. You're just so far behind in the race, you just need to live. I'm interested to see exactly what Ross tries to go for, like what avenue he leans into as his out. Like the earlier turn, Ross had the option to trade the Surin and the Nord Firebrand into the 4/3 Gambler, with like shadow shifting the Nord over so you still get the draw, but instead opted to take a value trade in field and retake field control. So some leaning towards making sure there's control of the board and less about immediate, like, could have taken more damage off the board by taking the 4 power creature off the board. So clearly playing for some board control still and not worrying purely about the race, but then doing this proactive curse to save 1 life. So understanding the gravity of the situation in terms of like how much lethal pressure there is from Fellerin.
Yeah, and both. I mean, Ross knows there's a Swift Strike in Fellerin's deck here, so you have to consider: am I dead to Swift Strike this turn if I do not spend the curse on this?
And also sometimes you'll be in situations where you have to say, can I afford to play around this card? Because sometimes the position's bad enough that you have to accept, like, okay, if they have it, they have it. And you have to say, what are the scenarios in which I do win? And I think Ross's position is dire enough that this is one of those games where you have to think about,
yeah,
what are the ways in which I could win a game rather than how do I play around everything?
Yeah, the difference in playing to win versus playing to not lose.
Yeah. And knowing when to do each. Like, usually you have to, when you're really far behind, it's counterintuitive, but when you're really far behind, you often have to then play to win. You have to like look for avenues to get lucky. Whereas when you're really far ahead, you can afford to, well, you're like already in a winning position anyway, so you can afford to just like shore up, plug all the holes in the boat and make sure you don't sink.
See your shear point come down here. Swift Strike off the top of Fellerin, so with the Steel Sword, this should
With
be
Steel
simple.
Sword, yeah. Like, the question is just, what do you put it on? Goes for the double rune break rather than putting it on a 2-power creature.
Well, the only prophecy in Rothbeardall's deck is 3 copies of Brotherhood Slayer, so
Yeah, so I guess there's not too much to consider there. But Fellerin takes game 1, a strong start from the person who beat Fuldir in their last match.
Yeah, unfortunate hand from Rothbeardall, just incredibly heavy.
Yeah, and a strong showing from the Assassin deck. You know, efficient curves, good staying power, lethal pressure. So nice result for that deck. I'll be interested to see what Ross goes to next, knowing the matchups at his disposal and where he thinks he can get his wins.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Guildsworn queued up here. I think Guildsworn has a solid matchup into the last 2 decks Fellerin is running here, because the Sorcerer is purple heavy, so it doesn't have the disruptive wards that a standard blue heavy Sorcerer would have.
I mean, there's still, I think, ward crafters and stuff, right? But
there is 3 ward crafters, but there's no like Daggerfall mages or anything.
Right, gotcha. So we do see the Guildsworn against the Sorcerer.
Yep.
Rapid Shot, very nice into blue matchups. And Rothbeardall is on the ring here, which is quite relevant against Sorcerer. Sorcerer's all about early curve.
Finds Profiteer and Harpy, finds 2 2-drops, which is incredibly relevant here.
Yep. Fellerin does pitch the 3-drop on the off the ring to find a 2-drop, which makes sense. Has the Crown Quartermaster in hand. The Crown Quartermaster is the only 1-drop. There's 3 of them in Fellerin's list, so really, really important offering to have that card. We've talked a lot about in prior tournament matches how Crown Quartermaster can be a really defining card when you are off of the ring, when you're on the play. And there are some decks where, even though the ring is typically viewed as having the advantage, if you have a good 1-drop like Crown Quartermaster on the play, it can even be advantageous to be going first. I'm not sure if I would go that far in this matchup, but a huge difference for Fellerin having that card.
Absolutely, it gives him something to fight for field lanes immediately with, as opposed to immediately falling behind from the opposing 2-drop. Also makes it incredibly awkward to play out a lot of 2-drops because of 3/2 is such a common stat line.
Yes, so Rothbeardall kind of being not forced to, but incentivized to play this Harpy instead of the Bruma means that Ross is developing a lot less board pressure and having to play more reactively.
We're gonna see the Flame Slinger come out here.
Everything was taken from me.
Right, and if that Crown Quartermaster hadn't happened, this Bruma would be in play, and then Ross would be able to rapid shot off the ward and 3-2 value trade the 1-3. So huge difference here. And instead, Valoran's in a pretty strong position.
Yeah, so we're going to see a trade and a Discerning Thief come down here. Likely going to get gated, I would imagine. Negate plus dagger clears, but you could also just develop Young Mammoth.
It turns out 4/4s are pretty good against 3/4s. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I don't hate either line here. I don't hate either clearing up the thief or developing the mammoth. Both I think are fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like saving reactive tools when you can, but it's not mandatory, and like the thief poses some threat in terms of card filtering, right? Like being able to loot by hitting face is sorry, I'm using a lot of terminology. But being able to like draw and discard a card is a way to generate virtual card advantage through card selection. So
yeah, filtering is incredibly powerful. I think Discerning Thief was probably, this is one of my hottest takes, but I think Discerning Thief is possibly one of the best creatures in blue mid range.
I agree wholeheartedly. I think the card is insane.
A lot of people were speaking or like asking what makes blue mid range so powerful, and I distinctly remember saying I think it's actually Discerning Thief. Just being able to filter your hand is so insane. Getting rid of dead 2-drops, dead items, trying to find gas off the top, it's so impactful.
Yeah, it also just synergizes with other very good blue cards, right? Like almost every blue deck is running 3 Crown Quartermaster. And it's just such a insane 1-2 combination. As well as Sentinel Reclaimer also works very well with it. So that card is not quite as universal as Crown Quartermaster.
Gonna see probably Warcraft trade here.
Mm-hmm. And now we still, because we saved our reactive tools, we still have our negation available, which is quite nice.
Wars after, interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Watch yourself now.
I'm not sure if Ross Riddell's playing Spinner, but I'll go check the deck list.
There is, I believe, one spinner in the deck.
Yeah, but it's really hard to play. Yeah, there is one spinner, but this is, I think, something I've talked a lot about, both in TESL but in other card games too. One-ofs are very, very powerful in general in CCGs because it often isn't correct to play around them, because the odds of your opponent having any one of their one-ofs is so low. So that in turn makes it so your opponent is more likely to play into them. Yeah, and it is the case that, could it be really strong if Ross had the spinner here, Feller, and makes a play saying, odds are you don't. I'm going to make the play that's going to give me the most board pressure going forward.
As we see the ring broken here for a Javelin.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, if Ross had to go Exemplar here, the word after trade would have looked super, super good, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Or if Ross had a Hive Defender, there's a lot of different big bodies that Young Mammoth having the ward in that position instead of being a 4/4 would be relevant against.
Feller now has the decision of am I just running out the Shadowfen for tempo?
Yeah, and this is where the 3 copies of Shadowfen Priest get a little bit awkward, right? I definitely can see it as a tech choice against the Fervor decks, but if your opponent isn't playing a Fervor deck, 5 mana 4/4 is just very below rate. So that's where I think 3 copies of the card gets a little bit sketchy, but
yeah. Like I think the last time I was playing Mid-Zork, I was playing maybe 1, 2 at most.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very aggressive meta read to play 3 copies, but if you get the read right, it can be very strong potentially.
Yeah, I think the only metagame I've ever played all 3 copies of Shadowfen was immediately after Workshop got released.
Right. Or way back in the day with Alter. Or Namira Shrine.
Namira Shrine, yeah, I was gonna say.
So yeah, we see here, this is kind of what we were talking about, where it's really scary to break runes against Guildsworn, and Fellerin decides, you know, I can't actually afford to do it and give them tempo if they get a prophecy, or even just to refill their hand. But Ross has a good turn 5 play even without the extra card being drawn, so damned if you do, damned if you don't, I think, in this position.
Yeah, and Phalanx is such a relevant body as well. 5/6 is huge, especially for this sorcerer in particular. No copies of Lightning Bolt in here. You're relying heavily on Sentinel Reclaimer to give you the extra damage to get through things like this.
Yeah,
we're just gonna see Elfie Conjure developed here.
Oh, considering a commitment to the race, I think this is reasonable. You're in a position where you're far enough behind. Like you're probably not going to win a resource war as mid sorcerer against Rage Guildsworn. And so just committing to pushing damage and hoping you get their resource extension to go over the top makes some sense. You also have Shadow. So one of the ways that Fellerin can use the Shadowfen is just getting rid of guards. Can be quite useful. So I think given the hand that you have, this line gets better. Where if Ross has a Mighty Conjuring or a Vigilant Giant like we see in hand, you have the silence to kind of get through it and keep pushing damage.
Again, Ross's hand looking a little bit more awkward here. We do see 2 copies of Belligerent, and Belligerent is relevant in this matchup.
Yes.
Like next turn bouncing this Atronach is gonna feel terrible for Fellerin. But we see Dawnbreaker come down here on the broom, and this is gonna be prime bait for this Shadowfen.
Yeah, it could definitely be a Shadowfen priest. And it's worth noting too that Fellerin's threats are distributed over a number of bodies, so the Belligerent Giant doesn't actually have an amazing target. Like you can target the Flame Atronach, I guess, is your best target, but then Fellerin still has 3 bodies.
Yeah, bouncing the Atronach does suck as the LP player because you want this to die. You absolutely want this Atronach to die at some point, and having to pay 4 mana to replay it feels terrible, but it also doesn't accomplish too much over the course of the entire game.
Yeah.
What it does do is it means that Fellerin then has to respect the Belligerent Giant and potential Rage on the following turn. So it forces Fellerin into a position where he has to consider splitting lanes, where he otherwise might not want to.
Fellerin's also in a really awkward position here, where because of the commitment to Shadow, there's just not, like, Fellerin wishes that they could play more than 1 creature in the Shadow here, right? And just keep overflowing that lane, but there's only 4 slots.
Watch yourself now.
After comes down, it's going to take the value trade.
This one is in no mood.
Oh, and there it is, Prophecy. Guildsworn Apprentice. Soaks up 2 damage here, and we see a Mighty Conjuring off the top immediately after the Shadowfen has been spent.
Yes, this is very, very scary.
Yeah.
And Ross just slams it. But field is now totally wide open.
Temple Conjure off the top. The best top deck here to fill field lane.
Minus another Alfiq. But yeah. Very strong card.
Yeah, so we're probably just going to see 2-1, take off the ward, potentially dagger up this 2-2, trade in your Atronach, go face for 3, develop the Temple Conjurer, I would imagine.
Yeah, you could also, I think there's some argument to trading off your Alfiq in order to not get Abnatharn? Is that the name of the card? I think.
That is, yep, Abnatharn is correct.
Yeah, to not get Abnatharned.
Just, yeah, not have to deal with a free Storm Natural from the opponent's side.
Yeah.
Looks like we are going to see the dagger trade here, though. Oh, interesting. Okay.
I slay the unworthy. This one is in no mood for
3 and
I'm surprised everything
in shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess this way, like everything is working with the Alvelothi. So if a guard is placed in the shadow lane, there will always be like Alvelothi can trade with it, and nothing's gonna get stuck behind a guard.
Legendary Giant comes out, bounces the Atronach. But we're just going to see Atro and Honey Spirit dropped into field lane here, I would imagine.
Probably. I mean, I guess so. The question is, like, we're talking before about when you can afford to play more conservatively and when you have to kind of try to get luckier. As Fellerin, I'm still not feeling great about our position, just in terms of the amount of damage we have on board. So I'm not sure that I can quite afford to play around Rage here. So with that said, if it was better to put things Shadow, I would consider it still. But how many Rages are there in Lost Period deck?
2 copies.
Yeah, that's definitely scary.
Yeah, 2 copies was kind of became the standard for Rage Guildsworn.
Mm-hmm.
It just meant you were likely to see at least one over the course of most games.
Yep.
And we see the 1 copy of Guildsworn Ultimate off the top here. Another card I really do like in Rage Guildsworn.
Nice flexible card that can enable rage lethals off of any of your cards.
Yep, exactly. Just the immediate access to improvised weapon and forked bolt, also incredibly relevant as it turns out.
Mm-hmm.
As we do see the rage off the top.
Is this lethal? 4 plus 5 plus 5 plus 4 is 18 plus 7 is 25. If I'm
just short, and it is going to result in a 9/9 Atronach.
Yeah.
Or a 9/7.
So in that case, probably looking at a Harpy line, I think. Harpy the 6/4 kill, like trade with the 3/3.
Trade with 3/3, Harpy the Atronach, and Belligerent bounce the either the Spirit or the Alvelothi here, I think.
Mm-hmm. Oh, or we have another line. Okay. Trying to see if this fork bolt is useful. I guess this just sets up the Rage Lethal the following turn more reliably.
Or the Giant forces another double trade into it here if he wants to remove.
Yeah. So now if you don't want to die to Rage, you kind of have to trade off both your things, which seems unlikely to happen. Yeah, like I was saying before, I am not sure that you have the luxury of playing around the Rage here as Fellerin. But then again, the 3/4 is probably comparably good in field versus in shadow, so...
Yeah, no, I think for Fellerin you have to develop this this thief into shadow. Because it just dies for free to this Ulthman, and you really would rather have the card selection next turn if you can.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, and this is something we saw in the last match Fellerin played too, is they do really take their time, and I know that there are some people who complain about that, and I want to just for the record say that I really respect that. It's something that sometimes people criticize me and some of my teammates for, is taking your time and thinking through things, and just want to say that I respect taking your time and making sure you're happy with the plays that you make.
Yeah, in tournaments, there's a lot of things to consider. Especially when it's open deck list, you have to, you're reading the deck list, you have to consider what am I playing around here, if I'm playing around anything. It is important to make sure you're trying to make the most optimal decisions you can. See Vigilant Giant come down, as well as the improvised weapon, and just all the trades happening here. Young Mammoth off the top.
Yeah, that was a bit of an interesting turn from Ross. Like, there were some options to, for instance, improvised weapon the Oathman in field. You would end up, like, to keep the body around, you'd end up breaking a rune from Fellerin, and Ross decides, no, I want to give Fellerin 0 cards here.
Yeah, I think Ross is looking to build up to just a one-turn kill here with the Belligerent Giant.
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't be surprised to see Lightning Bolt on the Mammoth Belligerent Giant just return the thief and just pass.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. So if you do that, you have 15 damage on board. Yeah, I think the alternative play is you can attack through and break 1 rune. Yeah, I like this Cloud Rest plus Belligerent Giant play. Like, you give Fellerin 1 card, but you're keeping the Lightning Bolt in hand, so you have more reach. Because 15 damage isn't actually enough to threaten lethal. Whereas now you have exactly 23, or with Fork Bolt you have 24.
Fellerin can activate the Mighty Conjuring here.
Oh, that's a good point.
Quartermaster plus Mammoth, Dagger of the Mammoth, play Conjuring.
Mm-hmm.
Is it enough? Because if you play this all in field lane, do you just... If you play it all out in any single lane, do you just die to Rage?
Yeah, because Ross is enough for Rage and Lightning Bolt, right?
Yeah.
And can even Forked Bolt to ping the ward off of the Mighty Conjuring.
So if you play, like, if you go Quartermaster plus Mammoth Shadow, field lane Conjuring, how much damage are you taking in Shadow lane that turn? Then you're taking 7. Taking 7, you're taking 4, you're taking, what's that, 11? 11 and 8, 20, or 11, 19, sorry. 19 plus Bolt is lethal. Yeah, this is the Rage is lethal here. Yeah, this is definitely, you can just Rage, go face.
Yeah, I mean, the question is... Because Fellerin could Prophecy a Harpy, right? But it doesn't. But yeah, actually Fellerin would have to have Prophecy 2 Harpies, I think, there, right?
Yeah, regardless of... he would have had to lock down both of the Giants there to not die.
Yeah. So I think a really nice navigation by Ross there to get the lethal threat, not expend resources too early. Pretty well played by Fellerin too, honestly. A bit of an awkward draw. Fellerin hit the early curve with the Crown Quartermaster, but the mid game was just a little bit sketchy. But that's kind of common for Sorcerer, honestly. I think Sorcerer gets off to a very strong start, and that's why it's typically so ring dependent, is because it needs to kind of snowball field control, and it didn't exactly pan out that game.
We're gonna see the Archer versus Sorcerer here. I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised to see the Sorcerer run back.
I have to imagine a Sheerpoint Dragon Murkwater's Courage deck is pretty good against blue. I don't know for sure. I guess some of the early curve can be a little bit awkward, but yeah, I mean, if you have a Mournhold Trader on ring, then sure. How bad can it be?
Yeah, turn 1 Trader is historically terrible.
For sure. Though Alvalathi is a very nice answer to it, and Fellerin once again has the Crown Quartermaster on 1, so if you're going to be offering on the play as Sorcerer, this is a pretty good hand to be doing it with. I guess is Fellerin still considering mulligan? Could throw back this Negation maybe? I think the other 2 cards you're keeping for sure, but... Yeah, Negation is not amazing in this matchup. Negation's mostly for like other blue decks.
Yeah, there's not many good negation targets in this Archer.
Yeah, you don't... I think hands that are really low to the ground can be at risk of gassing out, like running out of resources, so that's under consideration. But Fellerin decides, no, I am going to keep this negation, good interactive tool early.
One Quartermaster comes down, just going to see Ring Trader more than likely here.
As Ross, do you ever just slam this Trader Shadow and say, you know, I have an amazing race line, I don't want to get tricked here, like I don't... Want to get Satanine or something? Actually, does Valorant even run Satanine? Probably not.
No, it does not. It's
No,
a
it's
very
Satanine.
purple heavy deck.
Okay. I'm pulling up the list now. Yeah, so there wasn't really anything to trick that, so it makes sense to just jam a field, get some control.
All Velothi come out here.
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to result in Ross Peardall probably just taking a value trade. But again, the hand from Ross just not. It's just not quite good enough.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we were saying in the prior match. You kind of got to get through the turn 2, turn 3, and then once you do that, then you're often okay. So once Ross is able to start playing out these 4-drops, they'll be in a pretty strong position, I have to imagine, but we'll see.
Yeah, even like this Ornamented Sword having to come down in Shadow Lane is not what you want.
No, it's definitely awkward. It's a card that gives you a lot of flexibility, but at, the cost of sometimes being pretty awkward.
Felron's hand also not really that great.
No 3-drop. I mean, this is one thing is like Felron's list, as sorcerer lists go, does have a fair amount of top end. I mean, we're again seeing the like 3 copies of Shadowfen thing coming up where you'd much rather have a Mammoth or a Haunting Spirit or something, but I think Felron's running 3 of both of those, but doesn't have any Daggerfall mages like we talked about. So,
yeah, it's not the build of sorcerer I would have landed on personally. I much prefer blue or heavy cunning ally based sorcerer decks.
yeah, but Felron does actually. I'm looking at the list now. It does have 12 3-drops, which is, I mean, that's enough.
Yeah.
This is unfortunate to not be hitting any of them on
Absolutely. It's one of them draws. It's like similar to Ross, to like not hitting like another 2 or 3-drop. His deck is very 2 and 3-drop heavy. He just didn't find them.
Yeah.
Just one of them things. Really unfortunate draw. As we do see the 3-drop off the top of Felron here. Turn too late,
it's
unfortunately.
a little awkward, but you're still happy about it. And now the question again is, do you ever just commit to the race in shadow here and say, you know what, I'm not going to give you curse value. I want to make sure that my thief survives so that I can cycle out this dagger. And honestly, I would be tempted to try to get the thief in shadow and get rid of this dagger for a full card. I think that seems pretty tempting.
Yeah, fully agree, because you play the thief, you cycle off the dagger. Worst case scenario, you just exalt him, will conjure in shadow next turn, and you're racing.
And yeah, sorcerer, I mean, this is just like counterintuitive because sorcerer typically wants to get field control and snowball off of it, but you've lost field control at this point, right? And because you missed your 3-drop, so you might have to pivot and find another line. And in this situation, it's like, okay, yeah, now you wish that you were assassin or something, but you're sorcerer, and you can still sometimes take these lines. And good players know when to do things that decks aren't necessarily designed to do, and like how to adapt their game to be flexible to this situation at hand, not just tunnel vision on like the typical play pattern of the deck. And I think Felron identifies well what the game state requires, even if it's not what the deck is like most typically going to be trying to do.
Yeah, I was also going to say that sorcerer like is able to make great use of like tempo tools like Harpy, being able to shackle down your opponent's race tools while also like really effectively racing. But I've just noticed that Felron runs 0 copies of Harpy.
Oh my word, that is shocking, actually.
Yeah. There's no copies of Harpy in Felron's list. 3 Warcrafters, but no Harpies.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'll say about that is I think one of the it was kind of hinting at this at the very beginning of the game when Felron was considering their mulligan. But Sorcerer is a deck that can struggle with gassing out, with running out of resources, and Harpy is a very high tempo, low resource efficiency card. So I can see the argument to trying to get a bit more resource efficiency out of your cards, which might be why we're seeing a bit of the heavier purple, like just efficient bodies that are going to trade, trade up or trade evenly more consistently. So I don't know for sure what Fellerman's thought process is, but I would say that could be a reasonable idea for how to adapt the deck list towards like patching some of the holes of the archetype.
As we do see the Conjure come down exalted here on 5. For Rospir Doll, I'm guessing it's just going to be trade and probably develop Sheer Point. You've Sheer Point into Sai, which I think is pretty backbreaking.
Yeah. But, you're going to take some damage in the meanwhile, right? Okay, Ross does decide we're breaking runes here. We're actually going to apply some lethal pressure. Say, I'm not just going to play for board. I'm going to make you have to respect me. And that's something you can do with field control, right? Where you can say, hey, if you even try to come into field, I'm going to take the trades I want into you. So I'm going to make you have to play more reactively in this worse position. Whereas if you play purely defensively while your opponent is racing through shadow, you're kind of playing into their game a little bit.
Exactly, and like some of the bodies in Archer really do lend themselves to being aggressive. Like even the Sash Under Punisher, it's very much a card. It's like I'm gonna trade efficiently, but also I'm gonna chip away at you as I do it.
Mm-hmm. So Fellerin with the choice of 3 drops or the 6 drop that I forget the name of.
Umaril the Unfeathered.
There we go, Umaril.
A surprisingly decent card that just never really found a home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean it's got 2 lives, right? It's a good value.
It has some very goofy interactions, I will say. You can't bounce it with Vision Giant, you can't blink it, you can't do any of that because it just comes back in the other lane.
Yeah.
Do the Afterknock trade plus Sentinel Reclaimer, and is just gonna dagger and develop Windkeep here.
This is Fellerin saying, you want to push face? I can push face too, and start preparing for that lethal pressure, getting that steel sword in hand and pushing damage.
Sheer Point comes down, we see the trade, we're just going to see the curse come down onto this 2-2 as well. Just to make sure there's no steel sword shenanigans here. Lines up perfectly for the size hand next turn, guarantees it's going to wipe whatever comes down this turn. And again, there's no lightning bolts in Fellerin's Fellerin Sorcerer. So there's very few clean answers to these sheer points.
-3/-3 to your opponent's entire board is devastating, to say the least.
It was no fun when Scout was doing it in 2018, and it's no fun when Archer's doing it now.
Ah yes, pre-nerf Drain Vitality. That was a time to be alive.
It was one of the cards of all time.
Yes. It certainly was.
Yeah, we had 2-lane DV, we had 2 mana Soul Tears, Wild Times.
Oh yeah. Alright, so what are we looking at for Fellerin here? I mean, I guess again you can develop double 3 drop. If you knew that the Saison was there, then you'd probably go with the Umaril. But
yeah, no, it's gonna be Steel Sword plus Shadowfen Priest here. It has to be. It does not go for it. Interesting.
Oh,
I would have liked to seen Shadowfen Field silence the Shadow Sheer Point take the trade.
Yeah, I mean sure is devastating into Saison, but I think Fellerin's making a play where you're saying we're probably dead to Saison either way, so let's take a line that's going to present lethal pressure that's hard to deal with if they don't have it, right? Yeah. This is what I was talking about before about like recognizing your position and what you can afford to play around, and Saison is a 1 of in the deck, and with a double sheer point it's pretty hard to deal with to get through that, and you have the tools to protect your threat and push damage. So it's a gamble, but it might be the EV play. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's certainly merit to taking the face damage there. It's just me. I tend to, I don't know. It's just the way I play TESL. I tend to push games a bit longer by being grindy on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Especially like with Sorcerer, it's just my tendency is to like very aggressively fight for board.
Yep.
But we're gonna see Lozra plus Umbral come down here, get 2 triggers. But this is just gonna be lethal with Belligerent Giant.
Yeah, barring a prophecy, but there's no harpies and no lightning bolts. You said, right? So.
Yeah, there's zero prophecies in the Sorcerer list. And Rospierdahl takes a second game.
There you go.
In very convincing fashion.
So Ross is now up 2-1. We'll see
All
if
that is
Fellerin
left.
mixes it up and gets a game on this Empire, or if they try to get the Sorcerer over the line.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's going to be Halalu versus Empire here. It has to be, yeah. We do see Fellerin swap onto the Empire. Yeah, very interesting to see Aggro Halalu. Not a list that's been around in a couple of years, actually. So I'm very excited to see this actually play out.
Yeah, I think most of the time it's considered just a bit of a worse version of the Aggro Empire, but you know, that's one of the things that's cool about these tournament formats like Conquest, is that you get to see a deeper amount of decks. Like there's just more depth to the field, there's more viable archetypes because of bringing multiple decks to the tournament. So nice to see. I think one of the big advantages over it that it has compared to the Empire is Withered Hand Cultist, which isn't that important in this matchup. So I think Empire does have the advantage against Hlalu in this particular matchup. Just having the purple stat efficiency gives you some more sticking power, and also the nut draws with Empire Oathman to really go wide and big.
Yeah. Yeah, Oathman is the big one.
As well as Apprentice Necromancer is also a huge deal. Being able to get a 3-mana 3/3 that reanimates a 1/3 guard is a really big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, Deepwood Trapper, one of the best 1-drops in the game. Went unplayed for a long time just because it was, I don't know, 1-drops in TESL have a very interesting history of not being played. Most people foregoing 1-drops.
I mean, I think it's kind of similar to how in Magic the Gathering, in Limited, so like in Draft and Sealed, historically 1-drops were quite poor because they just didn't contribute enough value to the game, where they weren't worth a card's worth of value, and so you'd end up getting when you played 1-drops in your decks, it wasn't actually enough tempo to meaningfully lead to winning a game, and you'd run out of cards faster than your opponent. But these days, as low cost cards have gotten more powerful, 1-drops are quite playable in limited formats, and some of them are even very good because they can nail you to snowball.
As someone who recently drafted a Basri Tomorrow's Champion, it is very strong.
Yes. So I think similarly, and basically just as collectible card games develop in over time, the low cost cards get more powerful, and it as there is power creep, and it makes some of these cards become more viable, and just mana efficiency becomes more important, right? When you have value engines like the Apprentice Necromancer, it makes it a lot more reasonable to justify playing a 1-mana 1/3 that back in the day might have just gotten outclassed by 2-drops and gotten outvalued.
Yeah. What I find very interesting is the 1-drop suite a lot of players run these days is very similar, but a lot of people not adopting, say, like Brotherhood Suspect, the 1-mana 2/4. I find that very Brotherhood Suspect, one of the 1-drops I tend to play in Empire Aggro, just because the stat line is absurd on turn 1. Like turn 1 Wily Kiva is very good into 90% of decks. Yeah, you get blown a little bit by execute sometimes, but in a lot of the cases, the completed contract that it leaves behind doesn't really matter beyond like turn 4, turn 5. So it's very interesting to see people like not play Brotherhood Suspect. I just also curious what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very snowball-oriented card, right? Like, I think that it's particularly... I like Brotherhood Suspect a lot in Aggro Archer, because you have Withered Hand Cultist to turn off the contract, and also you have, like, Scimitar to trick the trades and keep the suspect alive longer. I think in Empire that's looking to kind of recur its threats more, it's a little bit awkward. I mean, you can use Gavel to keep it alive longer, which is nice. I think what you're saying is true, which is basically the later you are into the game, the less relevant the contract is. But early in the game, I think the contract is very important. So if your opponent does have a way to get the contract quickly, it can be quite problematic. And so it matches up pretty poorly into, like, for instance, like, I think one of the things that one drops are most important for, and the way that you measure how good they are in TESL oftentimes, is how good are they when you're on the play, when you're offering. And specifically, Brotherhood Suspect has problems in the Green Mirror because of Wormhole Trader. I mean, and you could argue that's a fairly narrow use case, but it comes up quite a bit. So I don't know. I think that the card, like, is just very polarizing. I definitely think that it can be used to snowball games, and I've played a lot of it myself. But yeah, not like universal application, I would say.
Yeah. Also, just want to note as well, again, because I am I'm duty bound to point it out, a lack of moon bishops in the lists. One of my
Yes.
favorite one drops in Empire, Moon Bishop.
Yeah, I guess we should also talk about this game at hand. So Ross has really snowballed field control dramatically, and Fellerin has pivoted towards the Shadow Lane. Ross leveraging the ring advantage to get a Fifth Legion trainer out and protect it using a Marked Man Guard and a trader which is able to trade efficiently into blockers. So both like a literal blocker and a guard, and then something to kill blockers in the trader. So this is a very safe Fifth Legion trainer, and Fellerin's in a position where you can't quite race. So good thing for Fellerin, if we're looking for positives, is you do have a Dark Main in hand. So if you're able to survive this coming turn, it is possible that you can set up a big drain, just try to swing things back. There's also an Anasi in hand for both players. So both players have the ability to do a big game warping move, though the player that plays Anasi first is going to get their Anasi Anasi'd, which is a bit of an awkward game of chicken. We might see Fellerin force the buff onto the Darkmane here from the Haunting Spirit. Fellerin instead decides to take the 50-50 and maybe get the buff on the Philigian Trainer. I think this is reasonable because you actually need to activate the Darkmane the following turn, and it's not trivial to do so. But Ross Beardall draws a Cliff Racer off the top, which gives lethal.
Yep. Yeah, there was lethal in hand anyway with the mercenary captain. Captain, one of the stronger tools in aggro these days as well, especially like these go wide aggro strategies. Captain just being a 4-mana fervor is insane. But yeah, Ross Beardall clears it up after a very shaky game 1 versus the assassin, after getting an incredibly subpar opening hand of mainly 6 and 7 drops. Manages to pull the reverse sweep here.
Yes, very strong showing from Ross. Ross moves on to the finals to play the winner of Person of Secrets and I Like Pasta. Pasta, one of my former teammates, so you know who I'm rooting for. Though of course I met Person of Secrets in Dallas at the first World Championship, so respect him as well, and it was nice to get to meet him and pick his brain a little bit. So 2 players I'm excited to see play, and I'm curious to see how that match plays out and see who's going to be playing Ross in the finals. Fellerin, of course, moves on to the 3rd place match, so we'll see one more match of theirs before the end of the tournament to decide who gets 3rd place in this Barrel TESL tournament. Yeah, a great match from both players, and again, no matter the result, Fellerin can walk away from this tournament head held high, having 3-0 Gold Era, I think, and made it to the semifinals, getting at least fourth, maybe third place is a very strong result. So props to them for sure. And I'm excited to see Ross, who's been one of the most dominant players in recent years, play in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, Fellerin can be very proud of Throughout Older. That's something he can definitely take away from this. But yeah, it's going to be the next match is going to be very, very interesting. I'm going to enjoy watching that Person Secrets versus I Like Pasta. Two very well-known players, as you said, both have played in tournament in person. So yeah, it's going to be one of the more interesting matchups of the tournament.
Both players qualified for the first World Championship, so two very high-level players. Thank you for joining me, Core, in casting. It's been a pleasure, and I hope that maybe we can cross paths again in another card game at some point if this is it for TESL. And thank you again to Night Dark Wolf for hosting this tournament series. It's been fun to get to cast 2 matches, and hope everyone enjoys watching.
Yeah, hope you enjoy the rest of the matches, guys. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with Person Secrets versus I Like Pasta.
Let me show you the ultimate control card, or a finisher for tokens, or just flash away's control red could end games. Try these in Heroes of Wardy. I'm here with Respidraw after having won the first semifinals against Fellerin. Congratulations on them.
Thank you.
You chose match 2 to talk about. This is the Guilds 4 match against Sorcerer, which was the longest match. I saw that while in the first game you were playing in your usual playstyle a little bit faster than Fellerin, who was always taking full turns. But in the second game you slowed down, and eventually it played off since you have won the matchup. The early turns were spent fighting for field lane, and Fellerin's hand from the spectator side was looking much better than yours, because he had the Wardcrafters to fight for board, and also he had Alfik in hand. And there was a point where you had to javelin a 4-1 mammoth with the ward. But those were the turns where you were able to then gain the tempo. Because Fellerin missed the turn 5 play. Like, I think he played a Tricast at turn 5 and then had turn 6 Elfiq. And he pushes damage to you, breaks your rune, and gives you card advantage. So you mentioned that you want to talk about the Mammoth first.
Yes, so the most interesting turns, I think, turn 3 and 4, I had an option to rapid shot either of his creatures, and I chose maybe wrong. I killed the 1/3 with ward, and that led the mammoth to stay at 1 health, and I didn't have any Grendel Crash, no Skaven, no another rapid shot. So maybe with my hand that was a misplay, because after that I was forced to Javelin. But if he had Warcrafter, it wouldn't matter anyway, because he would just Warcrafter before trading. But then again, if he Warcrafter before trading, then I wouldn't be forced to Javelin that for 1, because I would just play the 5/6 guards. And yeah, turn 4, it was either Bruma that just was dying to 2/1 for free, or Javelin, or 5/6 that just Mammoth and 2/1, and Mammoth still alive. So it was a really hard choice. I don't know if it was correct, but
yeah, you had to. I think it was correct to Javelin, but it was hurting to see that you have to Javelin that, otherwise your other plays were just janky.
I had Belligerent and the 8/8 Giants in hand, so I had to play for next 2 turns. I think I had to play Bruma and I had to play the item. The question was only on what creature and what lane. I didn't have Rage in hand. It wasn't looking like I was winning anytime soon, so I think just contest his creatures in Shadow. Hope I can buy some time with Belligerents and the Guard Giant.
My first thought
when
I saw that was that you want to banish the Flameatronach, because you could have flipped the Alfik next turn and then banish the Flameatronach, but then I realized that if you flip the Alfik, the Flameatronach will just come back. So then I was a bit confused why the Dawnbreaker went there, but he had Shadowfen in the end, so it didn't matter. And after that, you Mighty Conjuring in Shadow Lane, which I wrote it here that it seals Shadow Lane for you, but you're still behind. And you have 2 Belly Giants in hand, And those belligerent giants were the ones deciding the game in the end. Since you had 2 belligerent giants, you had the vigilant giant to guard yourself, and you had the rages. You were close to win with rage on turn 9. You were missing 5 damage in the shadow lane because
Yes,
you could
25.
have pushed
It was
for
25,
18
yeah.
with the rage and then 9 and then 7 with belligerent giant. And then you play vigilant
Yes.
giant against the discerning thief.
And he has no harpies, no bolts in his deck. So
Oh, wow.
on the final turn, I just go face, same as the last game. I just smack face. I don't care. I think when you are playing tournament, you have to put at least one prophecy, like to make me think a little bit about my moves. Because this game and the last game, I just smacked face. I didn't care. I knew he's a 0 prophecy deck. Nothing can go wrong. I think in tournament setting, maybe few prophecies are correct.
Then congratulations on your win again. My question is, who do you think will make it to the finals, Pesta or Person of Secrets?
So Person of Secrets is the guy with this weird mage support, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. Pasta has a similar lineup to my at least 2 decks. I think I will favor him a little bit, but I don't know.
We'll see then. Thank you.
I think the support mage might be a bit too slow against his decks, but we'll see.
We'll see. It's his signature deck, so it will be interesting to see. Goodbye.
Howdy, folks. Justin Larson here, back with the rematch a lot of you have probably been looking forward to, joined by my good friend Charmer. How you doing, buddy?
I am doing awful, miserable, terrible. But the good news is,
Fantastic.
I was going to say the good news is you're going to be very happy about that. So I'm glad you chimed in with the fantastic.
Absolutely. There's
All
nothing
right,
I like
well,
to hear more than the sound of my own voice.
Yeah, I know. But with that being said, what we do have is something to look forward to. As you alluded, we have a rematch. This is going to be Person of Secrets taking on I Like Pasta. These are two players that have met in the game's history in some pretty big moments, and they are once again going to be facing off against each other. Just to kind of bring you up to speed on what has happened with our top 8 so far. We had Ross Pierre Dole with that victory over K Fluffy. Thuldir, in a shocker, in my opinion, fell to Fellerin and fell in 3-0 fashion. Then we had Person of Secrets with their victory over Avenged Fish, and then I Like Pasta swept Fearwolf. Then we had RPD with a victory over Fellerin, so RPD still moving on. Fellerin has now kind of fallen to the other portion of the bracket, and now we have Person of Secrets taking on I Like Pasta, looking to hopefully move on and take on RPD. What are you looking forward to with this matchup, Justin? Is it just nostalgia, given that we've seen them before? Are we looking for something new, something fun? What is it that stands out to you about this?
That's a great question. I mean, Person of Secrets and I Like Pasta have both been playing this game for a long time. And so one of the things that fans of the game have gotten to do is sort of watch their evolution as players. But sometimes it's important to remember that players are human beings who are going through really sort of significant changes in their own lives that the game oftentimes informs or hints at for them. I mean, every time we go through much of anything in life, we have a chance to reflect on who we are and how we got there. And I wanted to actually highlight a quote from Person of Secrets, which really intrigued me from his interview, where he says, I'm quoting the very last little bit of his interview, where he says, "I urge others to place restrictions on their exposure to the game industry. Don't be addicted like I've been. Don't give in to developing unhealthy obsessions. Save your money, write a journal, read a book, make art, go to a show, work out, start a business, start a family. Do literally anything other than looking for the next quick video game fix." I think that I'd like to think anyway that participation in the Elder Scrolls Legends might have helped Person of Secrets develop into the man that he wanted to be, or the person of secrets he wanted to be. And I'm inspired by it, honestly. I felt it was significant. I wanted to share that.
The question at hand, however, is with that aversion to the gaming exposure, will that lead to the downfall of Person of Secrets in this particular matchup? Perhaps that meant less time practicing. Maybe Pasta takes the victory. Who knows? We're going to find out. Let's dive into this matchup in its entirety and take a look at the lineups that both of these players have brought. Person of Secrets has brought Mage, House Daggeth, Tribunal Temple, and House Telvanni. None of these are very much of a surprise to me, because when I think of Person of Secrets, I usually think of Control, and with the exception of House Daggeth, and that's not to say that, can't be piloted as Control, but when I see these, I see some late game oriented lists.
Absolutely. Person of Secrets looks like he's going to play the long game here. I like Pasta with the Assassin House Lalu, and do another, to a lesser extent, but still significantly so, the Aldmeri Dominion, and the Empire is looking to probably close these games out fast.
Oh, absolutely. I like Pasta, known for being aggressive. And I think that's what's going to make this such an iconic matchup, because we really do have kind of both ends of the spectrum. We have two players that are very, very good at it. So with that in mind, I'm just going to go ahead and throw out some ban predictions here on my end. I would think that Person of Secrets still is looking to ban Assassin. When you're playing Control, I think what you're most worried about is anything with maximum amount of reach. And when you look at the Assassin class, you have a lot of ways to deal damage without board presence. On the other side, it's a whole lot harder, though. I could see Pasta banning Tribunal or Mage.
I think that those are pretty spot on picks, and I kind of echoes my own thoughts on this. While I would love to see in a kind of an old school Mage versus Assassin matchup, I'm not sure we're going to be seeing that one today.
All right, well, this is where I would do the drum roll if I could, because we're about to find out their cool animation, what the picks were, and Hey, look,
Yeah.
it's almost like even though we've suffered a lot of head trauma in our life, we still know what we're talking about. Assassin and Tribunal were, in fact, the bans here for these players. So again, not much of a surprise, but I still think that we're in for quite a treat with the rest of these matchups.
Absolutely. I got to tell you that up to this point in the tournament, this is the match I have been most excited to see.
Well, it doesn't really get any better than this. And so I think we should kind of kick things off. What do you say? Do you want to just get into some games, see some action?
I am ready to take this tournament to the next level. That's lame even by my standards. But yeah, let's rock and roll.
Well, you know what's not lame? These amazing intro animations for the lists that each of the players brought. I love the work that was put into these, especially with all the cool card backs that were added later in the game's life cycle.
Absolutely. Seeing some of the iconic cards that are going to be present in these matches. We've got Swift Strike just flashed across the screen. Old Salty's Assault. From House Lalu, we have Dark Mane, Wardcrafter, more Salty. Salt's a way of life, right?
Salt is a way of life.
Yeah, salt is in fact a way of life. Always has been, always will be. We're going to see whether or not one of these players feels the salt. We're going to start with Person of Secrets on House Telvanni, and then of course the Aldmeri Dominion on I Like Pasta. Pasta going to be starting with the Ring of Magica, and we are looking at what could be a relatively good start for Person. I would maybe expect the Gatekeeper to get mulliganed, if anything, but the others are fine.
Yeah, if you're Person of Secrets and you're looking at I Like Pasta's class right now, you must be pretty excited about a 2 and a 3, especially given without, you don't have the ring and there's potential some pretty early aggression from Pasta.
We're going to see Pasta here potentially with a double Crown Quartermaster start.
Yeah.
Or if
You
we
were
want to save the Ring of Magica, we also could just start with one, but with East March Crusader there, you want to break a rune so that you can get the draw off of that. And so I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I was going to say if we have the crown, because that also means that one and Steel Dagger will be enough to push a rune break.
Right, and instantaneously, right, that 1/2 guard creature there is not looking quite as dominating as it probably did to Person of Secrets before turn 1.
Yeah, and again, we're going to have another unit come down, put even more weapons in hand, which does extend the potential reach of I Like Pasta. However, we have Sanctuary Pat followed by potentially another Sanctuary Pat on the side of Person of Secrets. One of the other things that has been added to the hand is that Sun and Shadow, which again is a fantastic tool when you're playing Telvanni and you want to find exactly the answer you're looking for. I wouldn't be shocked, for example, if there are cards like Ice Storm in here, which would be a board wipe in a matchup like this.
I'm not sure I see much of anything in I Like Pasta's hand that wouldn't die to a board wipe from Ice Storm. Of course, I'm proven wrong instantly with the Wardcrafter, but the the 3 into 3 into 5 into 5 Person of Secrets has a lot of tools in hand to deal with what's going on here.
All right, so a little bit interesting, opting to trade with the Sanctuary Pet, taking advantage of the ward. I don't hate that trade, but when you know you're playing against a deck that's for sure going to be running at least lightning bolts and etc., I feel like at some point you're going to want to push a little bit of damage.
How do you feel about shackling the? We just received word from the people behind the scenes. There is no Ice Storm in this deck. How do you feel about shackling the 3/3?
I think that shackling the 3/3 is fine if you are expecting your opponent to not trade with it either way.
Fair enough.
You're just trying to mitigate the amount of damage coming your way.
That makes a lot of sense. This is a really interesting pick here from the Mudcrab Merchant. Both of these cards have a ton of application for potentially both players, and False Incarnate sort of shuts off the important part of Blood Sacrament if Blood Sacrament goes to Person of Secrets.
Yeah, the interaction between the two here is interesting. That being said, though, the Blood Sacrament does represent reach as well. So there would be an argument if I Like Pasta was short on reach. However, we still have 2 steel daggers and a steel sword in hand, so I like this pick of just taking the false incarnate.
Oh, and Tezcat has to be that has to be an agonizing draw, right? That's your finisher when you have absolutely no plan of finishing anytime soon here. But speaking of finishing soon, Derek, what do you think about playing the guard into the right hand lane? This sounds like something you would know something about.
Well, the guard in the right hand lane is I think the right choice, just because if you want to go through it, you have to commit some additional resources here, right? You know that your opponent has put the weapons in hand, but if you put it on the left side, we could have just seen 1 unit with a steel sword run through. Instead, now we're going to put 2 of those weapons on just to push through.
Absolutely. And face is the place.
Oh. Yeah, face is going to be the place here for at least 3 more damage. There could be an argument made about not breaking that last rune here, but
Sure.
they do. They say, all right, let's just do it.
And breaking it with the Wardcrafter instead of the interesting move. Interesting move. I don't know how much the ordering might matter, but that's one that would give me some pause.
Maybe it's just blind confidence saying it doesn't matter what you get.
Hey, you have to be pretty confident if you're on like Pasta right now.
Oh, for sure. And again, with production telling us there is no Ice Storm in this list, then what do you really have to fear at this point? You know that your opponent is going to need to potentially try to find something with Drain. Again, we have that Barrow Stalker there, but then it's also going to have to survive long enough to where it could get any sort of value from it. Instead, it's just going to go down to the Automaton, which also survives that value trade. We could see all of the runes of Person of Secrets broken here, and then even if something does stabilize, what happens is you have no more prophecy potential triggers. So
9 damage on board.
Oh, and this will just skip it. So yeah, we have the concession coming through. Game 1 going over to I Like Pasta on the back of all of those weapons, and that is exactly the kind of blazing start you want.
I don't think Pasta could have drawn it up any better in Magical Fantasyland. That was straight to the point, and he faced significant resistance as much as Person of Secrets could lay down there, but still just plowed through it.
Well,
I'm pretty excited about what this next. I'm open for maximum games here. I do not want to sweep.
Well, I was going to say, with that, though, the one thing that works in favor of Person of Secrets now is that with Assassin banned and Dominion gone, that's essentially both of your assassin-oriented classes. You do still have 2 very aggressive lists, but you will have less burst to fear. Again, when you don't have to worry about Lightning Bolt, you don't have to worry about all of these weapons. You will still have to worry about the going wide part, but you will hopefully be able to kind of play a more reactive game plan when we go to the second game.
I mean, I'm interested in seeing this mage list in action. I think that's the one I'm most excited about. But from Pasta, I gotta say, if I'm Person of Secrets, the one I'm most afraid of is Hospitalu, because it is, you don't have the reach in form of the weapons, the lightning bolts, but you have the reach in the form of charge, silence. There's a lot of ways that I Like Pasta can disrupt any kind of controlling strategy.
Oh, you said my favorite keyword, charge. Let's jump into our second game here and see if we can find some charge. I'm kind of secretly hoping for Cliff Racer endings.
Absolutely, the classic card.
Oh, Pasta
with the 1 and 2 2s in hand.
Yeah, we have that Mud Crab Merchant, fantastic card. However, though, Person of Secrets not without their own early game, and also has the Ring of Magicka, which, we saw I Like Pasta start with not 1 but 2 units on the board at the start of last game. This might be enough where Person of Secrets can use the ring to get some balance. Now, we don't have the defensive options, right? It's not the Fighters Guild recruit this time around, it's the Thieves Guild recruit, but it still always helps whenever you can kind of match your opponent's board plays.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the Temple Conjurer, Thieves Guild, Recruit, Serial, those are cards that provide value while contributing to the board. And holy shit, we have Mechanar, one of the goofiest cards in this game that I absolutely adore.
Yeah, Mechanar is just fantastic fun all the time. This is interesting because I don't think Pasta really wants either of these. I could see the argument made for the Corinth Brawler just because of the Wax Wayne mechanic here, and also because you just don't want person to get something they can play anytime soon. And that is exactly what we see happen, right? Pasta does pick the Brawler. However, Hand of Daggeth drawn by Person of Secrets, and that has the potential to be a real problem later on in the game.
Does. And looking at the Wax Wayne Khajiit, if you're Pasta, do you want to trigger the Wayne, or you're trying to wax off?
You know, usually I'm trying to wax off, but I do feel like in this particular matchup, whenever you play it, it's not going to matter whether you're waxing on or waxing off, just because I think that's only going to get played when you're out of other options. We have so many cheap plays here with this Empire of Cyrodiil list. For example, here, I wouldn't be surprised if we see like 5th Legion come down, because we have another 1-drop and some more 2-drops. So if you can set up the trainer and then start buffing stuff, you're likely in a good position. This is a bit of a standoff, because they played person played the 2/2 conjurer without any additional value. So you expect them to make the value trade. So the trainer now becomes a, like, what do you do with it, right?
Absolutely. And while Person of Secrets is sitting on a couple of 8-drops, the 2, 3, and 5, especially Hand of Dagoth, represents the potential to swing this game back in his favor if he loses control of the board early.
All right, that was kind of a massive pull. So the Thieves Guild recruit does find a Firebolt, which is going to be a very cost-effective way to get some removal going. Pasta did, however, draw a Marked Man. So while they had the Deepwood Trapper, the Marked Man here is going to allow them to get even more value if they want. There's also, I was about to say, there's also a situation where we could see just both of the 1-drops played if they wanted to go incredibly wide.
I mean, that was almost like psychic play around that Firebolt draw, which represented a huge opportunity for Person Secrets that is now not nearly as appealing.
Yeah, it's not nearly as appealing. However, we do still have several good plays lined up, with Person of Secrets having not taken very much damage at all. What concerns me right now is I'm seeing 29 as the health total, no runes broken for Person of Secrets. And when I'm looking at the rest of this curve, we still have the ring, which I think will be held until we get to the 8-drop range, which means we have Queen Baron Zaya along with Hand of Daggeth coming down back to back over the next couple of turns. And when you factor in the drain available to them, I don't know what Pasta's going to need to do to push through that.
No, the Baron's Eye was a huge pickup here to smooth out that curve. And Pasta actually might be thinking right now, well, I have a 5-drop. I mean, like, things aren't totally over. and Pasta continuing to make trades.
I think that making the trades here makes sense just because you want control of that field lane. And even more so, when you had the Gavel, which came out, that allowed the 5th Legion trainer to make the trade without losing anything. It is something that makes an awful lot of sense. Again, though, the problem is yes, you have control of the field lane, but now what do you do against this queen in the shadow lane? And whatever you do, they're just going to drain right back.
I love Queen into the shadow lane. I assume it's getting followed by Hand of Dagoth. This is a pivot moment, right? And this is what Drain lets these sort of mid-range decks do sometimes.
We could see somebody trying to wax off here with the Brawler. I know earlier I said, well, we might not see it, but we've hit the situation where your choices are either the Brawler or you have an Illusionist with Marked Man, and I don't really see the value in playing those two. So we could see the Brawler.
Absolutely. I mean, Baron's Eye does need to be answered, but there is no immediate answer available. And to a certain extent, right, if you're Pasta, you kind of want your first room broken. Oh my god.
Just more and more defense options over and over and over. So we already had the Shrieking Harpy, but now it's Belligerent Giant, Vigilant Giant. We still have the Hand.
Wow. Yeah, Person of Secrets is going to start landing Haymaker after Haymaker here.
And
Pasta,
another Hand.
Yeah. And that's not going to do anything with the card drawn off that. I mean, tell me, do you think, is this game over?
Not yet. So there is a lot of drain available, but one of the things that I'm kind of looking at as options is we don't have a lot of removal, right? On the side of Person of Secrets, what you're kind of banking on is just the drain counter racing them. If we hit a situation where Pasta can land a bunch of damage and then follow it up with another turn that kind of goes over the top of the drain, you could be fine. We also could have some really key prophecies hit, because with the Shadow Lane being the location of these units with drain, Pasta is going to be forced to break runes to continue to drain, which could interrupt the momentum. So I do think that that is one of the things that we want to watch out for.
Absolutely, that makes complete sense to me. Pasta's going to start dropping cards into the Shadow Lane. This game is kind of highlighting.
Get rid of the defenses, because you don't want to play that. You want them to have to break your runes.
Absolutely. The next couple turns are where things are going to get determined here. We have no prophecies. We have
no prophecies.
Divine
That's
Fervor drawn.
That's a pretty big win for Person, but
yeah. I'm trying to do the math here, but unfortunately I am not very intelligent. Do we have 21 on board with Divine Fervor? We got 6. I've already lost count. There's a lot of damage here potentially, and only 1 rune left on Person Secret's side.
We definitely have enough with Fervor, counting all of the buffs and whatever. The thing that we have to worry about, though, is any sort of disruption, right? So we could have Ring of Magicka into a Belligerent. I suspect instead we're going to see this come down and then Ring into Harpy.
Okay.
Which, when this locks down, I think... Okay, interesting. I thought it might lock up the 6-5, but the 5-3 is also fine. However, we do also now have Cliff Racer, so while the Fervor represented more damage, we do have some additional options for getting rid of the drain and then setting up.
Pasta's got lethal if there's nothing dramatic here. I'm trying to think of a prophecy that saves Person of Secrets here.
Well, I don't think that it matters. That's kind of why I was thinking that you would shackle the 6-5, because right now you're in a situation where you can actually skip that last rune.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't count or read actually.
Yeah, because you can do this, and then
there we go.
With the Fervor, you can just go over the top of it. So we're gonna have game number 2 going over to I Like Pasta, which you know, I gotta say I was a bit worried there, but I was gonna say, when you have complete control of the field lane, which historically has always been good in this game. Like, the early trades weren't the best, but it also meant that your opponent was playing from behind the entire time.
How do you think Person of Secrets is feeling right now?
I think Person of Secrets is feeling a little bit nervous, if we're just talking about the context of the game. Mostly because House Halalu is, again, a deck that can go wide. We've already seen Pasta be very successful with that strategy. And you have to win with each of your decks if you want to kind of pull this series out. Now that we've heard from production that we know for a fact there is no Ice Storm, for example, in House Telvanni, I would worry about that matchup in particular. I think Daggett has the tools to maybe steal a win from House Halalu. I think Mage definitely has the tools, especially if we get a prophecy or two that goes in the direction of Person of Secrets. What I worry about on paper at this stage is how does that House Telvanni match up into House Halalu. And if you know you have to win on all 3 of your decks, I actually wouldn't be surprised if Person doesn't just pick the worst matchup and try to get it out of the way right out of the gate.
Here we are heading into this match. We have I Like Pasta, Person of Secrets, their 3rd game of this series.
Person of Secrets wants to run back the House Daggett. Okay. No Ring of Magic at this time for Person, but we do have some early aggression and a bit of a slower start on the side of I Like Pasta. Rift Thane is available with the Ring of Magicka, but is not your most ideal opener here. Crusader, no value without the rune break. This will be interesting.
Yeah, and the early Rift Thane is going to get contested by the 2-drop in Person of Secret's hand.
All right, so Pasta.
Card, but
with the mulligan, I was wondering if that was going to go that way. So with the mulligan here, instead finds double 5th Legion trainer, which is significantly better.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a huge upgrade over that. Cradle Crush Giant. Are you praying at this point, if you're a person of secrets, that Cradle Crush Giant clear some stuff up and then immediately see the first card on the other side being a 3 toughness creature? I mean, that has to hurt.
All right, so the old bard comes down trying to contest that shadow lane, which I think is fine if you're like Pasta. I liked leading off with the trainer on that side because ultimately you want control of the field lane, and when you don't have like a good unit to start to allow that, you kind of want your opponent to chase you over there, which is what happened.
And with the 5th Legion trainer guaranteed some value next turn, as far as the buffing goes, Sanctuary Pet is not going to be favorably trading into much of anything that Pasta might drop now.
Well, and the other thing that's kind of working in their favor, I was going to say, I would expect another trainer to come down in the field lane, and what that opens up for you is it allows flexibility based on what your draw is and what your opponent does. There was nothing that traded outright with the shadow lane trainer. This is going to come down and shackle this, but we still have Pit Lion online. With the addition of another 2-drop, we could ring into 2 2-drops. We also could see a ring into a Hive Defender to maybe protect the Shadow Lane 5th Legion trainer as well. A lot of options available, and that's what I liked about this opening.
Absolutely. Yeah, Hive Defender, such a storied card in the history of this game. This sweet spot of so simple, so straightforward, and yet finds himself in aggressive lists, mid-range lists, defensive lists. It runs the gamut. It is one of the most iconic cards I think this game ever produced.
Yeah, it turns out that even without like super relevant traits, right? Just having a big body with a keyword is enough. Does decide to try to protect that 5th Legion. I don't hate this. I actually rather like it. The pet, in order to trade into the trainer, has to sacrifice itself. But you get the double buff on your 5/6 wall. You still protect the other one. What I expect here is potentially Queen Baron Zaya coming down into the shadow lane, which would allow you to trade into the defender at some point. Does look like that's going to be the case.
Absolutely. There are some other options there. I mean, there's always Lightning Bolt, allowing a favorable, Lightning Bolts onto the Hive Defender, trade in with your little orc friend there, and a favorable trade with Queen Baron Zaya to represent some additional life gain later.
Well, by going with this route, though, you force the guard onto the bard. The 5th Legion trainer by itself is not enough to push through. So what you're kind of hoping if you're Person of Secrets is the defender crashes into the 2/2, goes to 4 health, but now you already have Queen on the board, which then means your bolt could finish up the defender, and then your Queen is free to trade and drain, and it's going to trade into a unit, which means no rune break either, right?
I'm really glad that earlier you gave a shout out to your sort of declining mental state as you age, because I'm fairly certain that's exactly what I said.
Yeah. And so what I think what you want to happen here if you're Person of Secrets is you want the Hive Defender to crash into the 2/2, and then you're going to hit it with the Lightning Bolt. And then the Queen will be here to trade.
Absolutely. I think that's the 3rd time you repeated yourself.
Hey, look, Lightning Bolt trade with the Queen. I'm glad I'm here so that you can listen to me.
Brother, I have no idea what's going on right now.
All right, so a little bit of a weird spot for Pasta. Joking all aside, we have control of the field lane at the moment. We've got that big Pit Lion. The part that makes it weird, though, is that you want to swing with both of these, but it's exactly enough where you would be forcing a rune break. I think that in a perfect world, I like Pasta would actually prefer to be able to take these swings. And well, okay, with this move, we actually could see, I was going to say we could see the trade into the Queen, but instead we're just going to shift back and continue to push through 2 runes instead. That's also fine.
Pasta potentially feeling bolstered by the fact that last match, Person of Secrets was representing a lot more drain than he's got right now. He said, fuck it, don't care, went face, won the game. Baron Zaya itself is not going to be enough to turn the tide here. Stop bleeding.
So I think the big decision that you have to consider here if you're Person of Secrets is whether or not you want to Cradle Crush or Pet plus Daggerfall. Pet plus Daggerfall would prevent more damage right now, but with the uncontested drain and without the need to worry about breaking runes quite yet,
Right.
I think maybe be more inclined to Cradle Crush. The problem is Cradle Crush doesn't get rid of anything either. It just makes your future turns a little bit better, where you could maybe play the Archer plus Sanctuary Pet. Archer would clean something up, give you another guard. It's just, it doesn't feel good right now, right? Like, it sets you up. It's just not what you want. The Conjurer is also fine. We do still get a guard and a body out of it.
Person of Secrets. Life in this tournament on the balance, in the balance right now. I want to give a shout out to Rift Thane again. Coming down as 2-4 here, incredibly relevant.
Yeah, and I would also like to point out that the guard was pretty relevant, because even if Person of Secrets had wanted to do something sneaky with a charge or something, you now have to go through that. So what you're also doing is protecting your pit line or some of your bigger options. This was a huge top deck by Pasta, by the way.
Yes.
This Divine Fervor going to be a big boon. And I wouldn't be shocked if we still see a trade into... Oh, interesting. I was going to say, I thought we might see a trade into that just to secure more field lane. The reasoning, because once you make the trade, you also have the clan captain that could come down the following turn, but...
Shadow Shift potentially huge here, am I right?
Yeah, there's no potentially about it. Shadow Shift is very, very huge, because this means that you can have that take out the Pit Lion.
Yes. Yeah, this and with Cradle Crush, you can almost clear out that lane.
Yeah, if you Cradle Crush first, it gets rid of the Rift thing. Then you... Oh, interesting. We're going to instead go with the Archer play to get rid of the Fervor. That also... That also still allows you to get rid of the guard with your 5/3. You're still also potentially taking out this Pit Lion.
I like this
which
a
does
lot.
give you the
I
drain.
like this a lot.
Yeah, I don't hate this either. I mean, I was with you. I think Cradle Crush would have also been potentially pretty good, because it would have been a near full clear, and then you could have archered. But archering now does also give you the guard, which is a nice kind of like on top of effect.
Absolutely. And hey, let's take a minute, brother, here. After 8 years, I finally suggested a play that you yourself might have made.
Well, here's another play that I would have made, which is Crusader Assault. However, I don't think I would have ever been lucky enough to draw 2 Mournhold Traders afterwards.
Shrieking Harpy kind of enormous here as well, though.
Yeah, the Harpy's very strong. It gives you another body in that field lane, and I was gonna say, expect this to be a shackle on the 4/3.
Yeah. 2 Mournhold
It's
Traders.
unfortunate timing that it happens there, though, because I think that if Person of Secrets had their way, they would have preferred to shackle that trader that's coming down after the fact.
You have some clean options here, though. Hand of Dagoth, Sanctuary Pet. You're not taking any damage next turn.
Well, not taking any damage from the board. I think the biggest issue that you have right now is that you're down to 10, and you're playing against a deck that does still have access to reach. And of course, right when I say that, what do we find? Cliff Racer.
Cliff Racer. Cliff Racer right off the top. That's huge. Coming down with Mournhold Trader, lethal on board. And this better be the world's best rapid shot.
Well, I think first what you're going to likely want to do is just start by doing your Hand of Dagoth, get the health. I think the last thing that... Okay. Find the lightning bolt.
That's a huge lightning bolt. That's a huge lightning bolt.
That is very, very huge.
We do see that breakthrough damage representing a little bit of a downside to Hand of Dagoth on occasion. That card draw could have been anything. Could have been a boat, but it was a marked man.
Was a marked man, but it does let Pasta get a little bit deeper when you're considering those options. gonna say this lightning bolt, I think almost assuredly has to be on the Mournhold Trader because you want that guard. And now you're just kind of hoping that your opponent doesn't find something that gets rid of it. I mean, that's the other problem with Halalu, right? Is they still also have ways to get rid of that. Didn't find it though. Crab comes down. Marked Man comes down.
That you gave Marked Man a shout out in our last match we cast together. Marked Man bringing that guard kind of enormous here.
Yeah, but it's not going to be enough because now I know we keep saying it was coming. Oh, you probably want the contract. Okay, I was going to say we know for sure Cradle Crush is coming down. It's just a wipe. It's exactly what you want. But getting that contract beforehand is actually pretty heads up. So want to make sure I call that out.
This is oh, we got charged. It's time to fight. But it may be a little too late for the fight for Pasta at this point.
Yeah, I think we're hitting the point where the stabilization is coming online for Person of Secrets when you consider that we still have Vigilant Giant in hand. We have this big board, but also we have that Mighty Conjuring still there as well, which represents a pretty big upswing in potential value.
Absolutely. I think we may be going to a longer series than it looked like we may be having just a few minutes ago.
Hey, look.
There we go.
It's a pretty good card to conjure. That seems pretty mighty to me.
Pretty good, yeah.
Pretty good.
2 creatures on board representing lethal through without interruption from prophecy. Hard fought victory.
Right.
Pasta with the concession there. All right.
Well, no sweeps. You get your wish. Person of Secrets begins the claw back. I think that was exactly what Person of Secrets was hoping to find, which was you get the ward, you get the drain, also kind of found the removal when needed. We still have yet to see the mage list pop out on the side of Person of Secrets. I would like to see that potentially next because again, I just really think that House Telvanni list is gonna be left wanting, but we know for sure Pasta's bringing Halalu for the rest of this series.
Yeah, and only needs to win a single game with this deck. If you guys are in chat right now and you're enjoying this beautiful show, let us know what you think is going to happen here. Can Halalu snatch a game from the remaining Person of Secrets deck, which now is going to include Mage, the one I'm super excited to see. We have Orba, Vermina, Journey to Sovngarde, Ice Storm, Shrieking Harpy. We've got some big maker cards in Person of Secrets deck.
Yeah, I was really happy to see the mage list make this appearance. As I said before, I kind of wanted to see it at least once. I'm also just happy to see an Ice Storm. I'm still very shocked that there's no Ice Storm at all in that Telvanni list. But maybe that's just my old boomer take where I'm just like, man, if I'm playing anything that isn't, aggro intelligence, I want max copies of Ice Storm stat.
I'm glad you gave boomers a shout out because I wanted to say that I was on Facebook the other day and I saw this stat about how 21% of Americans are illiterate. Now, I didn't fact check this or anything because God knows nothing on the internet's not true. That's a quote from Abraham Lincoln that I saw online. But I have to say that sometimes while I'm watching people play this game, I'm reminded of my own illiteracy.
Yeah, well, 21%, that's a lot. At least
that's almost 15%.
Almost one fifth of the time.
It's like almost a baker's dozen.
I don't know what our target audience is here. I kind of want to cut the Steiner Math promo, but instead we're going to talk about how this Cloud Rest Illusionist is going to allow a masterful trade, because not only do you get the value, but with the breakthrough, with the additional damage coming from the Rift thing, you also get the damage in. But I also can't help but just say, like, oh, poor person, drew them in the wrong order. The elusive schemer coming off of the rune break, and then you naturally draw the lightning bolt. It's always the worst. Oh, and then you draw another lightning bolt. So javelin, lightning bolt, all were around the rune break. Just awful.
Yeah. I'm gonna need to see a Wabbajack into an Alduin. That is my call for how Person of Secrets turns this around.
Yeah, I would normally say that with the ice storm, you're in relatively safe space, but we also very well could see just a Ring of Magica into a Divine Fervor on this particular turn.
Yeah, I have to agree. If you're Pasta, you know Ice Storm is the thing that's going to wipe out your board right now. You want to hedge your bets against that. I love that play. I even kind of like making the Divine Fervor play and then trading into the 3/1 just to sort of keep my keep enough of stuff around, right? Because you know
Yeah.
we know Person Secret's hand is a bunch of single target removal next turn.
Well, the main reason that I was considering the Fervor is that it would have allowed that 2/3, for example, to make the trade and survive. Now, you can also do this with the Thane where you just take the trade and you get the additional damage popping through, but it is something where you would have locked down your control of the field lane. I think Pasta was a little worried about cards in hand, though, wanted to play this Gambler, and we're going to see that immediately eaten.
All right. If you're Pasta, do you just drop the Fervor here because everything
I
else
don't
is
think
bad
so.
for you?
I
No?
think that it's actually probably salty. And then I would consider the Fervor on the follow-up turn when you already have the board. The only concern is whether or not what you're getting out is going to survive an Ice Storm. So this might just be the Soul Read. Yeah, I was going to say, so if you're just concerned about Ice Storm, Fervor does get everything that you have out of the range there. So this might have just been the Soul Read, and it is. That's it.
Wow. Wow. Person of Secrets has had enough. Calls it. I like Pasta's moving on in this tournament.
Such a relatable player because I too, in fact, like Pasta. Pasta
But you know
here,
what is
though,
Pasta? Moving
from
on
Italy. Fun fact, I got incredibly sick when I took my family to Italy and vomited all over a restaurant in Italy. So sorry, Pasta. With that in mind, Person of Secrets is going to just fall into the secondary bracket. We'll be meeting Fellerin, and then we have RPD, Ross Pierre Dole, that will be taking on I Like Pasta as the winner's bracket continues. And I'm really looking forward to seeing where this thing goes.
Me too, man.
I'm here with I Like Pasta after having won the second semifinals against Person of Secrets. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
You will be facing Rospidol in the finals. What do you think are your chances against him? Because both of you are playing aggressive lineups.
Yeah, so I was just looking at his decks now. His Empire and Alalo are kind of similar to mine. His one is like slightly lower, higher curve, but not by much. And if I look at the other two decks, so the Guildsworn seems like it's probably favored against my decks because there's 19 Prophecies, plus like a lot of good reactive tools like Fingers of the Mountain, Cradle Crush. So that one is probably going to be my likely ban. Archer, I think also has like a decent amount. You know, it's less so, but I think also like has a decent amount of tools against me. So I think it's probably favored against my decks with a bunch of Curse effects and Cradle Crushes again. But I think yeah, overall is favorite lineup wise. But then you also beyond that, yeah, I haven't followed too much. But then from the little I've seen, he seems to be possibly the best player currently. So definitely I've got my work cut out for me, both in terms of lineup and in terms of player skill.
Yeah, he's definitely the best ladder player we have right now. So you chose.
Yeah, apart from his screens and really like extremely clean, impeccable gameplay. Very good player.
Yeah. Interestingly, you chose match 3, which is the match you lost.
Yeah, because to be honest, like some of the games we played were a bit non-games since he has like very heavy curve, a lot of 6-7 drops. So the games where he drew that part of his curve early was not very interesting.
You had double trainer to open the game with, which is quite powerful, and you had to back it up with Hive Defender in Shadow Lane, which can you call a 5/6 guard still Hive Defender, or is that already Hive Offender? It feels like.
What's his name? the Legion got the five mana 5/6 card. You know, it's effectively like a +1 mana.
And then he has a Sanctuary Pet to drop in field lane, which will trade with your trainer later on. And you decide to not protect the field lane trainer, but the shadow lane trainer, and this is why you drop the Hive Defender in shadow. And after that, he plays the Baron Zaya.
Yeah, so actually, I just remembered one small point. Like before that, there was like an interesting decision, even just the first turn, whether to play Shadow or Field with the 5th Legion. I'm not sure which one was correct, but the idea was like, yeah, play the Shadow and then go Field, because otherwise, yeah, I was like really afraid of losing Field lane that game. But I think the Shadow was probably correct, but I don't know, like, yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, in
So
the
this
end,
one, yeah, Queen was.
in the end, you went to secure field lane, but you did that with leaving Baron Zaya in shadow lane. I have a note here. Person of Secrets, Balls, Hive Defender, trades into your trainer with Baron Zaya. You and I wrote past the has to shadow shift trade, but decides to race instead.
Yeah, so this was like, I don't know. I don't know if it was correct or not. The macro level concept behind it was, okay, so I'm gonna if I trade, you know, he heals for 6 each turn, and then I miss X damage that the creature was gonna do. You know that it's now dead. But you know, on average, net is gonna heal more than I'm gonna do damage with the creature. So in theory, I should trade. And the idea was, okay, I'm kind of running low on cards, and that way, even though I'm losing net some damage to him every turn, I should be getting some cards that might make up for that damage with later damage, effectively. And I've thought about it for a while. I'm just, I don't know, like maybe it was a mistake. So I'm thinking in the previous game I had the same situation, and I again chose to leave Bernsai racing me on the shadow, and that game worked out. So I think I might have been a bit biased from the recent success of the decision in the previous game, and maybe in this game situation was a bit different and it wasn't a correct decision.
After that, he has the hand, and then he has Harpy from the rune on 10. You hit a prophecy, and he can sack bet, which means that he will secure the board, and then you have no cards left. His hand is full because he had a top heavy hand, so you had the early game and almost won there, and then he is able to heal back and then win because while he is pushing damage, he's healing. So you, even though you get cards, you can't race him to lethal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I
One
think
small mistake I made at the end was like playing the 1/1 field instead of shadow, because you could have traded with this 2/1 garb. I mean, at that point, it was pretty much irrelevant because the game was like 99.9% lost.
Yeah.
So I kind of autopiloted it. Yeah.
All right, then I will see you in the finals. Good luck.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Hello and welcome back to the Elder Scrolls Legends Farewell Tournament. I'm TDC Jason and I'm joined by Silverfuse to cast the third place match between Person of Secrets and Fellerin. Hello Silver, long time no speak. How you doing?
Yeah, it's been a while. I was playing some TESL a couple months ago, and I went to Reddit to see what people were saying, and they were talking about this invade mechanic, and I remember you telling me, you're like, I'm unsure about how I feel about this before you released it, so it's kind of funny to see.
Yeah.
But, I never had a problem with it once once it got patched up, but I just think it's funny to see that.
Yeah, the things wound down as soon as that got released into the wild, so we didn't have a whole lot of chances to respond to it. But we're covering this tournament where players could bring invade if they wanted to, and none did.
Yeah, so maybe not as much of a problem as people think, but I just thought it was funny.
Very contentious.
Obviously, yeah, not a problem now, obviously.
Exactly. Very on point for a villain mechanic. If ever there was a villain mechanic, I think that we hit a home run there.
Yeah, no, it was such. I mean, the flavor of it was fantastic.
And
I'm sorry to bring that up, but I
You're
had
fine.
to.
Silver's implying that I was on the design team for Invade. So, like I mentioned before, my shoulders are broad. So feel free to pile on. So to our match, the players are facing off in a conquest format where each need to win with each of their decks to win the match. However, each of the players have an opportunity to ban one of the lists from the other player. So we're going to look at those lists and kind of talk about what we would ban if we were in their spots. So, Silver, first let's talk about Person of Secrets lists here. Which one of those do you think that you'd like to ban?
Well, Person of Secrets is well known for his love of of control decks. So that's why we see the mage in here, which not a lot of players brought, and also the tribunal, of course, and then Telvanni Dagoth. It's like this mid-rangey, but because of the decks that Fellerin brought, I mean, I'd be banning this tribunal almost for sure. It does really well into a lot of the decks that Fellerin brought, and it's pretty easy for it to just take over a game. The mage, it really does need to get into more of that late game. It requires a lot of setup that Felerin's decks can just get past. So that would be why I would leave the mage, and I'd really look at banning this tribunal instead.
I totally agree with you. Even the Telvanni has a little bit of a mid feel to it with the Torval extortionists and the Alfiks, and that tribunal is kind of the pure control in the list. And it seems like a comfort pick for Person of Secrets, so that'd be good to take away. And for like the viewing audience, I'm hoping to see some more of that support mage because it's running some pretty wild choices. And in our previous match with Person of Secrets, we had some very interesting Wabbajock situations. So I'm hoping to get some more kind of saucy plays here. So next, we'll talk a little bit about Fellerin's lists. So a little lower to the ground. So what are you thinking? What do you ban here?
Well, Fellerin is really well known for the scout, and it can just very easily take over games. So I wouldn't be surprised if Person of Secrets were to ban that. The assassin person has pretty okay matchups into. The sorcerer is more mid-rangey, and I do feel like his decks are just like a little bit taller and would be able to tolerate that well. This Empire deck though is a bit scary because it does have the ability to just kind of overwhelm the board. That would be the other one that I would potentially look at. However, I do think that person has some okay matchups into that. But I mean, the scout, it can just do things a little bit too quickly and overtake games and be like a little bit too much of not quite a free win, but it can just, like I said, take over a game really quickly and get that out of the way. So I think banning that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. The scout really is like that high variance type of deck that can have the super explosive starts, but it does have some like tinge of a little bit of mid and control, whereas that Empire deck is definitely go wide, and so this is what the players actually chose though. The Tribunal matches our expectations, but wow, neither of us talked about the Sorcerer. That's an
I
interesting
would
choice for Person
not
of
have
Secrets.
expected the sorcerer to be banned here. I'm not saying that it's incorrect or a bad idea. Obviously, like sorcerer is a deck that I'm sure Person of Secrets has easily played over 300 games against this deck before. It's a very common deck, at least a variation of it. And he also plays control all the time. So he has an idea of what he wants to do with this for sure. But I also don't know if he knows the background of Fellerin really being, liking and being good at the scout deck. And I know he just has no respect for Empire and Assassin decks because that's just his mindset.
That's true, and my understanding is that Fellerin ended several months of in first place on ladder, playing a lot of the scouts, so that definitely going to be familiar there. And the assassin is, a very very Alfiki build, and with a notable no lightning bolts. All right, and here we go. We get to start with Assassin versus the Support Mage.
Yay! I'm so excited to see the support mage. It's been a while. I've watched him before on the ladder really just go off with this deck because once it gets it set up, it really just it's nonstop after that. But the big thing is being able to set up, get those supports online, get the Cauldron Keeper online, and then just go to town after that. So this assassin's really gonna try to go for the beatdown plan before a person can get set up.
What a mulligan. Going from a handful of expensive cards to what is the perfect curve with the ring. So this should be this should be
Yeah.
kind of the worst case scenario for the support mage. So let's see how a person's able to handle. At least there's an execute and a firebolt. So low to the
Fireball.
ground for both players.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so good mulligans for each ones, which is nice. Also, I know where person is from. I'm not gonna say because it's not up here, but I think it's funny that Person of Secrets decided to keep that secret. So we do get the Elixir of Vitality online here.
And that choice to not execute or firebolt to just let the first. Do you think this is kind of like an invitation to break that first rune to get a bunch of tools?
Oh, for sure. So, person has told me that the thing that they love about this game is the way that Control is able to get cards from aggro. That was the big draw for them for TESL is saying, all right, you're gonna reward me for being able to play control decks, and that's why that's why he's here.
Excellent. With the support mage too, assassin's one of those attribute just brutal. One of those attribute combinations that can't deal with supports. So Fellerin really has to just move quick before those come online because there's no real good reactive answers to them.
Yeah, and really, I'm kind of liking person's spot here, despite the ring and this good curve here. I mean, two Temple Conjurers. I mean, they're gonna come out and be they're gonna be pretty strong. We'll have to keep seeing what person draws after this because an ice storm or something can do a lot of damage in these upcoming turns.
Mm-hmm. Really paid off waiting on that execute as well, hitting a much better target.
Yep, good patience there for sure.
Although now we're gonna start seeing the mid of the mid assassin with these temple conjurers, especially with how powerful that play is with the ring, with no obvious great answers yet, other than slowing down those big Atronachs.
And the Altar of Despair drawn from the first rune there. Not gonna do too much, so we'll have to see what happens next here. There we go. Use the ring. I always liked that feature of that if you played it before you had the 5 mana that you had the option of still popping the ring and getting it. I always thought that was just well designed.
Yeah, there's a bunch of quality of life things like that, of seeing cards that are revealed flipped over, and a lot of stuff that got added that I think really helped. It was a nice touch.
Yeah, I was really happy to see that. And we do get this lightning bolt here, so that may be an option to deal with this 5/3. I wish that Valorant would have used the premium cards. I want to see the shiny things. This feels weird seeing an Atronach without it being shiny and fiery.
That's an interesting play. So really, it feels like Person Seekers is setting up to make sure that that altar has a body on the board to start churning. So it looks
Yeah.
like person's really willing to take another, hit to the face on the following turn to get the altar going, in hopes that the cauldron, maybe the next turn, will start to really shift things. But we'll see.
On top of that, he does have this Dawn's Wrath in his hand as well, so setting up for the future plays of that, of saying, hey, I'm going to take control of the Shadow Lane, and when things don't go to plan, we got this Dawn's Wrath to bail us out.
Yep, absolutely. Although that field lane is looking pretty good, and the Dawn's Wrath's still a couple turns away, so let's see.
And we will get the marked man there. And decides to save it. Really wants these runes broken to give himself more resources here.
So let's see what our targets are. For at 2, it's really just harpies. So we can expect to get a harpy from the altar, and if next turn the Cauldron Keeper comes down, we should expect to see both a harpy and a Tower Alchemist. That would let the potion trigger a couple times without it being destroyed. So we're looking at 4 life and lock something down. So it's a lot of defense coming, but this is a lot of pressure.
Ooh, a channel. Oh, it's not the reverberating strike. But I was like, channel storm. I was like, oh, reverberating strike. Nope, not quite. I have seen him run those in the past, but not in this list.
Yeah,
would have been really nice. It's one of those times where it's like, man, I really wish I had that over a channeled storm. Can't remember. I can't believe I remembered that name of reverberating.
That was very impressive. I've had to look up a few names after a few years of interim here, so yeah, pulling that off the cuff, that's an impressive work, Silver.
I wonder. Well, it probably won't be very useful for too much longer, but it is just funny to think of the cards, and it'd be really nice to have an ice storm right about now, and that is not the case.
Oh my gosh, how good an ice storm would be! It would be just.
It would be game winning.
The best. Yeah. However, this is still a pretty good situation. But any type of kind of reach here from Fellerin is going to definitely threaten lethal. Because we have 9 in the field. Oh, there's I missed that the other harpy, the final harpy, was drawn. So, wow.
That as well, but that's a big help here.
Protecting the Shadow Lane to make sure that the Cauldron Keeper is able to stay up one more turn, in hopes that kind of keeps the loop going, but lets the Flame Atronach kind of go ham. So let's see.
Mighty Conjuring was quite the draw. I was gonna say Fellerin's hand looks a bit rough here without it, but with it, the hand looks a lot different.
And now we're entering Dawn's Wrath territory, so Fellerin has to be careful of the placement here.
And how about this altar? We'll just keep going as well.
So with Seihan, that's enough to kill the Cauldron Keeper, I think, right? Because Lezra will also increase in size.
Yes. I love Lezra. Did you design that card?
No, Lezra. What happened? And I will. I'll sprinkle in the ones that I had a hand with. So Sai is one that I helped design, but Lezra was one set prior to when I was on staff.
Oh, okay. Fibery told me you helped with Alfie Conjurer, right?
I did.
And that's my favorite card in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, it became really important for sure. Kind of the premise of Offbeat Conjurer was the design ethos that like mid-range decks were just really important for the health at that time because the game was like becoming like super duper control and then like super duper aggro combo. Those were like the two choices, and a push toward the Alfiq was just a very powerful mid-range card, and certainly it landed on the side of, you know, look how many are being played in this tournament. So it was successful, and like just like we talked about Invade before as well, that like we didn't have a whole lot of time to respond after the fact,
Yeah.
because kind of the spigot turned off. But we're really happy with where the Alfiq landed and how it like not kind of like massaged the metagame into mid range, because that kind of leans toward healthy.
Yes, and I remember hearing the design philosophy behind that as well from some of the designers on the team of like mid battle mage being like the ideal kind of deck that you all wanted to see, but on top of that, have the other ones be available as well. And hey, we might have lethal right here, so let's take a look at this rune pops, and nope, and that will
There he
be
goes.
lethal.
Valiant attempt by Person of Secrets, and really constructed, you know, a pretty good board, but just a little slow. That feels like the type of match that was really dictated by who had the ring.
Well, I would also say is Person of Secrets drawing this Ice Storm versus not. You know, that makes a huge difference as well, especially when he's running a 50 card deck and not able to find a critical card like that really hurts.
Yeah, especially a later game typical card after having runes broken. So yeah, that's definitely a couple of unfortunate things, but that's kind of how it goes, and that's how aggro and mid tries to punish. All right, so that concludes that one, and next we're going to see. I wonder if he's going to run it back. Oh, we have it.
Yes. I was gonna say the assassin for Fellerin was probably the deck that he was worried about the most. So getting that out of the way, he has to feel pretty confident right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of want as many bites with the apple as possible with the one that you're the least confident with. So starting that off and then getting it, that's pretty excellent. And I think Person of Secrets just wants to delight us by playing.
Yes,
support,
I'm delighted.
mage.
And off the ring again, I'm sure he's super excited about it.
I'm sure.
I
There's
have
an
to
ice
ask
storm. Good.
because I'm curious, and I'm guessing people don't hear. And also, so like I said, Invade, I wasn't, you know, too worried about it. Of course, Reddit going crazy about it. But you said you didn't really have the chance to work on it. I'm sure you thought about what you all would want to do before, or what you would do even if you haven't talked to others on the team. But like, what would be something you all would have looked at to potentially, you know, obviously player sentiment still matters, just even whether you agree with it or not. What would you all do you think you would have looked at doing for it?
There's probably a couple of cards that create a critical mass that's a little too easy. So, and one of the, I mean, and a lot of this is just going to be my opinion, and won't necessarily be shared with the other folks. But like, invade is something that you can really fight against and do well if you like change your like base heuristics. That like if the opposing deck is likely to be invade, if you just start playing shadow first, and instead of killing gates, you should wound gates and try to make it such that the invade player has to choose if they invade, they're invading this like very exposed gate. But all of that takes like a level of like kind of like savvy and understanding that is not that just doesn't play well with like the mass of players. Instead, the feels bad of like the RNG and the very explosive turns are what were felt, not the, oh, this is subverting the game in some interesting way. So I mean, some of the ways like the evasion or invasion action that like does it 3 times, or maybe the Dremora that like lets it go absolutely wild, like some of those being pulled back so that there are less turns where it feels like invade happened like 15 times this turn.
Just in your face, and you're like, what do I do now?
Yep, exactly. So even though it feels like overall healthy for the broad player base, it wasn't. And like the sentiment is definitely feels bad. And when you lose, you're losing to all of these things that like feel random, even though they're really not random. I assume that we could also like we could have looked at the escalation slightly different and done a little bit more stats and a little bit less keywords. But there's a reason why like Mundus Stone was the most played card in all of TESL. Like it's the most played legendary because it's also very fun. But we handed the keys to that fun car to like the villains. And then the players became the villains. And while that was highly on theme, it's the type of thing that I think that would have, in a regular sequence of balance patches, would have lasted for, a month or two, and then
Yeah, let
once
people
folks
have their fun.
yeah, exactly. It wouldn't have been now this is a 6-year stretch of the villains. Like it's like if Empire Strikes Back, it was just over.
That's I really appreciate that take on it. It makes a lot of sense of, this would be the idea. On top of that, ideally there would have been later other releases too, and once new cards come out, anything can really happen with the meta being shaken up.
Oh, exactly. The Outfake shows it. All it takes is one card. All it takes is like one like standard card that just like casually happens to also kill gates. And now like that whole thing, you don't have to like bend your deck toward it. You're playing this thing you want to play otherwise, and it just happens to get it. But yeah. So back to this game. We've lost some items, and now we're put in that situation of, do runes start to get broken? What do you think?
The runes start to get. Oh, really? So this game looks a lot better for person than the last game did. um, as that Ice Storm in hand this time, that's gonna come in really handy. So I'm really favoring person in this one, strictly because we have Ice Storm in our hand. It sounds a bit silly, but gonna get some runes broken, gonna be able to heal up later. Gets a, was that a first or second realm prophecy? Yeah, I feel like this is looking pretty good for person.
It is. No hard removal though. So there's some big oh yeah, I guess there's hard removal.
Yay, Lava Jack!
We did
gonna
it.
see it.
Oh please,
What
please,
is it gonna
please,
be?
please. No whammy. Up whammy. Oh
we love
no.
Lava Jack. No, and Edith from Azura.
I helped with that. That was definitely that card was called the Grease Pig in the development. So that constantly moving around and constantly getting bigger as a way to tie into the move mechanic is definitely something that I got to help with. It was a really fun design.
That was another thing that was also really appreciated in TESL too, is designs just weren't completely ditched and never messed with again. There was always kind of something that used the lane mechanics, used the move mechanics, used our the Dwemer or Dwemmers, and it just always kind of stacked on it without being overpowering at the same time.
Yeah, that was.
Oh,
there we go.
There we go.
Oh my goodness! Wow, what a clear! At 20 health, this is gonna be tough sledding.
Oh yeah, no, this game, I'm not gonna say it's over, but it's kind of over.
Yeah, a win here from Fellerin would be very impressive. I don't quite know how that even gets constructed, so we'll see. I don't think that we have any early concedes in a tournament like this, but on ladder, I think I'd probably go walk around and then requeue.
Yeah, I would say I'm about done with this game. Just gonna throw out another Ice Storm here. Only 2 cards left in hand. This Gambler, I mean, I would done throughout this game if I had to.
For sure.
I mean, we have 2 fireballs, but like that's how much I would prioritize getting rid of this Gambler when it does get played. Give it to yourself. Give it to yourself. Aw, why not?
It's an edict. That way, trying to play the Gambler as the final card in hand to just like maximize the potential value.
Oh no, I was saying that Cloud Rush should use it on herself for fun.
Oh, for funsies.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, and speaking of like different mechanics that the design team kept going back to, yeah, we all definitely had our hobby horses too. Is the, making sure that move matters and like was truly a competitive deck was definitely a push in some of those final sets. I know that I always try to push that like endurance, like big butt strategy to be just a little bit more competitive, and we got pretty close there near the end. But it definitely
Yeah.
became. I can remember PV saying, "Jason, why do you keep submitting these big butt mechanics?"
That's funny.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, I remember talking to Paulo about stuff, and he's working on Legends of Runeterra now.
Yeah.
A game that I later moved to after TESL, but TESL is still my true love. Don't worry. I enjoy Runeterra too, but like I said, you just there's no better card game than TESL for me.
Yep, I'm the same way. I played a little bit of Runeterra, and then I switched over and I've done some design work on like tabletop games. I have like
Oh, I didn't know that. That's
I
awesome.
have 6 or 7 board games out now, and a
Oh,
couple that are just
wow.
now in Barnes and Noble. So that's where I've been spending my time, and I got to design a bunch of Unmatched, which is like a skirmish miniature game. So those have had like thousands of backers on crowdfunding and stuff. So that's
That's
where a lot of my
incredible.
time is spent. Thanks. It's
It's so
been
cool to
a
see
blast.
do was TESL the first game that you designed and kind of like got you into that space, or like
It
not that you
is.
like designed, but like started having a hand in essentially. So that's so cool to see that it like kickstarted that for you, and for me like it kickstarted casting for me. Like I got to cast Legends of Runeterra Worlds and stuff. So, like it's just cool to see like what this game has done for example us, and I know it's done a lot for other people in the community as well.
Yeah, and I mean it speaks to you log on to a month and a half ago you could log on to TESL and like the friends list would still be populated with tons of people playing TESL, and the
Yes.
game hadn't had any content in 5 years. Um, you know, it definitely scratched that itch for a bunch of folks. So I mean, I know that my final stats on my free-to-play account for TESL was like well over like 11,000 ranked wins. So I don't know what that equates to
11,000.
and how slow the decks I play, but a lot of my life has been spent playing TESL, and it's just the best.
Yeah, I know on Steam, so not including mobile, which honestly I don't play a ton of mobile, but I was at about 3,000 hours for
Nice.
Tussle. And
East March
on
is
top of
perfect
that,
for you.
oh, I was gonna say, not including the casting as well, and the deck building with friends, and watching friends in
Sure.
Discord, and coaching each other.
The
A lot
community.
of time. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was wonderful.
I mean, those were great draws. And, maybe I should pay attention more to this game that will pass us here casting. But, after seeing those 2 ice storms, I was like, okay, this is over. I've been here before. I've played against person on the ladder with these kind of decks and it had ice storms against me. I know what this looks like. I know what this mage deck looks like, but we see the College of Winterhold, and this is where the fun really begins.
Yeah, now who knows? Now this becomes, just like the golden oldies of TESL. Let's see what happens. Oh,
That
wow,
hush
that's
there.
great. Some silences, and we got a squish for Laneth, maybe.
Yep, does take that squish. Goodbye to your cards.
Yeah, but if you can get runner East March, just some other things that are going to give you value, like you at least put some pressure on. Unfortunately, the instinct will be to play to the shadow lane, and Dawn's Wrath is just waiting. Oh,
Yep.
that's a good salties.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the better cards you can draw here. This was a cool card. Did you design this one?
No, that one I'm not sure if that one came from Josh or not, but like I helped on the development of it for sure. That it became like mud crabs are so fun and memey that it becomes how is this real, and then very quickly it became like this might be way too powerful.
Well,
Like
it was
not
yes.
non-crab
I remember
decks are
like
now
this
playing
card and we
crabs.
were like, what? We were like, this is already just an S tier thing, and that was one that I think just about everyone was on the same page there. There are very few people that thought this card would be weak because 5 mana to get multiple, units out, with them having abilities as well, summon effects. You can't really go wrong with that.
Yep, and then it came down to like we played and iterated enough on decks, and that like the win percentage versus like the very best decks wasn't high enough that it became like this is now just a viable thing. So maybe that's healthy.
Yeah, and there's
But
that
you never
Dawn's
know.
Wrath that you talked about. once again, this game looks a bit doomed.
It does. That being said, you know, that's funny. Oh wow, not keeping it. Okay. How is person gonna close this out? So let's see how soon we get to the conjuration tutors and the big astronauts of like fully locking things down.
Jason, as a fellow control player, you know how this is gonna close out.
They can see it. But
Oh yeah, they just get bored. They just
get
get really bored watching you play all your cards and having all
right.
the fun. I mean, this is literally a person's dream of a person was just this is the last match
Oh,
that
for
they
sure.
would play. Like this is like person's secrets. Like, yep, this is why I play TESL right here.
Yep, absolutely. There's a reason why my board game design company is called Dirtle Games, because dirtling is one of the most fun things in card games, and this is into definitely some dirtle is is going on.
The thoughts here are, I'm really glad this isn't ladder. They would have conceded by now.
For sure. All right, Don's
And-
wrath number 2.
Why not?
Yep. We're getting ready to see some elusive schemers and like fully lock up like with guards. So definitely one of those situations like when Karakhan Zul got me with a Nasi. Like that you need some.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh my gosh, every once in a while I'll watch that video just to like, you know, make myself want to have like a Rocky sequence where like I'm motivated because that was so brutal.
Yeah. Funny, because it's definitely a core memory for you, but it's a core memory for a lot of other people too.
Yeah, one of my favorite parts of that is just how very clearly I knew that it happened from being able to hear the audience through the noise in my headphones. I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
People are too loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, fun stuff.
Yeah, I
So-
remember talking to Folder at it. Because we're like, can you hear them? And he was like, yes, we can hear everything. They're playing white noise, but you can still hear everything.
Yeah, especially when the crowd like went wild. So like you couldn't hear like specific words and stuff, and but you could tell what the commotion was for sure.
Yeah, and they could hear the casters too saying the cards, is what he said. And
Oh, I
was
could
like,
not.
oh.
So that's yeah.
If I remember correctly, but everyone did have that advantage, but it was still like, oh.
Yeah,
I just remember him saying, we could hear everything.
So now,
Soul
oh my
Shred!
gosh, Soul Shred. Oh,
Oh,
that's
got that
funny.
from College of Winterhold. I wish
Yep.
I would have played that card before the shutdown. That was the one I remember. But I also just remembered the video. Like some things I just didn't almost like want to paint my last memory of it because of like the videos and stuff that I've posted. I'm like, well, they're right there. I know what I did last with that card.
Yeah, Soul Shred, I was part of that. There were definitely folks that were just like folks on the team that were like,
What is
Mill
wrong with
not
you?
fun, and it shouldn't exist. And it became like there's a very certain type of player that will be delighted by that, and
Oh, yeah.
that type of
I was
player
one
is
of
Person
them.
Secrets. Yeah, and
Yeah.
you.
So a person does go ahead and take that victory, uses the College of Winterhold to just find all the right pieces to finish out that game. If this was ladder, I think person would have held onto that rage and like the unstoppable rage and would have just kept going because it's a secret. He can keep the unstoppable rage secret if he wants. So
Yeah.
person does get that win with the mage. That will be our last time seeing it, unfortunately, Jason. But we gotta see it go off. What will we see next from person, the Dagoth or the Telvanni, do you think?
I think I would hope that like the Dagoth I think has the weaker matches into both, and you want to tie the Dagoth into the Empire because I think that if you get a really good draw with the hand, your healing can kind of bring you back. And I don't think that you really want to play the Dagoth into Scout because the Goblin deck will
It
avoid
overwhelms it
ward.
pretty quickly too.
Yeah, just the -1 stuff is so effective against ward plays that I think that you want to dodge that however you can. So
That
I think
makes
Telvanni
sense.
could probably play fine into either, but Dagoth is the one I'm the most scared of. Scared not being able to find a win with if I'm person. And if I'm Fellerin, I'm not sure if there's something similar.
I mean, you could queue up that scout hoping that person runs Dagoth.
Yeah. That's true.
Hey, there it is. That's Scout into that Dagoth.
There we go.
The hand here. Oh.
Oh no. Well,
Huh.
this is not the ladder scout that we know. What this is not the
Oh.
the
Oh.
wow.
That's not it. I really, person's hand's not good either.
No, but
What'd
this is
you
not
do
the
to this
double
game,
bloody.
Jason?
You want that double bloody hand into the
Oh,
skirmishers, those type of draws. Whereas this is a bricked hand. This
is
is
this just gonna be ugly on both sides?
yeah.
Hey, look,
Wow.
a playable card.
We got one.
Yay!
First blood is imminent. There we go. A little late.
Yeah, this is
Well,
kind
it's
of a
certainly
bit of an
the
awkward
mid
game.
side of Scout here.
Yeah, I mean, if I was person, I'd be feeling pretty good about them not being able to play anything with this bricked hand, but also not having a good hand. The only big redeeming factor is having the ring and a hand now, and a hand. That helps.
Yes. Yeah, that hand. No, like, immediate great answer either, even though, like, the Scout deck does have a few. There we go. Cursed Leaf Lurker is a really good hand answer. And this troll, it's one of those just overstated duders, gets to put a decent amount of pressure. This is at least a little bit better for Fellerin.
Yep. I remember the first Worlds where whenever Handed Dagoth played back then being a 5/5, you would see the opponent like grimace and the player came, which was always really funny to me. I don't remember if you were one. I think Karakon, I saw him grimace. You might have grimaced too. I'm not sure, but I just thought it was so funny because there was one case of one after the other that
Yeah.
I remember thinking, wow, this is the most brutal thing I've ever seen in my life.
I was typically a little bit more control-y, so I didn't care if my opponent gained 1,000 health, but all of the players like Karakon that played mid, the hand just or like aggro or mid.
Yeah, it might have
hand
been
just took over.
Pasta as well that was like,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah, it has that same feeling that when your opponent first ring prophecies, whenever they have the hand, because they're playing the larger deck, and you're just like, yeah, whatever. And when they play the second one, it's just like, yeah, sure, I guess so.
Hey, good for you.
Yep.
The person take care of that pretty easily.
We got the 1-2 punch of definitely like the whole goblin. I was on the team for trying to make those packages. I think that I may have designed the endurance one, the feather. But generally, that whole package was definitely a push of like this was a slightly unexplored
Yes.
mechanic, and there was some like with the shaman that would give you curses every turn, even though they're not in this deck. Those are just kind of some unrealized like cool combos, and it was so fun to play Shard Point Dragon. So it became like how
Yeah.
far could we push? So then you make cards that are a little cheaper and a little higher on rate, like the Bloody Hand Chef. To kind of push things, knowing that it's a digital game, so you can pull back if you really need to after the fact. But yeah, that was definitely intentional.
Gave some cool identity. Build you overall and scout decks like in this flavor that we have right here.
The Umaril, I was definitely part of the design on that one. I don't know if I had the first pitch on it, but this idea of a character that came back, I'm pretty sure that also like matched the lore on Umaril.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And we just wanted some bit mid value plays. So similar to the Alfiq, this is like a legendary version of it. Like it's two bodies, kind of.
Yeah. Without being too overwhelming. Like it's annoying, but not backbreaking.
Yep, and because it goes to the other lane, it like promotes fighting. One of the cool things that I remember Josh talking about was that TESL, from a design standpoint, the more that you like let the game slow down and people don't ever want to break runes, the more it kills the game. It just like it locks up the entire system. So you should promote a way, ways and incentivize ways to actually attack and get things done. So cards that are powerful, like Alfiq or like Umaril, was definitely an intentional direction. This is a great Shard Point.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that was always something I really liked about the design philosophy is creature-based battle. But of course, having some abilities and stuff here and there, but at the end of the day, using the shadow, the lane system was what the game was about and what made it unique. So if you're only having these abilities all the time and you're losing out on the point of the shadow lane, like what's the point of the game anymore? And I would
Exactly.
say that was one of my gripes about LOR was I felt like too often there wasn't enough creature-based combat and I've thought about it a lot of just like with the blocking system. Like I really like attackers chooses, and I know that a lot of games are blockers chooses, but I like the agency you get from attackers chooses, and I feel like there's a lot less locked up games because of attackers chooses.
Yep, and the other side of that spectrum is that attacker chooses can often cause a lot of snowball situations. So like the
Yes.
lane system in TESL like really avoids that. Like, oh, you truly lost a lane. Now, pursue this other lane that's not like the snowball lane, but it's the now I have a chance to overtake. So yeah, TESL's that like perfect sweet spot. So other games have definitely dipped into that. I know I play a lot of Star Wars Unlimited now, which is a physical TCG that does like a toon lane system, and I'm getting ready to go and participate in their Galactic Championship for that one. But it
Oh,
just
that's
doesn't
cool.
quite feel the same. The
And it
cards,
shouldn't.
yeah. Well, it's funny too because whenever I played Star Wars Limited, I was like, oh, it's like they played Versus System and TESL a lot, like me, and they designed a
Mhm.
game. So it feels so familiar immediately. But still found myself going back to my phone and playing TESL because it's the best.
It really is. So Fellerin here taking a big bite out of Person of Secret, sending them down to 8 health and really not good answers. And we see a concede from Person here. Saw the writing in the wall, and Fellerin's able to get the second victory. We're paying attention to the game, right, Jason? Yeah?
Sure,
Yeah.
exactly. After that slow start, it really just shows like that that mid scout can just take everything out. When you try to play the creature game, scout takes that away from you. We have a victory for scout. We don't yet have a victory for empire. We'll still need to see empire going into either Dagoth or Telvanni. But yeah, it's so fun to get wrapped up in some of the history of TESL that sorry players that we didn't linger on the actual results on the end of that game, but it really came down to the fact that Fellerin could remove any opposing creature.
So if your person here, well, it looks like does decide to take Telvanni, might as well take a shot at everything, and it should be able to deal with the go wide of this Empire. It is a lot more tokeny than, for example, some of the other Empire decks that we saw brought here. I did cast the quarterfinal game here, Fellerin with this deck, and had the most insane hand and just absolutely steamrolled in the finals. And this hand's not looking too bad either. I mean, this
That's a
Darkmane
good
card,
one.
did you have a hand in it?
I did that one almost entirely.
Oh, all right.
That was my pitch for a monthly card. I'm like, we don't have a if the lane is full pop, like the
Yeah.
lane is full X. So it
Kind
became
of
like
like
now we get
Catapult.
yeah, it was very similar to that. Yep. Especially for the lanes, like the decks that use a bunch of move mechanics, you can like intentionally choose when they get full. But yeah, you're right. Catapult's another example of that. But this was just like the move
For
flavor of that.
moving.
Yeah.
Yes. And it really fits the monk thing too. So being able to make it a little bit more powerful as well makes sense as well because of the
Yeah.
dual color.
Yep, and at the time of the design, Monk was kind of like a little bit of a laughing stock. Not like
Yes.
literally,
Oh
but it's
yeah.
just like it was, you
Yeah,
played it as
literally.
Mimi. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So then something that's just pretty good on rate and does some like very special things that other things don't do became like super appealing. So very proud of that Dark Main.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that Leonardo DiCaprio meme of pointing at the TV of like, and I'm like, did you do this? Did you do this? Was that you?
That's funny. I know Varen that's in the hand. I think that I mean like first of all of this was a team. So whether it was in any one of us, like everything was riffed on. So I'm not like taking like supreme credit. So but I can talk about like the seeds for things, and it's exciting to see the cards that came from like seeds of your own ideas.
Yeah, of course.
And Varen, even though the rate was a little higher than normal, I know that I was a big advocate for Varen. I can't remember if I had the initial pitch, but it became half the team thinking that this card was absolutely useless, and half the team thinking that this card was absolutely busted. And it was one of those like sweet spots of like, oh yeah, this one's just weird enough that it's like perfect for that legendary world. So yeah.
You'll be glad to hear that I think Indizo and I spent almost 30 minutes talking about that card. Like, not even exaggerating. We talked about it for a while of just how the original community sentiment was like, holy crap, this is busted. How could they even print something like this? And then like later it's kind of like moved on to this card is a bit, you know, like it has its moments, but a lot of the times that you do want the value from the runes. Like I remember seeing races though of like, you know, Crusaders or whatever, and Varen being the big game changer. But against like these more like mid-rangey decks, oftentimes was a bit of a hindrance more than a help. So it was interesting, but we saw that Thulder in his games earlier valued this card really heavily in his matchup against Fellerin, but it did end up hurting him in that case. But
yeah,
yeah,
it's like
it was
you trade
such
the
a cool
top card of your
card.
deck for 5 health it was so interesting because you could use this card that on the surface looked really exciting and really punish the player. So you know, so there definitely times where like the opponent plays Varen and you kind of lick your chops. You're like, well, you're gonna draw 2 less cards this game. Is what it's gonna feel like. Yeah, so super interesting. And like person has a pretty good good start here, but that's a big body. That like
that's
turn
another
3
big
miss.
thing.
That turn 3 miss for Fellerin was just brutal. Not having a single play and having to wait.
Mm-hmm.
It worked out okay with the turn 2 miss for Fellerin last game, but turn 3 is a little bit more critical in these mid versus mid. So we'll see if like the long-term value plays that we can get from Divine Fervor can make up for it.
This Hollow Death Priest, pretty good hit of taking away the Cliff Racer. One of the better cards for ending games here.
Yep. One of the things about this matchup too, there's just not. Is there? I think there's 0 ways to get rid of a support in the Telvanni. There's no Shadow Priest, so that Divine Fervor is going to stick. So that value is going to be forever. So let's see how Fellerin decides to play it. Another thing that doesn't exist in that Telvanni deck is Ice Storm. So there's a couple of like kind of mainstays of those deck archetypes just totally avoided in order to play other cards like Torval Extortionist and other just like big statted units. Blood Magic Lord. Ooh, I also had a part in Abner. I was
I told you that? Okay, that's actually my real favorite card. Alfiq and Abner, I don't even know which one's my favorite. I love them both so much, Jason. I remember you telling me that you had a hand in that one, and I was like, you're just designing all my favorite blue cards.
And originally Sahan, and Abner were swapped. And it became so like Sai was kind of like a battle strategist that kind of knew what everyone else could do. So being able to copy a summon made sense. And then we're able to fully justify it and it to be better on color to change it over to Abner. And it made for so much good shenanigans. I mean, everybody loves summon abilities, getting immediate benefit. So being able to have a variable one is just like, you know, real saucy to have a friend for Ancano. And yeah, real happy with how that came out. Now we got a big Atronach.
So I remember that some people on the team told me that they spent a lot of time reading lore, usually in their own free time even. Was that something that you did, or were you just more like, we'll throw a design out here and hopefully someone aligns it with the lore?
You know, it was definitely a little bit of both. Like I played Elder Scrolls Online only because of this game. I read the wiki a ton. I know way too much about like Khajiit like breeding patterns. because of the job. I also played through Skyrim for the very first time because of the role. So yeah, we all definitely did like deep dives into the lore, and yeah, it was definitely a labor of love. But yeah, led us down some strange places where some stuff worked and some stuff didn't. And then we got to meet a lot with Bethesda and the teams to find out what was happening in their content in the future so that things could align. So even though we had some weird, you know, stuff in our back pocket, we would we would make those decisions to kind of align with like where the game was going, and then we would constantly try to find opportunities to make a reference that if somebody gets it, then they'll be delighted.
So, a question I have for you, what was an idea that you or a team member had that became an unrealized idea that you really wish you could have seen in the game?
So my first pitch for Soul Burst was I can't remember the cost of it, but it was deal 2 damage to all creatures everywhere. So it was like it was every creature in the deck,
That's
all creatures
funny.
in the hand.
Would some just obliterate then? Like just
Yep.
die? Oh,
Yes.
and just straight into the pile.
Yeah, all the ones that would be in deck that had 2 or less would just go straight to the discard pile. All the ones in hands would do the same, or they would be wounded when you played them. And it was, you want some of those
Cool
kind of
idea.
like eye-popping, like exciting mechanics, and then it becomes, can this technically be done? So it's fun to propose those things because sometimes you find something that's worthwhile, and then invariably Josh would say, that's nonsense, but but we could do this other thing that's similar to it. So
That's nonsense.
but I mean,
yeah.
everyone had like really good ideas like that for like Ryan and Peter and Josh and PV. It was definitely a team effort, and they all had such great instincts that it was just a pleasure to work with them. And yeah, it was a delight. And all of these things, like, it's iterative design for a reason. None of this stuff comes out baked the first time. So except for the Khajiit that makes other Khajiits. So the like some week PV just showed up with that card and he's like, we should make it, and it was like exactly perfect. So,
I remember people love that card.
Yeah, kind of had a very funny playtest name, the Khajiit that makes other Khajiits. But so I won't mention that, but forever in my heart, that's what it's named.
You can tell me after the stream.
Sure, can do.
The recording, I
this
should
is family
say.
friendly. Yeah.
Oh. It has something to do with those breeding patterns you were talking about earlier.
Something like that. So a lot of pressure. Valorant's put a lot of pressure on Person of Secrets, but Person of Secrets has looked to turn the corner. So let's see.
Oh,
wow. Well, 1 off.
That's not fair. Who allowed this? Wow.
So we're 1 short of being able to just, win for sure. But now, this is the edge of being able to start locking it up. So do you choose to pass on the damage from Razum, or do you push that damage hoping that you get another charge later that the Dawn will matter? Or do you just wait 1 turn and you might just win from either lane? Person really has to like guard up both lanes in order to stop some play like Razum with the Dawnbreaker after the Thieves Guild takes him down to 8. What do you think?
So the big thing is that Person of Secrets runs 3 Hallowed Death Priest, and these are open lists. We've seen one of them already. So Valorant does have to be mindful of if I lose out on this damage. However, if he throws it out, willy-nilly and isn't able to finish the game, then this Dawnbreaker doesn't get the value it needs. So I think there's a good chance ends up passing in hopes that there's no Hallowed Death Priest, and there really aren't a ton of guards in this deck. And there's a prophecy. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, I was thinking it'd be something cool, but nope.
I would have been very tempted to Dawnbreaker on the Thieves to just get the 7 in. That way, then either lane for Razum would win it for you, and you could draw. And next turn you're gonna have then 4 open mana that you could potentially draw like some other way to deal with a guard or something. But either way, this is looking really good for Fellerin.
Yeah, I think I probably would have slammed it too. I'm sure there's a reason why he decided not to. On top of that, I think this kind of, at 10 mana passing, this is saying, this is kind of spelling out your hand of, you're close to lethal, would be my read if I were to be playing. So if I did have a Hallowed Death Priest in my hand, I would be slamming it down first thing, hoping that I hit whatever the lethal potentially was.
For sure. Is there any healing with that Sun and Shadow? Let's see. So yeah, you can tell Person Secrets is nervous and should be.
We have no
that
Black Hand Messenger in here.
No. And can't do anything with Brynjolf.
Arrow
There's no.
Stalkers. Yeah.
You're only
And
gonna
already
have
played
5 left. You have Lightning
early
Bolt,
Fighters Guild.
Channeled Storm. No, this is looking like Fellerin has done the thing.
Yep.
And how close to? No, definitely not close to lethal for.
Okay, but I don't want the game to be over because I want to keep talking about cards and stuff.
Yeah. Just
like this Red Brahmin card, another one of my favorite
go.
cards in the game.
I don't want to go, Mr. Stark.
I don't want to go.
All right.
We just pretend like person wins this game. You have one other one, right, Wolf? Yeah. Wolf will put another one for us.
That's right. Well played to both players here, and Fellerin takes it down, winning the match, clearing it. Very patient, well played, and third place is locked up in the consolation side of this for the Elder Scrolls Legends Farewell Tournament. So great job to both players, and they really get to showcase what the best parts of the game, where you can miss drops entirely and make up for it, and especially with these like mid versus mid games, you just like see that come through.
Two mid games.
That's right.
I will say, in some ways, Person's a real winner with being able to make the mage go off one last time in the tournament. I'm sure they are very happy about that.
I think knowing that they were in the finals, being able to say you could win the match to get third place, or you could win a game with support mage where you get to do literally everything, I think Person would take that. So I think that at the end of the day, we're all winners.
They both won. We all won.
That's right.
Yay!
Congratulations to our players, and enjoy watching the finals with I Like Pasta and Ross Pierre Dole. And this has been
players.
Yeah, fantastic. And Silver, it has been an absolute pleasure to speak with you and to cast with you again. And I hope that everything goes great for you in your pursuits.
And I'm here with Fellerin after having won the third place match against Prisoner of Secrets. Congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
You got third out of the bracket of 64 that we had in the farewell tournament, so it's quite a feat. You chose match 4, the Empire match against the mid-range Telvanni, to be highlighted here. It was interesting to see Telvanni and not Telvanni control, but mid-range. So it's good that this was the last match for the series in the third place. So this is a board-based matchup. And you told me that you missed turn 3, which would cost you the game in most cases, but it didn't this time. Why?
Well, overall, I'd say this Telvanni is quite bad, honestly. I mean, the Person of Secrets, I know he played a lot back in 2020, and well, I might be a little bit off, but anyway, years ago. So yeah, maybe he's not very up to date how the game is going. But yeah, Telvanni is usually they either ramp more towards bigger threats, or a normal mid-range deck could do with a cheaper curve with more threats, but this deck had 2 Blood Magic Lords that are actually very slow cards. They do nothing on turn 9 when their blade don't even have a card. And triple Hallowed Death Priest, also very slow cards. You need to have lots of ample time to play them and benefit from them. So yeah, it was very slow deck. Triple Daggerfall Mage again requires so much mana to use them that it couldn't capitalize on early board advantage at all. So yeah, I was able to somewhat come back, but well, only somewhat, because the opponent still held a bigger board until the very end of the game.
Yeah, I see that you have pushed into Prophecy on 20, which helped Prisoner of Secrets try to stabilize. And then on turn 8, you have everything covered in Shadow Lane, but he has a Channel Storm and a Sanctuary Pet, and then the next turn he's able to play Odin and Necromancer and bring back the Sanctuary Pet again, which will mean that you don't get to actually push for default. And here comes turn 10. You have a Resin Dar and a Dawnbreaker in hand. and you have to decide if you play the Dawnbreaker now, you go face, and you play the Resendar next turn, or if you just wait and pair the Resendar with the Dawnbreaker for 8 damage in the following turn, and you decided to do this in the end. Can you explain your thought process on the turn 10 when you just passed without actually playing any cards?
Yeah, my idea was that this is pretty much my only chance to win. If we prolong this game even longer, I won't have a chance. He actually had lots of cards in his deck, like triple Barrow Stalker, triple Fighters Guild Recruits, also Necromancers to bring back more Fighters Guild Recruits, and 6 and 7 drop cards as well. And I thought it's entirely possible he can guard both lanes, and to reduce this probability, I didn't want to break an additional rune. Well,
it did pay
yeah.
off in the end, and you won the series. So congrats again. Is there any closing thoughts that you want to put out here?
Oh, nothing special, yeah. As of this interview, the game is still online, but when you're listening to it, then it should be offline already. So thank you everybody who played the game and also who participated in this final big tournament. And yeah, see you in next online games, I hope.
And welcome back to the Farmer Tournament. We are just moments away from going to the finals, but before the match comes, we have an interview here because I did manage to reach out to Pete Hines. So, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Quite good. It's exciting to be here and to be able to talk to you because you are the one who we can thank for bringing TESL to life. And let me start with the first question right away because this concerns this part of the development because not many of us know what your part was in creating TESL. So can you talk about that a bit?
I mean, Legends was originally born as an idea out of ZeniMax Online, the folks who do the amazing Elder Scrolls Online game. And as they were developing it, they felt like they wanted to, a strategy card game, kind of a companion game to go along with it that could appeal to folks playing the game. It feature a lot of the creatures and content from the world of the Elder Scrolls, but presented in a different way. And it really sort of evolved from there. It was a very different game than the one that everybody's playing in the tournament right now when it started. We actually rebooted it. It used to be a lot like Marvel Snap, where it was zones of control and it was simply about who had the most power in each of the zones, and that was kind of how you decided the winner. But we like the idea of more interactivity, of players making more choices and deciding to attack or block and ultimately it became the game that you saw and had been playing for years. And my role in all of this was like I was never in charge of development at Bethesda. I was a marketing and PR comms guy, and obviously I'm pretty heavily involved in publishing. But I just came to it from the standpoint of somebody who I love playing Magic the Gathering. I went to a pre-release this past weekend, and I love a good strategy card game, and I just felt like this was doing a number of things that nobody else was, and just a game I enjoyed playing the hell out of, and tried to get as many other people as I could to play it too.
Yeah, we've seen that during the streams you did with CVH on the official Bethesda account in
Yep.
YouTube. So this partly answers the second question too, the question of how did the idea come to mind to create a CCG in Tamriel setting. But then, so it started with the idea of ESO in mind. But then it was a separate game in the end, and it was handed to Direwolf to make it. So how did that happen that you got an outside studio to build the game instead of a branch of Bethesda?
Sure. Again, that came from ZeniMax Online. So they had the idea of this being something they wanted to do, but they also recognized they were in the midst of developing an absolutely massive Elder Scrolls Online game that was plenty of work for them to do already. Like they weren't looking for more work, and they knew like, hey, we're not strategy card experts. We need to work with somebody who understands this space better, has got the designers and so forth. And so they were the ones who had reached out and contacted Direwolf. I actually remember driving up to ZeniMax Online when Direwolf came in, and they had me sit with Paul, who's the lead designer on Legends. Sort of came up with the whole concept and lanes and prophecy and all of that stuff. And Paul and I played a physical card game version of Legends because they didn't even have a client yet. This was still just, in the design phase. And so they had printed out all of the cards. And he and I played a match with, cards flipped down to represent prophecy. And, we had folks in the dev studio and from Direwolf there kind of watching. But yeah, I was the first person from Bethesda ZeniMax to ever play a game of Elder Scrolls Legends, because all the ZOS folks knew like, oh, Pete is a card game junkie. Like, let him play and see what he thinks. Yeah, so it was super fun.
That's very cool. So you got to play a physical version even before the original was released. Ah.
Yeah, just to see, like, to prove out, like, this is how the game plays. This is what happens. When I take away this much of your life, you're gonna flip this card over, and even then, right, without understanding what's the UI gonna look like card animations or frames, like you could immediately see like, oh, this is super fun to play. And the thing that really sold me on it was prophecy. Like I really loved the idea, and I had played a bunch of not just strategy card games, but other games where it's like, I know I'm gonna lose this game like 10 minutes before it happens, and then there's just this Like I have no ability to stop it, and I just sit here not having fun because I have no chance to get back in. And this idea of prophecy and like hitting a card that you might actually be able to play right away that completely stops what your opponent had been doing, like that was something that I was like, hey, that sort of get yourself back into the match when you're getting your butt kicked was something I really liked because it just made games that seemed like they were over suddenly not over. And like, we've seen over the years of Legends, like amazing comebacks and the stories of like, oh yeah, I was down to one life and was just dead and came all the way back and won because of this, that, and the other. Like I just love that that was even a possibility.
Yeah, it really made TESL special in the card game space. So you already
Mhm.
talked to MTG. Was it the first game to introduce you to the genre, or have you played other CCGs before that?
Oh, I definitely play Magic the most. It's really not close, but I've played just about anything else anybody has made. I played Hearthstone. I played a bunch of stuff. I'll try stuff, download it, play it. I like deck builder games. Like I'm a big. I don't know if you guys have played Slay the Spire. If anybody knows me from Legends or any card game really, my favorite form of playing any card game is limited. Like I love draft or sealed and the idea of like here's a pile of cards, see if you can make the best deck possible and beat other people. So even in Magic, I pretty much only ever play field or draft because I just find that far more interesting and challenging than like building a deck of standard and all the best cards over. Like I have played it some, but I really lean towards things that embrace limited and just like rip some packs open, make some choices, see if you can build the best deck possible. I find that the most fun.
Coming back to TESL, this game was the most friendly card game that I ever played. Many of us will agree. So how did you end up deciding the game to be free to play?
Honestly, looking at the landscape out there, it felt like that was really our only good option. Like we didn't want a big barrier to play where you got to put money in up front just to try it. Again, it was designed to build on and embrace not just the fan base from the Elder Scrolls Online, which has now become, over the last 10 plus years, this huge player base, but, Skyrim players, Oblivion players, Morrowind, or, just anybody who's like sick of waiting for Elder Scrolls 6 and wants to play some Elder Scrolls. We wanted to appeal to the most folks and to have the lowest barrier of entry. Like you don't have to cut us a check. You don't have to pay, money up front. Just come play it. Just come try it. You know, I love single player stuff. Our company was known as a single player company. You look what Bethesda's still doing, right? Starfield, amazing single player. Indiana Jones, incredible single player. Doom, Dark Ages, amazing single player. And so the fact that it had single player, that you could get somebody and actually play through a little story, learn about the card mechanics, learn about lanes. It felt like a great game for let's just put this out there and see how many people want to give it a try, and that we can come in, get to come in to play it. And like Post Malone played the hell out of this game. Like
Yeah.
Post Malone owned every card in this game before anybody else on this planet did, unless they were a developer and gave themselves all of the, you know, and like that was super cool. Like, hey, this guy's a Elder Scrolls fan, and he's Post Malone, and he loves our card game. Like, holy shit. Who would have thought that? But we just wanted that. We wanted anybody to heard about it to be able to just download it and play it and try it right away because we felt like it was fun and accessible and had a good onboard experience. You could kind of learn as you go if you weren't a super card expert.
The fact that the game lasted 5 years in maintenance shows how good the game was on its basis, just because the strategy part of it and the deck builder also was so good. What were the next expansions you have planned that you didn't end up making?
Well, that's a good question. Honestly, I don't remember. Like, I'm sure we must have been working on something, but I couldn't tell you like what mechanics or keywords or color combos or like I really don't remember where we were on that. Mostly because like, well, there came a point at which like that wasn't our focus anymore, right? Or we knew we weren't going to get to move forward with that plan, and so yeah, it's a real shame. Like honestly, I would have loved to have seen where where this game could have gone. I think, Direwolf did an amazing job with the design. I thought Sparky Pants did an amazing job with the game. And we asked them to do a lot in creating a brand new client on top of an existing client so that we could try and move towards something that was easier to update, didn't require as long of a downtime, all of the things that really hurt live services game that you never think about because they're not the game itself, right? It's the thing that keeps
Yeah.
you from playing the game. This stupid patch I have to download, how long the servers are down, like all of that. Just, it's a game that for a bunch of reasons never really got the fair shake that I thought it deserved. But, to your point, so proud of how sticky this game still is and how this community still, embraces it, plays it, has gotten together to play a tournament today. Like I love that. That there are other people with whom it resonated because like I mean my whole time at Bethesda was never just a job, right? It was also a chance for me to throw myself into things that I just love. Like I love strategy card games, the thing I love doing and I worked on the Elder Scrolls for so much that being able to pour love and attention and try and give it a chance to succeed and find an audience was something I really enjoyed. And I'll always regret that it didn't get I think the reception and the audience that it deserved. But boy, we sure killed ourselves trying to make that a success. That's for sure.
We've seen that. Do you know why TESL wasn't ported to ESA? Instead, they developed their own card game, Tales of Tribute.
Yeah, because again, like it is impossible to underscore the programming and technological marvel that Elder Scrolls Online is. Like, I don't think people appreciate that they put out this massive, enormous game, and then every single year add an entire new game's worth of content to the existing game without everything just breaking and collapsing under the weight of all of the features and functionality they add. So if you took all of that and then said, oh, by the way, you also have to get this strategy card game running, like I think there'd be riots. Like I think they would probably revolt at that point. Not because they don't want to, but like the amount of work they already have to do to get that game running as well as it runs across so many different platforms and so much new content. Like it's just that was the thing I was always amazed at. And honestly, it's also the thing that I think just would prevent this from ever like being included in another thing. But who knows? Todd Howard is a fucking genius, and he might decide at some point he wants to do X, Y, or Z in a game down the road. He loves mini games and has put him in other stuff. I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't hold your breath for it. But maybe someday somebody makes an Elder Scrolls game and decides to to bring Legends back and breathe some new life into it in a different way. I would love to see that.
A good part of the community blames the lack of advertising for not being able to compete with other card games. And it was also
Yeah.
more player friendly. So, do you think that it really was a problem of getting the word out? Or we were bleeding in other areas that we haven't even thought of?
As with most games, it's never really one thing. Even when it seems like a big glaring thing, it's always more complicated than that. I signed off on the dollars. Like I wrote the checks for the advertising. I assure you, we spent money on it. And the part of what people don't realize is, look, if you're playing a mobile game, I don't want you to see the ads for it because I'm wasting money on you. You're already playing the game. Why am I serving an ad to somebody who's already playing the game? Now, if I'm showing it to you because I want to reacquire you or I'm trying to encourage you to play the game more, that's different. But in general, like I never wanted to see an ad for Legends because like I'm already playing the game. Don't waste money showing an ad to a player who's already playing the game every day. That's a waste of money. That's bad advertising. Like we should be super targeted on acquiring new players, and we did. But with any new game, there is a trade-off between how much money are you making off of something you give away free. Like you can't forget, every time somebody logs into the game, regardless of whether they spend money, it costs us money for them to play because we have to run the servers and do all the things to make sure like the game is connecting and firing and doing all the things. And like, well, at a certain point, if people aren't spending more money than it costs you to run and advertise and make the game, right? All of that new content you make, that's not free. You have to go pay developers months at a time. You have to pay all of these QA people, right? Producers and artists. And like, if you're not making more money than it's costing you to create that content, you're going to be on a bad path. And so whether it was because we didn't give players enough ways to spend to make them, enough money to cover the cost of development, whether it's because we didn't spend more, again, like we spent a pretty damn healthy amount at a variety of places during the campaign to try different things, and sometimes it worked and it was effective. But the problem was over the long haul, we just we didn't get what we needed for the game to succeed. Whether that's because we didn't spend enough advertising or not enough word of mouth, or you and I really liked the game, but like, well, clearly there's other people who tried it and didn't like it as well as you and I, and like, what would have happened if they had liked the game better? Or, you know, hey, maybe our onboarding should have been different. Maybe we should have done this. There's like 100 things I would do different if I could,
Yeah.
to make Legends a success again. But I'm telling you, boy, I and we threw everything we could at trying to make that game a success, to give it a chance, to support that community. It was, it was a lot of fun while it lasted. Uh, you know, we got a great employee out of CVH. I'm not at Bethesda anymore, retired for a bit now, but meeting CVH, recruiting him and getting him to join Bethesda and watching him move, not only be fantastic in the Legends community, but then to move past Legends and just be a community manager on other games, and to see how well he's doing at Bethesda. That's an enormous source of pride to me. I have behind me, believe it or not, I have a signed CVH card, because I found out that he was a world champion in an old card game that Wizards used to have. It was kind of an onboarding thing into Magic the Gathering, and he won a world championship in Kaijudo. And I was like, holy Moses, that's amazing. I was like, and so I found out what his like go-to or favorite card in his deck was, and I bought a copy of it and brought it in and made him sign it. Like, I have world champion CVH's signature on a Kaijudo card in my office. So, I got to meet, amazing people, Charmer, Derek, who came and did a bunch of esports stuff with us, and the tournaments at QuakeCon and PAX. Like, all that stuff was so fun. So would I have liked to have seen it do better? Obviously, duh. Like, I spent a ton of time and effort on this game, but at the same time, like, my conscience is pretty clear that I gave everything I had in the role that I was in to give that game every chance it had, and it's a shame it didn't work out, but it was still an awful lot of fun to work on and play.
To end on lighter notes, I will just ask about your favorite card and your favorite deck or archetype.
I don't really think I have. I mean, I know that sounds weird, but I don't really have a favorite archetype or deck, again, because I played limited so much. I wasn't into like, okay, like, I'm gonna figure out the best version of, blue, yellow, or green, red, or whatever. It was more like, let's just see what's out there and figure out the best version of the deck. My favorite card, everybody should know if you ever watch my streams. It's Fighters Guild Recruit, which is the little 1/2 lethal prophecy guard. I actually have a statue of a Fighters Guild recruit that Lady in QA at Bethesda made for me some years ago, that proudly sits on a shelf behind me. I even have a Fighters Guild recruit T-shirt that somebody made for Legends a while ago that I have a copy of in my closet. So yeah, that's definitely my favorite card.
And finally, what is the question I should have asked that I didn't?
I don't know. I don't think you. I don't think there. I don't think you missed anything. What was your favorite card? I get to ask you a question. What was your favorite card, and what was your favorite deck?
Everyone watching knows that it is Disciple of Namira. I just like to
Yeah.
draw cards.
Card advantage is a real thing. I even have you may know there's a ton of Magic the Gathering developers that worked at Direwolf on this. So like, I don't know if you know Luis Scott Vargas, LSV. He's
Yeah.
a Hall of Fame Magic the Gathering player. So he knew that Fighters Guild Recruit was my favorite card, and I got him to sign a token for me, a Magic the Gathering token that he turned into a 1/2 Fighters Guild Recruit and signed for me. So I have a Fighters Guild Recruit token to use when I'm playing playing Magic the Gathering, just like, a little 1/1 for fun. But it was so fun to be intimately involved in the game, and like be able to give play test feedback and comment on card art, or number of ideas that I came up with, like we should do this, we should do that, animating different borders, like just how do we keep growing and pushing on what makes card games fun. So look, I want to say thank you for doing this tournament. It's a nice little send off for a community and a game that means a lot to me, and I sure appreciate you having me on.
Thank you for coming. It was good to have someone who was deeply part of TESL to come and send us off before we just move into the finals.
That's awesome. Well, good luck in the finals to both players, and yeah, have fun.
Actually, let me do the last Eldruid in a more natural way. As before, we have 3 cards to show you from Heroes of 4D. Here is the first. Is one of the most game-defining or deck archetype establishing cards that you can play in the game. This is a shackle card that actually helps you finish games, because in TESL, like when you shackle enemy creatures, then you still have to remove them, and Rest Tormentor is the card that helps you do that and play a tempo game with shackle. But when I designed Heroes of 4D, I knew that I don't want to have everything be the same as from TESL. This is why we have some game mechanics changed, and then we have shackle. And shackle is not really a mid-range deck anymore, but it becomes a burn shackle deck that is quite aggressive. So the game plan of this deck is that you go face in the early turns, you run out of resources and of tempo by turn 4-5, and then you combo off on turn 7 and 8 and finish your opponent's remaining health in a few turns, just through burn. This is how the deck is played, and Ritrock is the key card from this deck. Then there is House of Answers. This is hit and run as a support, and yes, it is quite powerful card. It may have to be nerfed, but right now it lets you draw 5 cards at the start of your turn instead of the one you would draw naturally, but you have to discard your hand at the end of your turn. So if your opponent is running support removal, then the control decks will be able to stop you from winning just because you had a House of Answers. But if your opponent doesn't have a support removal, they wasted it before you were able to bait out an Edict, a Dushnik, then you can jam a House of Answers and then draw back your hand, and you don't have to concede the moment they played an Ice Storm, because you have some outs in the late game, but they have a chance to actually respond to that and remove it if needed, so it doesn't become unfair. Unless, of course, your opponent isn't running support removal, in which case you deserve to win because you had a House of Answers. And then the last card, we have Irna. She is like Blackhand Messenger, but doesn't help control that much. Let me actually show you how the card works. Irna is a 2-cost 1/1 drain, and she says that when a creature is summoned, so it can be either your own creature or your opponent's creature, then increase Irna's counter by 1, and on last gasp, Irna deals damage to your opponent equal to her counter. So every creature that is summoned will accumulate damage on Irna's last gasp. And if you manage to kill Irna on your own turn, then you will be able to drain from this damage. This is how you can play this in aggro, in mid-range, in control, doesn't matter. We have just some cards that are good in certain archetypes. You could build a token deck around Irna, but you could also play Irna in control and have it tacked against token decks. And this is why she is, just like House of Answers and Ritrog, one of the game-defining cards. I hope that I will be able to invite you to play Heroes of 4D on Tabletop Simulator. We will have tournaments. We have 8 expansions lined up. We have 1 expansion already out. So if you join now, we are currently in patch 1.2 called Eldraine expansion. The next patch drops on July 1st, where we will introduce the first 3 tricolor classes. Before that, we will have a tournament in the current expansion, the Cold Ender tournament, and I am here to invite you to the tournament. Thank you for listening, and now let's move on to the finals.
Howdy, folks. Not Justin here. This is Charmer, stealing his catchphrase before he can lead us in. Justin, how are you doing?
It's time to fight.
Oh,
How you doing, buddy?
Beautiful.
You ready for this?
I'm doing great because we are about to go into the finals, and it's going to be a fantastic finals. What a finals we have. We have Ross Pierre Dole, RPD, taking on I Like Pasta, and wow, what a story we have. We have two players who both brought the Empire of Cyrodiil, and I'm told by an absolute genius, aka Mr. Night Dark Wolf, that these are decks that kind of disappeared for a bit after the game was announced to be going into maintenance, which just blew my mind when he was telling me, because these were decks that were centerpieces of the meta during the final Master Series. We saw Thuldir win with this in his lineup, and so when that information was shared with me, I was shocked. I am, however, not shocked that we are seeing both of the players with those lists in the finals.
I completely agree. I find that to be a fascinating bit of trivia. The way that the game continued to evolve after being put in maintenance mode. But I've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about this, Charmer. You just mentioned the last Master Series. I'm not sure that's true. I think that what we're witnessing here is the actual last Master Series. I think that what we are witnessing right now, RPD, Pasta, and everybody that helped us get here, have been participating in the last World Championship, the last Master Series of the Elder Scrolls Legends.
I think that's fair. I would like to rebut by saying that I meant the last one that occurred. Perhaps I should have phrased it the most recent.
Oh, look at me. I'm Charmer. I'm technically correct. Wow.
Oh, I've missed you, brother. So with that in mind, we do have the lineups that we want to talk about here. So RPD, we've already seen on the broadcast. You and I covered it, but for the folks who might have missed those earlier matchups, Ross Peerdole did bring Archer, the Guildsworn, House Halalu, and the Empire of Cyrodiil. I Like Pasta, however, on a incredibly aggressive lineup with Assassin, House Halalu, Eldmiri, Dominion, and the Empire of Cyrodiil. So these are matches, if I'm being honest, that I would expect to end pretty quickly, because both of these players are looking to be the aggressor, be the beatdown when you look at these lists.
I completely agree. I mean, things like use of the ring, possession of the ring, your early curve are going to make huge differences in this. And frankly, I'm kind of glad that we're going to go out so quickly potentially, because I don't know if you know this, at midnight, I turn into a pumpkin.
I did not know that. So I am sorry to hear that.
It's all right. I was cursed by this witch because of this prince that I kissed, but I wasn't supposed to. And my stepsisters are these jealous. I can't go into it.
All right. Well, speaking of witches, which decks do you think these players are going to potentially ban? Because both of them have very aggressive lineups. So what, if anything, looks like the big bad wolf if you're one of these players?
That was the most beautiful transition I've ever heard you do. I gotta say, I'm super excited to see Archer, which means it's getting banned. And I would anticipate, well, if RPD has any idea, the gauntlet that I Like Pasta just went through with House Halalu makes sense as a ban for me here.
Yeah, I think that those are fine options. I agree with you on the RPD ban potentially being either Archer, or I would also maybe consider the Guildsworn. Both of those would be the ones where there's the potential for things to get out of hand if you're I Like Pasta. On the other side, I think that even though we saw House Lalu do really well for I Like Pasta, I think that you still kind of just want to ban Assassin. It is something that is incredibly scary, has a ton of reach, and when you consider that, and you also, if I'm being honest, when you consider that these are games that might be won or lost based on prophecy triggers, you don't want to play against a deck but can skip said prophecy triggers. And so with our cool animation, we get the results of the bans, and it is in fact Assassin and the Guildsworn. We're still pretty good at predicting these bans.
We is doing a lot of lifting in that sentence, but I completely agree.
We are getting ready to jump into the finals. Are you ready, my friend?
I am ready. I am ready to watch the Elder Scrolls Legends end.
Oh, well, when you put it that way, it's a little sadder, but let's do this. Let's watch these amazing openings.
There is nothing sad about endings. Endings just means that it happened. It's an opportunity for gratitude, and it's an opportunity to do something new tomorrow.
All right. I want you to remember all 3 of those at my funeral, aka my ending.
I've been looking forward to that day since.
That applies. I was gonna say the gratitude will be, of course, that the day has finally come. But
given what I know about your mental health, I think gratitude will be both of us.
I think that I'm going to be really excited to see which decks players begin with, and it does look like Pasta just wants to get that House Halalu right out of the gate. RPD says, I want to... I think what's interesting about the Empire of Cyrodiil list is that you kind of almost want to fight for control of the board. It's still a deck that can go incredibly wide. It can be aggressive, but I think that your strength will be fighting for control of the field lane. With that in mind, however, after the mulligans, Rospierre Duel actually has a bit of a rough start here. We're gonna have to wait to see what other cards they draw, because Pawnbroker off of the ring doesn't feel great. Pit Lion is not going to be active without, you know, some help, and Edict is responsive. Whereas we look at the other side, and Pasta starts with a Trapper, which is a turn 1 play. We've already got Mournhold Trader there, and then even Garnag a couple of turns down the road is potentially a problem. So.
Absolutely, yeah. RPD's hand is awkward, and Pasta's is, well, like pasta, full of carbohydrates.
Yeah, like Pasta, potentially going to be putting a strain on RPD here, and so we do see the ring into the Pawnbroker, if only because you have nothing else really going on that you want to do there. You can then play the Agent into the Shadow Lane next turn if you have another bad draw, which would then turn on Pit Lion, but wow, that would be a really slow start and not ideal, not what you want.
My understanding is that unless you live in a few select southern states, turning on lions is actually a crime, but I guess I don't really know where you're broadcasting from at the moment.
I am in Canada South, aka Michigan, but RPD does draw a Dark Mane here, which will, I think, at least increase the quality of the options, the quality of the turn here. So we do have the Penitus, which, you know, would at least slow things down if you really wanted to do it, but I think that traditionally you want to save that for a more impactful play. So the Dark Mane just goes to the Shadow Lane, which will, you know, hopefully set up a Pit Lion for the future. We could also,
ring too.
Yeah, I was gonna say we also could that be denied though. What I'm curious now is whether or not Pasta's gonna decide to go face with this trader, or we could see you just take the value trade with the Pawnbroker and kind of continue to exert your pressure, exert your dominance.
I have heard you talk about establishing dominance so many times over the last 8 years that I've had enough. I'm just gonna say it. I've had enough.
Well, with that in mind, I'd like to point out that the trade did occur, and then another trader came down, so dominance has been established. However, the Edict of Azura says no dominance on the Shadow Lane for you.
Yeah, what do you think about edicting that side of the field rather than the buddy on the other side?
I personally like it simply because your 2/3 wouldn't have been able to trade with the opposing Mournhold. So you would have set up a situation where now you've let Mournhold get 2 value trades. Whereas if you use Edict on the other one, you're going to get a 2/1, which then gets taken out by the Trapper. And yeah, you clean up the lane, but you also are not left with anything left on the board, right? The field lane would be clear. Mournhold can take the value trade on your own 2/3 on the other side, and then they just continue to play from ahead. This at least attempts to bring you to parity. It's also going to force a rune break where, like, if you had a prophecy here, would have got you right back into things. So I don't hate it.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever own a Trapper Keeper when you were a kid, or did your parents not love you?
I owned a Trapper Keeper, but only when they were no longer cool, because that's the only time that we could afford it.
Okay, so kind of loved you.
Oh, no, they definitely did not.
Oh, with that positive energy coming out of my co-host here, I am excited about this next turn because well, certainly not RPD's turn because that hand looks like garbage. But I'm excited about what Pasta decides to do with Garnag, one of my favorite cards.
RPD, you know, this is a bit interesting because we still have a situation where I think you'd love to get that pit lane online, but you don't have a good path to do so. I was about to say we might see this Haunting Spirit come down, which will allow you to trade with the Garnag with the Gavel next turn.
Yeah.
If you want.
Do you prefer the Gavel trade, or do you want to toss that buff out on something?
Well, you could push the buff if you wanted to, and I wouldn't hate that, but I still feel like ultimately what you want if you are the Empire players, you kind of want to take the trades. You want to win the board fight. It's just been a hard path for RPD at this point because of the slow start.
And a long road getting from there to here.
It's been a long road getting from there to here.
But my time is finally near.
Enraged Mud Crab is the draw after the second rune break, so no prophecy. Okay, Pasta says, you know what? I just don't respect you at all. I'm gonna go ahead and play the old Salty here.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a couple of interesting cards. I'm personally a big fan of Cliff Hunter as a surprise prophecy. Not sure how relevant it's going to be here right now. But Doppelganger, I don't know what Doppelganger does for anybody on this board.
Well, if you are RPD, it does basically nothing. So I think that's the reason Pasta gave it over.
Yeah. Yeah, this is looking like exactly like you predicted, a pretty quick match.
All right, so we do have the Haunting Spirit trade, and we're now going to have this steal the keyword, steal that guard.
That lane change right there is enormous.
I was just about to say, with the deployment there, we get not just the lane change, but also the drain, which is massive. And RPD does now have a pretty clear path forward where they can now finally develop that pit line if they want. They saved the Gavel by using the Haunting Spirit for the trade, which means if something big comes down from I Like Pasta, you still have a way to potentially clear that. It's a bunch of small units on the board. If you can just kind of survive without taking too much damage here, you could be in a good position if you're RPD for maybe stabilizing. I think the biggest issue, however, is that I Like Pasta has the Shadow Shift, which allows them to go around guards should they continue to be a problem, but even more so, Crusader's Assault has the potential to go right through this 3-1 in the field lane while drawing additional cards for Pasta.
That one toughness is looking pretty unimpressive against Crusader's Assault. If I'm not mistaken, one of the earliest monthly reward cards, right?
Crusader's Assault was one of the monthly reward cards, yes. What a time that was, where whenever they came out, they would like drastically change the landscape, which was one of the things I loved about this game, because you didn't have to wait for expansions when you monthly got a nice treat. You know, going all the way back to, you know, the early Scout days where we got
Hisgrove.
we got a Hisgrove, and then it wildly changed the meta going forward. Unfortunately for RPD, his hand not wildly getting better with the draw of that Divine Fervor.
Is there any potential for a Doppelganger on a Mud Crab concede play here as a style move?
Yeah, there's potential for it, for sure.
That would be my move in this position.
So we're going to do the old salty, banish a creature with 0 power, or Stormhold Henchman. I think you got to take the Stormhold here.
Absolutely.
Salty will give you a healthy amount of value when you factor in that 5th Legion, but you do also have to give over the Rune Break, and that is not ideal because, again, we have double Shadow Shift in the hands now, along with that Crusader's Assault, which is not quite lethal, but depending on what you draw, if you do decide to shadow shift here, we could see I Like Pasta find something to finish them off.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is we are only a few turns from a potential pasta win here. What kind of cards does RPD need to rip off the top here? What kind of prophecies does RPD need to hit?
You know, that is a legitimate question. It's gonna, I think, just depend on what's in the list, but stuff that comes to mind immediately would be Barrow Stalker, right? Where you're gonna get guard, and if it somehow survives, you also get a little bit of drain back.
This is why they bring you to these events, man, because I was thinking Black Lotus and Ace of Spades. That your call makes a lot more sense.
Well, I don't fault you for thinking that, but you did quit playing before they changed Black Lotus to no longer have prophecy, so
Interesting. It must really be exhausting working with me.
yeah, so production telling us RPD only has Cloudrest Illusionist that can slow things down, so the answer to your question from before is in fact Cloudrest Illusionist, and that's it.
We'll hop in the Wayback Machine and make you look a little more psychic. This we've got crabs, lizards, trainers, makeshift, whatever the hell that is. We've got a goofy selection of small critters on the other side of the board that are placing some serious pressure on RPD. And now we're doing desperation card draw.
That is in fact what it was, and unfortunately all it found you was more card draw.
Right.
So with that in mind, I think that we are just going to see a victory here. Even with a prophecy, I'm not convinced we have enough to get out of this, right?
I don't think like a Cloudrest Illusionist at the right time. We got 6, 7, 8 on the board.
Well, I mean, you go 3 down to 6 and then 3 again.
Right.
And then even if there was something here, when you factor in, like, we still had the shadow shift, which I would expect on the 5th Legion here, just because you want to go a little bit deeper, see what you get. We have Mudcrab Merchant, which could potentially find something.
If Cliff Hunter comes down, I will be happy.
Yeah, it's looking like that's going to be the play, which is, I got to be honest, a bit surprising to me.
Yeah. No digging for lethal. Just establishing dominance, I guess, right?
Yeah, well, establishing dominance, I hear, is a good strategy.
It looks cool. But you know what doesn't look cool? RPD's turn right now.
Yeah.
Young Mammoth, not the turn 8 play.
Certainly not, and I can't help but wonder whether or not the opener, the draw, is ultimately what led to this demise, because RPD was playing a list that certainly has a lot of early game presence available, even had the Ring of Magicka, which, you know, for a long time in the history of this game, people thought would make or break your games, especially in aggro mirrors. There was a lot of, you know, hullaboo about that, whether it was true or not. And so even with those potential, you know, things working in favor of RPD, it still was not enough to overcome House Halalu. So I Like Pasta goes up 1 game in this series, up 1-0. The question on my mind is, will RPD just roll back Empire, say, hey, that was just a bad draw, let's run that back? Or will they try to shake the cobwebs out and say, you know what, I want to play something else. Let's just get as far away from that experience as possible. I Like Pasta is now going to cosplay as RPD, playing Empire of Cyrodiil, and also has the Ring of Magicka, but unlike RPD, has a Mournhold Trader in the opening hand, along with a Fervor and an Eastmarch Crusader, but I haven't seen the mulligans go out yet. I think we might see both Eastmarch and Fervor go out, but Traders for sure being kept. Turns
Absolutely
out, yep, absolutely great call, correct. Empire Recruit picked up, and Dark Main picked up as well. So while Again, same deck, same situation as what we saw RPD start with. Going to be a wildly different opener because Pasta has so many things to choose from.
Yeah, I can't imagine if you're RPD, you want your first action to be a couple of Corner Club gamblers.
No, you certainly don't.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
why you play
so-
cards like Mournhold Trader that you can just top deck. And here's the wild part. I think that we see this get slammed along with the curse, just so that
Yeah.
they can't take the trade. Actually, you know
RPD
what? I
looks
take
like
it back. Oh no, they are going to do it. So I was about to say I take it back just because if they did want to take the trade, then you could still just curse the 2/1 and then go in immediately.
Sure.
But this is fine too.
Looks like RPD wants to retain a sense of agency about it. You know, by playing the curse on the 4/4 before they both trade and you play it on the 2/1, you sort of put yourself into a driver's seat where you have a lot more kind of influence on the turns that follow, assuming nothing spectacular comes out of Pasta's hand, which we know might not be the case.
Yeah, the other thing about this particular sequence is unless there's something drawn which would change their play pattern, this to me says that we are almost certainly going to see Gambler played the following turn and then just discarding one of the cards in hand. If you keep the curse, then you could have had a situation where instead of Gambler, you could have maybe played Cloak and kept the curse even further, right? Cloak would have allowed you to also make that trade while keeping a card, but here, this is pretty straightforward. They're going to make this trade, and then I would expect Gambler to come down in the shadow lane and getting rid of one of the equipments. Does opt to get rid of the dagger, so Cloak held on to for future value trades, and I don't hate it.
No, I like how that sort of represents RPD's thinking in this moment, I have to imagine, which is that I am not the beatdown at this moment. I'm going to need to be able to take some trades that are going to be unfavorable without a little bit of help.
Yeah, and I think that's a correct read on the situation. When you think about Archer, historically it's been one of the, better mid-range decks. A lot of different iterations in the history of the game, but one of the better mid-range decks. And so when you pair that against a, for lack of a better way to describe it, almost like a token deck, the kind of deck where you're just going to play as many units as possible, kind of vomit them all over the board and go as wide as possible, you're just not going to be faster than them unless they have an awful draw. So I think you do want to focus on your value trades, get as much out of each of your cards as possible until you, and stop me if you've heard this before, until you establish dominance on the board, and then you can take advantage of what's available.
You see that measles is back in the United States?
Yeah. Well, that's what's happening here is we've just reverted back to like the 1800s. So we have all of the classics now.
Well, I got to tell you, I've waited my whole life to party like it's 1799.
Pasta taken the full turn to think about the options here, and I think that the reasoning might be, I was just about to say, might be that you're considering using this Cloud Rest to take a value trade into the Gambler with your 2/3. I think you for sure still want this this other card to hit the Pilfer, right? You want the body, so that part no brainer, but the rest of this is a like, what do you do? Or do you do the Smuggler, which would allow that to send your unit to the other lane?
I agree with your observations. I like Pasta's play here. Cloud Rest Illusion is value huge when you're, kind of piecemeal fighting for the board. Cradle Crush, not looking great at the moment, but Cliff Racer, Brynjolf, Shearpoint, the Leaf Lurker, you have a lot of control, comeback mechanic kind of options in RPD's hand, and we see him clear off most of the board in that single turn right there without using any of those yet.
Yeah, this is what I was kind of talking about before. RPD just wants to continue to make these value trades. You're going to be left with a bunch of units that have like 1 health, 2 health, whatever. Doesn't matter. You just want to remove theirs while you keep yours and then kind of counterattack. And when you look at the hand here, we've got Cradle Crush, but we also have now picked up a Leaf Lurker, which paired with the Rapid Shot can take out anything big. We've got a Shearpoint Dragon, which is a body that can also remove something if you don't want to blow up the whole lane, a la Cradle Crush. We have just a number of old school, classic, traditional archer options, but that's exactly why this deck thrived for so long.
Another Cliff Racer. Cliff Racer is such an interesting card. It's sort of like Hive Defender, right? Very elegant, very simple, very straightforward. A single keyword on that card. So flexible, so very flexible.
Yeah, when I'm looking at this board state, I think that the consideration now is whether or not you want to break the rune or if you are just okay with making a bunch of trades, because if you play the Cliff Racer in the field lane, you can make that trade and then continue to push some additional pressure. It does look like this is going to be the route. The other option could have been Mournhold in, and then your 2-1 trades with their 2-1. Gambler could have traded with Cloud Rest, and then Shearpoint could have cleared up the 2-2. You would have been left to the situation where board's a bit more clear, but you would have full control. I still like this. I think this was the heads up correct way to do it, because you don't always need to draw the card from Rapid Shot. And so when you can just deal 1 damage to something like that, it's fine. Paying 1 to remove a unit is still really good.
I totally agree. I love the use of Rapid Shot like that. RPD's not at a loss of options for his future turns with that hand he's got right there coming into the 7 magic a turn. So tossing that there to sort of like continue the momentum, continue the inertia, I think is a great play.
All right, we're gonna, I think, potentially see the Smuggler come down, if only because you've got to start fighting back, right? If you put the Smuggler over there in the shadow lane, it would at least allow the 2-2 to make the trade and survive, which is a step in the right direction. It's just weird because Empire is not a list that plays well from behind. We saw that on display in game 1 of the series, right, where RPD fell behind on Empire. We're seeing RPD kind of flip the script here. I do like this, though, because we don't have lethal on the board yet. Oh, okay, though. Razum might be changing that.
Razum's a huge pickup here. We got 4 to the dome, no prophecy.
And no
4 to the dome,
prophecy means it is over. Razum will come down and finish it. And just like that, we are 1-1 in the series. Both players have taken the Empire decks for a spin, neither finding their victory on it yet. Yes, it's a strong list, but we did get to see the weakness on display, which is it is a list that wants to play from being ahead, wants to have the lead, and whether it's a slow start or you just fall behind from value trades, well, neither player found a victory with the Empire list so far.
And it's nice to see, you know, sort of the reasoning behind all of these 2-color class bans, right? Seeing why the Archers list is so frequently banned. Bringing that small deck energy to a tournament filled with these larger decks. An act of courage and hugely successful for RPD in this game.
All right, both players have tried Empire and lost. Is this a situation where as we go into game 3, we're going to see Halalu versus Eldmiri? Or are both players going to like be stubborn and maybe we just get the mirror with them saying, okay, first one to win with Empire wins. Let's do this. What is your prediction before we jump in?
I'm hoping for an Empire Civil War.
All right. Well, that's very politically accurate. So with that in mind, we get, oh, my first run was unfortunately the right run. We have Halalu taking an Eldmiri Dominion, and Pasta doesn't have the ring, but does have a turn 1 drop. On the other side, RPD has a puppeteer, a withered hand, and a candle hearth. I think you might keep the puppeteer just so you have something, but I would expect the withered hand and the brawler to get mulliganed.
I can see that. Candlehearth Brawler is a card that after turn 3 or so is probably always a reasonable top deck because of the charge. Withered Hand Cultist, variable value. Balmora, you want to guarantee something.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue with the Balmora, and wow, okay, I was wrong. Instead, what we had is the Withered Hand being the only thing kept, and so that tells me that RPD says, hey, I don't want you playing lightning bolts or fire bolts or anything else.
Mm-hmm. Does that make Withered Hand Cultist a bolt cutter?
It makes it a I don't know, an applause-worthy pun that you just made. Can I give you a withered hand? Clap, clap, clap. All right, so
Both
it's
of
the
our
battle of
jokes.
1/3s with guard to start this game.
It is. I gotta say, I love the flexibility of the Exalt mechanic, but Trapper here I think is probably going to prove more intellectual card.
Well, the Trapper is immediately the better option because you can see it is the foil version, if you will, the premium.
That's true. An indication of wealth.
Skins get wins, or something like that. Okay, we now have some more options showing up for RPD. I kind of like what I'm seeing here. This Halalu list, we saw the Candlehearth earlier, now we see Stormcloak Vanguard, so anytime we have charge available, turns out that's going to be something I'm a fan of.
Yeah, and the Stormcloak Vanguard drop, besides being a very flexible unit, allows you to trigger the Pawnbroker next turn, which can provide, in these really tight matches between really great players like RPD and Pasta, a single zero-cost card could turn the balance.
Bit of a stalemate because we had the 1/3 guards come down, and then Pasta with another 1/3 ward following it up. Still no way to get through the guard because RPD didn't push the additional damage there. Instead, now we're going to have a thief come down, but still in the field lane. So a little bit interesting. And another withered hand cultist for RPD.
No value from East March Crusader available. I mean, RPD doesn't know this. No actions in Pasta's hand to make cultist particularly useful. But as a 3/4 body, sort of like the decision Pasta made dropping the Pilfer unit, just thinking, hey, let's just play for the board.
So what's interesting here is that you could just give up. I was just about to say, give up the Trapper for the Shackle on the Thief there, which does reduce a healthy amount of potential incoming damage, would also protect your Withered Hand unless they did something else as well. We still have Stormcloak along with Surin Pawnbroker on this follow-up turn.
This is a good game so far. This is a tight, close, back and forth game.
This is just, it's a stalemate. It's so interesting because both decks want to go fast and they are in situations where they're stuck tiptoeing around each other.
Right. We do see a Nasi in Pasta's hand. A Nasi, a card that one time won a Masters Series championship, right? Or won a game.
Yeah. It was to get Karakhan Jewel to the finals. It was like the $5,000 difference in prize pool. So I think we used to call it the 5K Anasi. Or, I like to jokingly say it was a nasty play.
Oh, you nasty.
Yeah. Pawnbroker there coming up big for I Like Pasta because the zero-cost card generated was a unit, not an action, which would have costed 4 with those withered hands.
That trade is just a tacit acknowledgement that this is just going back and forth forever, right? I mean, not trade, but that sacrifice into the 3/4.
Yeah, I think that is fair. We're gonna have the. Okay, I was about to say we're gonna have the Stormcloak into the Surin, but unlike I Like Pasta, We have Paralyze generated, which is not a 0-cost card as long as those Withered Hands are out. So RPD does trade one of them, but still has one out, potentially disrupting things. It's so interesting because we saw RPD hold on to that Withered Hand, and so far, only RPD has drawn actions.
Yeah. Withered Hand backfiring a little bit. Sort of the risk of playing these symmetrical kind of cards, right? You hope to get more advantage from it than your opponent in this case. Because, you know, Paralyze is a card in this kind of matchup with this kind of back and forth. It could be good at any point, but it would have been nice to at least have the option of playing this.
And another action drawn here. This time it's the Shadow Shift, but Cliff Racer off the top is actually, I think, a pretty good find, all things considered. You don't have a way to deal with the Divine Fervor, but you do have a way to get some value trades here, which is what you need. We do have Cliff Racer now drawn on the other side, though, and again, still a Nasi. Both of those representing a lot of potential charge.
Absolutely. Does that kind of make you, if you're Pasta, do you think about just leaving the Cliff Racer on the board for the surprise Anasi play then?
No, you can get away with just having the Vanguard there. So as long as the Vanguard
That's right.
is there,
That's right. I forgot
you still
about
have
charging the
access to
Vanguard.
charge.
That is, you're absolutely right. I missed that. And what about the trade into the Pawnbroker versus the trade into the Automaton? Right, I think there's some consideration, right, that there is the potential for randomly generated cards from Rudcrab Merchant that might interact with the Automaton in ways that don't interact with Pawnbroker.
Yeah, that's possible. I think right now, if you're Pasta, what you're actually considering is whether or not any trades are worth it at all, or do you instead just push this to 16, slam down the Anasi now in the field, knowing that there's not anything that directly deals with you, and then just pushing 5 more damage now? Actually, 6 more, right? Because you have the Fervor, but looks like Pasta acknowledging, hey, this one's still gonna require us to play it a little bit safe. The Fraser probably making this value trade then. Yeah, I was gonna say, because
unlocking a third of RPD's hand.
Yeah, and you know, that's the danger, right? And I think that's why Pasta was saying, all right, is it worth it for me to just go face here? And I gotta be honest, I think it might have been. I know that's caster vision because we can see the hand. We know that there wasn't a whole lot that was immediately available at the time to deal with it, but would have been a tough call if I don't know my opponent's hand. But wow, I think that might have been worth the potential payoff. And now
God, moving into the field lane with the cover like that, absolutely enormous potentially. Also, I don't know if you know this, Darkmane, famous Legends card, his cousin Eddie Redmayne, famous actor.
I was not aware of that. Paralyzed
In a
does come
single
down
turn
on the Automaton.
Yeah, huge kind of switch on the board here.
I think Pasta's potentially kicking himself now, saying like, wow, if I would have known that we had all of this coming, maybe I should have just went face.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because we you know, with the Divine Fervor, and had it been like the Anasi that had come down, you know, back then, leaving the Cliff Racer available, instead, Pasta could have an RPD that was potentially sitting at 10 health right now.
Yeah.
With the Anasi still would have been available in that field lane, right? So that would have been threatening lethal, right?
I can't counter add, but I believe you are correct. What do you make of the titles they're using? We got RPD with the Miraculous. I like Pasta with the Master of the Arena. Which one of these do you think is giving them the edge?
Well, I think right now the Miraculous is providing the edge, because we're seeing some miraculous plays on the side of RPD here as they continue to try to push this advantage. However, Gambler could draw Pasta into. So this is interesting. Gambler could draw Pasta into some good stuff. The Anasi is still there and available. I expect a trade into the one Cliff Racer. I expect a lot of damage pushed, but if Pasta hits a good prophecy during this round of offense, If RPD puts down Hive Defender and Anasi gets both charge and guard off of something, we could see a bit of a flop.
Absolutely. If RPD relies on Hive Defender for some semblance of safety here, they are going to be sorely disappointed.
The big issue right now is, I was about to say, with the dagger, we're pretty close to lethal if RPD had wanted to push it. Instead, opting to play it safe. But the shift here is going to give a buff, right? So if we would have went dagger plus the shift, we would have been just shy.
This is huge. The drain putting up to 20. Pretty enormous. Pretty enormous. Only 10, potentially 15.
Okay. So that was the reason why this was the option. I missed the legendary that was played in the Shadow Lane. So when the runes break, right, instead of drawing a card, 5 health is gained. So while there was technically lethal on the board, the presence of our legendary friend there is what prevented the lethal. Now, Pasta, unfortunately, when you don't draw the cards, not only does your hand not get help, but also meant you weren't going to hit any prophecies to potentially swing things, but you at least bought yourself time to see what you can do. I have to assume Anasi is part of the game plan here because you want to get rid of the guard on the defender, but you also want to take advantage of the charging and get some value trades. It's just a question of what else are you going to do with it? I would imagine we might be seeing Shadow Shift, Harpy, and Anasi as the plays.
I can see that. I can absolutely see that. Kind of interesting the way the ability of the drain unit to lose drain on the opponent's turn, kind of relevant with the Anasi drop here.
Yeah, it is pretty relevant because you're not going to give the Anasi drain, which obviously would have helped Pasta, but still, when you're looking at value trades here.
Whoa.
Oh, okay. Not what I was expecting.
Pasta wants this game over. Pasta wants this game to end next turn.
Pasta's just straight up saying, I don't think you have something that will allow you to go through my guard, right? Shackle on the one side. Because if there was anything that got rid of the guard here, we've got 11 on the board plus the Cliff Racer and the Gavel in hand.
Right. This is so close. If that cloak was a dagger. That cloak was a dagger. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Using it for the trade. I like that. Harpy stands alone for Pasta.
But we have a Dune Smuggler and a Shadow Shift.
Yep. We got redraws.
Yeah, you have draws, but I was just thinking if you Smuggler, right, it pushes it over. That's the +1. Shadow Shift back is another +1. If you would have done those two into, I don't know, like a Cliff Racer, that would have been lethal, right? So.
Sure. Wow. What a match. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. This is what we should be expecting from players of this caliber at this point in this tournament. But I am engrossed in this back and forth. I think so. This is one of the highlights of the show,
right?
It is.
I guess maybe we should expect good gameplay.
Pasta searching every line of text on every card in his hand right now. For anything, right?
Well, I think that what you're trying to consider are what your outs are, because again, you do have the Shadow Shift, which will draw you a card, but I was going to say, if you want to take a value trade where your Harpy survives, you actually need to do it in between, like what we just saw. Unfortunately, I think.
Yeah, only 13 showing.
Yeah, we're at 13, and I thought we were gonna just see something drawn.
Wow.
So we have a Madman and we have Syl, a Stormcloak and a Pit Lion.
Your RPD, your Pasta right now. How nervous are you about these last couple turns?
A formidable display.
We see the concession. Wow.
Yeah, we see
All
the
right.
concession. Didn't
All
find the one
right.
extra damage, and knowing
No.
that there's no way to survive on the back end, we see the
Wow.
concession. So Pasta in a nail biter pulls
Right.
this
What
out.
a game. Oh my god. Oh, we're not getting the sweep. We are getting so many matches, and you know what? We deserve it. We deserve it. we do not want this to end any earlier than it has to. We've got 2 Cyrodiil decks and 1 Hausalalu deck left.
You are correct. Now, again, Pasta has to play Empire of Cyrodiil. We saw both of these players try that particular combination once and lose. If you're
Right.
RPD, do you want to just get the mirror out of the way, or do you want to run back Halalu and force a game 5? That is the question. I don't know what I would want to do. I think part of me would want to just get the Empire mirror out of the way.
Armor, please tell me what you want. What you really, really want.
I'll tell you what I want. What I really, really want is I want to start the next game of this series. Let's roll in and see which our players are bringing, and it is the mirror.
Right. All right. The forgotten then remembered deck, refined after the game goes into maintenance mode. Potentially the final match of the series, potentially the penultimate match of the series. It's one or the other at this point. Assuming I know what the word penultimate means, I guess.
RPD has already mulliganed. No turn 1 play unless we see something off of the top. Pasta with the Ring of Magica could play something, but that is just a gavel. I would actually expect Pasta to do a maybe even a full mulligan here. I don't know. Haunting Spirit's a really powerful play, but it's rather dependent on you having something to take advantage of the buff.
I have to say, so far in this series, these Cyrodiil decks have seemed kind of clunky.
Yeah, it's very weird because when I think back to the version that Thuldir was piloting that he ultimately won with, there was a lot of early game, a lot of turn 1 plays. And I'm not even just talking about with the Ring of Magic. I mean, Marked Man, Mud Crab, etc. And we just haven't seen them show up.
Yeah. Interesting choice. Anasi, East March Crusader, Divine Fervor, Young Mammoth. Young Mammoth, fantastic turn 3 play, but then where do you go? I mean, I suppose you hope you've connected for an East March Crusader if you're for RPD.
I mean, you could go for an old mammoth. You need a young mammoth, an old mammoth.
Oh, you're speaking to my soul right now. Look at us, man. Just a couple old mammoths.
Pasta here, I think, has a decision. I was going to say, because you could keep your Ring of Magica charged, just play 5th Legion, but then you run the risk of falling behind. And then you have your decision of, do I play the Young Mammoth, or do I want to get the Spirit down early?
Right.
Because the follow-up turn, if I really want to play something like in the Shadow Lane or whatever to chase this unit, because this is a unit that wants to change lanes, well, then I would want the Haunting Spirit to then potentially land on whatever's over there. So
That tracks. That makes a lot of sense to me. Young Mammoth, a lot of thought going into this play. This could be, a world championship defining Young Mammoth. Every play at this point, right? Hugely influential on how this series ends.
So this worked out, I think, really favorably for Pasta. You get the value trade here. You get to match Young Mammoth for Young Mammoth, but you already have the Haunting Spirit set up. The one downside is your opponent now turns on their East March, but the upside here is you also have Cloud Rest now. So if you want, you can have your Mammoth trade into theirs for just pure value.
I'm pretty sure that Mammoth on Mammoth Crime is actually what led to their extinction.
I thought it was the, systematic overhunting by horrible, horrible people, but
I'll try to...
Cloud Rest play as anticipated. Also, I like what happened here because you have firm control of the field lane, and you're kind of daring RPD to say, okay, do you want to give me a rune break, or do you want to take this trade? And they do.
I'm just looking at that Anasi. I need Anasi lethal.
RPD does have a lot of, I think, really interesting tools still available in hand. However, I'm questioning whether or not the opportunity is going to present itself. I was just about to say, when you've got Old Salty coming down, they all land here in the Shadow Lane, right? You get the Old Salty and full value when you already have control of the field lane.
Grimoire Adept, Tenmar Swiftclaw, neither one great, neither one terrible. You probably want the 3 Magicka 4/3 though, right?
I think that you want that, but I also, if I'm being honest, I think that you just don't want to run like any risk of invade shenanigans, like accidentally causing a problem. So
fair enough. Fair enough.
I think you, even if you don't intend to play the card, you just don't want your opponent to have it.
No, that makes complete sense. Oftentimes with cards like that generate RNG, stuff and pass things back and forth, you want to minimize your exposure to risk when things don't turn out to be miraculous for yourself.
Yeah, and the last thing you want to do is give somebody with the miraculous title a miraculous Hail Mary way to save their bacon.
Heyo! Absolutely. Mournhold Trader, East March Crusader, the only units on the board for RPD right now. A handful of options and cards, but again, I'm just sort of struck by how flexible these decks appear to be, but how sort of weirdly uncomfortable they look to play at times too. We got Dead Drop. That's how I used to communicate with my Soviet masters, actually.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I did not know that.
House of Vitania. Gonna go ahead and play it. All right. Picking up the contract, maybe more flexibility. I mean, I guess lean into what your deck does, right?
Yeah, why not?
Meanwhile, RPD here staring down a board full of crabs and an injured but still haunting spirit. Asta also sitting on sort of an embarrassment of riches with Cliff Racer, with Pit Lion. I mean, there's a lot going on over there. Shadow Shift. Maybe I'm simply not smart enough to play this deck, and I can't adequately assess its power level.
All right, I really like what's happening here. So you make room for the change. Now you're also going to make this trade. You're going to get the 2/1, and then you're also still going to get the value. I was about to say, if you get lucky and that +3/+3 lands on your guard, then you also are forcing the trade with the Gambler, but instead you're just going to pummel RPD all the way down to 9, and then you can follow that up with Trader and Pit Lion while still sitting on not just Cliff Racer, but you'll have enough to play 5th Legion Trainer and Cliff Racer, which is just a little bit more reach as well.
It is, and I mean, RPD has been taking so many hits the last couple of turns. No value from the Gambler draw. His hand's at maximum.
Yeah, turns out when your hand is full from rune breaks, Gambler still draws you nothing.
Yeah.
Pawnbroker does find a Bushwhack.
Bushwhack, absolutely, and an iconic card from Legends Past as well. I think sort of a meme card that a lot of people like to joke around about, but had a place in the hearts of a lot of our community members.
Bushwhack does allow for the trade into the Mournhold.
Huge Bushwhack.
Does give you guard over there. Marked Man gives you access to some more guard. Like, all of this is what you need to do.
Wow.
I was gonna say this is gonna be a fold board buffs as well.
Wow.
So
Enormous
that is what you need, but when you're down to 9, is it
Yeah.
enough?
This is tough. 3 guards might not be enough. Crabs, lions.
Well, I was trying to do the math here, right? If we have a 5-6 into the trapper, the 3-2 into the 1-3, so 2 gets through from the crab. You could cliff racer the 3-2, and then that's 5 more from the lion. So currently 2, 1 counting if you wanted the 5th Legion before the cliff racer, you'd be 1 off of lethal, going that route.
Yeah. God, this is close. Pasta must be able to taste the victory at this point. So close. So very, very close. Are there eSmarts draws for Pasta that pull this off here?
It's tough to say because you have the Ring of Magicka, so you could eSmarch and still have access to 5, but you already have a cliff racer in hand, and I don't know like what else you would draw that would be better
that makes
than what you already have. So I think here it's like you said, you have your embarrassment of riches, right? So why not just take a bunch of trades? You're at 20, your opponent's at 9, you have so many more things that you can play. Why not just dump your hand and make them over and over continue to answer? Now, improvised weapon is actually a really big pull from Sir and Pawnbroker.
Completely agree. There's no way that RPD is going to be playing around improvised weapon.
Well, the thing is that anything that swings for 3 means that Pasta has a victory while skipping that final rune. You can take him to 6, and then you could play 5th Legion, then play Cliff Racer. It comes in with 5 attack, and then improvised weapon to 6, and skip the final rune.
Yeah. Oh, this is huge. If things end here, I got to tell you, it has been a privilege and an honor participating in this tournament, and I could not ask for a better series of games to end this on, because this has been incredible.
So Necromancer is going to come down here. I think that the biggest issue you have right now, if you're RPD, is that you don't have ways in the field lane to stop charge, and you don't. Oh, well, we're gonna hit guard here, so that's at least 1 guard in the shadow lane, which would have been problematic. Again, so right now we still have lethal on the side of Pasta, but you have to go through a rune. The problem is that there's nothing that the rune will pop that will stop a Cliff Racer improvised weapon combo.
No, with the 5th Legion training, the Cliff Racer, the improvised weapon, we could be about to see some incredible series of games come to an end.
Yep, we're gonna see the trainer, the Cliff Racer. Are we gonna see the improvised weapon just for insult to injury? No, they're just gonna end it. Pasta, no trolling.
I like Pasta winning that game. A hard-fought series of games right there. I can't believe how that ended up going.
Yeah, it's funny because I had said before that I wondered if the first player to win with Empire would end up winning the series, and it did come down to an Empire mirror, but it is ultimately what we saw happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, okay, I Like Pasta is the final world champion for the Elder Scrolls Legends. What an absolutely amazing journey from start to finish for Pasta. A member of the community since day one, right? Pasta's been playing this game forever, been part of so many scenes in this game's history. Pasta brings it home.
I couldn't think of a better way to end it. Such a storied player, bringing fun, interactive, aggressive decks. It's exactly what I think you want.
It is.
Bravo. Congratulations. Also, I like Pasta. Just in general,
Pasta. You know what else I like? I like getting together with everybody who's been watching this series of games over the last few hours, everybody who participated in the tournament, everybody behind the scenes. When things work like this, when games bring people together like this, when we can have a good time, have a good afternoon, share an experience like this that most people won't understand and never be able to. I think that is where gaming has the opportunity to give us beautiful gifts like friendship. I never would have met you if this hadn't happened. I never would have had the opportunity to work with Knight Darkwolf, who turns out to be a really cool, hardworking guy. I like pasta. Thank you for your contribution to my development as a human being.
Yeah, I have always said, I have long said that what I enjoy most about all of my gaming experiences is the people, right? Whenever you can get together with people who have a common love, a shared interest, and especially with games like this where you're meeting people from literally all over the world, what you're going to end up with is just a lot of opportunity to enjoy yourself, grow as a person, and have something that transcends the actual gaming experience. So thank you to our community members for giving this one last go round, but above all else, thank you to Night Dark Wolf for putting this together, because this was a good time.
Completely agree. I can't think of a better way to sort of like sign off my experience with this whole phenomenon than by saying one last time, good times.
Speaking of good times, why don't we hear from our finals players, our second place and our first place finisher? We have some interviews, so we're going to go ahead and send it over there now.
I'm here with Rospidal after the finals. Congratulations on getting second place in the farewell tournament.
Hello, thank you.
So you chose match 3 to talk about. This is the Hlalu versus the Minion match. Again, you managed to choose the match that I have the most notes on. We could take a closer look at this. So I will just give you the floor because you have some thoughts on how the early game went and then what was the deciding point in past securing the victory in match 3.
Yes, so this was, in my opinion, definitely the most interesting out of four. Game one, I had kind of bricked hand from the beginning. There was not much I could do. Then game two, he got kind of stomped. So game three was the most even, but I felt like I had the advantage. I was pressuring him whole game. I had the better board presence whole game, and then I had the cultist that was stopping his salty if he had it. But I don't think he had it. But it was potentially stopping him. So I was, and then double dark main. I was feeling super confident I will win this game. And then yeah, the turn I played double dark main shackle. I had like cliff racer and some other units. I was going for little next turn. Then he played Varen. Varen was a little annoying. Just meant that I need to deal 15 more damage, and that wasn't much of an issue with my hand. But then the Anasi with charge and guard, oh, it was brutal. And then on the final turn, I was one damage off lethal. It just sucks.
Yeah,
uh,
my
I,
notes mostly touch upon the Deepwood Trapper because that was quite good for you in the early game. Like you were able to shackle the Discerning Thief.
Yeah.
Then I have many notes on Paston not playing an Asi. And then the next big note is that you have double Darkmain in the field lane. And this is
yes,
where
that
I was feeling like
means
this is Darkmain contest because he had Darkmain, you had Darkmain, and then the matchup was dependent on who plays the more Darkmains.
but
And yet he had
I
the
was,
Anasiv in the end.
yeah, I was missing some cheap creatures like Orc kind Captain. The Markman would be really good. Some cheap unit. I had was stuck in front with the Seal. She was way too slow in any point. I think this game to play. Pit Lion. Maybe I could sneak Pit Lion some turn, but maybe only point in this game I think I could have played maybe differently, but I would need to see the footage. Was the turn I killed the 1/1 charge, moved Dark Maid and Shadow Shift. Maybe only this turn I could have played differently. I don't know if I could play 2 units field lane, then both dark mains would move, and then shadow shift one back again. I don't know if I had mana for all of that. I don't remember.
Yeah. Also the harpy in the end.
But
when you were missing one damage, it was because of the harpy.
played and there, yeah, yeah. It turned out really unfortunate for me. Oh man. But yeah, he played really well, and those really good final games.
Yeah, it was a fitting way to end the farewell tournament with the last ever incline TESL meta with an Empire mirror at the end. So I'm
Yeah,
quite
and he
glad
won
this was
the same way.
yeah, this was the finals, because this really showed that the how more aggressive the game went as the time has gone and we've progressed in the metas.
And he won the same game as Tuldir versus Karagon's rule 1-3 into Cliff Racer. I was putting him on Cliff Racer in hand, but he was then one off, and I had Anasi in hand. I drew a Cliff Racer, so I think I had lethal if he didn't kill me there. So very close. But then Salty Assault turn 5 as always. Super brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still, congratulations, you got second out of the bracket of 64. Is there anything else that you would like to add at the end of this?
Well, thank you for sponsoring. No, not sponsoring, but organizing this tournament. It was fun. Sad I didn't make it to the first place, of course, but at least the games were really good, in my opinion. Yeah, thank you, and thank the casters to make the time. Well, I will miss this game.
Me too. It is quite good.
Yeah.
I'm just glad
I
that we got
played
this
it
tournament in the end.
for like 9 years with breaks, some few months, some few years. That yeah, I always comes back for a month or two, push some ladder. It was fun.
I'm here with I Like Pasta after having won the finals against Rosperdal in the Farewell Tournament series. I congratulate you on your victory, because it's not quite a small feat to be the first out of the bracket of 64 that we have assembled for this final TESL tournament.
Thank you. It was an incredible experience. Thank you so much for organizing it.
You, just like Rosperdal, chose Game 3 to spotlight, so it will be quite interesting to see that how it went from your side, because we just heard from Rosperdal how it went from his. So I will give you the floor, and then you can guide us through your decision points.
Yeah, and while we're doing it, bear with me, as my brain is completely fried right now, so I might just miss a lot of points or misspeak. But anyway, so early game already, like the game started very complicated, straight from turn 2. For example, when I played my Flame Slinger in turn 2 in field, I could have played Shadow, set up for the Dune Smuggler, move for trade into his Trapper. But so ultimately, it was worth just keep playing field and win it that way, because otherwise the turn 3 might not be good enough. That Dune Smuggler, I thought the 3/4 for fighting for field was essential to play. So I think field was our decision. Then even afterwards, deciding whether to trade or not into his 1/3, I think also was kind of tricky. And ultimately, I thought it would help me slightly more win field by trading in. But by no means I'm certain it was correct. Then yeah, we've got he plays his cultist. So he correctly trades his trapper into my 3/4. So that I cannot take the advantageous trade on his 3/3. And here I have to do effectively the same thing. I think the correct move again was to trade my 1/3 into this 3/4, not giving a fair trade, and at the same time set up 2/2/3s in the shadow, such that next turn I will be able to smuggler, make it a 3/4, and trade into his remaining cultist if at least I have the option of doing that. So then he has a low tempo turn, and I draw Divine Fervor, I believe. And given his low tempo turn, I get an opportunity to develop Divine Fervor, which is often hard finding the right spot to develop even further in the aggro mirrors because you give up a lot of tempo, and this I felt like was the perfect spot to do it. The other option was also a nasty charge into the 3-3, but the fervor this turn was a good play. And then here we have another decision point. So I think the 3-4 turning into 2-2 is makes sense. The two options I was considering was either Anassi trading into the 4-1, so it would be a 6-6 charge Anassi that would leave me a 3-2 and a 6-2 on board, or Cliff Racer trading into to his 3-3, so it will also leave me a 2-out creature on board. Either way, no instant trade without something else for his 1-1 Stormcloak. It was very close. I'm not sure which one was the correct, but I ended up going with the Cliff Racer trading into his Cultist. And then so here he develops two dark mains in field, two dark mains in shadow that move to field. And here, okay, I think this game is in really bad spots because it's gonna start gaining ridiculous amounts of life. I cannot raise him anymore, and I thought this is a very difficult situation. In terms of play, I guess it wasn't too big of a decision here. I have to develop Varen, and shout out to Varen, a very underrated card in my opinion. I played over Black Dragon, which most other players play, and in this game it shows why. And then you have to play the Gambler because I'm not gonna get cards since I have the Varen in play. Use the Gambler to get cards, and discard the Traitor because it's too late for that. And now we have the Anatsi charge. I think here I guess there was a decision whether to trade into his 3-6 to avoid exactly what happened. Him having a dagger or him having what's his name, the +2/+0 that gives you immune to damage, and taking the
Gavel of the
fabric
Ordinator.
Yeah, exactly, the Gavel. I ended up deciding to go for face because I thought, okay, with Varen, I really want this game to turn into a race as much as possible. I don't know if it was the correct choice. Again, you see me a lot of these turns, I'm timing out way to the end because the position is very complicated for me, and I don't know if I made the correct choice or not. But every time it was very close. Even in this case, I don't know if it was correct or not to go face there. And here again, super complicated turn. So I was during the whole this turn, I was going through his deck list, figuring out, okay, if I trade against a 6-2, what are his houses for lethal? What are my ways for winning the game? And again, okay, if the option was a smuggler trading 2-3 and shadow everything and hope that he doesn't have that one extra point of damage. Again, I don't know if I made the correct decision or not, but ended up working out. He didn't have that one extra point of reach, and was pretty lucky and ended up taking it down.
Yeah, and then he misses little by one.
Yeah, it just needed the one extra point of reach. I thought this gave me the best shot, but I don't know if the trading to the 6-2 was the better play, but
And then you won. So congratulations on your victory again. Is there anything else that you would like to add?
Yeah, so a few shout outs, first and foremost to yourself for dedicating so much time to TESL. I know you've been doing exam season and in between exams or every single hour of free time you have, you put into TESL, the tournament, the port, really amazing work. And I will say for all the viewers, if you haven't checked out, Neither Wolf has his game Heroes of Order on Tabletop Simulator, which is I think is similar to TESL, but it's better. And also it's working on a port of the original game, so come join it on TTS. Then I wanted to shout out iRoss, so the streamer was always on. I only joined back the game 3 months ago, and for the past 3 months, it was pretty much always on, in the background or foreground of my life for the last 3 months. He helped me a lot. I kind of caught up a bit with what decks are around. He's kind of coached me a bit, I guess. We played some scrims together. He's very good guy, so check him out. Last few days of stream. I guess this will air after TESL is gone, but thanks to you. And also the my new assassin deck. So I kind of I had no idea about move because joining back the game, it wasn't that big of a thing back in my day. And I kind of discovered it through iRoss and a YouTuber called Ramping Rufus. Worked on it just I was planning on playing 4 crabs decks, and then just a few weeks before the tournament, I thought, okay, let's try to build this move. Why not? Played it a bit, iRoss helped me out a bit, and then eventually I won 20-1 on ladders. So, okay, yeah, maybe I should play this deck. I added it to my lineup. And as for the rest of my decks, actually a big shout out to Endozoa. So I've been watching your previous tournaments, the summer tournaments, I kind of liked a lot of his lists. They're very very similar play style to my play style. I built them like with a lot of different card choices, and then been playing on ladder, testing and stuff, and then like every few games, maybe I would like change a card here and there, and then like after a couple of months of this process, somehow they like a lot of the choices I'd made different, they ended up going more and more similar towards Endo's list. Turns out that guy knows a thing or two about TESL, and I felt like I kind of represented him as well in this final, like at least his deck styles. And obviously, I shout out to Ross Pierre-Dole. I think it was maybe the better player. He might have deserved the win. But in a single tournament, anything can happen. But played incredibly, and I feel a little bit like I robbed him of something maybe deserved because he's been rushing the game. I've only joined the last 3 months and got a bit lucky this tournament. But amazing player. Yes, yeah, very good tournament.
I guess I will have to mention the Empire mirror.
Yeah, that was a really good point you made actually. Like that's it was like the deck. Like I didn't know about Empire, but as soon as I got back into the game, watch your turn. I was okay. This Empire seems like better than my other decks. So I should start playing this one.
Yeah, and I also talked to Thudir, and he
Yeah.
said that he was the only player bringing Empire to the Master Series in 2019.
Yeah, I rewatched it recently. I was okay. Like, did he discover the deck effectively? I don't know if he's like the creator or not.
And the interesting thing is that he discovered, he won, and then Agro Empire was forgotten.
Oh, really? Okay, like I just assumed after his Master Series win, everybody would be copying his deck and like.
Yeah, you would think that. But no,
Yeah.
it was forgotten. And then 2 years ago, we started to see more and more of it. And then here we are in the finals, the last match ever recorded on a TESL tournament, and it's Empire versus Empire on a token mirror. This was so close, and it was so good to actually see two very high level players play it out. And while aggro mirrors can be quick, they require just as much thinking as a good control mirror does.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, cause I've definitely like I played some scrims before this, and I realized okay, like I lost the game in turn 2 by like not trading my 2/3 into a 1/1, or like by playing one creature shadow instead of field, and that was it. That was the game. Like if I made that decision differently, I would have won most likely. It was like it's yeah, and I really enjoyed the aggro mirrors. It's definitely my favorite, as you know. Yeah.
Then congratulations on the final time, and I hope I will see you soon. Bye, and welcome back. I'm Norbert Wolf, the organizer of the Summer Tournament series, of which I think the Farewell Tournament is part of. And you have been hearing my voice during the interviews and the ad breaks, but I came to the end to first thank the players and the casters who have been with us today. Starting off with Justin and Charmer, of course, who were here for the quarterfinals, for the semifinals, and for the finals, so a huge thank you for casting 3 matches. And then we had Endo, we had Jason, we had Silverfuse, we had Core Data, we had Karakanzul, and we had Please Don't Hack Me. And before we go, let's just rewind the time and go back to where we started today, and let's have a look at today's bracket.
Remember, we saw a lot of great games, a lot of great pairings leading up to this finale.
Yeah, here for the top 8, of course, we started off with the dynamic duo of you and I casting K Fluffy taking on Ross Pierre Dole RPD, which of course was a series that went the full 5 games, went right down to the wire. Of course, then we had Felleron, in my opinion, still kind of shocking the world and knocking off Thuldir, who would have been my favorite for winning the entire thing. Then we also had Avenged Fish playing against Person of Secrets. Person of Secrets did end up winning that 3-1. And then we had I Like Pasta knocking off Fearwolf in a sweep, which led us to our final 4. Final 4 was RPD against Felleron. Felleron, who had just knocked off Thuldir, does unfortunately fall to Ross Pierre Dole at that point 3-1. Person of Secrets and I Like Pasta had, I still felt like, a very entertaining matchup. Again, you and I called that one. That saw I Like Pasta coming away with the victory. And then that led to our 3rd and 4th place matchup. That was Felleron and Person of Secrets. Felleron coming out victorious there 3-1. And then in the finals, I Like Pasta taking on RPD, Ross Pierre Dole. I Like Pasta, of course, winning it all, becoming our final champion in our farewell to the Elder Scrolls Legends tournament.
What a series of matches. What a hell of a tournament this turned out to be. I mean, I'm sort of just still so excited about this whole thing. I mean, it was a ride from start to finish. I Like Pasta sort of joining a pantheon of absolutely legendary Legends players.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Legendary Legends players. What else do you want?
So we've seen Legends rise and fall over the course of this tournament, and we've been referring to it repeatedly throughout the show, right, as the final World Championship tournament for the Elder Scrolls Legends, right? What if I told you that wasn't exactly true?
As I have promised you, last summer, I did record a final tournament. That was the champions from the 4 summer tournaments, and then the second places, and me and Cordata as casters participating in this. Which, of course, originally the plan was to stream it next summer and record it in the spring. But then the announcement came. And so we, in January, decided to record everything that was left to be recorded. And we have finished recording just a week before the farewell tournament. So although in time the farewell tournament was played the latest, it is still here on my laptop. We are about to cast it in the following weekends with core data. And by the summer, I will be able to present you the final summer tournament, which will be, you heard it right, a 10-week long event with streams every weekend until we get a final summer champion. And besides this, I of course, as have bombarded you with ads during the stream, have Heroes of Wardy here to present you a tabletop simulator workshop mod on Steam that is TESL set in the world of my novels. And we will be doing tournaments at the end of each expansion, and I hope that maybe it has gotten some of your attention and you could consider trying it out and participating in those tournaments, because the reason I have kept playing Legends even after years is that I was able to organize tournaments and bring these streams for you, which have been very fun to do. And speaking of fun, we have a show match coming up with the champion himself, I Like Pasta, because I did challenge him in Heroes of Wardy. Which, of course, is not fair. I know the game, I know the cards, and he doesn't. But, well, who would have a chance against a champion? But before we turn to the future, let's play Homage fast.
It has been a privilege and an honor to know so many of you and to have been welcomed into your YouTube channels over the years. I have to say, be participating in this tournament, being invited back alone was a real amazing opportunity for me. And I hope that everybody who played at least one game of this incredible card game, that ever had a prophecy go their way that made them feel like a genius, that ever put a random tech 50th card into their deck that they a bushwhack, and anybody that ever made a friend playing this game, I hope that all of you never forget that just because Legends is over, it doesn't mean that there's not something exciting in your future, whether it's another tournament for another series of games or it's whatever you want to become. I used the confidence that I gained playing this game to transform my life from a guy who had nothing and didn't know anything to a life that I'm very proud of now. And I owe that to every single one of you that helped me get here today. So thank you. Thank you, Charmer. Thank you, Nightwolf. Thank you, Elder Scrolls Legends. Shout out to CBH. Miss you, buddy. Thank you. And I'll see you. I guess I'll see you in the real world.
Oh man, I have to do closing thoughts too. I have to follow that. All right. I guess I would say the exact opposite. For everyone who thinks that it can't get any worse, if you've ever had an Ungolem played against you, remember that that card was once a 2/1. If you've ever lost to a Tazcad, remember that card once costed 8 instead of 9. Just remember, it could always be worse. And so, with that in mind, just appreciate what is in front of you. And also remember, they can shut down our servers, but they can't take away our memories. And I will always have fond irreplaceable memories as a result of this game and this community and everything that came as a direct result of it, as a direct follow-up of it. This really started a snowball that I would have never predicted when I got a little email that said that I was getting into a card game beta. So thank you to everybody. And this really was, even as a final event, something that I wouldn't have said, hey, I needed that, but I needed this.
The Elder Scrolls Legends has had a series of tournaments throughout its history. Let's take a second and look back at some of our previous winners. Please don't hack me.
Soldier.
Warlock.
Nocturnal.
Complete Idiot.
Ross Pierre Dole.
And I like pasta.
A serpent lights the ancient sky of dread of tainted stars. Evil stirs and in its wake the souls of mortals sway. And sorrow reigns over fields of red, and spirits pace through the shadows cast by their grace. These are days and nights of venom and blood. Heroes will rise as the anchors fall. Brave the strive, reclaim every soul that belongs to the beauty of dawn. Darkness strikes to blind the strong, but faith will guide our swords. Loyal hearts will stand as one and fight with shields of hope. Pride fuels the deadly fire that devours our tower of gold. The drums of war will rage and roar till the sun burns bright once more. These are days and nights of venom and blood. Heroes will rise as the anchors fall. dawn.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen, greetings and welcome. Ich bin Hazat. I'm Narankloof, and this is the show match against I Like Pasta. I thought that before we jump into the games that I played with Pasta almost a month ago, I should at least show you what we will be doing. So this is the board here. We have two lanes, like in TESL. One of them will be the shadow lane. We decide at the game start. We have rings here. We have our runes here. Here's our health total. We will grab resource points. These are the magicka we use in the game. Here are tokens for every card. So when we play a card, let's just grab the top card. Like here's a card. We will play them in these designed spots. And then we put power and the health on it. There is a third stat, armor, but I will talk about this in the gameplay. And I will also tell you about everything else that is changed from TESL. So let's hop right into the match. So you will be on charge archer, and I think the thing is I could play something that is familiar to everyone from TESL. Or I could just go full Heroes of 4D mode. I think if we do two matches, I will play mid BM first.
Okay, because people would know, yeah.
Because this is something that everyone knows, and then we'll do one match with the Heroes of War, the exclusive deck. So I have shuffled the deck, and I will roll. I rolled an 18, so I'm pretty sure you will have the ring, unless you roll a 20. Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, so
You have the ring.
Here. Yeah.
I go first. So mid BM against Charge Archer, and also my mid BM is a little bit more aggressive than it usually would be.
Yeah.
So just count with that.
So this one, I'll probably switch one, two. Let's see the. Okay, so if I do like this, put them back in the deck.
Yeah, and then you just shuffle with R, and that's it.
Yeah, draw two.
So before we start, quick for everyone watching, a few changes have been made. If you start to play Heroes of War, you will see that instead of 4 creatures per lane, we can have only 3 creatures per lane, and there is 3 support slots. And also the rune system has been changed. So as you can see, there are blue runes, there are green runes, and then there is a red rune. When a blue rune breaks, then you will just draw a card. If a green rune breaks, then you draw a card and you can play it for free on your opponent's turn when they broke it. If you have enough max magicka for it. Magicka is called resource point here, so if you have max resource point for it. And then when the red rune breaks, then you will deal 3 damage to your opponent. And then at the end of the game, it might be interesting to see how the runes interact with each other, and maybe you can find lethal by breaking my flame rune, and my flame rune breaks your flame rune, and that kills me. So we'll have to count with that.
Yeah.
And we will only ramp to 10, and cards have a third stat called armor. Armor reduces damage.
When you attack with your armored creature, or when your armored creature gets attacked?
When your armored creature gets attacked.
Okay.
So on your turn, it doesn't matter. But if your opponent plays an action or does just a summon effect, then armor doesn't count. And with that, because I go first, I will just gain a resource point, draw 1, and I will have to pass because there isn't much to do for 1 in the game yet.
Okay, so I'll add 1 resource point, draw 1 card. I will spend the ring.
Good.
And the magicka and play Meridian.
At the start of every turn, give another random friendly creature +1/+1/+0. The thing to look out for here is that at the start of every turn, so even at the start of
Oh,
my
because of
turn.
every turn. Every turn, give another friendly trigger. Yes, in this case, nothing, but
Which means that I have to do something. Yeah, I think we'll just play a Percy, and then I will pass.
at the end of your turn, if Percy is wounded, sacrifice him. Ascafs. Draw 2 cards. Okay.
Yeah, this is the only source of draw blue has.
Interesting card, yeah. So
And it's your
resource
turn.
points. Second one, draw a card. So I have 2 magica. At the end of your turn, so you can attack at 2.
Yeah, I will need to buff Percy in some way to be able to trade.
Yeah, but actually, you could just attack me and it would auto get sacrificed and you would draw 2 cards effectively. Okay, I'll play Steel
Steel
Sword.
On Marion.
I'll just move one magica here, so it's 1 and 1. And how do I see the Steel Sword? Oh yeah, it's
I
under
put it
there, under
below
him.
Marion. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a 4/4 now.
4 power. And then I will attack your face.
26. And you have 1
And then
point or with the ring 2.
No, I'll pass the turn, yeah.
Alright, and let's see. I go to 3. How afraid I am of Marion. I think I will just Lightwood Mage and pass.
I will mage 2 words. Oh wow, okay. Oh yeah, double pass, so it's similar to Iliac Sorcerer, yeah.
Yeah, this is like Iliac Sorcerer, but in blue and for 3.
Yeah. So this one here.
Don't forget to draw.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. And then also get the resource, yeah.
You have 3 points for withdrawing.
This one, probably this one seems like a decent play. You have a 1/5 and a 2/2 words. I will play the ring.
Alright, you go to
and
4.
then use all the 3 magica, and then play a trier in shadow.
Alright, may attack an extra time each turn. I just hope you don't have an item for this.
Okay, I should have attacked space first. I'll attack.
Well,
No,
it
because anyway,
doesn't.
you don't.
Yeah, it
have
doesn't
that
matter
spot
because
that
it's a
you
Ripper Rune. I will just draw one.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's the turn.
The next move based on your max. Yeah, and I'll pass the turn. Yeah.
So at the start of my turn, Marion
Oh,
gives
yeah,
+1/+1 to Trier.
Yeah. That's one. Wait,
And I draw 1.
That's
I'm
fine.
at 4. So, hey. Alright, so I will play a Celadis Archer in the Shadow Lane. I will deal 1 damage to Marion. Percy will bump into Marion.
Yeah.
And then Lightwood Mage kills her.
Yeah.
And doubles Lightwood Mage's power, because when the ward is broken, then we double her power. So it's a 4/2 now. Then I have 2 points left. And with 2, I will play a ward stick on the Lightwood Mage. Ward stick gives +1/+1/+1 to the Lightwood Mage, and if the builder has 5 or more power, which Lightwood Mage does, then we give Lightwood Mage ward.
Okay, so similar to the the amulet thing?
Yeah, 6 times amulet.
Yeah. So now it's a 5/3 ward.
Yeah.
What is it? Armor as well? Gives armor.
Yeah, it gives 1 armor. This is why it
Okay,
costs
1 armor.
2 instead of 1.
Yeah.
And then I will pass, and at the end of my turn, Percy dies, and I draw 2 cards from the last gasp effect. Your turn.
Okay, so we can consider that field lane lost pretty much. Draw a card.
Yeah, unless your
So you're
deck
at
has
20.
silence, but I don't think your deck has silence effects.
Yeah. I have to reward, yeah. So this one, wait, let me read this one. Summon, so you just say a 3-1 deal damage,
Yeah.
okay. This one costs 3 mana in the main game, I don't remember.
Yeah, it does. But there the
So
damage
I'm
can
gonna...
go face. Here the damage can only target creatures.
Oh yeah. I will wait, how much mana do I have? 4 plus the ring, okay. So you're 22, I will go face with Trier.
And then we'll see what the reinforcement rune does. I have
Yeah.
4 resist points. I cannot play the card I have drawn, so you may go again.
Okay, very nice. And then I will attack face again with him.
Yeah, I am set to 14.
And then, so I lost cover, yeah. I'll
A gear.
play a gear.
That might that might be a problem. The 7-3 that is.
Yeah, not bad, yeah. 4 mana for the 3. Similar to the
Lumbering
Lumbering
Ogre.
Ogre.
Yeah. But it's in green,
Okay, and
so
then I
it's
will
better.
yeah pass the turn.
And let's see.
For magic, I have no magic.
I'm at 5. That's unlucky. Five, yeah. I can't do much against Agir, so we'll just have to take 7 damage and hope that you don't have a Swiss strike.
Yeah.
I will play Wardcrafter in field. I will ward up the archer.
Yeah.
And then I will play Maze in the shadow lane. Maze will deal 1 damage to other friendly creatures, which will mean that the Wardcrafter dies. The ward is broken on the archer. The Lightwood Mage's ward is broken. The Lightwood Mage doubles her power. So this will be a 10 now. And then we give 1 power to... We give 1 power to both the Lightwood Mage and the Celidus Archer. And with this 1 power, the Celidus Archer will be able to trade with Trier.
Yeah.
And Maze is a 3-3.
Yeah, 3-3 Maze. The word is 11-3.
Yeah.
Oh no, 11-3.
Problem is I'm not allowed to attack. Because I will break your reinforcement rune.
Yeah, that one can be game.
Ah, that's bad. Yeah, but I will just have to pass. And hope that you don't have a Swiss strike.
So get 1 Magicka. Draw 1 card. So you have what here? 3-3. Okay, I will 3-3. I have 5 plus a ring.
Yeah, I have to go for lethal next turn. If I can.
Yeah. Because yeah, you could double 22, 25. Yeah.
Yeah, Lightwood Mage seems innocent at first. And then she just doubles her power to 30.
Yeah, just like pretty easily now. How many cards in hand do you have?
I have
assume?
1,
Oh,
2,
you have
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards.
7, okay.
You gave me
the
quite a
next
few.
one is okay, I'll start by attacking Faith.
So I go to 7, and we'll see what I get from Reinforcement Rune. I can play it if it costs 5 or less, and it does. It's a Tribe Shaman. I will play it in field.
Other friendly creatures in this lane have +2/+0.
So Lightwood Mage is at 13 now. 26 if doubled.
Okay. What's the best way to do this? Probably, yeah, I think this is a more sensible play. Okay, 13 plus 26. Hmm. Um, Either way, this one doesn't work.
Shock troop, and
Short troop and ready
yeah,
to fight for
you get rid
the
of the lightning mage
Just
in
say-
case I would have a ward.
yeah. Just in case, because with 8 cards in hand, yeah. But I will use my 5 Magicka and then pass the turn, yeah.
Yeah, that was the correct choice. I did not have a ward, so I wouldn't have been able to win this turn, but still, it is
I'm
the
imagining the
competitive
dedicated
play.
deck that
I will trade with a gear. You get to give lethal to creature in your hand. You just press right click on the creature and then you go to name and you write lethal in it.
oh yeah. Is it a random creature, yeah?
No, you can choose.
Or is it, what was it?
You can
Oh, I
choose.
can choose, okay. Yeah, so I'll give this one lethal.
Good. And then I
Yeah.
have 6 points. So for 6, I will go face for 2 with the Tribe Shaman. And I will play an Oak Warrior in the Shadow Lane. This is a 5/3/1 guard. 5/3/1 guard. And that's the turn.
Okay, so I'll get 1 Magicka. Draw 1 card. I have 6 plus 1 ring charge.
The problem is you're a charge archer, so I think I'm dead in a few
Yeah,
turns.
exactly. 6 up to 7. So, have any charge creatures in your deck?
Me?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you have any charge creatures.
Thing is, I will have to check because I don't remember.
Or just roughly, like not many.
Ward Battle Mage. I have 3 copies of Ashkir Horseman. This is a 4/2 breakthrough charge and rally creature, and that's it.
Okay.
There is 3 copies of Supreme Atromancer, the Light Throne, but that's not coming down for now.
Yeah.
And I don't have Lightning Bolt, but I have Bloodwood's Ford, which is an item that gives 4 damage to something. Oh, and there is raiding parties. There is raiding parties.
Oh, okay. Raiding party. Okay. Raiding party can be. Yeah, so raiding party is a bit annoying, so better do some. Okay, I guess yeah, it's fine. I'll play 7 Magicka, so use the ring. Play a gear and weaponsmith.
Alright. So weaponsmith gives you on summon a battle axe in your hand. So we go to the strength cards. I do the search. I look up battle axe, and here it is.
So let's see. It's 4 mana plus 4/+1. Yeah.
Same as in TESL.
Okay, and then yeah.
And that's the turn.
Pass the turn. Yeah.
Let's see. I go to 7, and I have to deal with all of these. You remember when I told you there is raiding parties in the deck? Yeah. I have one in my hand. So let me grab the Celedises. I will play both of them, and I will just trade down your lane.
Oh, it's +2/+, yeah.
Because it's +2/+, from the Tribe Shaman.
Out for a second. I was thinking, even if he has raiding party, only clears one of them. But yeah, obviously, yeah. I need to give lethal to another creature.
Yeah. Augur gives lethal. And then I will go face for 5 and for 2. So you're set to 21 and you can draw a card from the report rune on 25. After that, I have 4 points left, from which I will play a Percy.
Yeah.
And let me actually count my damage. This is 5 plus 2 plus 3, so I have 10 damage. And I guess that's not enough. But you will have to skip my rune on this. I will play a Rodent Dagger on the Tribe Shaman, which will give it +2/+1 and breakthrough. And and the wielder of Rudin Dagger ignores wards. So in case your charge archer would have something with ward, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's a 4/3 breakthrough that ignores words.
Yeah, and that's my turn.
So I'll get one more Magicka.
You're at
Draw one
7.
card. And the flame rune,
Deals
it deals
3
3 damage to the player or
to the opponent. So my flame rune will deal 3 damage to you.
Yeah.
The flame rune is basically here to, because aggro is a bit more powerful, just because we have 3 creatures per lane, so Tribe Shaman is buffed. And then in aggro mirrors, the flame rune is there, so you can actually, you have to skip the last rune if you're behind. Otherwise, you're just dead.
If I go
Tribe
Tribe
Shaman
and
Horseman.
So now
this is 6.
This will be 6 power to every one off. If I go over yours, I send you to 3. And then if I get a charged creature from my reinforcement rune,
then you can win.
And this also, so how much health do I have? 21. So I think I will do this. Yeah, I'll
Alright,
break
so
through over
you
your
break
Tribe
3.
Shaman.
I am set to 4. Flame rune breaks.
Oh,
Both
wait,
of
I
them
have
die.
lethal, so how does it work? How does lethal interact with breakthrough again?
Doesn't matter
Do I
because
assign
you would kill it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was no,
And
I'm
you have
thinking
rally.
confusing with the magic.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
On rally, yeah.
Yeah. And you have a rally.
If,
How many creatures
for-
do you have in your hand?
I have 2 creatures.
Alright,
We can roll a dice or something like that.
yeah, there is a dice. 1 and 2 is the first creature, and then 3 and 4 is the second. Just press R and it rolls. So it's the first.
So that's the 2. Okay,
And
first one.
you can do it the same way you did lethal to creatures. You just put it in the name, +1/+1, and that's it.
Yeah. And now, so your flame rune
Flame
gets
rune breaks.
broken.
You are dealt 3 damage. Reinforcement rune breaks.
breaks.
And let's hope that it's not something with charge. You have 7 points.
No, it's not. But wait, it's. Can I play this one even though it's not a
Yes,
creature?
you can play it this turn. So it's a raiding party.
Oh,
You
okay,
get you get the Sadadises. And that means that you still win.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty tricky at the end to navigate with the flame rune. I like it.
Yeah, the flame rune is the most interesting in aggro mirrors, and the flame rune also helps aggro when there are some control decks that have no health gain. So if you are an aggro player and then you break their rune on 5 and you set them to 3, then they have to skip your flame rune.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, so you set me to -2.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah. And also the reinforcement rune as well. It's kind of like there's still profits in the game, but you know when you have to play around them, so it's a bit more more in control. You can be.
Yeah. And that's the end for the show match. Originally, we planned to play 2 matches. The second match would have been on Burn Shackle Assassin, but unfortunately, or fortunately, that game was just a no game because I managed to draw my top end on the deck and I wasn't able to play anything. And it's really late. Or not really late because it's 3 p.m. and the stream is starting at 5 p.m. But I haven't slept in a good while, more than 24 hours. So what I will do now is head off to sleep, let this render, and then when you are seeing this, it's 5 a.m. in the morning, and I will not be able to sleep until then, because I have to always start the next recording for the stream. So if you're still here, and you have watched it to the end, or you just jumped in and out, and you came back, thank you for watching the show match as well. And I hope I will see you one day in the next Heroes of War tournament. Servus und Farewell. Isten óvjon.